Entrepreneurial aspirations thwarted, now left destitute. Suddenly, a new application appeared on my phone, offering a remarkable deal: 10 luxurious mansions for merely 1 yuan each. Chapter 1. The 1 yuan flash sale system. Gusu. The setting sun painted the horizon in hues of crimson. In October, the Jiangnan region experiences a cool breeze imbued with a hint of damp chill. At a roadside stall, Wei Su furrowed his brow as he fixated on the latest notification on his phone, inwardly lamenting his plight. Boss Wei, I will arrive in Gusu in 4 days. Remember to drive your luxury car to pick me up. The sender was Mu Wanqing, a classmate from Wei Su's university days. Once, they were regarded as the golden couple among their peers, known as the department flower and the department grass. Regrettably, both were initially shy in expressing their burgeoning affections. Even upon graduation, they never broke through that barrier of unspoken feelings. Subsequently, they pursued different paths, one in entrepreneurship and the other in studying abroad, leading them to diverge. It wasn't until the end of last year that Mu Wanqing, who had been studying in a distant land, took the initiative to add Wei Su as a friend, rekindling their connection online. However, the grandiose claims he once made would soon unravel with Mu Wanqing's return. He had once told her of his thriving company, luxurious vehicles, and numerous properties. In truth, he had experienced failure in his entrepreneurial endeavors the previous year, depleting his savings to settle debts against his car and house. To this day, he bore hundreds of thousands in debt, unable to scrounge together even 500 yuan, and the basement he rented was facing imminent eviction due to overdue rent. Such was the nadir of his existence. Yet, he had never confided these hardships to Mu Wanqing. To her, he remained a young entrepreneur, flourishing with wealth and success. The only genuine aspect was his enduring affection for her. How would he confront her upon her return? With a furrowed brow, Wei Su downed the majority of the beef soup before him. Should he reveal the truth or fabricate an excuse for that day? As he hesitated in the chat interface, his phone suddenly went black. Had his faithful rice phone, which had accompanied him for 5 years, finally grown weary? With a twitch of his eye, he attempted to restart the device, only to be greeted by a message on the boot screen. 1 yuan flash sale, installation successful. What on earth? Is this a virus? Upon entering the home screen, a dynamic icon emblazoned with the words, 1 yuan flash sale flickered incessantly. A red notification that marked the corner with a 1. Observing the shoddy, hastily crafted icon, Wei Su immediately discerned that this was undoubtedly a virus. He must not click it. Delete. Can't delete. Wei Su was taken aback. This virus was formidable. Download antivirus software. Wei Su tapped on the App Store, yet the screen blackened once more, only to gradually reveal the words, 1 yuan flash sale. Was it forcibly opening? The back button proved futile. The home button was ineffective. The power button yielded no results. Wei Su could only watch in disbelief as the 1 yuan flash sale interface manifested. What nonsense is this? The main software screen displayed but one message. 10 buildings at Lakeside Mansion. Price, 1 yuan. Wei Su was all too familiar with Lakeside Mansion, for it was there that he had once made a down payment for a property. 2 years prior, the price per unit was 25,000. It surely had not changed drastically since then. The information above indicates that these 10 buildings are all 16 stories tall, comprising 4 units with 2 households per staircase. By this calculation, there are a total of 1,280 apartments. Even if each unit varies in size, assuming an average price of 2 million, that amounts to a staggering 2.56 billion. Wei Su scoffed at this software's so-called merchandise. 1 yuan to seize 10 buildings worth 2.56 billion? It was clearly a ploy. Without hesitation, Wei Su clicked to make the payment. After all, being ensnared by this virus meant he could neither return nor shut down his device. Why not give it a try? Moreover, he only had 500 yuan on his phone. Ding! Payment successful. Ding dong. Payment receipt. Amount paid 1 yuan. Recipient. 1 yuan flash sale. Payment method. The fee was indeed deducted. Has this virus cracked the password-free payment system? What on earth is this virus? Wei Su, coming to his senses, suddenly realized that this virus had gone to great lengths merely to swindle him out of a single yuan. Suddenly, several grids appeared at the bottom of the mobile software. Arranged in 10 rows and 3 columns, there were a total of 30 grids. In the first grid, an icon of a small red book appeared, with the suffix X1280. The second grid contained an icon of a large pile of key rings, with the suffix X10. Is this a game? Wei Shu attempted to click on the small book in the first grid, and the mobile interface suddenly popped up a dialog box. Would you like to extract? Yes, no. Extract? Where to? Wei Shu selected yes, and another prompt appeared. Please select the quantity for extraction. He directly clicked on the default option of 1 and chose to extract. In the next moment, Wei Shu was left astounded. In his hand, a small red book materialized, inscribed with the words, Certificate of Real Estate Ownership. What the hell? Wei Shu glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was watching before hurriedly opening the property certificate. Unit 1, Building 17, Lakeside Elite. Property area, 112.74 square meters. Owner, Wei Shu. His name was glaringly displayed on the certificate. The prominent official seal assured Wei Shu that this was no illusion. The items from his phone had directly materialized into reality. Surely, current virtual reality technology could not reach such heights. This was undoubtedly not a virus. Wei Shu realized he had struck it rich. Heaven could no longer bear to witness his arduous fate and was determined to reverse his destiny. Gazing at the grids in the software interface, the little red book with the suffix 1279 made his heart nearly cease to beat. This was unbelievable. 10 buildings, 1,280 apartments, 2.56 billion. Suddenly, the meaning of striving in life vanished. Wei Shu looked back at his phone. The merchandise section was utterly barren, rendered an uncontrollable deep gray. All merchandise has been sold out. Below this, an explanatory line read, New products will be updated daily at midnight. Feel free to participate in the flash sale again. Participate. Absolutely participate. Wei Shu clenched his somewhat pitiful little phone tightly, his eyes fixated on the screen. There were 1,279 property certificates for apartments. I could become a landlord. Assuming an average monthly rent of $2,000 per apartment, that translates to an annual income of $30 million. What business could be more rewarding? Isn't collecting rent delightful? Ding Ling. Hello. Is this Mr. Wei? This is the Anjiao Property Management for Lakeside Elite. Wei Shu replied, This is Wei Shu. What can I do for you? Mr. Wei, we have received notification that you have fully purchased all 10 buildings in our community. We would like to inquire how you wish to handle the tenants. Whether you prefer to persuade them to vacate or renew their leases, we hope you can take the time to visit and sign the necessary documents. Wei Shu exclaimed, All right, I will head over shortly. After hanging up, he could no longer contain his excitement, nearly overwhelmed with joy. The property management had called. It was real. He truly owned 10 buildings. Chapter 2. Brotherhood. After indulging in street food, Wei Shu promptly hailed a taxi. Transforming into a billionaire, why would he concern himself with the trifling fare? Lakeside Mansion is situated not far from Dushu Lake, a renowned affluent area brimming with villas. Although Lakeside Mansion is not a villa community, it is still one of Suzhou's distinguished upscale neighborhoods. Sir, you are no longer a resident of our community and cannot enter. A security guard halted Wei Shu at the entrance of Lakeside Mansion. Once, Wei Shu was indeed a property owner here, and he was familiar with the guards, who had often exchanged words about the bankruptcy of his company over tea. Thus, the guards did not feel the need to inquire further and promptly obstructed his entry. With no choice left, Wei Shu took out his phone, preparing to call the property management. Wei Shu. A BMW slowly rolled out of the community and suddenly stopped beside him. Hearing his name, Wei Shu withdrew his finger from the dial button and turned towards the source of the voice. It was Yuan Liang, his former university classmate and once a close brother, now employed at a large enterprise. In the past, Wei Shu's company had numerous business collaborations with Yuan Liang's firm, inadvertently boosting Yuan Liang's performance. As Wei Shu's company flourished, Yuan Liang ascended the corporate ladder with remarkable speed. However, following the bankruptcy of Wei Shu's company, when he sought to sell his house to Yuan Liang, the latter unceremoniously offered a price 30% below market value. In desperate need of funds, Wei Shu had to suffer the indignity of a silent loss. Thus, the bond of brotherhood was severed. What's wrong? The guards won't let you in? Yuan Liang glanced at Wei Shu, then bellowed at the guard. Haven't you got eyes? This is my brother. The guard respectfully replied, Mr. Yuan. You know our community policy prohibits entry for outsiders. This is to ensure the safety of our residents' properties. Feigning surprise, Yuan Liang smacked his forehead. Oh, right. You're no longer a resident here. I was just leaving. Why don't you wait for me here? I'll bring you in when I return. By the way, wait, what brings you back? Nostalgia, perhaps? Surely, you're not here looking for me? If you're in need, just say the word. I can still spare a few hundred. The narrow-eyed expression and the self-satisfied demeanor of Yuan Liang made Wei Su reluctant to engage further. He casually replied, I'm here to handle rental procedures. Renting? Yuan Liang exclaimed, look at you. Making some money, I see. The rent here must be 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Right? No wonder you're doing well. I, on the other hand, am drowning in mortgage and car loans. I can't even spare 1,000. After boasting about his new BMW 5 Series, Yuan Liang impatiently awaited a response. Standing at the entrance was proving to be inconvenient, especially with Yuan Liang's incessant chatter. Wei Su could hardly tolerate it anymore. He directly called the property manager, saying, I'm at the gate, and the guards want to let me in. Could you come down? On the other end, the property manager's flustered voice, accompanied by a tone of utmost respect, assured him they would be right down. Yuan Liang, perched in his BMW, raised an eyebrow and handed Wei Su a red invitation card. The class reunion is the day after tomorrow, and coincidentally, I'm getting engaged that day. I discussed it with the class monitor to combine the events. It'll be quite a celebration. At the Kempinski Hotel, gifts are not necessary. Just your presence will suffice. You'll be the first to know. I'll send a red envelope in the group chat later. Make sure to grab it. He then flaunted his glittering wristwatch, glancing at it with feigned urgency. Time is of the essence. I must pick up my fiancée. Can't be late. As the BMW sped away, the property manager, a portly man in a suit, hurriedly approached, accompanied by several staff members. Open the gate. Let him in. He shouted breathlessly at the guards, then rushed to Wei Su, wiping sweat from his brow. Mr. Wei, I sincerely apologize for the delay. It was my oversight not to instruct our guards to assist you. I am truly sorry. The property manager led his staff in a collective bow, leaving the guards utterly astonished. However, that was not the end of it. After apologizing, the property manager bellowed at the guards. Have you lost your senses? Mr. Wei is our most esteemed resident. How dare you obstruct him? You lot are dismissed. Go settle your accounts with the finance department. Mr. Wei, does my handling of this matter meet your approval? The property manager asked, visibly anxious. Wei Su was taken aback by the property manager's eccentric behavior. Coming to his senses, he chuckled incredulously. They did not recognize me as a resident. This is your oversight, not theirs. Please do not make it difficult for them. With such diligent guards, I can rest assured living in this community. Excellent. The property manager, still sweating, applauded, then turned to the guards. Why aren't you thanking Mr. Wei for his kind words? The guards chorused, thank you, Mr. Wei. Louder. Have you not eaten? The property manager urged. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Wei Su noticed several residents had taken notice of the scene at the entrance, creating an awkward atmosphere. He waved his hands repeatedly, smiling at the property manager. Let us not make it so special. The property manager nodded in understanding, gesturing to the guards. All right. Mr. Wei, shall we head to the office for some tea? Wei Su nodded in agreement. The property manager inclined his body respectfully, signaling Wei Su to proceed, then turned to a staff member, Xiao Lu. Stay back and register these guards. They deserve a bonus of 500. The guards were instantly elated. Could it be that Mr. Wei has struck it rich again? Look at how Liao is fawning over him. He must be someone significant. It seems he is making a comeback. Indeed, Mr. Wei was once a property owner here. Yet we never saw the manager act this way before. Right. The manager usually treats other residents with disdain. It's rare to see him so humble. After Wei Su and the manager departed, the guards whispered among themselves. Wow, Mr. Wei has bought 10 buildings. 10 buildings. The finance staff member, Xiao Lu, gazed at him with unrestrained admiration, seemingly captivated by Wei Su's handsome visage and financial prowess. He owns half the community. A single word from him could change the property management company. How could the manager not grovel? The guards collectively gasped, their astonishment palpable. 10 buildings. No one understood the value of their community better than the guards. For them, the residents of Lakeside Mansion represented the elite. Most residents drove luxury vehicles like BMWs and Mercedes. Owning even a modest apartment in Lakeside Mansion was a mark of social status. 10 buildings. What a concept. It was beyond imagination. Chapter 3. Engagement inside the property office. The manager diligently prepared tea. Mr. Wei, my surname is Liao Feng. Once everything is settled, here is my business card. You can just call me Xiao Liao. As Wei Su inhaled the fragrant aroma of tea, he smiled. You are my senior. I shall address you as Manager Liao. Liao Feng proffered a cigarette to Wei Su, but upon receiving a polite refusal, he returned it to the pack. Beside him, several property management employees carefully arranged a multitude of boxes beside the tea table. Liao Feng retrieved the topmost crimson folder from one of the boxes and unfolded it, saying, Mr. Wei, this contains the foundational information pertaining to your property, along with details of the units yet to be leased. He then gestured towards the blue folders among the boxes, adding, "These all pertain to tenant information." Wei Su nodded, accepting the red folder and perusing its contents with keen interest. A total of 280 units, all uniformly exquisitely decorated. Unleased properties, 421 units, of which 307 were acquired directly from the owners, exhibiting varying styles of decor. "May I be so bold as to inquire, Mr. Wei, what are your intentions with such an extensive property portfolio?" "Oh, I plan to lease them," Wei Su casually replied. "Do you have any insightful recommendations, Manager Liao?" Liao Feng's plump face radiated a sycophantic smile. "If leasing is your sole intention, our management can assist you with these trifling matters. Anjiao Property also operates a brokerage and maintains partnerships with various agencies. If you consider our services, I can waive the brokerage fees on your behalf." "That sounds agreeable." Liao Feng was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a more arduous negotiation. After discussing the finer details, he promptly summoned his subordinates to prepare the contract. "Please collect the keys from me tomorrow. I'll leave the matters of leasing and tenant renewals in your capable hands." Once the contract was signed, Wei Su rose to take his leave. "Not a bother at all," Liao Feng lamented as he escorted Wei Su out the door. "What a pity we couldn't invite Mr. Wei to dinner." Upon descending the stairs, Wei Su headed straight towards Building 17. This was the residence he had chosen while reviewing the property information, a 3-bedroom apartment, ready for immediate move-in. The original owner had renovated it, acquiring various high-end furnishings and appliances, intending to lease it as a luxury apartment. However, it had just been completed when it was snatched up for a mere yuan. Purchased under the radar. Unit 802, 3rd section. Wei Su retrieved an extensive keychain from his backpack, containing keys for all the apartments in Building 17. Clattering incessantly, the motion sensor light at the entrance flickered on. Wei Su, drenched in sweat, muttered in frustration, "Why on earth are there no labels on this keyring? Over 100 keys, and I can't discern which is which. What are you doing?" Suddenly, the door across the hall swung open, revealing a woman wrapped in a bath towel. Her damp hair bundled in a towel, her expression one of annoyance. She appeared to have just finished her shower. "I'm terribly sorry for the intrusion," Wei Su stammered. "I'm having trouble finding my keys." "Oh, you live across from me? Then we shall be neighbors." The woman's face lit up with realization, seemingly oblivious to the impropriety of the situation as she stepped out and extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Miao Ran. I'm Wei Su, pleasure to meet you." The towel slipped from her grasp. "Ah," Miao Ran squealed, awkwardly wrapping the towel around herself as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "You're still looking." With a huff, she turned and retreated into her apartment. The door slammed shut, leaving Wei Su momentarily dazed, the image lingering in his mind. Such porcelain skin, an 8 out of 10. No, that was without makeup. With a touch of cosmetics, she would surely be an 8.5. With filters, a stunning 9 out of 10 beauty. More beautiful than most stars. Inside her apartment, Miao Ran observed through the peephole as Wei Su remained entranced, stifling a laugh. Since childhood, her mother had instilled in her a set of ideals that shaped her standards for choosing a partner. Marriage, she believed, was a woman's second opportunity to choose her path in life. Thus, she had never been in a relationship, aware that her advantages lay in her looks and physique. She took exceptional care of her body. Now, having worked for over a year post-graduation, she had come to grips with reality, fortifying her notions regarding companionship. It seemed she had encountered a promising prospect. At the end of the workday, she spotted Wei Su conversing with Liao Feng at the gate. Liao Feng had once pursued her. Despite his wealth, his corpulent visage was enough to deter her. Not long ago, Liao Feng had been groveling to Wei Su, wagging his tail like a dog, showering him with flattery. In that moment, Miao Ran had indelibly etched Wei Su's likeness into her memory. She resolved to uncover his identity the following day and orchestrate a chance encounter to gradually win his favor. Though she had never dated, she devoted her spare time to mastering the art of captivating men and pursuing suitors. Every effort she made was a gamble for her future. She understood that in the eyes of the affluent, her initial allure was her most valuable asset. Thus, this gamble must not falter. It appeared that fate was favoring her. Emerging from her shower, Miao Ran heard the clattering of keys. Peering through the peephole, she saw that man. So many keys, were they for multiple properties? It seemed there were at least 100. After the initial shock, Miao Ran's suspicions were confirmed. Only a property magnate of such stature could compel Liao Feng to grovel. Thus, with her mind racing, Miao Ran staged a serendipitous encounter. Click! The door across the hall opened, revealing Wei Su stepping into his apartment. Surely, he would have trouble sleeping tonight. She leaned against the door, covering her heart, stifling a giggle. Recalling Wei Su's ordinary attire that failed to mask his undeniable handsomeness, Miao Ran bit her lip. Her cheeks soon flushed with a rosy hue. Wei Su, too, could not shake the image of Miao Ran's dangerously alluring figure from his mind. Her face, more beautiful than that of most starlets, and her enviable physique were unforgettable to any man of sound mind. Aware that fantasies could be detrimental, he pulled out his phone to distract himself. The app for the 1 yuan flash sales lay prominently on his home screen. Ever since downloading this app, his phone had transformed. Its responsiveness had elevated to unprecedented levels, seemingly consuming no battery at all, perpetually displaying a full charge. To acquire 10 buildings for just 1 yuan, this technological marvel was something Wei Su accepted without question. Ding! A message popped up from his university class monitor. Old Wei, you must attend the class reunion. The day after tomorrow at 5 p.m. at the Kempinski Hotel. Chapter 4. The Reunion. The essence of class reunions had long since deteriorated, now rife with boasting, comparison, and flattery. Once, Wei Su had been a prominent figure at such gatherings. Yet this year he had long been aware of the reunion but feigned ignorance, attempting to evade it. However, he did not expect the class monitor to personally extend the invitation. During their university days, the monitor had aided him considerably, and he felt obliged to attend. Ding! You have received a transfer of 28 million yuan, the message read, with a note attached, rent. Accompanying the transfer notification was a message from Liao Phone, indicating that this was the future year's rental income for 279 units, with service fees and maintenance costs already deducted. The rent for tenants under a year and for unleased properties would be covered by Anja Company, with profits and losses borne by them as well. Wei Su sighed to himself. Having invested over 2 million in various expenses, he could finally rest easy without any worries. The sensation of being a hands-off manager was utterly delightful. At this moment, he was no longer the fledgling entrepreneur of yesteryears. Nor was he the debt-ridden outcast of this year. A reunion with classmates would be a pleasant diversion. After responding to the class monitor, confirming his attendance, Wei Su glanced at the time. There were still 4 hours until midnight. Exciting moments awaited him in just 4 hours. The 1 yuan flash sale. A software that had altered his fate. What kind of surprises would it bring him this time? Suddenly, the alluring figure of Miao Ran flashed in his mind. Youthful desires surged within him, this infuriatingly robust physique. Sighing, he took a cold shower to extinguish the fervor within. After ordering a late-night snack, he opened the group chat of their class. His former classmates were engaged in animated conversations. Yuan Liang was clearly the center of attention. Scrolling through the chat history, he saw Yuan Liang announce, "I'm getting engaged. Let us celebrate together on the same day as the reunion," followed by a flurry of red envelopes. Instinctively, Wei Su clicked on the red envelope, only to be met with a notification that it had been claimed. The 200 yuan red envelope had been divided into 50 shares, while there were over 60 people in the group. Congratulations, Brother Yuan. A double harvest in both career and love. Brother Yuan, we still don't know what your fiancé looks like. Brother Yuan, share a photo. We want to see your fiancé. Are you afraid someone will steal her? You want to even share a picture. If you don't share, we'll make trouble for you at the reunion. Amidst the banter, Yuan Liang sent 2 images. One was a candid shot of a stunningly leggy beauty, while the other depicted her in an air hostess uniform against the backdrop of Sunan Shuafang International Airport. Wow. An air hostess. Your fiancé is gorgeous. No wonder Brother Yuan, earning over $1 million a year, managed to land an air hostess. Impressive. Legs for days. Wait, I misspoke. Don't be ridiculous. I don't earn $1 million. I'm just the deputy director of the sales department. My monthly salary is just over 10,000. And with bonuses and dividends, it adds up to around 6 or 70,000 a year. However, once I get promoted, I could truly earn $1 million. Yuan Liang gazed at his phone, an air of pride enveloping him. Just 4 years post-graduation, among their classmates. How many besides the wealthy second generation could boast an annual income of 6 or 70,000? His words seemed modest, yet they dripped with ostentation. After discussing several topics from all corners of the world, Yuan Liang suddenly recalled his encounter with Wei Su. Today, I bumped into Wei Su at the entrance of the community. CEO Wei actually rented a place at Lakeside Mansion. It seems he is poised for a comeback. After sending the message, the group continued their previous discussion. It took a while before anyone mentioned Wei Su. How can Wei Su compare to Brother Yuan? Brother Yuan bought a house outright at Lakeside Mansion. I heard Brother Yuan just got a new BMW 5 Series. Wei Su must still be riding shared bikes, right? Brother Yuan has a car, a house, and an air hostess fiancé, truly a winner in life. Hearing his classmates speak like this filled Yuan Liang with satisfaction. 2 years ago, Wei Su was the one basking in admiration as his business thrived. Now, his company had gone bankrupt, and he had lost everything. The center of attention in the group had shifted to himself. The sensation was indescribably gratifying. The only regret was the absence of someone by his side. His fiancée insisted they must be engaged before cohabiting. Suddenly, a surge of wickedness coursed through him, darkening his gaze. He scoffed at her pretentiousness. Once they were engaged, he would show her a variety of tricks. Reclining in his luxurious leather sofa, Wei Su felt drowsy. The remnants of his late-night meal lay on the marble coffee table, while a tedious variety show played on the 64-inch wall-mounted TV. Wake up! Wake up! The sun is shining. The alarm jolted Wei Su into a state of alertness. 11:59. Just 1 minute left. He opened the flash sale app, fixated on the countdown for the luxury cars. Choose from a selection of luxury cars worth millions. Price, 1 yuan. Bentley Mulsanne. Night 15. Bugatti Veyron. Lamborghini Veneno. Koenigsegg 1-1. Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Aston Martin 1-77. Upon reading the detailed descriptions, Wei Su was completely awakened. R&T houses and cars, the quintessential pursuits of a man. With 28 million in hand, Wei Su had intended to buy a car the very next day. Little did he expect the 1 yuan flash sale to present such a lavish gift. Though the offer was a bit stingy, allowing the choice of only 2 vehicles, Wei Su felt a twinge of shame. What more could he want than to choose from 2 luxury cars? Yet, when compared to the value of 10 buildings worth 2.5 billion, 2 luxury cars paled in significance. Wei Su faced no dilemma in his choice. Without hesitation, he selected the Lamborghini Veneno and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. These 2 may not have been the most expensive, but they were his favorites. To a man, a car is akin to a woman. It must appeal to the eye. These 2 cars captivated Wei Su, having long been the objects of his desire. Once mere fantasies, they had now transformed into reality. After securing the 2 vehicles, he stored the Cullinan in the underground garage and parked the Veneno downstairs. Tomorrow morning, a drive in his new sports car awaited him. Satisfied, Wei Su climbed into bed. In a state of exhilaration, he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Next door, Miao Ran similarly tossed and turned. She had guessed correctly that Wei Su was sleepless, but not the reason behind it. For her, however, the thought of him kept her awake all night. In the morning, Miao Ran rose with panda eyes. Going through her morning routine, she diligently concealed her dark circles, applied beautiful makeup, and meticulously chose her outfit, shoes, and bag. Then she waited, awaiting a chance encounter when he opened the door. Yet, as she waited, time dragged on, and she nearly succumbed to drowsiness from her lack of rest the night before. Suddenly, the sound of a click jolted Miao Ran awake, prompting her to check her reflection in the mirror. Stunning. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and opened the door. Their eyes met. What a coincidence! Miao Ran exclaimed. What a coincidence! Wei Su replied. Chapter 5. The Lamborghini Veneno. Wei Su couldn't help but recall Miao Ran's fair, voluptuous, and curvaceous figure from the night before. Are you heading to work? Miao Ran asked with a smile. Not really. I plan to go for a drive. Having just acquired 2 sports cars the previous night, his first order of business was naturally to enjoy a thrilling ride. A drive? That is your sole reason for heading out? Miao Ran thought, realizing he was a man who could be brought low, to the point of begging, even by Liao Feng. Before her stood a man whose car undoubtedly exuded the allure of a luxury sports vehicle. Such an individual was truly worthy of her admiration. Miao Ran mused delightfully, her fondness for Wei Su soaring. The pair descended the staircase together. To her astonishment, a Lamborghini Veneno was parked conspicuously at the foot of Building 17. When had such a magnificent car arrived? Miao Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a supercar worth tens of millions. How had she failed to notice its presence the previous night? Wei Su retrieved the key from his pocket and sauntered toward the Lamborghini. Miao Ran paused in surprise. Could it be that the owner of this stunning vehicle was none other than Wei Su? He pressed the key button, and with a beep, the headlights of the Lamborghini flickered to life, the doors rising gracefully like wings. As Miao Ran had surmised, this extravagant Lamborghini Veneno indeed belonged to Wei Su. Clearly, her judgment had been impeccable. In the presence of the Lamborghini, Wei Su appeared nothing short of a perfect gentleman. She was determined to win him over. Miao Ran quickly regained her composure. She needed to maintain her image before Wei Su. Would you like a ride? Wei Su inquired with a smile, oblivious to Miao Ran's thoughts. After all, he had no pressing matters at hand and wouldn't he mind escorting her. No, thank you. Miao Ran cast another glance at the Lamborghini, striving to appear calm. If she agreed too readily, wouldn't it suggest she was easily won? When dealing with men, one must never rush. A touch of reserve is essential. Miao Ran understood the mindset of wealthy individuals well, hence she declined Wei Su's offer. Very well. Wei Su did not press the matter. He had longed to experience the thrill of riding in a sports car. Having never before sat in a vehicle valued at tens of millions, he was eager to relish the sensation of luxury. Once inside, he was enveloped in unparalleled comfort. Both the seat and backrest were exquisitely designed for relaxation. Miao Ran turned back to steal another glance at Wei Su, and she had to admit, he looked extraordinarily handsome behind the wheel of the Lamborghini. Such a man, even in simple attire, could not be overshadowed by his modesty. The low rumble of the engine reverberated, steady and powerful, igniting a fervor within Wei Su. Time for a joyride. He pressed the accelerator and drove toward the community entrance. At the gate, a group of security personnel were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, they were interrupted by the throaty growl of the engine. Wow, is that a supercar? When did our neighborhood gain such affluence? They turned to see a car worth tens of millions gliding toward the exit. It was Wei Su, intent on taking his new vehicle for a spin. Please, open the gate for me, Wei Su instructed the security team. They were momentarily stunned by his presence. Forgetting to assist him, quickly, help the owner open the gate. The head of security urged. One could not afford to be negligent with an owner of a supercar. Soon, the gate swung open, and the roar of the engine filled the air once more. By the time they regained their senses, Wei Su had already driven away. So young, yet already the owner of a supercar. They were left astonished. Wei Su appeared remarkably youthful, and his attire was so unassuming. Who would have thought he had reached such heights at such a young age? The exhilaration of driving the sports car was unlike anything he had ever experienced. After approximately 30 minutes on the road, Wei Su decided to stop by a shopping mall to upgrade his humble wardrobe. Now that he was a man of means, it was inappropriate to continue donning such ordinary attire. Ding ding. At that moment, the classic ringtone of his phone interrupted him. It was a call from the bank. Likely a reminder about his debts. Wei Su chuckled and shook his head. In the past, such a call would have sent him into a panic. But now, things were different. He owned 10 buildings and had ample funds. Pressing the answer button, he soon heard a middle-aged man's voice on the line. Hello, Mr. Wei. I am Wang Fei, the manager at Xiaorong Bank. Wei Su replied. I will be repaying the loan I took out with your bank shortly. Wang Fei responded. Mr. Wei, you jest. Your loan has already been settled by someone else. Someone had paid off his loan. Wei Su was taken aback. Who could it be? After hanging up, he pondered, but could not fathom who had cleared his debt. Let us head to the mall. Despite his curiosity, Wei Su decided not to dwell on it. Driving his sports car, he arrived at the mall's parking lot. After securing the vehicle, he made his way inside. On the opposite side of the mall, a tall, statuesque beauty stood in front of the Chanel counter, eyeing a handbag. Miss, this is Chanel's latest release. Would you like to purchase it? The sales associate approached quickly, recognizing the beauty's exceptional aura. Upon glancing at the price tag, the long-haired beauty hesitated. The handbag cost nearly 50,000 yuan, a sum she did not have on her at that moment. Yet, the allure of the new handbag was undeniable. Please hold on a moment. I need to make a call. After much deliberation, the tall beauty finally spoke. She retrieved her latest smartphone and dialed a number. This was Yuan Liang's number. The beauty was none other than his fiancée, Han Yun. The call connected promptly. Yin Yun, what is it? Yuan Liang inquired. Darling, I found a handbag I adore, but I don't have enough cash on me. Could you transfer 20,000 yuan to me? A silence ensued on the other end. After a long pause, Yuan Liang finally responded, Yin Yun, I've used all my money to pay off the mortgage and car loan. I don't have any cash right now. Can we wait until I get my paycheck? Previously, Yuan Liang had boasted in their classmates group chat about buying a house outright, but it was merely a facade. In reality, he was burdened with monthly mortgage and car loan payments. After settling those, his salary barely left him with anything. Chapter 6, The Street Showdown. After concluding the call, Yuan Liang hung up. He had no money left, so there was no way he could send Han Yun 20,000 yuan. So he broke? How pretentious. The sales associate's expression shifted to one of disdain. She had initially thought she had encountered a wealthy patron, only to discover that this tall beauty couldn't even afford a handbag worth a few tens of thousands. What a waste of her enthusiasm. If you can't afford it, please leave. I'm not interested in attending to someone who cannot even buy a handbag worth a few tens of thousands. With that, the sales associate attempted to usher Han Yun away. Han Yun felt a tumult of embarrassment and indignation as the sales assistant publicly dismissed her amidst the bustling mall. With so many onlookers, where could she possibly hide her face? A crowd began to gather, their curiosity piqued by the scene unfolding before them. To her astonishment, such a stunning beauty with long legs had no one willing to purchase a bag for her. Unexpectedly, a lewd voice broke through the tension. How about this, beautiful? If you agree to spend the night with me, I'll buy you that bag. It was a sleazy middle-aged man who had set his sights on Han Yun. She had no desire to engage with him, only wishing to escape the situation swiftly. She was not one to be so easily swayed. Otherwise, there would be countless wealthy suitors eager to shower her with gifts due to her striking appearance. Isn't this Yuan Liang's fiancée? Wei Su suddenly recalled Yuan Liang boasting about his betrothed in their class group. This leggy beauty bore an uncanny resemblance to Yuan Liang's fiancée, and the thought brought a smirk to Wei Su's lips. Please wrap that bag for me and deliver it to this young lady. He instructed the sales assistant as he stepped forward. The sales assistant cast a disdainful glance at him, noting his clothes were likely from a street vendor. Total value, no more than 200 yuan. This is the latest Chanel bag, worth several tens of thousands. Do you have that kind of money? She scoffed. In her eyes, he was merely a poor boy enamored by Han Yun's beauty, attempting to play the part of a wealthy suitor. Disinclined to engage in further banter, Wei Su produced a bank card and stated, "Swipe it. Swipe it. I doubt your account balance even exceeds 3 digits. The sales assistant continued to mock, refusing to take the card. She had no belief that someone dressed in such shabby clothes could afford a 20,000 yuan Chanel bag. As the sales assistant not only refused to accept the card, but also continued to ridicule him, Wei Su's expression turned icy. Enough of your nonsense. I said swipe the card. Do you think I want to report you? He was determined to buy the bag, and the sales assistant had no right to refuse. Fuming, the sales assistant knew better than to provoke him further. After all, a complaint could lead to a fine, or worse, her dismissal. Fine. Let us see if you really have that much money. She snapped, snatching the card from Wei Su's hand and swiping it through the POS machine. The transaction was successful. How is this possible? The sales assistant was left dumbfounded. She never anticipated that Wei Su truly had the funds. Wrap it up and deliver it to this lady. Wei Su commanded coldly. All right, please wait a moment. The sales assistant, now wary of further antagonizing him, hurriedly packaged the bag and handed it to Han Yun. In disbelief, Han Yun accepted the bag after a prolonged moment of hesitation. Thank you. I will repay you as soon as possible, she expressed sincerely, recognizing that without Wei Su's intervention, she would have faced considerable embarrassment. No need. Wei Su waved his hand dismissively. The amount was trivial to him, and he would not concern himself with whether she repaid him. The onlookers were now astounded. The seemingly impoverished young man was, in fact, a wealthy individual. I'd like to treat you to a meal, Han Yun suggested, feeling obliged to express her gratitude for his significant help. Sure, Wei Su replied after a moment's reflection. Unable to turn down an invitation from such a beautiful leggy lady, the two exited the Chanel boutique together. By the way, I'm Han Yun. What is your name? She inquired, realizing she did not yet know his name. Wei Su, he responded. Wei Su. Han Yun felt the name was somewhat familiar. Wasn't he this the same Wei Su her fiancé Yuan Liang often mentioned? According to Yuan Liang, Wei Su had once ventured into business but had ultimately gone bankrupt, losing everything, including his house and car, leaving him in debt to the bank. How could he possibly afford a 20,000 yuan bag? As this thought crossed her mind, a glimmer of pity flickered in Han Yun's eyes. It seemed that the money Wei Su used had been painfully saved. She resolved to repay him the 20,000 yuan, feeling it would be unconscionable to let him shoulder the burden of her predicament. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Wei Su refrained from commenting. She must have heard of his past from Yuan Liang. Accompany me to buy some clothes, Wei Su suddenly proposed. He had long since grown weary of his inexpensive attire. Previously, he had no choice but to wear such garments due to financial constraints, but now that he had means, he had no intention of retaining such shabby apparel. All right. Han Yun consented, assuming he wanted to purchase something more modest. After all, his current clothing was beginning to show signs of wear. Wei Su led Han Yun to a high-end suit boutique. Wei Su, are you sure you're in the right place? They sell only upscale clothing here, Han Yun exclaimed, puzzled, as she doubted he could afford to spend thousands, let alone tens of thousands, on a suit given his past financial struggles. This is the place, he declared, stopping in front of several outfits that caught his eye. Han Yun gazed incredulously at Wei Su, wondering if he had lost his mind. How could he, after going bankrupt, justify such extravagant purchases? Wei Su selected several simple yet elegant outfits and instructed the sales assistant, please pack these up for me. Certainly, just a moment. The polite male sales assistant responded, recognizing that a customer willing to spend tens of thousands on clothing must possess considerable resources. Though Wei Su was dressed modestly, the world had its share of wealthy individuals who preferred casual attire. That will be 30,000, the sales assistant announced, handing Wei Su the bag filled with clothes. Swipe it, Wei Su said, producing his bank card nonchalantly. With over 20 million in his account, he felt no remorse over the expenditure. Han Yun stared at Wei Su incredulously. Was this truly the same Wei Su whom Yuan Liang claimed was drowning in debt? Now, he appeared to be nothing short of a wealthy individual. Chapter 7. Watching a movie with Han Yun. Wei Su, what do you do? How can you be so wealthy? Han Yun asked, astonished. Had he been pretending to be poor all along? If so, his performance was remarkably convincing. I recently inherited 10 buildings. Now I merely collect rent, Wei Su explained after a moment's thought. He saw no need to divulge his true circumstances to someone he had just met, especially since this person was Yuan Liang's fiancé. 10 buildings? That sounds absurd. If you told me you won 5 million in the lottery, I would find that more believable. Han Yun retorted skeptically. 10 buildings represented billions in assets. In Han Yun's eyes, a glimmer of pity emerged. Wei Su, in a bid to save face, had the audacity to spout such nonsense. In truth, Wei Su had no intention of convincing Han Yun of his claim to inherit 10 buildings. It was merely a casual remark. The reality was that those 10 buildings had been acquired by Wei Su for a mere pittance. However, the absurdity of the truth far surpassed Wei Su's fabrications. Had he spoken candidly, Han Yun would likely have deemed him insane. "Let us first dine," Han Yun suggested. Shaking her head, she found it impossible to believe his words. "Very well," Wei Su nodded, and together they exited the mall. "Please wait a moment. I shall hail a taxi," Han Yun announced, preparing to flag one down. She did not own a car, typically relying on Yuan Liang for transportation. "No need for a taxi. I drove here," Wei Su replied. How could he possibly take a cab after arriving in a sports car? Han Yun paused in surprise. Wei Su had a vehicle. Was it an electric bike, or perhaps a bicycle? "Follow me," Wei Su interjected, taking her hand and leading her towards the underground parking lot. Skeptical, yet curious, Han Yun accompanied him to the garage. She scanned the area, eager to locate Wei Su's electric bike. Soon enough, her eyes fell upon a Lamborghini ahead of her. Could it be that Wei Su's modest electric bike was parked near the Lamborghini? "Be careful, Wei Su. Do not bump into that Lamborghini. If you damage it, the compensation would be substantial," Han Yun cautioned, genuinely concerned that an accidental scrape could cost a fortune. "Fear not." Wei Su waved his hand dismissively. "This Lamborghini is mine. Why would I owe compensation? Do not jest. That car is worth tens of millions. Even if you were wealthy beyond measure, you could not possibly own such a vehicle." Han Yun shook her head, though she was not an expert on cars. She was aware of the Lamborghini's prestige. Wei Su took out a key and pressed a button. Beep. The headlights of the Lamborghini illuminated, and the doors slowly opened. It truly was Wei Su's Lamborghini. Han Yun stared at him in disbelief, realizing that he had spoken the truth. How remarkable it was for someone so young to own their own supercar. "Get in," Wei Su urged Han Yun. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and her admiration for him soared. Wei Su was not as Yuan Liang had described. As Han Yun settled into the plush seat of the sports car, she marveled at its comfort, a stark contrast to Yuan Liang's modest vehicle worth only 200,000 to 300,000. The deep roar of the engine resonated as Wei Su drove the Lamborghini out of the parking garage. "I know a fine Western restaurant. The ambience is quite exquisite. Shall we dine there?" "Certainly," Han Yun replied. Following her directions, Wei Su navigated the Lamborghini to the restaurant's entrance. What a stunning car. A Lamborghini Veneno. I bet the owner is equally handsome. It became evident that those who drove sports cars were perceived as incredibly attractive by passers-by. Wow. The owner is just a young man. At such a young age, he already possesses a supercar. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. If not, perhaps I could. Despite Wei Su still wearing clothing from a roadside stall that cost less than 200 yuan, to the onlookers, he was the most dashing figure present. At that moment, Han Yun stepped out of the car. The owner actually has a girlfriend. Many spectators felt their hearts sink upon seeing Han Yun, as several had considered approaching him. However, they now had to abandon that thought. "Shall we go inside?" Han Yun, being a frequent patron of the restaurant, was quite familiar with the establishment. Wei Su nodded and entered the restaurant with her. "What may I get for you two?" Shortly after they were seated, a waiter approached them. "I'll have a sirloin steak, medium rare," Han Yun stated, then handed the menu to Wei Su. "What would you like to order?" "I'll have the same," Wei Su replied nonchalantly. He had initially intended to take Han Yun to a more upscale venue, but since she insisted on this one, he did not press the matter further. "Then, 2 medium rare sirloin steaks," Han Yun confirmed. "Very well, please wait a moment," the waiter replied before departing. "I suspect you are wondering how I went from being bankrupt to suddenly wealthy, correct?" Wei Su suddenly remarked. Han Yun's photo had circulated in their class group. She was Yuan Liang's fiancée. You know who I am?" A flicker of panic crossed Han Yun's face, realizing he had known her identity all along. "Yes. I saw your photo in the class group. You are Yuan Liang's fiancée," Wei Su stated plainly. "Then why did you help me out of that predicament?" Han Yun queried, perplexed as to why he would assist her knowing her identity. "It was merely a matter of convenience. I helped without much thought," he said. He had merely noticed a beautiful woman in an awkward situation and lent a hand. As for Yuan Liang, Wei Su had long since dismissed him from his mind. While Yuan Liang fretted over monthly mortgage and car payments, Wei Su had already become the owner of 10 buildings. So that's how it is. Han Yun felt a warmth spread within her. Compared to Wei Su, Yuan Liang seemed insignificant. How wonderful it would be if her boyfriend were someone like Wei Su. "In truth, my relationship with Yuan Liang is rather shallow. There seems to be a barrier between us," Han Yun confided, unsure why she chose to share this with Wei Su. Hearing this, Wei Su's interest piqued. It appeared Yuan Liang was not all that impressive if even his girlfriend felt a distance from him. Through their conversation, Wei Su learned that although they were in a romantic relationship, Han Yun was quite conservative. They had never cohabited. "Shall we catch a movie?" Han Yun asked after their meal, unexpectedly inviting Wei Su to join her. Sure, Wei Su agreed. After the film, the night had deepened, and Han Yun found herself captivated by the handsome and affluent young man beside her. That night, the two indulged in an intimate connection. Chapter 8, Jaw-dropping revelation. Morning came, and after lingering in each other's embrace, Wei Su finally prepared to check out. Where are you headed? Wei Su asked, feigning ignorance. Despite Han Yun's relationship with Yuan Liang and their cohabitation at Lakeside Mansion, Wei Su chose to act oblivious. Nevertheless, it was evident that they must have slept in separate rooms, given that Han Yun had experienced her first time last night, the telltale signs evident in her actions. I will head home first. Shall we exchange contact information? Perhaps we can chat again sometime? Han Yun said, her cheeks flushed. She finally remembered she had a boyfriend. Yet, the memory of the previous day's events weighed heavily on her heart. How delightful it would be if her boyfriend were the man before her. Very well, let's chat when you have time. Wei Su smiled, leaving his phone number without any lingering attachment as he parted ways with Han Yun. Once he turned away, the gentle smile on Wei Su's face transformed entirely into a devilish charm. Yuan Liang. Oh Yuan Liang, what a true shade of forgiveness you wear upon your brow. Upon returning to the lakeside villa, Han Yun suddenly realized that she had yet to inquire about the man's name. To think that she had engaged intimately with her first partner, yet remained oblivious to his name. She shook her head with a bitter smile. And just as she opened the door, she discovered Yuan Liang already seated in the room, his expression dark and brooding. Where were you last night? Yuan Liang immediately questioned as Han Yun entered, his tone somewhat aggressive. What business is it of yours where I went? Han Yun retorted defiantly. You didn't answer your phone, nor did you respond to my messages. Just tell me, where exactly were you? Yuan Liang shot up, glaring at her. What? Do you suspect me of infidelity, Yuan Liang? Fine, let us break up. Han Yun scoffed, standing her ground. After all, she had no desire to remain with a man who wouldn't even buy her a handbag. This was the perfect opportunity to end things. No, I'm not doubting you. Upon hearing the word break up, Yuan Liang's initially aggressive demeanor softened instantly. I merely wished to know where you went last night. This girlfriend had always been a source of pride for him among friends and classmates. If they broke up, wouldn't he be mocked for lacking charm? Besides, he intended to enjoy her company after their engagement. How could he allow things to end prematurely? He would treat her kindly now, but once engaged, she would learn her place. I was at my best friend's house drinking last night. You can call her if you don't believe me. Moreover, I have a question for you. You claim to be working overtime, yet when I called your office, your colleague said you had left long before. Han Yun narrowed her eyes, a cold smile on her lips. Yuan Liang was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his silence, Han Yun turned to return to her room. This is the last time. If you dare cheat again, I'll end things with you right away. Leaving Yuan Liang bewildered in the living room. How was it that he had initiated the questioning, yet now found himself accused of infidelity? Yuan Liang took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze flickering between uncertainty and contemplation. He sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. However, with a class reunion set for later that afternoon, he couldn't afford to escalate matters with Han Yun. After all, he would need to present her as his partner and bask in the envious glances of others. At 5 o'clock, the reunion was already underway at the Kempinski Hotel. Yuan Liang and Han Yun stepped in hand, greeted by the eager anticipation of their classmates. Applause erupted in celebration. Brother Liang, you and your girlfriend are a stunning couple, a match made in heaven. Indeed, such a beautiful woman as your girlfriend must surely be a prize only you could win. Hey, Brother Liang, arriving so early without distributing some red envelopes? What kind of celebration is this? Upon arriving at the hotel, classmates expressed their congratulations upon encountering Yuan Liang and Han Yun. The flattery pleased Yuan Liang immensely. There was nothing quite like the feeling of being exalted above others. All right. These red envelopes are a mere token. Please, everyone, take one. Today is a momentous occasion for me, Yuan Liang. Thank you all for your support. Yuan Liang produced a stack of red envelopes and tossed them into the crowd, which erupted in cheers as they scrambled to catch them. Watching his old classmates, Yuan Liang's eyes brimmed with disdain. They truly were a bunch of simpletons. By the way, where is that scoundrel Wei Su? Has he not arrived? I was hoping to put him in his place. Yuan Liang looked around. A portly and unattractive classmate named Zhang who approached, understanding Yuan Liang's implication, and exclaimed, Hey, aren't we missing someone at this gathering? The crowd exchanged glances. Oh, yes, we're missing Wei Su. Wei Su. Huffed. Whether he comes or not is irrelevant. He's bankrupt now, unable to fend for himself. What use would he be here? Haha, I remember when he first started his business. He was quite the showman. But now if he shows up, he'll just be here to mooch off our feast since Brother Liang is treating. I hope he doesn't come. Even if he does, I would look down upon him. Laughter erupted among the classmates, all filled with mockery and disdain for Wei Su. Once a rising star, he was now a fallen figure, having lost everything to Yuan Liang, who now relished in the derision of their peers. Before Wei Su even arrived, the criticism had begun. Han Yun, witnessing this nauseating display, felt the urge to break free from Yuan Liang's grasp. All right, let us not speak ill of him behind his back. If he does come, no matter how he eats, I'm still treating. After all, I'm quite charitable and can spare him a few bites. Yuan Liang feigned generosity. Brother Liang is indeed magnanimous. No wonder he has achieved so much. Compared to him, Wei Su is nothing but trash. Exactly. Comparing Wei Su to Brother Liang? Are you looking down on Brother Liang? More flattery followed. Yet, just as they continued to belittle Wei Su while elevating Yuan Liang, a loud roar of an engine suddenly pierced the air. Everyone turned their heads to see a Lamborghini Veneno pull up at the hotel entrance. The sleek exterior and feral growl of the beast ignited envy in the eyes of the crowd. Even Yuan Liang felt a twinge of jealousy upon seeing the car. Whose luxury vehicle is this? Someone in the crowd asked. But the answer arrived swiftly. A figure emerged from the Lamborghini Veneno, exuding confidence and a commanding presence. When he turned around, every jaw dropped in astonishment. Wei Su. Chapter 9, Delivering Wine. For Yuan Liang and the others, this was a shocking revelation. How could Wei Su possibly own that Lamborghini Veneno? Wasn't he supposed to be broke? He must be renting it. One of the classmates, Zhang Hu, suddenly proclaimed this theory, and the crowd snapped back to reality. Right, luxury cars can be rented these days. Although the daily rental fee is exorbitant, for some people, renting it for a day is still within reach. With this thought, their mocking expressions returned. Yuan Liang's previously sullen face relaxed as well. The last thing he wanted was for Wei Su to embarrass him. After all, his ascent had always been at Wei Su's expense. For Han Yun, it was equally shocking. Just last night, she had been intimately involved with this man, and now she faced him again. The most pressing concern was her boyfriend standing beside her. Only she knew that the car truly belonged to him, given that the gifts he had given her just yesterday were worth several $100,000. A man capable of casually bestowing hundreds of thousands in gifts. How could his vehicle possibly be rented? I was almost deceived. A rented car. And yet he drives it with such ostentatious bravado? He must be attempting to embarrass our dear Liang. For Liang is indeed a man who drives a BMW. Does he truly believe everyone else is a fool? Wei Su, come over quickly. We are here. Let us have a proper discussion. Where did you rent this car? Even in his casual attire, Wei Su exuded an air of elegance as he approached, maintaining his composure. This car is not rented. It belongs to me, he stated calmly. Look at that. He is still trying to argue. He is indeed a man who values his pride. Come now, confess. There is no shame in it, is there? Mr. Wei? Mr. Wei, you say? He is bankrupt now. Perhaps we should call him Wei the Younger. The crowd erupted into a chorus of mockery. Yet, Wei Su remained unfazed, merely smiling. Their laughter could only persist in this moment. Wei, you've arrived. Don't mind them. It's just a joke among classmates. They're not mocking you, Yuan Liang said, approaching Wei Su with feigned sincerity. Wei Su cast a glance at the blushing Han Yun before nodding with a smile, indicating his understanding. Allow me to introduce you. This is your sister-in-law, and she is preparing to get engaged to me today. Yuan Liang gestured towards Han Yun. With a beaming smile, Wei Su extended his hand. Hello, sister-in-law. He emphasized the term, causing Han Yun's complexion to grow even more awkward. Reluctantly, she extended her hand in return. Hello. Just as they released their grip, Wei Su discreetly brushed his finger against her palm, eliciting a deeper blush from her. Yuan Liang, oblivious to the exchange, signaled to the others. All right, the private room is ready. Let us head inside. Once inside, conversations flourished among the classmates, each forming their own clusters. While Wei Su found himself isolated, quietly sipping his drink, the others stifled their laughter, and Yuan Liang relished the moment. Meanwhile, Han Yun discreetly observed Wei Su. Captivated by his handsome profile, her heart fluttering as she momentarily forgot about Yuan Liang beside her. Wei the Younger, long time no see. At that moment, Zhang Hu, having caught Yuan Liang's signal, approached with a drink in hand, addressing Wei Su as Wei the Younger. It's been a while. Wei Su maintained a neutral expression. Tell me, where did you rent that car? I'd like to rent one too. After all, I need to propose to my girlfriend in a few months. And I can't show up in a shabby car, can I? Zhang Hu chuckled. Really, it's not rented. This car is genuinely mine, Wei Su replied honestly. However, Zhang Hu merely scoffed with a derisive heh, clearly unconvinced. The others seized the opportunity to ridicule Wei Su further. Come now, Wei Su, that car must be worth millions. You're bankrupt. How could you afford it? It's fine. Just tell us where you rented it. There is no shame in admitting it. After all, we aren't all capable like Liang. Indeed, Wei Su, as a fallen man, you should stop trying to show off. Look at Liang. He embodies the humility of a successful person. You should learn from him. If I were you, I'd stick close to Liang. Even being his chauffeur would be a good deal. One after another, they belittled Wei Su while elevating Yuan Liang to lofty heights. Wei Su waved his hands in modest denial, his expression humble. Learn from Liang how to wear a green hat. That is something I cannot do. Besides, it is Liang who adorned himself with that green hat. Yet, the crowd misinterpreted Wei Su's humility as genuine modesty. Yuan Liang couldn't help but approach with a glass, feigning camaraderie. Wei the Younger, they're not wrong. I've heard you can't even pay your rent lately. Why not be my chauffeur? Don't worry, you won't go unpaid. Wei Su simply shook his head with a smile. Once revered as Wei the Elder and Mr. Wei, now they all referred to him as Wei the Younger. Their words dripped with derision, their expressions mocking. Such is the fickle nature of society. Yet, Wei Su paid them no mind. It was better to see through their true faces. Upon seeing Wei Su decline his proposal, Yuan Liang frowned. Zhang Hu immediately chimed in. Wei the Younger, in this era, one must look towards wealth. You're too thin-skinned. If it were me, I'd certainly serve Liang, doing all the hard work. Enjoying the good life. Internally, Wei Su scoffed. That's you. Just as he was about to confront them, the door to the private room was suddenly knocked upon. The hotel manager entered, carefully carrying a bottle of wine. Yuan Liang's sharp eyes immediately recognized it as a rare vintage from the 1950s. This was a treasure worth at least $1 million. What business did the manager have here? All eyes fixated on the bottle. With a slight smile, the manager glanced at Wei Su. Wei Su gently shook his head, and the manager refrained from further words, simply stating, "This is a gift from our hotel's owner for you all to enjoy. Please, indulge." He then set down the wine and stood aside. Wow, Liang, do you really have such influence? Even the owner of the Kempinski Hotel sends you wine? Zhang Hu exclaimed in surprise. In truth, he was uncertain to whom the wine was intended, but it was 90% likely for Yuan Liang, as he was the most accomplished among them. No, I have no such influence. Yuan Liang feigned modesty, but in reality, he was brimming with pride. He believed wholeheartedly that this exquisite wine was a gift for him, given his elevated status among the group. Come on, Wei the Younger, you've never tasted such fine wine, have you? Would you like to try? Yuan Liang waved the bottle enticingly in front of Wei Su. Zhang Hu and the others erupted in laughter, their mockery palpable. Only Han Yun sat quietly, fixated on Wei Su. Meanwhile, the manager, having overheard Yuan Liang, felt his eyelids twitch. What? This fellow dares to refer to the owner as the Younger? The manager had only met the new owner that morning and had come to present the wine to earn favor, thinking it would reflect well on the owner in front of his classmates. But now, it appeared they believed the wine was intended for Yuan Liang instead. The manager could hardly contain himself and was about to step in to defend the owner, but Wei Su subtly gestured for him to remain still. The manager complied reluctantly, remaining silent. Is this wine really that expensive? Wei Su asked deliberately. More than just expensive. A bottle is worth $1 million. Zhang Hu scoffed. This money could cover the rental of your Lamborghini Veneno for an entire month. Only our brother Liang possesses such clout. Wei Su nodded in agreement. Yuan Liang squinted his eyes and smugly declared, Wei Su, would you like a drink? If you call me big brother, I'll allow you a sip. Upon hearing this, Wei Su couldn't suppress a laugh. It was utterly absurd for Yuan Liang to demand that Wei Su plead for a taste of his alcohol. With a smile, Wei Su stood up and said, I'm off to wash my face and clear my head before I can truly appreciate this fine wine. Farewell. With that, he exited the private room. Ha ha ha, he can't bear to face us and just slipped away. Someone remarked. I bet he won't dare return. After all, he must feel utterly humiliated, having been exposed for renting that luxury car. If it were me, I would certainly find a crack in the ground to hide in. Brother Liang, how could that worthless Wei Su possibly deserve to drink such fine wine? Come on, let us have a taste. The group continued to mock him, even in his absence, as if their superiority could only be affirmed through derision. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Han Yun rolled her eyes and stood up, saying, I'm going to freshen up. Yuan Liang, already buoyed by the flattery of his classmates, paid her little mind and merely nodded. As Han Yun left the private room, she didn't head to the restroom, but instead pulled out her phone to text a certain man. Where are you? Wei Su, on the third-floor balcony. I'll come find you. Han Yun tucked her phone away, taking a deep breath as her cheeks flushed. Upon reaching the third-floor balcony and seeing Wei Su's broad silhouette, memories of his previous cold remarks in the private room flashed through her mind, causing her heart to flutter. She approached him and, without hesitation, embraced him from behind. Wei Su took a drag from his cigarette, savoring the softness behind him, and smiled. We meet again. Is it a surprise? Han Yun nodded shyly. Did you think the car was also rented by me? Wei Su inquired. Han Yun shook her head. Your trust in me earns you a reward. Let me share another piece of news. That bottle of priceless limao, I gifted it to them to enjoy, Wei Su said with a smile. Han Yun looked up, astonished. You. Indeed, the owner of the Kempinski Hotel is also me, Wei Su replied, grinning. Han Yun's mouth dropped open in shock. You are the owner of the Kempinski Hotel? Wei Su turned to embrace her, leaning down to capture her lips with a mischievous smile. How about breaking up with Liang? Han Yun's eyes glazed over with enchantment as she gently nodded. All right, I will do it immediately. No, I don't want you to do it right away. I prefer a thrill. Wei Su narrowed his eyes and murmured, I want to place a grand green hat on him. But I also don't wish for you to be sullied by him. Do you understand what I mean? Han Yun nodded, entranced, fully comprehending his intent. He wanted her to play the part, to toy with Yuan Liang. She felt that this man before her was imbued with an alluring aura, like an abyss that deeply captivated her. After all, he was the one who had taken her first. That is good to hear. Suddenly, Wei Su scooped Han Yun into his arms. Ah, Han Yun yelped in surprise. What are you doing? What do you think? Wei Su inhaled her captivating fragrance and carried her into the restroom. Han Yun's cheeks flushed scarlet, filled with embarrassment. Can't we wait until the gathering ends? We could go to a hotel, she protested. No, we must do it now. Back in the private room. Yuan Liang would never imagine that his fiancée was currently in the restroom on the 3rd floor, entangled with the very man he despised the most, Wei Su. Yet here he was, reveling in his own self-satisfaction. Truly, this Limao is exquisite. Haha, when Wei Su returns, brother Liang, make him kneel. If he refuses, don't give him any wine. I think that's a brilliant idea. I've long been displeased with him. Back in college, he was always flirting with Mu Wanqing. How infuriating. Yuan Liang downed a glass of Limao with a smile. A woman like Mu Wanqing is not someone a worthless person like Wei Su could ever possess. I heard she has already abandoned him and gone abroad. Zhang Hu laughed. Haha, I knew it. Yuan Liang approached the manager, his tone suddenly polite, and asked, May I inquire why your boss sent me the wine? The manager looked at him with disdain. Who said this wine was sent to you? Yuan Liang was taken aback. What? It wasn't sent to me? Huh, manager, don't jest. Among all these people, I hold the highest status. If this wine wasn't meant for me, then who was it for? Surely not for that worthless Wei Su, right? Haha. The manager regarded Yuan Liang as if he were a fool. Compelled to reveal a harsh truth, that bottle of wine was indeed sent for Mr. Wei. Had he not instructed me to keep his identity a secret, I would have announced it long ago. I genuinely wish to see the expressions on your faces when you learn the truth. You must be joking. Yuan Liang chuckled, still in disbelief. Apologies, sir, I am not joking. However, the hotel manager maintained a serious demeanor, stating, My boss has a close relationship with Mr. Wei. Upon hearing that he was attending this gathering, he arranged for the wine to be sent over. Yet you, sir, presumptuously opened a bottle that was not yours and nearly finished it. Now, perhaps you should consider how to compensate Mr. Wei. Yuan Liang was left speechless. Chapter 11. Refusal to kneel, face the consequences. Emerging from the restroom, Wei Su stretched languidly, feeling invigorated. What a thrill. Following closely behind him, Han Yun's attire was slightly disheveled, her cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling, captivating the attention of passing guests. Wei Su gazed at Han Yun's enchanting demeanor and couldn't resist pulling her in for a passionate kiss. How annoying. Han Yun protested, her face burning with embarrassment. This time was merely a taste. Next time, we must indulge thoroughly, yes? Wei Su grinned mischievously. You rogue. I must hurry back to the private room, otherwise Yuan Liang will start to suspect something, Han Yun retorted, spinning on her heel and rushing away. Wei Su watched her alluring figure depart, unable to suppress a lick of his lips. No wonder there is a saying about how a king forsakes court and finds solace in a woman's embrace. If he didn't want Han Yun to irritate Yuan Liang, he would have truly considered taking her to his place for a night of revelry. After Han Yun returned, several minutes passed before Wei Su finally sauntered back to the private room. However, the atmosphere within had grown rather peculiar. The manager stood by the door, slightly bowing. Mr. Wei, welcome back. Wei Su nodded and resumed his seat, only to find that everyone was silent. Even Yuan Liang, who had been so full of himself, now sat with a complex expression, no longer inquiring why Han Yun had taken so long to freshen up. What's the matter, everyone? Why so quiet? Wei Su, feeling refreshed after his earlier escapade, asked with a smile. The group remained silent, their expressions revealing their discomfort. Did he truly not grasp the gravity of the situation? Wei Su, you're not being a good friend. Once again, it was Zhang who stepped forward, forcing a smile as he spoke. The respectful address had shifted from Brother Wei to directly calling him by name. Oh, am I not enough of a friend? What leads you to say that? Wei Su inquired. You are acquainted with the owner of this hotel. Why did you not disclose this to everyone? Zhang Hu pressed, his resolve faltering. The crowd hastily lowered their heads, embarrassment washing over them. It was truly mortifying. They had indulged in such exquisite wine and had spent the entire time mocking its owner. Now, faced with the truth, they were left dumbfounded. Wei Su, upon hearing this, merely grinned, "But you didn't ask me." The crowd was left speechless. Yuan Liang was taken aback. Han Yun observed the scene before her, the sudden reversal of fortune eliciting a slight smirk from her. Yuan Liang, however, was too preoccupied to notice his girlfriend's expression. He clutched his wine glass, his face clouded with dismay. His current dilemma was how to deflect responsibility for opening that expensive bottle of wine. After all, its worth was at least $1 million, and it was a rare treasure. To boot, how could he possibly repay such a debt? Yet, the words that followed from Wei Su sent a jolt through Yuan Liang's heart. Wei Su, who had previously endured their taunts, slowly rose and surveyed the crowd. But his gaze was no longer calm. It was sharp and piercing. Perhaps I risk sounding boastful, but I must clarify one point. I am not merely acquainted with the owner of the Kempinski Hotel. I am the owner of the Kempinski Hotel. Gasps filled the room as his declaration echoed. The classmates were in utter shock, followed by a chorus of gasps. What? The owner of the Kempinski Hotel? Wasn't Wei Su bankrupt? Surely you jest. At last, Yuan Liang could no longer contain himself. This revelation was far too staggering. Suzhou City was not particularly large, being a mid-sized city, and the Kempinski Hotel stood as its sole 5-star establishment. Its value was immeasurable. Whoever owned such a grand hotel possessed an unimaginable fortune, one that could not be quantified in mere numbers. How could Wei Su possibly be the owner of this hotel? If Wei Su claimed that Lamborghini was his, he might have believed it. But saying he was the hotel owner? He found that utterly implausible. Do you think I jest? Wei Su's eyes glinted playfully as he regarded Yuan Liang. Yuan Liang mustered his courage and replied, "Of course. Very well. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to slap your face one day, Yuan Liang," Wei Su retorted with a cold smirk. He beckoned the manager over. "Come here and tell him who the true owner of this 5-star hotel is." The manager approached with a respectful demeanor, scanning the crowd before addressing Yuan Liang. "The esteemed owner of the Kempinski Hotel is Wei Su. If you doubt this, feel free to verify the information. You will find it documented." The crowd was left speechless. Yuan Liang's face turned pale, and he instinctively took a couple of steps back. Zhang Hu and the others were left in a state of shock, utterly flabbergasted by Wei Su's sudden elevation in status. With the hotel manager himself affirming Wei Su's identity, how could it possibly be false? "Now, do you all believe?" Wei Su leaned over the table, smiling as he surveyed the crowd. Yet, anyone who met his gaze hastily averted their eyes, their faces ashen. They had previously mocked Wei Su with such glee. Now, with the situation flipped, their bravado had evaporated, replaced by a deep-seated fear. Indeed, fear. Wei Su was no longer a mere individual. He was the owner of a 5-star hotel. To call him a billionaire would not be an exaggeration. Such a wealthy individual could easily crush them like insects in retaliation. With just a wave of his hand, countless individuals would eagerly come forth to assist him. Seeing the crowd rendered speechless, the smile on Wei Su's face faded. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low, somber tone. "Since you are all aware of my identity, shouldn't you lower your heads and apologize?" The crowd remained silent, their expressions grim. Although they were astonished, their mindset had yet to shift. Noticing their inaction, Wei Su chuckled. Did they truly believe he was powerless against them? With that, Zhang Hu suddenly stood up. Bowing his head to Wei Su, "Boss Wei, I apologize." The others, witnessing this, quickly gritted their teeth and rose, echoing in unison, "Boss Wei, we apologize." Only Yuan Liang remained stubborn, clenching his teeth and refusing to stand. Han Yun, on the other hand, feigned indifference. Not sincere enough, kneel. Yet, Wei Su had no intention of letting them off the hook. Hadn't they derived great pleasure from their mockery? Hadn't they relished calling him Brother Wei? Now it was his turn. This is excessive." The crowd was in disbelief. Wei Su was demanding they kneel? Wei Su merely smiled. Refusing to kneel comes with consequences. Chapter 12. All kneel. Refuse to kneel, and face the consequences. When Wei Su's words landed, the faces of the crowd drained of color. Even Yuan Liang furrowed his brow in distress. "Wei Gu this." Zhang Hu stammered, attempting to intercede. Kneeling was far too humiliating, especially for dozens to do so together. If they truly knelt, they would likely lose face forever in their social circle. "Wei Su, let us be lenient here. We're all classmates. There's no need for this, right?" Yuan Liang stepped forward, drawing the attention of his classmates, who looked to him with hope. They wished for Yuan Liang to intercede and persuade Wei Su to retract his ultimatum. However, Wei Su merely shot him a glance, replying indifferently, "You seem to enjoy playing the hero?" Yuan Liang's face paled as he retorted, "That's not it. I just believe we're all classmates. And there's no need for it to escalate like this, don't you think?" "Oh, so you're aware we're classmates?" Wei Su said with a cold smile. "Then why didn't you come forward when these people were mocking me?" Yuan Liang was left speechless. How could he explain that they had all wanted to trample on Wei Su to feel superior? It was only by belittling Wei Su that they could elevate themselves. Noticing Yuan Liang's silence, Wei Su pointed at the empty bottle of wine on the table, smiling slightly. Who was it that unilaterally decided to open my wine and share it with you all? The crowd fell silent, all eyes turning to Yuan Liang. Oh, so it was you, Yuan Liang. Wei Su chuckled. Are you implying that I should cover the cost of this bottle of wine? Yuan Liang's expression darkened. It's just a bottle of wine. Originally, I had no intention of pursuing this matter. Wei Su smiled faintly and said, but have you forgotten what kind of face you, Yuan Liang, were earlier? You held my wine and declared that you would only let me drink if I called you big brother? The crowd fell silent. And Yuan Liang was momentarily speechless. Remembering the earlier scene, all present felt their faces flush with embarrassment, overwhelmed by the humiliation. Yuan Liang, this is your final ultimatum. Wei Su, unwilling to prolong the matter any further, spoke calmly. You can either kneel or compensate me with a bottle of equivalent limao. Choose. Yuan Liang's countenance darkened. A bottle of limao from the 1950s was worth $1 million. Even if he had that million, acquiring it would be a challenge. The only reason such a bottle was available in a 5-star hotel was due to the owner's extensive connections. However, Yuan Liang had no such connections. He was merely a minor deputy director in a company, still not even officially employed. If he were truly required to compensate for this bottle, he would have to sell his house by the lakeshore. Meanwhile, Han Yun observed the scene that was weighing heavily on everyone, a smile creeping onto her lips. As for Yuan Liang, she had long since developed a profound disdain for him. In the future, it seemed inevitable that she would have to play along. Initially, she had intended to give herself to Yuan Liang after their engagement, resign from her job as a flight attendant, and settle down to support her husband and raise children. But fate had led her to Wei Su. Therefore, Yuan Liang, I'm afraid you'll have to endure the humiliation of wearing a grand green hat. I do not relish the idea of wasting time, Wei Su stated nonchalantly. You have 3 seconds to decide. If, after 3 seconds, you have not knelt before me, then I regret to inform you that we shall see what the future holds. Trust me, I possess 100 methods to make your lives a living hell. As his words echoed, a tremor of fear rippled through the hearts of those present. Were it the former Wei Su uttering such threats, they would have dismissed him with disdain, perhaps even resorting to violence against him. Yet now, this Wei Su had transformed into the owner of a 5-star hotel, a billionaire. And they found themselves unable to meet his gaze, let alone dismiss him. 3, 2. Wei Su began the countdown, preparing to reach 1. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, dozens of former classmates who had once mocked Wei Su knelt down simultaneously. The only ones remaining standing were Yuan Liang, Han Yun, and the manager. As for Wei Su, he sat comfortably, unfazed. Wei Su, I admit I was wrong to mock you earlier, but today is my engagement day with Han Yun. Could you please show me some grace? Yuan Liang pleaded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wei Su glanced at Han Yun, his eyes glinting with amusement, and then generously nodded. Very well, in light of your joyous occasion, I shall let you off this time. He then narrowed his eyes, but do not test my patience again, understood? Yuan Liang numbly nodded, his heart sinking. Excellent. Wei Su rose and instructed the manager beside him, double the fees for this gathering. The manager replied respectfully, understood. Yuan Liang's expression soured again. Even after leaving, Wei Su did not forget to torment him. Damn it. Wei Su had grown indifferent to the disdainful gazes of these foolish individuals and turned to leave. By now, who would still dare to claim that Wei Su's Lamborghini poison was rented? Once outside the hotel, Han Yun also stood up, looking at the disgruntled Yuan Liang. You have disappointed me greatly. My boyfriend, being forced to bow low, almost kneeling on the ground, is truly embarrassing. I will stay at my friend S place for a couple of days, and I hope in 2 days, you, Yuan Liang, can impress me anew. With that, she walked away in front of everyone. Damn it, Yuan Liang yelled, shattering a wine bottle in anger. At that moment, the manager smiled slightly. I'm sorry, dear guest, but the shards of that bottle have scratched the floor. The cost for one section of the floor is $30,000. Please compensate. Yuan Liang. After exiting the hotel, Wei Su arrived at the garage and waited for a moment. As expected, Han Yun soon followed, taking a seat in the passenger seat. Once settled, she immediately wrapped her arms around Wei Su and gave him a fervent kiss, saying sweetly, Darling, you were so magnificent just now. Wei Su merely smiled, asking, Where are you headed? I'll drive you. Han Yun, with a flirtatious glance, replied, I told Yuan Liang I was staying at my friend S for a couple of days. And your friend? I've already arranged everything. I slipped her 10,000. Wei Su gently lifted Han Yun's delicate chin, gazing at the stunning beauty before him. Then tonight, sleep will be a luxury you cannot afford. Chapter 13. A swift defeat at Renheng Tangbei Villa. In an OL skirt that accentuated her perfect figure, Miao ran, just off work, walked down the street, turning heads and drawing the attention of numerous men. Many handsome suitors approached, seeking her WeChat contact, but she rejected them all. In her eyes, these so-called handsome men were utterly worthless. Only the wealthy piqued her interest, and she was acutely aware of her own worth. Her virginity, stunning beauty, and flawless figure were her assets. Moreover, the man she had set her sights on was quite handsome himself, not inferior to any of these men. Not only was he good-looking, but he was also a half-owner of the lakeshore mansion. He owned 10 buildings. If she could secure this man, her future would be one of leisurely wealth. Unfortunately, it had already been 2 days, and that man had yet to return. She had waited helplessly for 2 whole days. A wealthy man, absent for 2 days, she knew precisely what he was up to. Regret gnawed at her. She wished she had accepted his invitation for a joyride. Unconsciously, she found herself at the entrance of Lakeshore Mansion. Her gaze was fixed longingly on the distance, still no sign of that man or the wild Lamborghini poison. She gritted her teeth silently. Next time, she would seize the opportunity, although she would not make it too easy for him. She must ensure he tasted a bit of sweetness, for he truly lacked for women. In the following 2 days, Wei Su and Han Yun truly turned the 5-star hotel upside down. Alone together, even a mere glance could incite a tempest. During this time, Wei Su diligently opened a 1 yuan flash sale app at midnight, only to regretfully find the system undergoing maintenance, halting sales for the day. This left him feeling quite disappointed. After parting ways with Han Yun, she emerged from their intimate encounter looking radiant and even more beautiful. Remember this. I do not wish for my possessions to be sullied. Understand? Wei Su advised Han Yun. Han Yun embraced Wei Su tightly, chuckling lightly. He no longer has the right to touch me. Wei Su nodded with a smile. Indeed. A lioness could never settle for a stray dog. Subsequently, Wei Su casually bestowed upon her 200,000, chuckling, you may resign now, for the time being. Indulge in a fleeting dalliance with Yuan Liang. When the opportunity ripens, I shall bring you to my abode. Han Yun nodded dreamily. Wei Su pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini Veneno emitted a low growl before speeding away, leaving Han Yun gazing at his retreating figure, enraptured. After a considerable while, Han Yun regained her senses and glanced down at the bank card he had given her, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Could it be that he merely regarded her as a pampered canary? Yet, she had genuinely begun to harbor feelings for him. Lowering her gaze to her long, exquisite legs and then to her breathtaking visage, she smiled with renewed confidence. At present, he did not love her. However, in the future, Han Yun was certain she could win his heart. Upon returning to Yuan Liang's residence, she found him already prepared with a splendid candlelit dinner awaiting her. Had she encountered such meticulous preparations before meeting Wei Su, she would have undoubtedly been entranced. Yet now, her expression remained indifferent. You're back? Take a look at what I've prepared for you, Yuan Liang said with a gentle smile. Thank you. Han Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement before sitting down to eat. Yuan Liang observed her, feeling that she had changed, becoming even more beautiful and radiant, yet also strangely distant. It seemed as though his presence no longer lingered in her eyes. It must be an illusion, he thought, shaking his head before sharing the candlelit dinner with Han Yun. After the meal, Yuan Liang reached for her delicate hand. His gaze tender. Han Yun frowned, wishing to withdraw, but knowing she had to play along, she steeled herself. Dear, now that we are engaged, shouldn't we share a room? Yuan Liang inquired with a smile. A flicker of unease crossed Han Yun's face, but she quickly masked it. I'm rather tired from spending the last couple of days with my friends. Perhaps another time? Without waiting for Yuan Liang to persuade her further, she pulled her hand away and retreated to her room, shutting the door firmly behind her. Yuan Liang stood frozen in place. 2 minutes later, a crash resounded as he violently hurled a wine glass to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Damn it, Wei Su, I swear I will make you suffer. Yuan Liang growled. He believed his fiancée's cold demeanor was entirely due to the humiliation Wei Su had inflicted upon him that day. In reality, however, it was because his girlfriend had already become weary of Wei Su's advances over the past couple of days. Moreover, Han Yun's heart had no space left for Yuan Liang. Thus, how could he ever hope to possess her body? Meanwhile, Miao Ran, waiting with bated breath, finally spotted the familiar figure at 6 o'clock that evening. She had been squatting there for several days. However, just as she was about to greet him, Wei Su simply smiled in her direction before ascending the stairs without a backward glance. This left Miao Ran momentarily stunned, even causing her to question whether her allure had diminished. The reason for Wei Su's disregard for the beautiful woman was that the 1 yuan flash sale app had completed its maintenance and updates. Moreover, as the inaugural promotional event following the update would commence at 8 o'clock, even if the most enchanting of fairies were to tempt Wei Su, it would not stir any emotional response within him. Because, indeed, the 1 yuan flash sale was of paramount importance. It was the miraculous tool that could alter his fate. Ding dong. Just past 8 o'clock, Wei Su, glued to his phone, immediately saw the notification on the app. Rinheng Tangbei Villa, price, 1 yuan. Wow. This is the most expensive villa in Gusu City, he exclaimed. Just one unit alone was worth over 100 million. It was said to be a residence for the elite, housing numerous celebrities, CEOs, and wealthy heirs. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Su clicked to purchase. Ding dong. Rinheng Tangbei Villa has been purchased. Would you like to collect it? Yes. A burst of red light enveloped him, and a red booklet appeared in his hand. Excellent. Wei Su opened his messaging app and sent a text to Han Yun. Come find me at Rinheng Tangbei Villa tomorrow. Startled awake by the exclusive ringtone she had set for Wei Su, Han Yun quickly glanced at her phone, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Rinheng Tangbei Villa? My heavens. Just how wealthy is this man I adore? Chapter 14. The property deed is tossed aside. It is no wonder Han Yun was astonished. This man appeared incredibly low-key. His attire and accessories were quite unassuming. Yet, his generosity was boundless. He had given her a $12,000 watch and a $3,000 handbag without a second thought. Such gifts, often amounting to tens of thousands, were unattainable for an ordinary flight attendant like her without saving for an eternity. And now, this man was inviting her to Rinheng Tangbei Villa. Did this imply that the villa belonged to him as well? The thought sent a rush of excitement and trepidation through Han Yun, who tossed and turned in bed. Her exhilaration stemmed from the realization that the man she liked was extraordinarily affluent while remaining discreet. Her anxiety arose from the awareness that such an exceptional individual raised questions of whether she was worthy of him. Although being a flight attendant seemed glamorous, in the eyes of wealthy men, it made little difference. She was merely another beautiful woman. To capture the heart of the man she adored, she knew she must elevate herself. Otherwise, he would never take her to social events, fearing she would embarrass him. With this realization, Han Yun's expression grew resolute. Perhaps it was indeed time for her to resign, to embark on a journey of self-improvement, enriching her experiences and knowledge. Not merely to support him in times of need, but to enhance the life of the man she cherished. The following day, without a hint of hesitation, Wei Su rose early and made his way to the western shore of Dushu Lake in the industrial park. In Gusu City, there existed a project known to all, Rinheng Tangbei. This was a villa project, the finest and most expensive in the city. It was said that prior to its completion, countless celebrities and business magnates had reserved villas there, yet many had still been unable to secure one. This was a place where, despite one's wealth, obtaining a villa was immensely challenging. To purchase here, one needed powerful connections. The villas of Rinheng Tangbei were situated on the western shore of Dushu Lake in the industrial park. The entire area resembled an independent island, surrounded by water on all sides, with only a bridge connecting it to the outside world. Besides its rich natural scenery, the environmental and locational value of the land was exceptionally prominent. This explains why Rinheng Tangbei was in such high demand and why the project was so lucrative. As Wei Su traversed the Grand Bridge, he gazed at the incessantly flowing stream of vehicles, and a wave of emotion washed over him. The cars that passed by were no less than 1,000,000 luxurious automobiles. Fortunately, Wei Su arrived in his own Lamborghini Veneno. Otherwise, he might have been consumed by feelings of inferiority. After crossing the Seoul Bridge, he beheld the towering, opulent villas that stood majestically. Their exquisite decor and picturesque surroundings made it no surprise that they were the most expensive residences in Suzhou, nor that affluent magnates vied to acquire them. There was indeed ample reason for such fervor. Good day, sir. Only residents of the community are permitted entry. Should you wish to enter, you must possess an invitation from a resident or prove that you are the owner, the security personnel informed him. Just as Wei Su arrived at Dushu Lake, he was barred by the guards. Their tone was courteous, yet undeniably firm. Wei Su found no offense in this. After all, it was the duty of security personnel to safeguard the community. If they were to allow him entry without due diligence, it would compromise his own safety should he decide to reside there. Observing the guards, Wei Su detected not disdain in their gazes, but rather a hint of impatience. This was due to the many instances where individuals, both men and women, would linger in hopes of fortune. It was common knowledge that the residents here were affluent elites. Regardless of gender, they were individuals of wealth and influence. Thus, some who fancied themselves particularly attractive would frequent this place, naively hoping to catch the eye of a wealthy individual, dreaming of a meteoric rise to success. However, the truth remained that such aspirations rarely materialized. For those who resided here were hardly naive. They had no need for frivolous pursuits, spending their days among high-end clubs and lavish banquets, mingling exclusively with others of similar social standing and shared values. Moreover, marrying individuals of their own caliber would only bolster their careers. Engaging with those of lesser means served little purpose beyond fleeting gratification. Most importantly, the wealthy were seldom in want of handsome suitors or beautiful maidens. Though Wei Su appeared quite dashing, his attire was rather understated. Although he had recently shopped for clothing and made an effort to present himself well, he had only acquired ordinary garments that were comfortable and visually appealing, devoid of any high-end brands. Thus, the guards perceived him as one of those individuals waiting for a stroke of luck. Amused by the guard's scrutiny, Wei Su chuckled softly, not taking offense. Surely, had he driven his luxury vehicle up from the parking lot below, they would have regarded him with greater respect. If I were to claim that I am a new owner here, would you believe me? Wei Su inquired with a smile. The young guard glanced at him, remaining silent. Yet it was clear from his demeanor that he was skeptical. Reluctantly, Wei Su retrieved a red booklet from his briefcase and presented it to the guard. The young guard's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he reached for it. Suddenly, a female security officer approached, prompting the young guard to salute her. "Captain," he acknowledged. The female officer nodded and inquired, "What seems to be the issue?" The young guard succinctly relayed the situation. Wei Su observed the female officer. She was indeed quite attractive. Yet she paled in comparison to Han Yumiao. "You claim to be a new owner here?" the female officer asked, directing her gaze at Wei Su. He nodded, gesturing towards the red booklet in the young guard's hand, which served as proof of his ownership of a standalone villa. However, the female officer snatched the booklet, glanced at it with disdain, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. With a piercing glare, she admonished Wei Su. "I've seen this ruse of impersonating an owner far too many times. It's futile, now be gone." Wei Su was taken aback. This was indeed the first time he had encountered such a scenario, his valuable property proof being discarded and dismissed as counterfeit. It was unprecedented for an owner to be reprimanded by the community's security. Thus, he smiled, his expression warm. "You assert that this property proof is false." The female officer narrowed her eyes. "What? Are you challenging me?" With the wealth of affluent residents surrounding her, she, as a security officer, had encountered countless deceptions. It was inconceivable that someone as ordinary as Wei Su could possess a villa here. Furthermore, genuine owners always had a contact number for the property company. If he were indeed a new owner, someone would have come to greet him personally. What she failed to realize was that Wei Su had acquired the villa just the night prior, leaving him no time to contact the property company. He had arrived early that morning. "It's not a matter of challenge. Why did you not first verify the legitimacy of the property proof before discarding it?" Wei Su maintained his gentle demeanor, his smile unruffled, yet those familiar with him could sense the simmering irritation beneath the surface. "Does it require verification?" "This is clearly a forgery," the female officer retorted defiantly. "How disappointing it is to have a captain of security like you." Wei Su shook his head, sighing. If this property certificate were indeed fabricated, it would constitute a crime, and authorities would dispatch enforcers to apprehend me. Why would I engage in such illegal activities? "Oh, so you are aware that fabricating a false property certificate is a crime?" The female officer sneered, raising her hand. "Arrest him and deliver him to the Justice Association for some hard time." The Justice Association was an enforcement agency established by the authorities. The young guard, bound to obey, stepped forward and addressed Wei Su. "Sir, we kindly ask for your cooperation." In a fit of incredulous laughter, Wei Su remarked, "I have never encountered such brazen security personnel. An owner presents their property proof only to have it dismissed as fraudulent, with threats of being sent to the Justice Association. Truly an eye-opening experience." The female officer remained impassive, continuing her charade. "Do you truly believe that brandishing a red booklet makes you a millionaire?" At that moment, an elderly gentleman, clad in the attire of a quintessential steward, paused to inquire about the commotion. Wei Su turned to face him and recognized him as the steward of a prominent resident within the community, accompanied by several maids who appeared to have just returned from procurement. Upon noticing the elder's inquiry, the female officer's demeanor shifted to one of respect. This gentleman was a trusted steward of a resident, and as the captain of security, she was obliged to show him utmost deference. After all, her salary hinged on the evaluations of such residents. A single complaint could lead to her immediate dismissal, and she had no desire to lose such a well-paying and uncomplicated job. She promptly recounted the situation to the elder. Upon hearing her account, the elder turned to Wei Su and nodded, "Greetings." As expected from the steward of an illustrious family, his manners and etiquette were impeccable. He addressed the female security guard, saying, "Given the matter concerns the safety of the community, I, being of advanced age, can intervene. Regarding the property deed of that villa, I possess the discernment to ascertain its authenticity. Kindly present it to me for inspection, and I shall determine its veracity at a glance." The female guard, confident in her belief that the deed was counterfeit, nodded and instructed her subordinate to promptly retrieve the red book from the trash bin. The elderly gentleman, undeterred by its unsanitary condition, accepted the book, opening the first page, his aged eyes narrowing slightly. He then closed the book. Wei Su merely smiled. However, the female guard scoffed at Wei Su before turning her gaze back to the elder, remarking, "This red book is undoubtedly a forgery." I was prepared to summon the Justice Association to apprehend this forger. Yet at that moment, the elder gently shook his head, sighing as he replied, "You are mistaken." The female guard, still puzzled, looked at him, and the elder continued, "The property deed is indeed genuine. Although the date inscribed is from yesterday, it is authentic. You may contact your company to verify." With that, he nodded at Wei Su, bidding farewell, before leading the maids inside, leaving the female guard captain pale with shock. The young security guard was equally stunned. The property deed was, in fact, legitimate? What were they waiting for? Call your company. Did you not doubt it? Wei Su smirked. The female guard, ultimately unwilling to accept the truth, directly called her superior. Holding the red book, she relayed the details to her company. The response was filled with caution, with her superior urging her to treat the new owner with the utmost respect, and even stating they would personally come to welcome him. In that fleeting moment after hanging up, the female guard's face turned ashen. Her hand trembled while clutching the red book. Oh my! She had treated this new owner with disdain and even discarded their property deed into the trash. Only Wei Su remained unruffled, his expression calm as he remarked, "What now? Will you continue to dispose of my property deed?" The female guard, flustered, immediately bowed deeply and addressed Wei Su earnestly, "I apologize. If you had not discarded my property deed into the trash, I would forgive you for your misunderstanding, as guarding the community against fraud is indeed your duty." Wei Su's expression grew increasingly indifferent. "But why did you throw my property deed into the trash? You may conduct routine checks. I have no objection. However, discarding it in the trash is an affront to me. Do you understand? The name on that deed is Wei Su, and you effectively discarded my property. Yes, I am truly sorry. My sincerest apologies." The female guard could only continue to bow her head in contrition. "May I enter now?" Wei Su inquired. Of course. Please, do come in." The female guard replied with feigned respect, her heart secretly relieved, thinking that perhaps this owner would not pursue the matter further. However, as Wei Su stepped into the villa community, he left her with a parting remark, "Prepare for my complaint." The female guard sank to the ground, feeling defeated. She was on the verge of losing the job she had fought so hard to secure. Chapter 16. Fong Rong. Fong Rong could never have anticipated that she would one day misjudge someone so gravely. Not only that, but she had also thrown away the new owner's property deed. This experience had far exceeded her understanding of life. A seemingly ordinary man turned out to be the new owner of the community. "Sir, wait. Please. Just a moment." As the captain of the security team, Fong Rong's face turned pale. Her delicate features were etched with desperation. "Oh, weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Did you not doubt me?" Wei Su scoffed. How amusing this woman was. Previously, she had boldly discarded his belongings, and now she was pleading for his patience? "I acknowledge my mistake, and I sincerely apologize. Please, I implore you not to file a complaint against me. I beg you." Fong Rong bowed her head, her tone submissive. She was, in fact, a village girl from a remote mountain area. From a young age, she had trained under a highly skilled elder, learning martial arts. While most people practiced martial arts for fitness, she had been taught lethal techniques. After mastering her skills, she had defeated her mentor and set out into the world, following his guidance. However, life had not favored her prowess. Upon arriving in Suzhou, she realized she was at a loss for skills beyond killing. The society of Suzhou was governed by law. What good was her lethal talent? Killing was a crime. Not only did it yield no income, but it could also land her in prison at the hands of law enforcement. Surely, she could not become an assassin. With her somewhat dull intellect, she would likely be outmatched by others. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her when she discovered a job opening for a security captain at the Renheng Tangbei project. She easily outperformed numerous candidates and secured a position with a generous salary. For her, being a security captain was quite effortless, as neither thieves nor criminals could bypass her vigilance. Over the past few months, she had quickly adapted to her role. There were no other security jobs in Suzhou that compared to this one. Yet, there was one aspect of the job that weighed heavily on her: the immense authority of the property owners. Indeed, the owners here wielded more power than her company's leaders. After all, even the president of her company had to tread carefully and smile at these owners. Thus, her company had a strict policy. Anyone who received a complaint would undoubtedly be dismissed. As a mere security captain, a complaint against her would guarantee her termination. She had even intentionally applied unflattering makeup to avoid drawing attention, ensuring she appeared merely passable. Previously, without makeup, she had nearly been harassed by an owner, and she had instinctively retaliated with a swift strike, sending the owner reeling. She had feared she would be dismissed, yet no repercussions followed. Although shocked, she began to wear unattractive makeup while on duty to avoid unwanted attention. Nevertheless, today she had underestimated her situation. She should never have looked down on anyone. If she were to be complained about today, it would surely result in her dismissal. "Sir, I am truly, profoundly sorry. I sincerely apologize. Please, I implore you not to file a complaint. This job is of utmost importance to me. Fong Rong earnestly pleaded. Without this job, she would have to start anew. And security positions in Suzhou were not as lucrative as this one. This is an affluent neighborhood, hence the high salaries. You were quite arrogant when you tossed me the property deed earlier, but now you've become so humble? Wei Su sneered. I'm sorry, but I must lodge a complaint. With that, he turned his back and strode into the villa area, searching for his new residence, leaving Fong Rong stunned in place. A nearby young man glanced at his captain, wanting to say something, but hesitated out of fear of retribution. After all, this female captain possessed formidable strength. No one in the security company could withstand more than 3 moves against her. She was akin to a martial arts master disguised in feminine attire. After a long while, Fong Rong, standing there, her heavily made-up face appearing less than attractive, revealed a fierce glint. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics. Wei Su, having vented his frustrations, leisurely wandered through the community. The patrolling security guards, informed via phone that this strolling gentleman was the new owner, deemed him untouchable. It must be said, the security in this standalone villa area was indeed commendable. Almost every few steps, there was a guard on patrol. Such was the nature of the wealthy. Incidents involving them could spell disaster for the company. Eventually, Wei Su arrived at the front of the villa he had acquired for a mere $1. He looked up and could find no other description than high-end, elegant, and luxurious. Upon opening the door and stepping inside, he discovered that everything, from the decor to the furnishings, was of the utmost quality. Furthermore, the room was equipped with an artificial intelligence system that could accomplish tasks with just a spoken command. After taking in the lavish interior, he exited the door and fortuitously encountered the elderly gentleman from earlier. The well-dressed elder nodded slightly, greeting Wei Su. Wei Su returned the gesture with a polite smile and said, Sir, you live next door? The elder nodded. It appeared that this gentleman was also of considerable wealth, prompting Wei Su to joke about it. However, to his surprise, the elder replied, I possess little wealth. I am merely a humble steward. A steward? Wei Su was taken aback, only to quickly come to terms with it. It made sense, as the residents here were all significant figures. It was quite normal to have stewards and maids. Perhaps it was time for him to find a steward as well. It seemed quite necessary, otherwise. As his property portfolio expanded, managing everything alone would be unfeasible. As night began to descend, Wei Su bid farewell to the old steward and, upon entering his home, called Han Yun, urging her to come over, also seeking an excuse to stay out, and continued deceiving Yuan Liang. Han Yun agreed. Yet Wei Su was oblivious to the fact that a shadowy figure had already infiltrated his villa during his phone call. This figure lurked in the darkness of the villa, its bright eyes fixated intently on Wei Su's retreating silhouette. Chapter 17, Stunned. Wei Su could never have imagined that a sinister presence had already infiltrated his new villa. After closing the door, he returned inside, collapsing onto the luxurious sofa with a contented sigh. His life had undergone a dramatic transformation over the past few days. So much so that he found it hard to believe upon reflection. Once a man who had faced failure in business, utterly bankrupt, forced to sell off his home, and left with nothing, unable to even afford the rent of the most modest places. He had been looked down upon by classmates and ridiculed by Yuan Liang. His life had been one of defeat. However, ever since he obtained that software, everything had changed for him. Thus, he felt genuine gratitude towards this miraculous $1 software. It was akin to being reborn. As he casually picked up the remote, intending to switch on the 50-inch LCD television to catch the news and pass the time, he suddenly sensed a flash of cold light behind him. He turned sharply, only to find nothing there. Turning back, he was startled to discover a woman's silhouette standing before him, clad entirely in black and masked, revealing only her piercing eyes. To add to the shock, she wielded 2 razor-sharp short swords. Ah! Wei Su let out a piercing scream. The shadowy figure, startled, swiftly delivered an elbow strike that left him gasping for breath, then firmly covered his mouth. Despite the perilous situation, Wei Su couldn't help but notice her alluring scent. A fragrance unlike any perfume, purely a natural body scent. Make another sound, and I will kill you, the female assassin threatened. Whimpering, Wei Su ceased his struggles. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Mr. Wei? I heard a scream. What happened? It was the old steward's voice from next door. It seemed Wei Su's cry had been loud enough to penetrate even the soundproofing of the villa. The assassin, realizing the need to handle this old man without raising suspicion, gradually released her grip on Wei Su's mouth while keeping her sword poised at his throat. Cold sweat dripped from Wei Su's brow. This scenario was something he had only witnessed on television. Yet, here he was, experiencing it firsthand. However, reflecting on the absurdity of possessing such a bizarre $1 software, encountering a female assassin seemed less shocking. Old Joe, I'm fine. I just tripped and fell. Wei Su managed to say casually into the intercom, covering his injury. He had learned the steward's surname during their earlier conversation. The assassin fixed her gaze on him, pressing the sharp blade against his back, heightening his anxiety. "Oh, I see. That's good to hear. Please take care, Mr. Wei," the steward replied before departing. With a sigh of relief, Wei Su noticed that the assassin too seemed to relax slightly, as this was her first foray into wrongdoing. She maintained her control over him, forcing him to sit back down on the sofa. In a low voice, she asked, "Do you know who I am?" Wei Su composed himself and raised an eyebrow. "You actually know who I am?" The assassin was taken aback. Wei Su retorted, "Are you foolish?" He trailed off, gesturing for her to lower her weapon. "Yes, put it down, I won't resist. After all, I know I couldn't fend you off even if I tried." Through their earlier encounter, Wei Su had come to understand that he was no match for this female assassin. That elbow strike was something only a trained individual could deliver, leaving him feeling half dead and gasping for air. Furthermore, observing the demeanor of the female assassin, it seemed as if executing such a precise and incisive elbow strike was merely a trifling matter, akin to a casual sprinkle of water, something she performed with effortless grace. From this, one could ascertain that this woman was not to be trifled with. Indeed, she was remarkably formidable. "How did you ascertain my identity?" the female assassin inquired once more. Sighing, Wei Su responded, "Are you foolish, or do you believe others to be exceedingly dull? Just moments ago, we conversed at the entrance of the community, and your voice is etched vividly in my memory. Now, you appear to attempt my assassination without even altering your tone. It is unmistakable. Your voice carries a hint of a rural accent, making it easily recognizable." Indeed, this female assassin was none other than the security captain who had previously harassed Wei Su at the entrance. The assassin stood momentarily dumbfounded. What should I do? How did you discover my identity?" she stammered, her twin short swords flailing about. "Stop. Please, cease that wild swordplay. If you continue, I might just perish on the spot. And then you would be a murderer," Wei Su exclaimed, nearly losing control of himself at the sight of her frantic sword movements. Damn it, is this assassin deranged? What happened to her air of professionalism? She was so poised and skilled upon her entrance. How did she suddenly devolve into such a bumbling fool? Yet, one could hardly blame Fong Rong for her demeanor. Despite her lethal skills, she had never truly taken a life. At her core, she was merely a simple girl from the countryside, come to the city to work. However, her recent employment had instilled a sense of superiority within her, prompting her earlier intimidation of Wei Su. Now, facing a man in his domain for the first time, her identity was revealed, and she was understandably flustered. Clanging, "I do not wish to be a murderer. I do not wish to be a murderer." The female assassin was so panicked that she dropped her blades to the ground and quickly knelt, begging, "Please, I realize my mistake. Could you refrain from reporting me to the Justice Association? I assure you, I will not threaten you again." Wei Su was taken aback. In fact, he was quite astonished. He had never encountered such a naive assassin before. Fortunately, he regained his composure quickly. He immediately quelled his startled expression, adopting a calm demeanor as he pointed at the assassin. "First, remove your mask. It is rather unsettling." The female assassin complied without hesitation, revealing a face so stunning that even Wei Su was momentarily awestruck. "Wow." Wei Su leapt from the sofa. The assassin jumped in surprise. What are you doing?" "That is precisely what I want to ask." The security guard from before did not resemble this at all. She was rather unattractive. "How can you be so beautiful?" Chapter 18. Eyes like windows. Wei Su was not exaggerating. He struggled to connect the previous security guard with the current assassin. Although their voices were identical, their appearances were worlds apart. The former security guard had been a dark and unattractive woman, whereas the present assassin, with skin as smooth as jade and eyes sparkling like autumn waters, was a sight to behold. Wei Su found it hard to believe she could be the same person. The female assassin was momentarily taken aback by his words. Suddenly, she recalled that she had not worn her disguise earlier, thus revealing her true appearance. She had appeared unattractive while working, but now, she felt compelled to explain the reason behind her prior appearance. Wei Su listened, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that despite their identical voices, one could not easily disguise one's essence. "By the way, I forgot to ask, what is your name?" Wei Su inquired. The female assassin knelt on the floor, glancing around in awe at the luxurious villa she had always longed to see, but never had the opportunity to enter. Though she had worked here, her duties had kept her patrolling outside, while the opulent standalone villa had always intrigued her. Now that she was inside, she found herself somewhat dazed. Initially, she had been singularly focused on how to exact revenge on the man who had wronged her, but now, she realized that she had committed not only the crime of threatening someone with a weapon, but also the offense of trespassing. "Hey, don't space out. I'm asking you, what is your name?" Wei Su urged, noticing her dazed expression. My name is Fong Rong," the female assassin replied, her head bowed, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Her Mandarin, tinged with a rural accent, carried a note of vulnerability. Coupled with her striking features, it nearly swayed Wei Su's heart. However, Wei Su, seasoned by the trials of life, had seen countless ups and downs. In his past, he might have been captivated by a beautiful woman, but now, even if a stunning beauty stood before him unclothed, he could maintain his composure. This was what one might call growth or experience. Wei Su inquired, "Your skills are quite impressive. How did you come by them?" At this, Fong Rong could not help but feel a swell of pride. For it was her area of expertise. "I'm not boasting, but whether armed or unarmed, there isn't a soul in Suzhou City who can best me." Skeptical, Wei Su replied, "I find that hard to believe. A woman, no matter how skilled, cannot possibly be invincible in Suzhou City. Do you think the other trained men are mere pushovers? Don't believe me? Feel free to find anyone to challenge me, man or woman." Fong Rong retorted confidently, "If I win, you must refrain from reporting me and allow me to keep my job. If I lose, I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit." When it came to her prowess, Fong Rong was fiercely confident. Countless capable individuals had applied to the security position at Renheng Tangbei, given that it housed wealthy celebrities and the scions of various families. Hence, the security requirements were stringent. Many skilled individuals had vied for the position. Yet Fong Rong had easily secured the role of captain. The young security guard at the entrance had likely gone unnoticed by anyone, despite having once been an underground fighting champion in a major provincial city. Ordinarily, one would expect someone of that caliber to exude intimidation as a security guard. Yet, before Fong Rong, he had to respectfully address her as captain, a title she had earned after soundly defeating him during the interview. Seeing Fong Rong's unyielding confidence, even Wei Su, who had initially doubted her, began to reconsider. Her martial prowess was indeed formidable. He had experienced it firsthand and felt utterly powerless against it. "If you truly possess the skills you claim, why remain a security guard?" Wei Su pondered aloud. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "Being a security captain earns you merely a modest salary. Become my personal bodyguard, and I shall offer you 5 million a year. Future salaries will certainly increase, contingent upon your performance." Wei Su had indeed contemplated this. As his wealth grew, the necessity for a bodyguard would inevitably arise. Moreover, the individual must not be an ordinary bodyguard. They must possess exceptional skills. If Fong Rong truly possesses such prowess, then it is within my capability to recruit her. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Fong Rong's delicate face radiated with joy. 5 million. She could scarcely fathom such a salary, one she could only dream of attaining after a decade of hard work. And yet, this magnate was willing to offer her 5 million. Indeed, it is entirely genuine. "Do you suspect me of fabricating this?" Wei Su countered with a smile. "Of course not, of course not." Fong Rong hastily shook her head. What a preposterous notion. How could she possibly doubt it? A mogul who had purchased the opulent Renheng Tangbei villa, valued in the hundreds of millions, could undoubtedly afford a salary of 5 million. "So, when do you intend to assess my capabilities?" Fong Rong inquired eagerly. This humble village girl, despite having mastered numerous lethal techniques under the tutelage of a top assassin, retained her intrinsic innocence, as her mentor had nurtured her as a daughter. Yet, as this naive and spirited young woman ventured alone into Suzhou, she faced considerable hardships in her first month. Initially, her beauty attracted unwelcome attention, and on top of that, she was swindled of her savings. Had her mentor learned of this, he would likely be devastated. His painstakingly cultivated disciple, whom he cherished like a daughter, had encountered such misfortune in her very first month in Suzhou. How disgraceful for an assassin's reputation. This, however, also illustrated the complexities of social interactions. No matter how formidable one's skills, one must bow when the situation demands it. Hence, Fong Rong was fervently eager to secure this lucrative position. Though she appeared simple and somewhat naive, her discernment of character was astute. Her mentor had once advised her that the first step in evaluating a person's character is through their eyes. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and an individual's true nature often reveals itself therein. Whenever she locked eyes with Wei Su, she noticed the clarity and brightness within them, a purity akin to light. Such a man, no matter how flawed, could not be wicked to any significant extent. This was precisely why Fong Rong was willing to apply for a position under him. Chapter 19, just turned 18. When will the assessment take place? That remains to be determined. Wei Su leaned back on the sofa, gesturing for Fong Rong to relax. You need not kneel. Please, sit comfortably, he invited. Fong Rong, with trepidation, rose and glanced around at the luxurious sofas, asking, is it permissible for me to sit? In her company, she had seen procurement lists, and she was aware that every piece of furniture in this villa was furnished to the highest standards, with a single sofa costing upwards of several $100,000. If she were to soil it, she certainly lacked the means to compensate for the damage. Why not? Sofas are intended for sitting. If people cannot sit on them, then what purpose do they serve? Wei Su replied with a chuckle. I fear I might dirty it. Fong Rong said cautiously, her expression reminiscent of a frightened little creature, evoking a sense of endearment. Wei Su nearly succumbed to the impulse to protect her. Yet, upon recalling that she was a highly skilled martial artist, the feeling dissipated. This girl was indeed beautiful and charming, but he could not afford to provoke her. What if, during a minor quarrel, she became incensed and took drastic measures? Very well, sit down. Life is inherently equal. There should be no distinction in status. If I can sit on this sofa, so can you. Wei Su waved his hand dismissively. But the young masters and ladies of Suzhou do not share this sentiment. Fong Rong murmured. They constantly assert their superiority. Wei Su fell silent at her words. Indeed, in Suzhou, the true power did not reside with the so-called business tycoons, but rather with the esteemed families that had flourished for centuries. Those born into privilege stood at the finish line from the moment of their birth. Their affluent lineage, immense power, and lavish lifestyles rendered them insufferably haughty. These individuals wielded their influence with impunity, often beyond the reach of authority, including even the enforcers of the Justice Association. Fear not, I am not one of those entitled elite, Wei Su reassured her with a smile. If you do not sit, I may have to lodge a complaint. Upon hearing the word complaint, Fong Rong hastily took a seat. Wei Su poured her a glass of water and offered it to her. She accepted it with a mixture of surprise and gratitude. Earlier, at the entrance, you committed an error known as dog eyes looking down on others. Are you aware of that? Wei Su began to admonish her. I recognize my mistake, Fong Rong admitted, lowering her head. Observing her humility, Wei Su chuckled. She was not beyond redemption. Suddenly, he recalled something. By the way, how old are you? 18, she replied. What? Wei Su was taken aback. You are merely 18? It cannot be. She does not appear to be of such a tender age. How could young women today mature so rapidly? Fong Rong nodded. I have just turned 18. Wei Su inhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. Where are your parents? It seems rather concerning that such a young girl is out here working alone. A girl like her should still be in university. However, Fong Rong cast her eyes downcast, sorrow clouding her expression. My parents passed away when I was a child. My master raised me. My apologies, Wei Su responded, realizing that she was an orphan. It is all right, Fong Rong shook her head. In that case, let us postpone your assessment. During this interim, you may submit your resignation. Wei Su suggested. Fong Rong's face fell in worry. What? Submit a resignation? What if you decide you do not want me? I would be left without a job. Wei Su chuckled. Rest assured, even if you do not pass the assessment, I will still employ you. You can count on a minimum annual salary of 500,000. Given his current financial standing, it was only fair to assist someone in need. Fong Rong nodded in agreement. Now, hurry back discreetly, Wei Su said, glancing at his phone. He noticed that Han Yun had called, indicating she was on her way. Understood, Fong Rong nodded, and in an instant, to Wei Su's astonishment, she leapt with agility and vanished through a vent in the villa, her speed astonishingly swift and utterly silent. Goodness, this girl possesses true talent. What if one day, she grew displeased with me and slipped in to deliver a fatal blow while I slept? How could anyone withstand such a threat? I must tread carefully with her. Wei Su wiped the sweat from his brow. At 5 in the afternoon, as dusk approached, Miao Ran was on the verge of madness. That man had not returned since he left. What on earth could he be doing? Her once unwavering confidence began to waver, and she found herself questioning her own judgment. Originally, she was confident in her ability to charm Wei Su, yet she was taken aback to discover that he hardly regarded her at all. It was only now that Miao Ran realized she had seemingly ventured into a misguided territory. A man like Wei Su, after all, was not lacking in female admirers. Setting aside his ownership of 10 luxurious buildings by the lakeside, not to mention his Lamborghini Veneno, simply his striking appearance alone would attract throngs of women the moment he entered a bar, feigning an air of melancholic allure. Clearly, she would need to slightly alter her subsequent plans, Miao Ran mused. Miao Ran, what are you doing? At that moment, a voice emerged, belonging to a handsome man with a deep, resonant tone. He approached her, inquiring with casual interest. He was the manager of the company, and as one of the most beautiful women in the office, he certainly had no intention of letting her slip away. In truth, he had never failed in his pursuits with women, for he was the manager of a prestigious establishment. With an annual salary in the 6 figures, he possessed luxury cars, which invariably drew countless young women towards him. However, Miao Ran found little appeal in him. While he might be impressive in the outside world, he paled in comparison to Wei Su in her eyes. What did an annual salary of $1 million mean? Could he possibly compete with Wei Su, who owned 10 buildings at the lakeside? Even if Wei Su were to lounge idly and merely collect rent, he would still rake in millions. Meanwhile, this man, with his mere 6-figure salary, strutted around the office with an air of superiority. I'm busy, Miao Ran said dismissively, choosing to focus on her work rather than engage in conversation with such a man. The man was left speechless. He had seen her daydreaming just moments before, and now she was feigning busyness as he approached. Was this her way of signaling disinterest? Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. He found such women intriguing, for conquering them brought a sense of accomplishment. Those who readily threw themselves at him held no value. Chapter 20, Midnight Run. Meanwhile, as Han Yun arrived at the luxurious standalone villa area of Renheng Tangbei, she was struck by the opulence of the villas and the exquisite surrounding scenery, leaving her momentarily speechless. Standing at the entrance of the villa community, she hesitated to enter, unable to fathom that Wei Su actually owned property here. Wasn't this the place where wealthy heirs, celebrities, and magnates resided? It was not merely a matter of wealth. One needed connections and influence to acquire a home in such a prestigious locale. This area was a symbol of wealth and power. Regrettably, while Wei Su possessed some wealth, he lacked significant power. His ability to own such a villa was solely due to a stroke of luck. Noticing Han Yun's hesitation, a polite security guard approached her. "Excuse me, miss, may I assist you?" After the previous incident involving Wei Su, this former underground fighting champion was cautious around anyone, regardless of their attire. He feared the day he might offend someone who appeared ordinary but was, in fact, a powerful figure. I'm here to find someone," Han Yun replied cautiously. "Whom are you looking for?" The guard inquired with a smile. "I'm looking for someone named Wei Su," Han Yun whispered. The guard's heart raced at the mention of Wei Su's name. Fortunately, he had maintained a respectful demeanor. After all, this young lady was seeking the new owner. If he were to offend her, he could very well end up in trouble, much like his team leader. "I'll escort you right away," the guard said courteously. Han Yun nodded in response. As they walked, the guard shared details about the environment and its advantages. A woman connected to the new owner would likely not lack for money. Who knows, she might even have the opportunity to purchase a villa here someday. Though not everyone could acquire a home in this area, it was a dream worth entertaining. Han Yun felt somewhat uncomfortable being treated with such courtesy. As an ordinary flight attendant, she had encountered many affluent individuals due to her job, but this setting, despite her exposure, made her anxious. To her, it felt like a royal palace. Every building, every flower, and every tree was something she dared not touch. And the fact that Wei Su, her man, could possess a standalone villa here was beyond her imagination, exemplifying just how extraordinary he truly was. 10 minutes later, the guard finally led Han Yun to the front of Wei Su's villa. Wei Su, all smiles, stood at the door like a husband awaiting his wife's return, radiating warmth. The sight of him made Han Yun's heart melt. She dashed toward him like a butterfly, and Wei Su pulled her into an embrace, thanking the guard with a smile. The guard, taken aback, could only respond with polite acknowledgement. "Goodness, I'm glad I maintained my composure. This seemingly ordinary woman is actually the partner of the villa's owner," he thought to himself. Wei Su swiftly ushered Han Yun inside. "Did you miss me?" he asked with a grin. "I did," Han Yun replied softly. "Have you eaten?" "There are several fine dining establishments in this community," Wei Su suggested cheerfully. Han Yun hesitated before responding. "I'm not accustomed to fine dining." Wei Su paused, then chuckled lightly. "Neither am I, actually. How about we go to the roadside barbecue stall? That's where the real delicacies lie." "Sounds good," Han Yun agreed with a smile. Through their interaction, Han Yun realized that her connection with Wei Su was not rooted in his wealth. Instead, he provided her with a genuine sense of love, contrasting sharply with the cold, shadowy nature of her previous relationship with Yuan Liang. She had initially agreed to be with Yuan Liang simply because she found him to have a respectable job, decent income, and material possessions like a house and car, but in truth, their emotional connection was minimal. Due to her profession, Han Yun often had to travel extensively, resulting in little time spent together. Their relationship, while labeled as romantic, was more akin to a mere arranged meeting. She still knew little about Yuan Liang's interests, just as he knew little about hers. At times, she could sense the raw desire in his gaze, which made her uncomfortable, as if he were solely interested in her physicality. In contrast, Wei Su's presence evoked none of those distasteful sensations. Rather, it enveloped her in a refreshing warmth. The two enjoyed their meal at the barbecue stall, and upon returning to the villa, they indulged in an unspoken intimacy. In the dead of night, Han Yun lay breathlessly on the bed and promptly said, "Let us rest for a moment. I'm exhausted." With increasing valor in the heat of battle, Wei Su could not help but smile broadly. It is often said that only the diligent ox plows the field, yet this adage does not seem to apply to us. Han Yun felt a rush of embarrassment. Dingling. At that moment, Han Yun's phone unexpectedly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, her heart skipped a beat. It was Yuan Liang calling. Wei Su, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked with a smile, "Answer it." Han Yun's cheeks flushed even more. "This." Wei Su pulled her closer and said, "Go ahead." Gritting her teeth, Han Yun answered, "Hello?" Yuan Liang's voice came through. Where are you? Have you finished work? Just got off work at the dormitory. Why? Han Yun felt a wave of embarrassment and turned away, realizing that Wei Su was up to his tricks again. What are you doing? Catching your breath? Are you tired? Yuan Liang's puzzled voice traveled through the line. I'm running, Han Yun responded softly. On the other end, Yuan Liang frowned. Running at this late hour? Moments later, the sound of slippers echoed. What is going on now? Yuan Liang wondered, hearing the noise of colleagues' slippers. All right then, keep on running, he said, frustrated, and hung up. You're so naughty, Han Yun exclaimed, blushing as she looked at Wei Su. Wei Su chuckled and replied, isn't this just a bit of romantic intrigue? Han Yun rolled her eyes playfully. This hardly qualifies as romantic intrigue. At this moment, they were on a break from their fierce competition. Wei Su took his phone, noting the time nearing midnight. A new round of 1 yuan flash sales was about to commence. Han Yun, who had fallen asleep beside him, glanced at Wei Su's old phone, kissed him softly, and whispered, your phone is so outdated. Let me buy you a new one. Wei Su smiled slightly. This phone? Even if you offered me millions, I wouldn't switch. What a joke. This phone was his talisman of fate. No amount of money could persuade him to part with it. Chapter 21, The Limitless Charm Capsule. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Yuan Liang sat at home, morosely smoking a cigarette. He could distinctly sense that the relationship between him and Han Yun seemed to be growing colder with each passing day, especially after attending the class reunion. The disparity between them had become glaringly apparent. They no longer resembled a couple, but rather two strangers, which left Yuan Liang feeling quite dejected. Could she be cheating on him? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. She wouldn't do that. Han Yun was not the type of woman to be frivolous. Even during their relationship, she had stipulated that they could only share a bed after becoming engaged. In truth, Yuan Liang was only half right. He correctly surmised that Han Yun was not a loose woman. But that only applied when she was dealing with men she did not favor. Now that she had developed feelings for Wei Su, she was entirely compliant with his requests. Ding dong. At the Renheng Tangbei Villa, as Wei Su noted the clock striking midnight, the 1 yuan flash sale app on his phone refreshed with a new item. Today's 1 yuan flash sale item, Limitless Charm Capsule. Are you troubled by a lack of charm? Have you missed out on someone you adore due to insufficient allure? Do your colleagues and those around you seem to find you unappealing because of your charm deficit? Now, the 1 yuan flash sale app introduces the Limitless Charm Capsule. For just 1 yuan, you can obtain this capsule, and upon consuming it, your charm will multiply exponentially. If you are a man, this capsule is a must-have. It will make women enamored with you, even if you are penniless. If you are a woman, you absolutely need this capsule. It will enhance your beauty, rendering you irresistible to men, causing countless suitors to fall at your feet. Observing the description beneath this item, Wei Su's expression turned dark. This capsule held little value for him. As a man, while charm is important, he believed he already possessed ample allure. This was not vanity, it was confidence. As the saying goes, money begets courage, and with wealth at his disposal, why would he fear lacking charm? Nonetheless, it was merely a 1 yuan flash sale item. It was worth the purchase, considering it was just a single yuan. Without hesitation, Wei Su chose to buy it. Han Yun was exhausted and had fallen asleep. Yet even in slumber, she clung tightly to Wei Su, a testament to her apparent affection for him. Otherwise, how could she exhibit such an endearing gesture? After Wei Su pressed the purchase button, a red capsule materialized in his hand. Without further ado, he consumed it and settled down for a peaceful night's sleep. Throughout the night, no side effects emerged, and he slept soundly until dawn. At 8 in the morning, Wei Su awoke leisurely. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find Han Yun staring intently at him. What are you staring at? Wei Su asked playfully. Han Yun gazed at his face. Unable to suppress her admiration, you seem to have become much more handsome. She was genuinely puzzled. Yesterday, she had not noticed how striking Wei Su truly was. At this moment, he exuded an indescribable charm that captivated her completely. Have I really become more handsome? Wei Su chuckled, realizing that the effects of the Limitless Charm Capsule he had purchased last night were beginning to manifest. Honestly, looking into Han Yun's entranced eyes, he felt the capsule might indeed be quite effective. Suddenly, Han Yun gently bit his lip. Wei Su playfully pulled away, teasing, who was it that begged last night? And now you dare to provoke me? Han Yun blushed deeply but continued to challenge him. Let us battle again. She was utterly fatigued, yet for some reason, upon seeing Wei Su's face, her heart raced uncontrollably, and no amount of restraint seemed to work. Was this what they meant by beauty in the eyes of the beholder? Let's put it off for today. I have something to do, Wei Su said with a smile. As he intended to go to the airport to pick someone up, that person was significantly important to him. Perhaps even the one who had been secretly helping him settle his debts. All right, Han Yun replied, her expression tinged with regret. By the way, Wei Su, now dressed, suddenly added, if you don't hear from me, don't come looking for me. Han Yun's heart sank. Was he planning to abandon her? Wei Su chuckled softly. Not at all. Now that I've consumed you, I will certainly take responsibility. However, you must understand that you are not the only one in my heart. This candid declaration pierced Han Yun's heart. Deep down, she had long sensed this reality. A man as wealthy and charming as Wei Su was bound to have more than one woman in his life. Had he said this last night, she might have decisively ended things. But today, gazing at Wei Su's face, the mere thought of separation caused her heart to ache profoundly. It seemed she had truly fallen for this man. Thus, she could only lower her head slightly and acquiesce. Wei Su glanced at Han Yun, internally reflecting on the undeniable efficacy of the limitless charm capsule. All right, let's go. I'll see you to work. Under Han Yun's reluctant gaze, after bidding farewell, Wei Su intended to stop by the flower shop to purchase a bouquet. As he entered the shop, the women inside, upon catching sight of Wei Su, instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes reflecting sheer enchantment. Wow, he's stunning. Oh my gosh, girl, I'm in love. Hurry, help me get his contact information. He's the most charming man I've ever seen. Numerous women whispered amongst themselves in the flower shop. Whether they were customers or staff, they all gasped in hushed tones, utterly captivated by his allure. Wei Su, overhearing these murmurs, could only feel a mix of helplessness and embarrassment. This charm-inducing capsule was, in some respects, quite a troublesome thing. As he approached the cash register to pay, several bold female customers gathered the courage to ask for his contact details. Wei Su gently shook his head, politely declining. The girls' faces fell, filled with disappointment, but he chose to disregard their glances. A significant part of his heart had long been claimed by another woman. After purchasing the flowers, Wei Su quietly awaited at the airport exit. A luxury car, a handsome man, and a bouquet in hand, he gazed longingly. A scene that drew the attention of countless women. Even the men, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel a sense of inadequacy, recognizing that they fell short in both looks and demeanor compared to him. Chapter 22. She still is. Wei Su truly felt a sense of exasperation. This charm-inducing capsule left him somewhat speechless. From the moment he alighted, he was met with a barrage of gazes, each second bringing at least 100 eyes upon him. The throngs of people in the airport seemed to be irresistibly drawn to him, as if he were a magnet for attention. As the clock struck 11, a woman emerged from the airport, adorned with sunglasses and a mask. Yet, even so, her facial contours, tall stature, an exceptional aura unmistakably signified that she was a rare and exquisite beauty. To her side walked a striking Eurasian man. Wei Su immediately recognized her, as she, like him, was a focal point of admiration. However, while his attention stemmed from the charm capsule, hers was simply innate. She was Mu Wanqing, the woman who held the most significant place in Wei Su's heart. Since entering university, she had outshone him, embodying the dream goddess of every boy in the school, including Yuan Liang, who secretly admired her. Mu Wanqing spotted Wei Su at once, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise beneath her sunglasses. She was not only astonished by his transformation, but also by the fact that he had come to pick her up in a luxury car. However, her astonishment was fleeting. She was aware of his bankruptcy. Thus, there was only one explanation. The car was rented. Yet, she would not voice this. A considerate woman never puts the man she likes in an awkward position. Beside her, the Eurasian man, sensing Mu Wanqing's emotional shift, cast a surprised glance at Wei Su, hostility brewing in his eyes. Wei Su, however, paid no mind, for he understood that Mu Wanqing was not the type of woman to toy with a man out of boredom. He knew her, just as she knew him. Thus, he was unclear about the reason this mixed-race man had accompanied her. Have you been waiting long? Mu Wanqing approached Wei Su, her voice soft. Even though he could not see her expression behind the mask, he could sense her smile. Wei Su felt a warmth in his heart. Only this woman could evoke such feelings within him. Here, for you. He took the bouquet from the car and handed it to her. Thank you. Mu Wanqing was genuinely surprised, her eyes narrowing as she smiled. Regrettably, this beautiful moment was obscured from view by her sunglasses and mask. Let's get in the car. I bet you're hungry. I'll take you somewhere nice, Wei Su said with a smile. Presenting flowers was the most cliched gesture. However, at that moment, the mixed-race man unexpectedly interjected. Wei Su raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Mu Wanqing turned to the mixed-race man and said, Odin, you can go home now. Wei Su and I have things to discuss. Odin was his English name. His Chinese name was Li Chang'an, the eldest son of the Li family, a prominent clan in Gusu City. He was a childhood friend of Mu Wanqing's. After studying abroad for several years, he had followed her and was pursuing her. Yet, despite this, Mu Wanqing harbored no romantic feelings for Li Chang'an, only friendship at most. Li Chang'an could only huff in response and leave. But not before casting a hostile glance at Wei Su and leaving a remark, you don't deserve her. Wei Su merely raised an eyebrow again, still silent. Mu Wanqing hastily explained, his name is Li Chang'an, English name Odin. He's just a friend. Wei Su nodded with a smile, dismissing it. Since she had asserted they were merely friends, that was undoubtedly the case. As he observed Wei Su's smile, Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. This man still trusted her so completely, and perhaps she had not let him down after all. All right, let us go eat, Wei Su said. Smiling as he opened the car door, Mu Wanqing thanked him and got in. Little did they know, after they departed, Li Chang'an watched the car drive away and instructed a middle-aged man nearby, "Find out everything about this man. I want to know who he really is." The middle-aged man nodded solemnly, understood. Wei Su took Mu Wanqing to an upscale restaurant. Aware of his bankruptcy, she shook her head upon seeing the lavish establishment. "I can't eat here. Let us find a more casual place." However, Wei Su merely smiled as he led her into the high-end restaurant without a word. During their meal, they reminisced about various amusing incidents from their school days. Halfway through, Mu Wanqing excused herself to the restroom. Understanding her well, he simply smiled. Knowing exactly what she intended to do, he nodded in acknowledgement. As Mu Wanqing turned to head to the restroom, she took a detour to the front desk and said to the staff, "I'd like to settle the bill for table 56. The attendant glanced at the computer and politely replied, "I'm sorry, miss, but the bill for table 56 has already been taken care of by that gentleman." Mu Wanqing was taken aback. Of course, he knows me so well. This realization filled her with a mix of irritation and amusement. She was irked that he, despite his bankruptcy, still spent lavishly, yet amused that he continued to find ways to provide her with the best experiences. She was not one of those emotionally numb women. In this society, there are far too many women who perceive a man's sacrifices as an inherent obligation. They believe that whether it be a casual outing, a movie, a vacation, or even significant purchases like houses and cars, all expenses should fall upon the man. They consider this to be a natural order of things. Little do they realize that the men who love them toil tirelessly throughout their lives, pouring their hearts and souls into providing gifts, cars, and homes for them. Yet, to these women, such hardships are merely expected. They think, "You are a man, I am a woman. Hence, your struggles are deserved, while I should merely indulge." They fail to cherish the kindness bestowed upon them by these men. However, Mu Wanqing is not one of those women. She has never believed that being in a relationship necessitates that the man must always be the one to give. This habit of splitting bills was one she cultivated during her school days with Wei Su. On their first outing, Wei Su intended to pay, only to be informed by the waiter that the bill had already been settled. When they visited an amusement park, it was Mu Wanqing who had prepared the tickets in advance. For Valentine's Day, a financially constrained Wei Su presented her with a box of limited edition chocolates, while she gifted him a watch worth 50,000. Now, years later, she remains unchanged. The more kindness Wei Su shows her, the more she feels compelled to reciprocate, often doubling or even tripling her gestures, leading Wei Su to believe that if he does not treasure such a woman, he is destined for misfortune. Chapter 23. I find the cuisine at this upscale restaurant rather unpalatable. It pales in comparison to the delights of street food, Mu Wanqing remarked with a smile upon returning from the restroom. At that moment, she had removed her mask and sunglasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage. Her skin was as flawless as jade, her eyes sparkling like stars. With delicate and captivating features, her figure was nothing short of perfection. Even when dressed in the simplest of attire, her innate elegance shone through, reminiscent of a queen or a princess, an essence that could not be concealed. Coming from a prestigious family, she was meant to adorn herself in luxurious and opulent garments, yet she deliberately chose ordinary clothing for her meeting with Wei Su. Even during her time studying abroad, she made an effort to dress modestly in her daily life. The men at surrounding tables were discreetly admiring Mu Wanqing, their gazes betraying admiration and appreciation, while simultaneously lamenting the cheapness of her attire. This woman ought to wear more splendid clothing that would amplify her allure. Some affluent individuals were already contemplating whether to approach her for contact details, convinced that a noble phoenix should never mate with a toad. Others cast envious glances at Wei Su, wishing to voice their disdain for his unworthiness in being with such a woman. Their female companions frowned at their partners for ogling another woman, but ultimately remained silent, feeling unqualified to protest. After all, they were merely playthings of these wealthy men, who would shower them with gifts when pleased, yet cast them aside when dissatisfied, leaving them with no right to be upset. For a quarrel could lead to a future devoid of financial support. In truth, the current Wei Su, having consumed the limitless charm capsule, had become impervious to critique regarding his appearance. The only remaining target for criticism was his attire. Dressing so modestly must indicate he is a poor boy. If you enjoy street food, then we shall continue to dine at street stalls, but I will not allow you to lack what other women possess, Wei Su declared, dismissing the gazes of other men with a smile. His words were rather direct, implying a sense of ownership over Mu Wanqing. Upon hearing this, A blush crept onto her cheeks, while the surrounding men scoffed. What other women possess, you say? Then why is your woman clad in such inexpensive clothing? Excuse me. I hope I'm not intruding, but may I offer my 2 cents? A middle-aged gentleman, self-assured in his good looks and wealth, approached with a smile. Although he feigned apologies to the couple, his gaze lingered upon Mu Wanqing's face. She frowned, disliking the interruption of her rare date with Wei Su. Yet, Wei Su smiled. Were these so-called wealthy men finally stepping forward to challenge him? Please, go ahead, he gestured, eager to see what this middle-aged man had to say. I overheard you. Young man, claiming that you won't allow her to lack what other women possess. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that was my assertion, Wei Su affirmed. The man's expression shifted to one of condescension. Young man, while it may seem gallant to make grand promises in front of your female companion, it's vital to have a clear understanding of your capabilities. Otherwise, those bold declarations may come off as rather ludicrous. The statement was veiled in subtlety. Yet the implication was clear. If you cannot fulfill your promises, do not boast, as it will only lead to embarrassment. Oh, Wei Su's smile widened. I do not find my previous statement to be amusing. You, being older and more experienced, might offer some advice to this young man. His response remained humble. The middle-aged man, seeing this, grew even more smug. He glanced at Mu Wanqing and noticed her frown, mistakenly believing it was directed at Wei Su. Convinced that his intervention had overshadowed the young man. Miss, allow me to offer you the counsel of someone who has been there. A man who makes such casual promises is not worth your time. The middle-aged man flashed a self-satisfied smile. I've encountered many impetuous young men before. They speak grandly, but falter when it comes time to deliver. His words were excessively blunt. As the saying goes, better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. And this middle-aged man had made it abundantly clear that he was advising Mu Wanqing against Wei Su, branding him as one of those who would shrink in the face of responsibility, a penniless charlatan who merely fancied himself charming. Mu Wanqing's frown deepened, her disdain for this middle-aged man growing. Were it not for her desire to maintain a ladylike impression before Wei Su, her black belt in karate would have compelled her to rise and deliver a kick to this man. She had dealt with unsolicited advances abroad in precisely this manner, unafraid given her formidable background. However, now, in the presence of the man she had long admired, she was reluctant to tarnish her favorable image. Mr. Zhang is correct. Young lady, men like him, who are all talk and no substance, are only appealing in appearance. Beyond that, they have little of value to offer. So I advise you to steer clear. At that moment, the middle-aged man's female companion approached. She appeared youthful, likely around the same age as Wei Su and his companions. And it was evident that she was merely a plaything for the middle-aged man. Is this enough for you? Mu Wanqing narrowed her enchanting phoenix eyes, and her words turned somewhat frosty. Had it been any other day, the moment this man and woman uttered their first words in her presence, they would have already received a sharp slap across the face. It's nothing. Don't be angry. Wei Su chuckled as he gently grasped Mu Wanqing's delicate hand, signaling her to remain calm. Her pretty face flushed crimson, and she subtly struggled to free herself from Wei Su's grip, wishing to maintain a semblance of modesty. But alas, his hold was too firm, and in the end, she could only lower her head in acquiescence to his grasp. Since you deem me as someone lacking in capability, I must inquire, what merit does this middle-aged man, who is both unattractive and advancing in years, possess that you, a gold digger, would go to such lengths to curry favor with him? Wei Su questioned with a smile. The female companion's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by gold digger and currying favor? Do you even know how to speak? She retorted, while her words were not entirely unfounded. Her directness was rather unbecoming. Did she not realize that her previous remarks had also directly targeted Wei Su? Chapter 24, Fate. In this world, many people wear a facade, a veneer that renders their existence less repugnant. This veneer is known as face. As the saying goes, a person lives by their face, just as a tree thrives by its bark. Yet, should someone strip away that facade, the true, unseemly visage would be laid bare, subject to ridicule, scorn, and contempt. Money. Who in this world does not cherish it? Zhang Xianfeng does. Guiting does as well. Zhang Xianfeng, nearing 40, possesses a modicum of wealth. Guiting, fortunate to have caught his eye, has latched onto this affluent man. Yet today, they find themselves in a state of discontent, for their facade has been peeled away, exposing their ugliness. Their initial aim was to sow discord between the young couple. Guiting was acutely aware of Zhang Xianfeng's motives in attempting to disrupt this pair, for he had set his sights on the young woman. Despite her disdain for the girl, who was 100 times more beautiful and possessed a far superior demeanor, she still chose to assist Zhang Xianfeng in his endeavor. A woman aiding her partner in wooing other women sounds absurd, yet that was the reality. After all, Guiting loved not Zhang Xianfeng himself, but rather his wealth. And Zhang Xianfeng, too, held no affection for Guiting. To him, she was merely a temporary diversion, one to be discarded once he grew tired. However, they never anticipated that this impoverished youth, whom they deemed lacking in merit, would dare to retaliate. Indeed, it was a counterattack. For this young man had stripped away their pretense, directly labeling Guiting as nothing more than a gold digger. Consequently, her facade fell away. Zhang Xianfeng, too, found his countenance diminished as Wei Su audaciously pointed out his age and unattractiveness. Observing Wei Su's forthrightness, Mu Wanqing's lips curled into a subtle yet alluring smile. He remained so remarkably sharp, ever unwilling to be at a disadvantage. What have I said wrong? Wei Su inquired, bemusement evident in his tone as he faced their displeased expressions. Are you truly each other's true love? Zhang Xianfeng and Guiting were rendered speechless. True love? Such a notion was laughable. In their world, there could be no true love, merely an exchange of interests, your beauty and youth for my wealth. Perhaps it was the reflection of their own lost and unpossessed true love that drove them to deliberately challenge those who had what they lacked. Naturally, Zhang Xianfeng coveted the young woman whose grace and beauty far surpassed Guiting's. Meanwhile, the surrounding patrons, who had been observing, found the unfolding drama quite entertaining. A sharp-tongued young man with nothing to his name pitted against a seemingly affluent middle-aged man, who would ultimately emerge victorious. Many placed their bets on the middle-aged man, convinced that the young fellow would lose the exceptional girl. Returning to the matter at hand, Wei Su disregarded the surrounding scrutiny, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and seized the initiative. You claim I lack capability. I would like to inquire, what exactly does your beloved companion possess in terms of merit? My man's capabilities are vast, so grand that merely stating them would leave you feeling inferior. Guiting seized the opportunity to retort vehemently. Zhang Xianfeng added with a cold smirk, young man, I must concede that your tongue is quite adept, but this world does not favor mere eloquence. It is governed by wealth, connections, and power. Would you not agree? Then I invite you, dear uncle, to enlighten me with your so-called abilities, that I may gain a deeper understanding and perhaps even admiration. Wei Su maintained his smile, his demeanor calm and composed. This only enhanced his charm, rendering him even more handsome. Unflappable, he spoke with precision and insight, his words sharp yet graceful. Even Mu Wanqing, accustomed to the company of numerous distinguished individuals, could not help but be captivated by Wei Su in that moment. She acknowledged that at this instant, he was undeniably dashing. No need for her intervention. Initially, she had presumed that upon returning home, the now bankrupt Wei Su would be consumed by insecurity. She had resolved to exert every effort to protect his fragile pride. Yet, witnessing the alluring confidence emanating from him, she realized she had misjudged. This man required no such care. He exuded confidence and charm in abundance. However, Zhang Xianfeng viewed Wei Su's calmness as mere pretentiousness. With a derisive laugh, he remarked, I had no intention of speaking, fearing it might be perceived as boastful. Yet, given this provocation, I have no choice but to reveal it. Guiting, I leave it to you. Guiting cast a condescending glance at Wei Su and scoffed, my partner's achievements are not particularly grand. He is merely the executive president of a lakeside estate and has a collaborative project with the Kempinski Hotel, with assets totaling merely a few $100 million. Though she feigned modesty, her expression radiated uncontainable pride, even arrogance. A few $100 million in assets, alongside the title of executive president in a collaboration with a prestigious hotel. Such credentials certainly placed one among the elite. After all, this status belonged to the realm of the affluent. As the surrounding crowd absorbed this information, some displayed expressions of admiration, while others remained indifferent. In the city of Suzhou, possessing hundreds of millions in assets could only be deemed moderately significant. As Mu Wanqing listened to Guiting's words, her expression remained apathetic. Was that all there was? However, Wei Su was taken aback. Fate indeed. What a twist of destiny. This Zhang, not only the executive president of a renowned lakeside family, also had a solo collaboration project with the Kempinski Hotel. Was this not all somehow interconnected with him? Yet, Guiting and Zhang Xianfeng interpreted Wei Su's astonishment as a form of fright. Zhang Xianfeng smirked, don't be surprised, otherwise it will merely expose your lack of experience. Wei Su shook his head, suppressing his astonishment, and sighed, ah, so it's you, Boss Zhang. We are quite fated to meet, would you believe it? Chapter 25, The Bet. Fated? What nonsense. Zhang Xianfeng could not help but scoff internally. He perceived Wei Su's words as mere flattery. Indeed, upon learning of his assets, it seemed the flattery had begun. Zhang Xianfeng waved his hand, signaling the waiter to bring over 2 chairs, intending to join Wei Su's table for some delightful mockery. Today, he was determined to dismantle this couple and simultaneously claim the woman before him. However, he frowned slightly. Why was this young man still holding that woman's hand? And why, upon hearing about his assets, Did she not withdraw her hand from his? The waiter approached, seeking Wei Su's consent. After all, whether to share a table depended on the guest's wishes. This upscale restaurant did not typically accommodate shared tables, but customer satisfaction was paramount. If they desired 4 people at one table, so be it. Amused, Wei Su nodded. Let us allow this fated boss Zhang to join our table. What is this? Now you wish to flatter me? Zhang Xianfeng sat down, a cold smile on his face. Guoting glanced at Mu Wanqing, deridingly stating, Sister, do you see? This is the man you are currently with. He is nothing. Mu Wanqing dismissed the woman's words, unable to comprehend why Wei Su would invite these two to share a table. Yet, she knew Wei Su was certainly not the type to indulge in flattery. Otherwise, her judgment of character would be terribly flawed. However, what followed from Wei Su's lips left not only Zhang Xianfeng and Guoting stunned, but also Mu Wanqing and the surrounding patrons momentarily speechless. He raised a glass of red wine and drank heartily before smiling. So, Boss Zhang, I have something to say that you might not believe. I can make you receive a scolding from your superior within minutes and cause your collaboration with the Kempinski Hotel to fall through. Do you believe me? The crowd, Zhang Xianfeng, Guoting, Mu Wanqing, what? Had they misheard? Even Mu Wanqing, who held deep trust in Wei Su, was left agape. Wei Su had declared bankruptcy, had he not? Even if he hadn't, his entrepreneurial endeavors could not possibly compare to someone like Zhang, who possessed hundreds of millions in assets. Yet now, Wei Su claimed he could induce a reprimand from Zhang's superior and jeopardize his project? This was rather grandiloquent. Ha! Suddenly, Zhang Xianfeng erupted into laughter. Guoting covered her mouth, chuckling derisively. The surrounding patrons exchanged amused glances, as though they had just heard the world's finest joke. Mu Wanqing cast a glance at Wei Su, resolutely deciding that she could not allow him to be humiliated. It was never in her nature to let the man she admired suffer disgrace. She would call her father shortly, pleading with him to see Zhang humbled. Wei Su joined in the laughter. What is so funny, Boss Zhang? Do you doubt my capability? Zhang Xianfeng smirked coldly. Indeed, I doubt you. What nonsense are you spouting? You think you can make me receive a reprimand from my superior and ruin my project? You must be dreaming. Do you truly believe you are something special? His words were decidedly ungracious. Zhang Xianfeng felt assured of his victory. Mr. Zhang, why lower yourself to argue with a mere boy who only knows how to boast? It will only tarnish your dignity. Guoting chimed in mockingly. Mr. Zhang, shall we place a bet? Wei Su proposed with a smile. Oh, what kind of bet? Zhang Xianfeng replied with a sneer. Are you suggesting you want to wager your girlfriend against me? I would certainly like for her to be my girlfriend. But I haven't even confessed yet. Wei Su chuckled. Mu Wanqing's face turned crimson at his words, and she gently pinched him, signaling for him to handle these two annoying flies before joking around. Yet, Wei Su looked at her earnestly, meeting her alluring phoenix eyes, and said sincerely, I'm not joking. Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed even more, feeling flustered. She hadn't anticipated that Wei Su would confess so quickly. All right, just tell me. What is the bet? Zhang Xianfeng could no longer contain himself. You've already embarrassed yourself enough. How can you still dare to flirt with women? The key was that the woman seemed genuinely charmed by him, which irked Zhang Xianfeng. Under different circumstances, any other woman would have long abandoned this impoverished boy to curry favor with Zhang Xianfeng. Fine, since Boss Zhang is so eager to bet with me, let us make it interesting. Wei Su stood up, addressing the gathered patrons. Esteemed guests, you have been observing this spectacle, understanding the context. Thus, allow me to entertain you with a performance and help you pass the time. The crowd was taken aback. What did this young man intend to do? However, many were intrigued. These wealthy individuals found their lives quite dull, and any entertainment was welcome. The waiter wanted to intervene, concerned about the noise in the upscale restaurant disturbing other patrons, but was halted by the manager. Since the guests were interested, the restaurant adhered to the principle of customer satisfaction. Zhang Xianfeng's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. What? You wish to embarrass yourself publicly? Who will be embarrassed remains to be seen, Wei Su retorted with a smile. Boss Zhang, I wager that within 20 minutes, you will receive 2 phone calls, one from your superior reprimanding you, and another informing you that your collaboration with the Kempinski Hotel has fallen through. If I fail to deliver those 2 calls, I will kneel and apologize to you. Conversely, if you receive those calls, you will kneel and apologize to me. What do you say? The crowd gasped in shock. This young man truly dared to make such a wager. Even Mu Wanqing was stunned. How could Wei Su dare to place such a bet? She knew of his bankruptcy. Logically, this should not be happening. Yet, based on her understanding of him, Wei Su was certainly not the type to cling to pride at the cost of his dignity. Very well. Zhang Xianfeng laughed heartily. I accept your wager. Once the 20 minutes pass, prepare to kneel and apologize to me. He then gestured to the crowd. You all shall serve as witnesses, lest anyone tries to play tricks later. With that, he crossed his arms confidently, adopting a relaxed demeanor, even crossing his legs, exuding an air of certainty that victory was already assured. The surrounding guests chuckled and nodded in amusement, showing interest in whichever party was bowing. Guoting mockingly taunted Mu Wanqing, "Sister, it seems your choice in a boyfriend is rather lacking. He enjoys kneeling and bowing." "Close your foul mouth," Mu Wanqing retorted coldly. Chapter 26. The taunts were relentless. Guoting's expression darkened as she was about to counter, but upon meeting Mu Wanqing's gaze, she inexplicably felt a twinge of trepidation. The girl before her exuded an innate air of nobility. "Don't be angry," Wei Su interjected, gently squeezing Mu Wanqing's delicate hand. Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes in a playful manner and leaned closer to Wei Su, asking, "Do you need my assistance?" Wei Su smiled, "Just enjoy the show." Mu Wanqing hesitated, unsure of where Wei Su found the audacity to wager against that Zhang fellow. Meanwhile, Wei Su nonchalantly savored his steak and sipped on red wine. 5 minutes had elapsed. There remained 15 minutes until the time for you to kneel and bow. Zhang Xianfeng raised his wrist ostentatiously, revealing his luxury watch. He glanced at Mu Wanqing, expecting to see her astonished and envious expression, only to be met with disappointment as she displayed no sign of awe towards his timepiece. Was it ignorance of its worth, or had she simply become accustomed to such opulence? Zhang Xianfeng believed it to be the latter. No need to rush. The world is vast, but dining reigns supreme. Wei Su wiped his mouth with a napkin before retrieving his antiquated Xiaomi phone. Upon seeing Wei Su's outdated Xiaomi, a mere relic of a phone, Zhang Xianfeng scoffed, "I must say, young man, your phone is rather pathetic. You should upgrade. Here's a suggestion. Stand up, bow to me, and call me Brother Zhang, and I shall gift you the latest model of an iPhone. What do you say?" Wei Su merely chuckled. "Believe it or not, this phone is more precious than your entire fortune, Mr. Zhang." "Huh, a stubborn duck." Zhang Xianfeng sneered. Wei Su paid him no mind and began dialing a number. The crowd fell silent, eager to witness what this seemingly impoverished young man would do to compel Zhang Xianfeng, a man of immense wealth, to kneel and bow. Suddenly, the call connected. "Hello? Is this Director Su? I heard that your lakeside mansion has an executive president by the surname Zhang." At this point, Zhang Xianfeng's breath caught in his throat. Could this person truly have reached his superior? The president was not even at the pinnacle of the company. That title belonged to the chairman. And the paramount chairman of Lakeside Mansion was indeed surnamed Su. This chairman was the ultimate authority, determining the fates of the company's employees. Even Zhang Xianfeng, the president, could not defy the commands of this great boss. Generally, the appointment and dismissal of a president required board approval, but regrettably, the board at Lakeside Mansion was predominantly swayed by the whims of Chairman Su. Thus, Zhang Xianfeng found himself at the mercy of Director Su. What a charade. Nevertheless, Zhang Xianfeng evidently doubted that this impoverished lad could reach Director Su, let alone that the esteemed director would heed the words of such a lowly individual to reprimand him. The president. Wei Su smiled at Zhang Xianfeng's disdainful expression while continuing his conversation. "You see, your president has displeased me. Yes, I am currently in the presence of President Zhang, and I hope Director Su will give him a call to enlighten him on the principle that the customer is king." In the opulent office of Lakeside Mansion, Director Su had just hung up the phone and slapped his desk, startling the vice president who was being reprimanded nearby. "Chairman, what is the matter? What else could it be? That Zhang fellow has truly pushed his luck by angering our most significant client, and now they've called me." Director Su exclaimed angrily. The vice president's heart skipped a beat. "Wah, what is going on? Our most significant client? Isn't that the one who single-handedly contracted 10 buildings? This year, Lakeside Mansion was struggling with performance, as property prices were steep, making it difficult for many to buy. It was precisely that client, who had single-handedly contracted those 10 buildings, that revitalized their business. A substantial influx of capital had indeed sustained Lakeside Mansion's previously faltering financial chain. Initially, Director Su was abroad, and thus could not personally welcome this esteemed client. However, he later made the effort to call, providing his personal number and assuring the client that any grievances could be directly communicated to him. Director Su valued not just the client's purchasing power, but also their background. To contract 10 buildings in one go, each worth over $1 billion. Such monumental deals did not occur without substantial connections. The vice president wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. "Chairman, what did this esteemed client request?" "He merely asked me to call and reprimand Zhang Xianfeng," Director Su replied, puffing on a cigar. The vice president sighed in relief. If that was all, it could be accommodated. "However, I've noticed Zhang Xianfeng's performance has not been stellar lately." Director Su set down his cigar and regarded the vice president seriously. "In this company, we adhere to the principle that those with ability rise. Since Zhang Xianfeng's performance has been dismal over the past 2 years, the position of executive president ought to be reconsidered. Do you have confidence in this?" "Good heavens, fortune smiles upon us." The vice president's heart raced, and he quickly nodded, vowing, I assure you, Chairman, you will not be disappointed. Director Su nodded, then picked up the phone and dialed Zhang Xianfeng's number. Meanwhile, at the upscale restaurant, Wei Su had completed his first call under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. What a ruse. Mu Wanqing had caught a hint of doubt. She recognized Director Su of Lakeside Mansion, hence her knowledge of the surname. But how did Wei Su come to know him? Should your next call be to the owner of the Kempinski Hotel? Zhang Xianfeng mocked. Guiting followed suit with her sarcasm. Even a charlatan's disguise is better than yours. Pretending to make phone calls? Just wait until the 20 minutes are up. Your kneeling will be pitifully amusing. Wei Su remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, what if I claim to be the owner of the Kempinski Hotel? Zhang Xianfeng. Guiting. Mu Wanqing. The crowd. The laughter erupted. Not only Zhang Xianfeng roared with laughter, but even the other diners joined in, their mirth echoing through the restaurant. Only Mu Wanqing remained solemn, still struggling to believe that Wei Su was not bankrupt. How did he suddenly transform into the proprietor of the Kempinski Hotel? Chapter 27, A Fatal Blow. It was not just the guests, even the waitstaff and the restaurant manager, upon hearing Wei Su's words, shook their heads in amusement. What is it with today's youth, that they so stubbornly cling to their fabrications? They persist in uttering deceitful claims to the bitter end. You say you know Director Su of the Lakeside Elite, and I might entertain a sliver of belief. But to assert that you are the owner of the Kempinski Hotel, do you truly think they regard you as a fool? The sounds of mockery reverberated in Wei Su's ears. Yet, instead of feeling anger, he remained remarkably composed. He surveyed the crowd, observing the derisive smiles adorning their faces, his gaze tranquil, like a still pond, undisturbed by wind or wave. Mu Wanqing, though somewhat skeptical, looked at Wei Su, and even her unwavering trust in him faltered at this moment, leaving her in doubt. Ignoring the ridicule, Wei Su continued to pick up the phone, successfully connecting to the head of the Kempinski Hotel management. Hello, is there something you wish to instruct, sir? Came the respectful voice from the other end. Wei Su did not use the speakerphone, so the gathered crowd could not hear the response. I would like to inquire about some recent collaborative projects at the hotel, he asked. Though the manager was puzzled as to why the owner was interested, he proceeded to recount all the projects. Wei Su interrupted, saying, there are too many projects. Please directly tell me which one has a partner surnamed Zhang. The manager promptly replied, there is indeed a collaborator named Zhang Xianfeng in a partnership with a travel company. Is he not the executive president of Lakeside Elite? Wei Su questioned. Yes, but the project was negotiated by his brother's travel company. He merely facilitated it. Has the contract been signed? Not yet. We were planning to assess the travel company's revenue. If it exceeds 20% more than other companies, we intend to proceed. No need for estimates. Just call Zhang Xianfeng and inform him that his project has been eliminated. The Kempinski Hotel will not enter into a contract with him. The hotel manager nodded without hesitation. Understood, sir. I will call him immediately. Even though the preliminary assessment indicated potential profit from this travel company, the manager obeyed without question. Poor Zhang Xianfeng, after much effort and countless connections, was about to succeed, only to unknowingly provoke this powerful boss, resulting in the project's demise. After hanging up, Wei Su set his phone down. The crowd, still wearing smirks, glanced at the time, 5 minutes remaining. In 5 minutes, it was likely that the impoverished youth would be begging for mercy. As Zhang Xianfeng and Guiting prepared to further ridicule this young man, suddenly, the ringtone of Zhang Xianfeng's phone pierced through the restaurant, a stark contrast to the atmosphere. The crowd felt a jolt of anticipation. Zhang Xianfeng's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly shook his head, smiling at everyone. It's probably just a call from someone else. No worries, you will soon witness this poor fellow kneeling, providing ample entertainment. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone, Wei Su interjected, Mr. Zhang, please put the call on speaker so everyone can hear the contents and witness the outcome of this wager. Zhang Xianfeng sneered, speaker it is. Without glancing at the caller ID, he pressed the speakerphone and placed it on the table. Hello? Who is this? Zhang Xianfeng asked, his voice laced with disdain. This is Su Dongming. Boom. Those simple words rendered Zhang Xianfeng momentarily speechless. Those familiar with the chairman of Lakeside Elite recognized the voice instantly. What the? Mu Wanqing was also stunned, turning to look at the man, her captivating eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Wei Su smiled, his demeanor unwavering. Zhang Xianfeng, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his composure and stiffly asked, Chairman, is there something you wish to discuss? What could there possibly be to discuss? You don't even realize the mistake you've made? Su Dongming's voice was charged with indignation. I truly don't know. Zhang Xianfeng's face was a portrait of anxiety. Praying silently, please, Chairman, don't scold me. But as the saying goes, what you fear tends to come to pass. Su Dongming's next words struck like a thunderclap. You have offended our largest client at Lakeside Elite. Old Zhang, I'm not trying to be harsh, but I must reprimand you. Your performance has been lackluster for the past 2 years, and now you've angered our esteemed client, who has specifically named you for criticism. As chairman, I have no choice but to address this. Boom. Su Dongming's words left everyone in the room astounded. What? The largest client of Lakeside Elite? Is it this seemingly ordinary, impoverished young man before us? Everyone's jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Zhang Xianfeng appeared utterly bewildered. Furthermore, after you return to work tomorrow, come to my office. There will be changes in company positions. The subsidiary is in need of a manager, and you will be reassigned there. Once the subsidiary's performance improves, we can consider promoting you again. With that, he hung up, leaving Zhang Xianfeng in a state of shock and despair. From the executive president of the main company to a mere manager in the subsidiary, this shift signified a plunge from an annual salary in the tens of millions to one barely in the hundreds of thousands. A staggering defeat. For someone of his stature, it was akin to falling into an abyss. The surrounding crowd now gazed at Wei Su with expressions of utter astonishment. Their prior mockery had vanished, replaced by sheer shock. Guoting, in particular, averted her gaze, unable to look at the man again. Mu Wanqing, however, looked at Wei Su with bright eyes, feeling as though she could no longer decipher him. Could he truly be the Wei Su who had fallen into ruin? Yet, the spectacle was far from over. No sooner had Su Dongming's call ended than another one came through. Zhang Xianfeng, still in a daze, answered the phone. It was his brother, Zhang Xiandi. Bro, didn't you say the project with Kempinski was secured? Why did the hotel manager just call me to say they refused to collaborate? What on earth is going on? Zhang Xiandi's panicked and desperate voice echoed through the line. Boom. This was yet another fatal blow for Zhang Xianfeng. Simultaneously, it left everyone around him in stunned silence, their expressions blank. Chapter 28. I want you to kneel. In the upscale restaurant, all the patrons ceased their activities, their faces etched with shock, and those of considerable means exhibited faintly astonished expressions. The young man, astonishingly, managed to put Zhang Xianfeng in a predicament. With merely 2 phone calls, not only was Zhang Xianfeng's position as chief executive officer demoted to that of a mere manager, but he also sabotaged a significant project that he had orchestrated for his brother. The 20 minutes had just concluded. Zhang Xianfeng's face turned a deep shade of purplish red, with his breathing becoming exceedingly labored. He never imagined he would face defeat, especially at the hands of such a seemingly impoverished youth. Guoting was now rendered speechless. Her earlier mockery of the girl's boyfriend, who she deemed utterly incapable, now stinging her cheeks with embarrassment. It was truly humiliating. Mu Wanqing, however, gazed at the young man with a glimmer of intrigue, sensing discrepancies in the information she had gathered. Mr. Zhang, isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Wei Su stated, his demeanor remaining unruffled. Zhang Xianfeng thought to himself that having to kneel and apologize before such a large audience was utterly inconceivable. If he truly did so, his standing in this circle would be irreparably tarnished. Seeing Zhang Xianfeng's apparent reluctance to honor the bet, Wei Su chuckled lightly. What is the matter, Mr. Zhang? Are you the kind of person who lacks integrity? The saying goes, one must accept the consequences of their bets. Having lost, Mr. Zhang, you should honor the agreement. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Xianfeng's expression darkened as he replied, young man, I admit I was short-sighted before, but as the saying goes, one should leave a line for others to follow, so we may meet again in the future. What do you think? Oh, is that a threat I hear? Wei Su laughed wholeheartedly. This is not a threat, Zhang Xianfeng retorted, his eyes narrowing, merely a reminder. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests continued to observe the spectacle. It was evident that Zhang Xianfeng was unwilling to fulfill the bet, and the young man seemed resolute in not letting him off the hook easily. Perhaps this matter still had more to unfold? Thank you for the reminder. Wei Su nodded, then added, however, such reminders hold no significance for me. I will pose you a single question, Mr. Zhang. If the one who lost the bet were not you, but rather myself, and I were to refuse to fulfill the agreement while threatening you with the notion of leaving a line for future encounters, what would your thoughts be? Zhang Xianfeng hesitated. Realizing his own hypocrisy, he defended himself. This is not a threat, just a reminder. Yet, his demeanor softened slightly. Indeed, had he won, he would have spared no effort in humiliating this young man before his girlfriend, forcing him to kneel and strip away his dignity. Very well. Thank you for the reminder. I will ask you one last time. Will you fulfill the bet, Mr. Zhang? Wei Su's warm smile finally vanished, replaced by a frigid expression. Strangely enough, after locking eyes with the young man, Zhang Xianfeng felt a tremor of apprehension within him. His expression was torn. Wei Su continued indifferently. You may choose not to uphold the bet. I shall remember the name Zhang Xianfeng. In the future, we can continue our little game and see how long you can endure. Believe me, Mr. Zhang, you will come to regret this. With that, Wei Su picked up his knife and fork, finishing the last piece of steak. After swallowing, he turned to Mu Wanqing and remarked, "Indeed, this so-called high-end restaurant lacks flavor. The street food outside is far more delectable." Mu Wanqing merely smiled gently and nodded. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianfeng's expression had darkened considerably. He found himself at an impasse. To leave would be to act dishonorably in front of so many witnesses, and he would thereafter be held in contempt by the inscrutable young man. To stay would be unutterably humiliating. It must be said, what a treacherous beauty fate was. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have dared to confront the young man so brazenly. Moreover, he had never anticipated that this seemingly impoverished youth was, in fact, a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. "I shall give Mr. Zhang 10 seconds to ponder this matter. My friends and I have finished our meal. Will you honor the bet or not?" Wei Su issued his final ultimatum. Even if Zhang Xianfeng chose not to uphold the agreement, it mattered little. Wei Su had ample time to toy with him in the future. He was never one to play the saint, nor was he a benevolent soul. Should someone provoke him, he would return the favor with a vengeance. Zhang Xianfeng glanced at his companion, Guiting. She instantly understood and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, sincerely bowing her head in apology. "Sir, we were in the wrong. I apologize on behalf of my companion." It was clear that Zhang Xianfeng intended to use his partner to salvage his own pride. Mu Wanqing frowned, and the surrounding guests shook their heads. This Zhang Xianfeng is no man. However, by doing so, the young man at the center of this debacle would likely feel compelled to relent. Yet, they were all mistaken. Relent? Wei Su, having experienced the ebbs and flows of life, had seen through human nature. Thus, he scoffed. "What need do I have for a woman to kneel? I demand that, Mr. Zhang kneel. Did you not understand human language? Zhang Xianfeng, I want you to kneel directly." His words were brazen and unequivocal. Even Mu Wanqing looked astonished at Wei Su's sudden display of dominance. Zhang Xianfeng, now directly addressed, felt his face flush with indignation. He never expected his opponent to cling so fiercely to his demand. Whatever one does, one must consider the consequences, be they good or bad. "Mr. Zhang, from the moment you decided to provoke me, intending to humiliate me, you should have anticipated that I might be someone you cannot afford to cross. As fate would have it, I happen to be that person. Therefore, kneel before me. Otherwise, believe me, I shall thoroughly enjoy playing this game with you." With that, Wei Su revealed a devilish smile. "Tell me, Mr. Zhang, do you still believe I am unworthy of competing with you?" Zhang Xianfeng, the crowd, Mu Wanqing, a young lad had cornered a middle-aged man of considerable wealth and success, pushing him into a dire situation, a scenario no one had foreseen. Ultimately, with a thud, Zhang Xianfeng, after much contemplation, realized that he could not outmaneuver this young man. He knelt and bowed his head, apologizing profusely. His career and his brother's significant project had been entirely derailed by just 2 phone calls from this young man. To say he lacked influence would be preposterous. Chapter 29, A Declaration of Affection. Zhang Xianfeng departed. After bowing in apology, he left without looking back. For he felt the weight of all eyes in the restaurant upon him, mocking him. This made him feel as though he were walking on needles, uncomfortable and exposed. He had once been so illustrious, yet now, merely because he had sought to pursue a captivating beauty, he found himself in utter disgrace. What else could he do but flee? At this moment, no one in the restaurant dared to think that this man was unworthy of that woman. After Zhang Xianfeng's departure, Wei Su also took Mu Wanqing out of the restaurant. Instead of driving back, he handed money to the valet, requesting him to drive his car back to the Renheng Tangbei Villa area. This left the valet utterly astonished. As he and Mu Wanqing walked along the roadside, she remarked, "You've changed so much." The gentle evening breeze swirled around them. "Have I?" Wei Su replied with a smile. "I don't think I've changed at all. You've really changed a lot. You wouldn't have been so outspoken before," Mu Wanqing said. "Do you think that is a good thing or a bad thing?" Wei Su teased. "A good thing?" Mu Wanqing tilted her head adorably, her expression charming. "At least tonight, I find it very satisfying and quite powerful." Wei Su chuckled. Remaining silent, they walked in companionable silence, neither feeling awkward. During their university days, they had grown accustomed to strolling slowly back to their dorms after studying in the library. Many classmates had assumed they were a couple, yet only they understood that neither had broken through that invisible barrier. They harbored feelings for one another, unspoken yet enduring, extending to this very day. After Mu Wanqing went abroad for her studies, Wei Su thought their fates had diverged, but now they found themselves together again. Was this a reminder for Wei Su not to let this opportunity slip away? Perhaps it was truly a second chance bestowed upon him by fate. "You say I've changed so much, but in truth, I've remained the same," Wei Su suddenly said with a smile. Mu Wanqing paused, puzzled. What hasn't he changed? She genuinely felt he had transformed significantly. The Wei Su of the past was transparent to her, while the current Wei Su felt shrouded in mystery. Like clouds obscuring the mountains, revealing only a vague silhouette. He seemed to exude an allure that was undeniably captivating. Of course, the most immediate observation was that Wei Su had become incredibly handsome to an astonishing degree. Although she had admired him before, she hadn't considered him particularly striking. After all, she had grown up in a prestigious family and had encountered many charming young men, some even more exceptional than Wei Su. But now, her feelings for him had evolved. She was drawn not only to his character but also to his appearance and charisma, as if he had transformed into a dazzling star. Earlier in the restaurant, many men had gazed at her, and she had noticed several women discreetly assessing Wei Su. Thus, she felt he had indeed changed. Yet, Wei Su insisted he had not. What hasn't he changed? Wei Su smiled. My heart, which has always loved you, has remained unchanged. It is love, not mere affection. At these words, Mu Wanqing blushed deeply, her cheeks turning as red as an apple, utterly adorable. Yu Xianti anticipated Wei Su would confess at such a moment. Wei Su gazed at her earnestly and softly said, Don't think I'm unaware of everything you've done for me in silence. You've known all along that I went bankrupt, haven't you? Mu Wanqing lowered her flushed face, silent. You must have learned it from our classmates. Which is why you added me as a friend. Mu Wanqing, you've always been attentive to me. And when I inquired about my debts at the bank, the manager revealed that they had been cleared. Although you asked him to keep it confidential, he eventually disclosed that the funds used to settle my debts came from the United States. And you, studying there. It's not hard to deduce that it was you who helped me. As he spoke, Wei Su gently took Mu Wanqing's small hand in his. I like you. I love you. Will you consider dating me with marriage as the goal? Upon hearing Wei Su's heartfelt confession, Mu Wanqing's mind went blank. Her face flushed a deep crimson, as if it would burst. She looked around in a daze, completely taken aback by the suddenness of it all. She hadn't prepared herself for such an unexpected moment. She had intended to take her time after returning home before developing their relationship. But now, just after stepping off the plane, everything she had done was laid bare, leaving her both anxious and elated. Anxious that Wei Su might resent her for meddling, yet elated that he had been watching over her just as she had watched over him. Give me a moment to gather my thoughts, overwhelmed with nervousness. Mu Wanqing abruptly pulled her hand away and ran off. Wei Su chuckled in surprise and hurried after her, only to find that she had already hopped into a luxurious business car worth millions, rolling down the window to wave at him. Her face a mix of shyness and delight. He could only come to a halt. The vehicle was likely sent by her family's servant to pick her up. The Mu family, renowned in Suzhou, belonged to an illustrious lineage with deep roots and formidable strength. Among the 5 prominent families in Suzhou, the Mu family was notably one. Earlier, when Mu Wanqing had disembarked from the plane, she had been accompanied by Li Chang'an from the Li family, who was also one of those prominent families. It was only natural for such esteemed families to send servants for their reception. Wei Su sighed gently, shaking his head, feeling a tinge of urgency. Recalling Mu Wanqing's flustered face, he found it utterly charming and amusing. Well, let us take it slow, there's plenty of time ahead. With that thought, Wei Su turned and hailed a taxi back to the Renheng Tangbei villa. Upon returning to the villa, surrounded by the opulent decor and splendid lighting, Wei Su sat on the sofa, lost in contemplation. Once, he could hardly have imagined living in such a standalone villa. His greatest dream had been to purchase a property in Lakeside Mansion. However, after finally acquiring a home, he had been forced to sell it due to the failure of his entrepreneurial endeavors. After taking a shower, Wei Su pondered what his next steps should be. If he had no other ambitions, the assets he currently possessed would suffice for him to live comfortably for a lifetime. The mere rental income from the 10 exquisite buildings along the lakeshore amounts to several tens of millions annually. Now, with the addition of a 5-star hotel under his management, it is almost certain that Wei Su, as long as he refrains from extravagant gambling, can spend without restraint. However, he has aspirations, and that aspiration is to marry Mu Wanqing. To achieve this, he must first win over the Mu family, particularly her parents and ancestors. As one of the 5 prominent families in Suzhou, the Mu family's profound background is undeniable, far surpassing Wei Su's current standing. They are backed by numerous companies, with extensive investments in real estate and hospitality, and, crucially, they have members serving in the court. This connection is the cornerstone of their influence. Enough pondering. Let us focus on today's 1 yuan flash sale. Progress is made step by step, and meals are consumed bite by bite. Wei Su is not in a hurry. He pulls out his smartphone and opens the 1 yuan flash sale app. The time is precisely noon. Ding dong. Today's 1 yuan flash sale item, Haoyan Credit Company. As the name suggests, it is a lending company. Wei Su hesitates momentarily. Should he purchase this? He has heard of Haoyan Credit Company. It is a legitimate lending firm, and it boasts impressive security measures. If Wei Su were to acquire it, it could prove quite beneficial. Would you like to proceed with the purchase? Wei Su clicks to buy. Would you like to withdraw the funds? He clicks yes. Yet, nothing materializes. Wei Su adeptly navigates to the webpage for Haoyan Credit Company and discovers that the company's chairman has indeed been changed to his name. Closing the page, he contemplates that now his villa has stabilized, it is time to hire a butler. He picks up his phone and calls the property management. The property management's response is exceedingly polite. Could you please assist me in posting a job advertisement? I wish to hire a butler. Both genders are welcome, as long as they possess the requisite skills, Wei Su instructs. Of course, we will promptly publish the advertisement for you. The next morning, Wei Su sends a good morning message to Mu Wanqing but receives no reply, likely due to her busyness. After stretching and taking a shower, he tidies himself up. When he receives a call from the property management. Hello, Mr. Wei. Good morning. After sending out the job advertisement last night, we already have 5 candidates scheduled for interviews this morning. When would you be available to come to the property management office for the interviews? The efficiency of the luxury villa property management is commendable. The saying, money can make the devil push the mill, rings true. I'll head over right now. Very well. Upon arriving at the property management office, the receptionist hastens to greet Wei Su, only to be silenced by a raised finger signaling for quiet. Though puzzled, she refrains from speaking and politely inquires, Mr. Wei, the 5 candidates are already seated in the lounge. Would you like me to inform them that the interviewer has arrived? With a smile, Wei Su replies, no rush, I'll go directly to the lounge. Please do not mention my arrival to them. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, nods in agreement. Of course, please follow me. As Wei Su passes the office, he casually picks up a blank resume, disguising himself as a candidate. Entering the lounge, the 5 interviewees are instantly alert as the door opens. However, they relax upon seeing Wei Su. Oh, it turns out he is also a candidate. Wei Su nonchalantly selects a seat and begins to discreetly assess the 5 applicants. After all, he is interviewing potential butlers, individuals who will be close to him, so he must remain discerning, for one can know a face but not a heart. Thus, he has decided to conduct the interviews personally. Among the 5, 3 are women and 2 are men. One of the men, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exudes an air of superiority, his gaze betraying a hint of disdain for the butler profession. Perhaps the allure of Wei Su's generous salary has compelled him to reluctantly apply. The other male candidate appears lethargic and disinterested, frequently glancing at the receptionist, seemingly impatient for the interview to commence. As for the 3 women, 2 are heavily made up, while 1 feigns purity. The 2 heavily made up women appear to be around 30, dressed rather provocatively, resembling more of mistresses than butlers. Meanwhile, the seemingly innocent woman, crossed legs and exuding an air of entitlement, glances dismissively at the 2 made-up women, as if to say, you 2 old hags have the audacity to compete with me for this position? Last night, Wei Su announced a generous annual salary of 1 million for the butler position, a sum that in any mid-tier company would typically be the starting salary for a manager. It is no wonder these candidates are eager to apply. Perhaps growing impatient, the man in gold-rimmed glasses finally strides to the door and curtly asks the receptionist, is the interviewer not here yet? How long must we wait? My time is valuable. The receptionist glances at Wei Su, who remains silent, and responds, I apologize, sir. The interviewer has encountered an urgent matter, so we kindly ask for your patience. Do you have his number? Give it to me. I'll call him myself. The man's tone remains brusque, exuding an air of entitlement. He believes that being the most educated candidate, a returee, makes him deserving of this position. The receptionist, maintaining her politeness, replies, I'm sorry, but I am not authorized to disclose the interviewer's contact information. If you wish to withdraw from the interview, you are free to do so at any time. We will not hinder you. The man's face flushes with anger. The receptionist continues to smile, internally mocking the arrogance of the man, unaware that the interviewer is observing his disgraceful behavior from the lounge. Chapter 31. Your time is up. Ultimately, the man in gold-rimmed glasses returns to his seat. Despite his pride, he begrudgingly remains for the sake of the salary. Meanwhile, Wei Su, noticing the growing impatience among the candidates, stands up and smiles. I apologize for the wait. I am actually the interviewer for today. What? Are you kidding us? As Wei Su reveals his identity, the 5 candidates are struck with shock and anger. They are astonished that the interviewer had been present all along and incensed at the implication that he has been toying with them. Wei Su approaches the podium, placing the blank resume down, and smiles. It seems you all are quite dissatisfied with me? Of course. The feigning purity woman scoffs. You think we're fools? You've made us wait for nothing. How can we be satisfied? Although she found the man before her quite handsome and possessing a remarkable demeanor in her eyes, he ultimately could not compete with wealth. Handsomeness cannot be consumed as sustenance, can it? Such a person could at most offer a fleeting romance. The thought of marrying him was out of the question, for he was merely a wage earner. Her purpose in attending this interview for the butler position was not the enticing annual salary of 1 million, but rather to ensnare the owner. Where was she? In the exclusive villa district of Renheng. The owners here were all either exceedingly wealthy or of high status. If she could attach herself to one of them, perhaps even ascend to the role of the villa's mistress, her fortunes would soar. Indeed, the two heavily made-up women chimed in agreement. One of them sneered, saying, "I suggest you, interviewer, abandon your airs. It's futile. Among us 5, one of us is bound to secure the position. If one of us 3 women succeeds, we may very well become the future mistress of the villa, effectively your superior. It would be wise for you to treat us with a modicum of respect." Her words were delivered with a sense of righteousness, as if they believed the highest chance of success lay with the 3 of them. After all, which man does not favor women? As for the bespectacled gentleman and the man in a suit, they were irrelevant. Who would hire a male butler? It was always the beautiful women they preferred, wasn't it? Wei Su, listening to the women's words, couldn't help but chuckle at their audacity. At that moment, the bespectacled man, showing no courtesy, turned to Wei Su and said, "All right, let's expedite the interview. My time is precious." The other 4 nodded, urging Wei Su on, completely disregarding him as the interviewer. Wei Su found their arrogance amusing. He gently shook his head and addressed the property receptionist, saying, "The interview has concluded." With that, he exited the room. The 5 candidates were left dumbfounded. Was that it? He hadn't even announced who had been hired. The man in the suit stood at the door, boldly stating, "Hey, you haven't declared who got the job yet. Leaving like this isn't appropriate, is it?" The other 4 encircled him, their faces filled with hostility, as if they would not let Wei Su leave without revealing the outcome. This was hardly the demeanor expected from interviewees. They lacked the basic respect due to an interviewer. Wei Su shook his head and directly stated, "I find none of you suitable, therefore, none will be hired. Let us not waste each other's time, as your time is precious, and so is mine. You may leave, and I will have the receptionist reimburse your travel expenses." Offering to reimburse their travel costs was already a generous gesture on Wei Su's part. Many candidates leave interviews without even having their expenses covered. "Oh really? You think we're beneath your notice? You're just an interviewer, a mere employee. Whether you deem us worthy is irrelevant unless the owner says so. Who do you think you are?" One woman, feigning innocence, scoffed. Wei Su was left speechless. At that moment, the property receptionist stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Please, everyone, temper your emotions. The interviewer represents the owner's wishes. Since none of you succeeded today, you may continue your search elsewhere without hostility." "Hostility?" The man in the suit sneered. "This interviewer is the arrogant one. He isn't the owner. Why should his word hold any weight?" Wei Su remained silent. The property receptionist was equally at a loss. Did these people possess no common sense? The fact that the owner entrusted the interviewer with the hiring process indicated that the interviewer had the authority to reject candidates. Yet they had the audacity to question his authority. Wei Su, his patience exhausted, sighed, "Forget the travel reimbursements. The interview is over." With that, he turned to leave. A security personnel followed closely behind him. "What? You think you can just end the interview and toy with us?" The man in the suit suddenly erupted, attempting to kick Wei Su's back in a fit of rage, since he had already failed the interview. However, the security guards swiftly subdued him. Seeing this, the remaining 4 gritted their teeth and surged forward, attempting to kick Wei Su as well. The security guard's expression changed instantly as he sprang into action, delivering swift punches that left the assailants scattered. He then grabbed his walkie-talkie, reporting, "There are 5 assailants attempting to attack the owner. Immediate assistance is required." What? The owner? The 5, now battered and retreating, were left in shock. Wasn't he merely the interviewer? How could he be the owner? The security officer, capable of taking down the 5 single-handedly, had called for backup merely as a precaution. After all, if the owner were harmed due to negligence, their jobs would be on the line. Wei Su turned to face the astonished candidates, his expression indifferent, and reiterated, "Let me make it abundantly clear. You 5 are unworthy of serving as my butlers. Depart at once." With that, he turned on his heel. The security officer inquired, "Sir, how should we handle these assailants who attempted to attack you?" Wei Su smiled and replied, "Let the Justice Association take over and hire 5 lawyers to sue them. I will cover the expenses." "Understood." The security officer nodded eagerly. The 5 candidates were now pale with fear. What have we gotten ourselves into? A lawsuit? How will we manage that? We can't afford lawyers. The security officer cracked his neck, watching the 5 who were now trying to plead for mercy, and coldly remarked, "You better stand still. Should I call you ignorant or commend your audacity? Do you have any idea who resides in Renheng? Let me tell you. Your fate is sealed." Chapter 32, Because You Are a Man. To be frank, this interview was the most bizarre and infuriating experience Wei Su had encountered thus far. During his previous ventures as an entrepreneur, he had interviewed numerous candidates. Most were humble and reserved, acutely aware of their positions, unlike these 5. Wei Su found it puzzling. He had expected the applicants responding to the job advertisement from Rinheng Tangbei to be genuinely talented individuals. After all, this was the villa district in Suzhou with the highest concentration of wealth. Those who dared to come for an interview should possess self-awareness and confidence in their abilities. Yet today, among these five, Wei Su could only perceive arrogance and delusions. The three women fancied themselves capable of seducing him, while the two men held inflated self-regard. Truly a spectacle. Wei Su's good mood had been thoroughly soured. If he didn't teach them a lesson, how could he find satisfaction? Thus, he resolved to sue them, thrusting them into an abyss of trouble. Let us see whose wealth prevails, theirs or mine. In the afternoon, Wei Su refrained from returning to the lakeside mansion, for it seemed there was no compelling reason for him to do so. Regrettably, he lamented the missed opportunity of encountering Miao Ran, an exceptional beauty. However, it was merely a pang of regret. Presently, his heart was solely occupied by Mu Wanqing. Han Yun occasionally sent him messages, to which he responded with warmth. After all, she was his own woman. As night descended, feeling rather idle, Wei Su chose not to drive his beloved car, but instead opted for a shared electric scooter to venture towards the nearby snack street of the villa district. The place was bustling, and even from a distance, the tantalizing aromas wafted through the air. Upon reaching the community gate, he fortuitously encountered Fong Rong. At that moment, she had just finished work, her makeup removed, revealing a visage as radiant as a water lily. Clad in denim shorts and a snug white t-shirt, her enticing figure was accentuated. Yet, Wei Su astutely observed that her seemingly slender arms possessed greater strength than his own. Late at night, she ventured out alone, seemingly unperturbed by danger, or rather, it seemed that danger ought to fear her instead. With her formidable skills, it was likely that even a group of robust men would hesitate to approach her. Ah, what a coincidence, Wei Su greeted her. Fong Rong shyly nodded, acknowledging the serendipity. While she was unafraid of other men, after all, they could not overpower her. She felt a tinge of trepidation towards Wei Su, sensing that he was the type to engage in cunning schemes. As a simple-minded girl, how could she possibly outwit him? Where are you headed? Wei Su inquired. To the snack street, Fong Rong replied candidly. How fortuitous. Hop on, he urged, patting the seat of his scooter. Fong Rong gestured towards her own bicycle. I have my own ride, she said. All right then, I'll take my leave first, Wei Su said, revving the scooter and departing. Fong Rong watched his retreating figure, finding him rather peculiar. Did wealthy individuals truly frequent places like snack streets? In her mind, such affluent people should be dining in upscale restaurants, savoring dishes she could not afford and sipping wines beyond her means. Upon arriving at the snack street, Wei Su was immediately captivated by the array of delectable offerings. He ultimately settled on an open-air barbecue stall for his late-night meal. The night sky, gentle breeze, fine wine, and culinary delights combined to create a moment of exquisite joy. He snapped a photo and sent it to both Mu Wanqing and Han Yun. Mu Wanqing replied, "Oh, so you're sneaking off to indulge in delicious food without me." Han Yun chimed in, "You enjoy barbecue? I'll learn how to grill for you in the future." With a smile, Wei Su responded to each message before continuing to relish the flavors while observing the myriad lives bustling through the night market. It was vibrant and lively, with smiles adorning the faces of all. Just as he was about to marvel at the prosperity surrounding him, a lewd voice intruded. "Well, would you look at that? Such a cute girl in this secluded place. Just my type." Wei Su turned to see a girl, petite and adorably naive, blocked by three unsavory men. Clutching skewers of barbecue in her small hands, her cheeks were puffed out, clearly still savoring her food. Yet her expression betrayed a sense of fear as she wondered why these men had accosted her. "Hey, fellas, let the little girl go. I'll treat you to barbecue. How about that?" The stall owner, a stout man, interjected hastily. "Get lost. Mind your own business, or I'll make sure to ruin your stall. Do you believe me?" The leader of the lewd men threatened. The ringleader, bald with a scorpion tattoo on the back of his head, now faded and resembling a fly, was flanked by a stout and a lean companion, both wearing expressions of malicious intent. The surrounding stall owners looked on with disdain and trepidation, clearly aware of the trouble these men had caused in the past, earning the ire of the community. The frightened girl, barely 5 feet tall, was so terrified that she forgot to swallow the food in her mouth, stuttering softly, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, her innocent demeanor only seemed to incite the men further. "So adorable. Why don't you come home with us? Uncle promises, as long as you listen to us, we'll buy you as much barbecue as you want." The bald man leered, edging closer to her. With nowhere to retreat, the girl squeezed her eyes shut, gritting her teeth like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Her delicate and vulnerable stance only exacerbated the raucous laughter of the three lewd men. Wei Su glanced around, noting the absence of any security. The other stall owners were visibly distressed, unable to intervene. Thus, he sent a text to Fong Rong, providing her with the location and urging her to come quickly. He then grasped a nearby stool, his expression resolute. There are times when, despite your reluctance to intervene, you must stand up because you are a man. Chapter 33, The Chase and Confrontation. Wei Su did not recklessly charge in. He was an ordinary man without extraordinary martial prowess or immense strength, unable to take on 3 adversaries single-handedly. Thus, he exercised caution, recording the scene with his phone before taking up the stool. At that moment, the 3 lewd men were closing in on the petite girl. Perhaps they were too smug to consider that anyone would dare to confront them. The noisy street masked Wei Su's quiet approach. Little girl, you're doomed. No one is coming to save you here. Just obediently come with us, and we won't have to resort to violence. You wouldn't want to get hurt, would you? The bald man chuckled. Though this snack street was near the upscale villa district, the area suffered from poor security. Ideally, the Justice Association should have dispatched personnel for oversight, yet in reality, there was insufficient monitoring, allowing these thugs to run rampant. While it is not that no one has reported these 3 miscreants to the Justice League, every time the enforcers arrive, the trio flees with remarkable swiftness, eluding capture every single time. Even if apprehended, the crimes committed are of such a trivial nature that they are released after merely a few days or weeks. Upon their return, they invariably escalate their harassment of the vendors who had previously reported them. After all, these stalls cannot simply vanish, as the saying goes. One can escape the monk, but not the temple itself, unless, of course, one ceases all business entirely. Consequently, many stall owners are reluctant to offend these brazen thugs. Their prolonged impunity has led them to believe they reign supreme over this street, emboldening them to commit even graver offenses, such as harassing women. With lewd grins plastered across their faces, they remain blissfully unaware that a shadow has stealthily approached from behind. Just as the bald man's crude hand was about to invade the young woman's clothing, Wei Su's expression hardened. He swiftly raised a stool and brought it crashing down on the bald man's head, exclaiming, "Damn it!" The bald man, taken by surprise, was struck hard, blood streaming from his head as he let out a pained cry. The other 2, one stout and the other thin, were momentarily stunned, turning back to discern who had dared to disrupt their antics. However, Wei Su was far from finished. After incapacitating the bald man, he lifted the stool once more and directed it forcefully at the stout one. Why target the stout man first rather than the seemingly weaker thin one? It was because the stout man was undoubtedly the stronger of the 2. Seizing the element of surprise, Wei Su aimed to eliminate the most formidable adversary first. As expected, the stout man's head was split open, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his head and wailing. The thin man, now furious, shouted, "You bastard! How dare you interfere?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Su had already swung the stool down upon him. "Damn it!" the thin man gasped, astonished that this seemingly polite young man could strike with such ferocity and decisiveness. He dodged the blow, but in his attempt to draw his knife, he was met with a swift kick to the stomach, sending him rolling on the ground in agony. Seizing the moment while the 3 were still reeling from their pain, Wei Su grasped the young woman's hand, discarding her snacks onto the ground. "What are you doing holding on to that? We need to run." In a flurry, he pulled her along, initiating their escape. The bald man and the stout one had begun to recover from their pain. The bald man drew a steel pipe from his waistband, fury burning in his eyes, as he pointed it at Wei Su and the girl's retreating figures, shouting, "Chase them. If I don't break one of their legs today, I want to be called Big Pot." The stout man, cradling his bleeding head, spat, "Damn it. Who dares to lay hands on us in this food street? They've got some nerve, after them." The thin man scrambled to his feet and charged after Wei Su without hesitation. The trio's speed was impressive, quickly closing the distance to Wei Su. "Run faster, or we'll be caught," he urged the young woman, his face pale with fear. As a law-abiding citizen who had never been in a fight, he was now embroiled in a conflict with these audacious ruffians for the first time, and the anxiety coursing through him was palpable. After all, he was no martial arts master, merely an ordinary man. The girl finally managed to swallow the food that had nearly choked her in her fright, sobbing, "I have short legs, I can't run fast." Her tears only slowed their escape further. Time was running out. They were on the verge of being caught. Gritting his teeth, Wei Su made a split-second decision. He swiftly scooped the girl into his arms and began sprinting, shouting, "Make way, make way." Fortunately, her petite frame made her light enough for him to carry without significantly slowing down. However, the 3 adult men were relentless, and with their weapons in hand, bystanders dared not intervene, allowing them to close in on Wei Su. The girl, nestled in his arms, gazed with wide, gem-like eyes at Wei Su, who was drenched in sweat and anxiety. Incredibly, she even found the moment to pop a piece of food into her mouth. Should one commend her bravery or question her recklessness? The narrow alleys of the food street were interconnected, and the bald man, not lacking in cunning, devised a plan. "Thin one, Wait for him at the original stall. Stout 1, block the other route. I'll pursue him. The two thugs quickly understood their leader's strategy. Ultimately, Wei Su, as fate would have it, was forced to circle back to the last food stall, where he found himself cornered by the three ruffians. Setting the girl down, he positioned himself protectively behind her, glaring fiercely at the advancing trio. Chapter 34. How much is a head worth? Kid, you've got guts. In this food street, spanning 10 miles, no one dares to touch us. Yet you have today. The bald man sneered coldly, his gaze fixed on Wei Su, gripping his steel pipe with a menacing demeanor. You've got a choice. Either lose a hand or a leg. What will it be? The stout man, his face flushed and wiping blood with a napkin, seethed with anger. Wei Su, however, revealed a feigned smile. Misunderstanding. Dear brothers, truly a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The bald man pointed to his wound. Look at this injury and tell me it's a misunderstanding. Did you think your foolish heroics could lead to such a consequence? Ah, it was merely a moment of desperation to save a damsel in distress. Wei Su chuckled nervously, his mind racing to buy time. How about I offer you 30,000 as compensation? Consider it medical expenses. At the mention of money, the eyes of the three thugs gleamed, and their movements faltered. The bald man squinted, a sinister smile creeping across his face. 30,000? That one tea suffice. It's barely enough for our medical bills. Given the severity of your actions, you should be prepared to part with at least 100 or 200,000 for emotional damages. Brother, I truly don't have that much. I only have 50,000 on me. Wei Su feigned despair. Yet, the bald man seized Wei Su by the collar, growling. 50,000 isn't even enough for a few days' expenses. Let me be clear. Today, you either lose a hand or a leg. Or you find a way to gather 100,000 for compensation. Otherwise, you won't leave here intact. And that girl, she won't be spared either. With that, he roughly shoved Wei Su aside, barking, call someone. You have half an hour to make the transfer. If I don't see the 100,000 in 30 minutes, I'll break your limbs. The thin man and stout man, sensing an opportunity for monetary gain, momentarily hesitated to strike. However, the three exchanged glances, each recognizing the cruel intent reflected in the other's eyes. They were beaten and merely compensated with money, which proved futile. After all, the pent-up frustration lingered within them. However, considering the wealth of their adversary, they refrained from resorting to violence, for the time being. Once the funds were received, they were determined to deliver a severe thrashing to that young man, ensuring he would be confined to a hospital bed for at least 10 days or 2 weeks. As for the petite and adorable girl, they scoffed. Once she fell into their clutches, there was no reason to spare her. Upon hearing that the other party was willing to wait for half an hour, Wei Su felt a wave of relief wash over him. He grinned and exclaimed, I'll call immediately. Even if I have to borrow it, I'll procure 100,000 to appease the three esteemed gentlemen. You're quite perceptive. The bald man casually grabbed a stool from a nearby stall and fixed his gaze intently on Wei Su. The vendor nearby, witnessing the scene, dared not voice his anger but cast a sympathetic glance at Wei Su, lamenting yet another young couple about to face dire consequences. The business at the snack street had suffered a significant decline lately, primarily due to the presence of these three ruffians. Any woman possessing even a modicum of beauty was subjected to their harassment, and any man who dared to approach them or merely cast a glance would be met with provocation. They were unafraid even of the Justice Association. So why would they fear inciting trouble? Consequently, many regular customers who once enjoyed dining here had ceased to visit, leading to a notable dip in business. The vendors, although harboring grievances, felt helpless against the ruthless thugs wielding weapons. They could only endure in silence. The girl hiding behind Wei Su pressed against his back, inexplicably feeling a sense of security. It was peculiar, despite her timid nature, at that moment. She found warmth in the presence of this man, the only one among the crowd daring enough to come to her aid. Wei Su, however, was too preoccupied with the urgency of his situation to ponder the girl's thoughts. He swiftly opened his phone and dialed Fong Rong's number. Hello, where are you? Hurry over. I need your help. Wei Su urged. Boss, I'm riding a shared bicycle, not a scooter. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll be there. Fong Rong replied, exasperated. You earn a salary of 500,000 a year. Can't you afford a scooter? Wei Su questioned, puzzled. I have to save up. What if I lose my job one day? I'd be left with nothing. She fretted over the prospect of unemployment. Yet, it was understandable. Anyone who ventured into the workforce harbored fears of job loss. Wei Su sighed. All right, just make sure you arrive in 10 minutes and help me resolve this situation. There will be compensation afterward. Got it, boss. I'll pedal faster. Fong Rong exclaimed. The bald man, overhearing Wei Su's conversation, sneered. What's this? Are you trying to summon reinforcements? Do you think I'm afraid of you? He then turned to the thin man beside him, instructing, gather the brothers. Just in case. This kid gives off a vibe of deceit and treachery. Understood. The thin man nodded and promptly made a call, summoning over a dozen thuggish characters. Each boasted a flamboyant hairstyle, believing it to be fashionable, clad in tight pants and flip-flops, brandishing prohibited weapons, exuding an air of arrogant defiance. In an instant, nearly 20 individuals surrounded Wei Su. Internally, he could only manage a bitter smile. As expected, the bald man was the local gang leader, with a single command. He had summoned his minions, truly a formidable figure. All Wei Su could do was hope that Fong Rong possessed some skills. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the impatient crowd prepared to unleash their fury on Wei Su, the bell of a shared bicycle chimed. They turned to see a strikingly attractive woman approaching. Well, it seems my luck has turned tonight with not one, but two exquisite ladies arriving. The bald man cackled, his demeanor exuding arrogance. The girl he had previously pursued was cute and charming, but this newcomer was voluptuous and enticing, clearly someone who took care of herself. With a face that could enchant. He thought, if she ended up in his bed, he would be thoroughly drained. The bald man picked up a steel rod and approached the woman with a smug grin, declaring, "Hey there, are you the one that man brought for assistance? I expected a whole gang, but it seems he's just a worthless fellow relying on women." Fong Rong ignored the bald man, positioning her bicycle and striding towards Wei Su with an unexpected sensuality, revealing a sweet smile. "Boss Wei, how do you want to handle this? 19 individuals. How much will you pay for each one? Per head. Is that even a reasonable question?" Wei Su replied, glancing between Fong Rong's sweet smile and the intimidating thugs, hesitating. "Are you sure you can handle it?" Fong Rong's face displayed a hint of disdain. "Boss, you may look down on my salary or my profession, but you cannot question my expertise. Even against these scrawny ruffians, the outcome would remain the same regardless of how many there are. So, how much are you offering?" Wei Su sighed, hoping she truly had the capability. 5,000 per head. How does that sound? Fong Rong grimaced. "Boss, with your wealth, able to afford a villa in Rinheng Tangbei, why such stinginess? 5,000 is quite generous." Wei Su remained unfazed, stating, "However, you seem to have forgotten that I hold leverage over you. Even if I refuse to pay, you are still obligated to help me with this predicament." Fong Rong smirked, clearly enjoying the banter. The bald man laughed heartily, unable to conceal his lewd expression as he eyed Fong Rong's figure. Although he preferred the petite girl, who could resist a voluptuous woman devoid of any excess? "Let us get this over with. Time is of the essence," Wei Su insisted, eager to escape the perilous situation. "All right, 5,000 it is." "Thank you, boss." Fong Rong smiled slightly, then retrieved a pair of pristine white gloves from her pocket. "What do you need gloves for?" Wei Su inquired. "To handle these thugs, of course. I wouldn't want to soil my hands with their blood," Fong Rong replied cheerfully. The bald man and the others were left speechless, while laughter erupted among the crowd. "This girl is bold, hoping to take on all of us alone. Brothers, behold, she is a woman who doesn't shy away from a challenge." The bald man cackled, his mocking tone unmissable. "Big brother, this girl is quite the catch. After you're done with her, don't forget to share with the rest of us. She is far more appealing than any fast food." The ruffians displayed arrogant smirks, completely disregarding Fong Rong's presence. Their abilities were limited, yet their bravado was substantial. Fong Rong slowly donned her gloves, and as she did, the previously sweet aura around her vanished, replaced by an air of sharp intensity. Her demeanor transformed into one of meticulous focus, akin to a professional assassin poised for action. In her area of expertise, she appeared to metamorphose into an entirely different individual. Wei Su gazed at her, momentarily taken aback, recognizing her undeniable prowess. However, he pondered whether she would falter in the impending confrontation. Yet, in the next instant, Wei Su's thoughts were swiftly contradicted. With a single stride, she closed the distance to one of the ruffians. The thug, brimming with arrogance, swung his club downwards, only to be met with her fist, which struck his abdomen with astonishing swiftness. The thug emitted a mere grunt before collapsing to the ground, groaning and spitting out bile. Hisses of disbelief echoed among the onlookers, their expressions frozen in shock. 5,000, Fong Rong declared, raising a finger with an air of calm confidence. Wei Su was left astounded. This woman was indeed formidable. Her movements were devoid of superfluities, executed with precision to incapacitate her opponent with minimal effort. What defined professionalism? This was it. Suddenly, Wei Su recalled that had Fong Rong possessed a more ruthless disposition, he might have found himself in dire straits that day. Well, I wondered how a woman dared to intervene. Turns out she possesses a modicum of skill. Brothers, stay sharp and let's take her down together. We can't afford to stumble in the gutter. The bald man, witnessing one of his crew swiftly subdued by Fong Rong, became acutely aware of the need for vigilance. He had no desire to find himself in a precarious situation. At that moment, the remaining ruffians converged, their eyes fixed menacingly on Fong Rong, ready to strike. Watching this unfolding scene, Wei Su couldn't help but swallow hard. Did she truly intend to face off against so many? Just then, Fong Rong flashed a slight smile, pulled out a rubber band, and tied her long hair into a ponytail. In the next heartbeat, she charged directly at the group of ruffians. Rather than retreating from danger, she was advancing towards it. For a fleeting moment, Wei Su envisioned not a sheep entering a lion's den, but a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. Fong Rong was the tiger, and the ruffians were the sheep. As if to affirm his thoughts, Fong Rong unleashed her ferocity, plunging into the throng of ruffians, delivering precise, powerful punches that incapacitated each thug in the most efficient manner. Each attack from the ruffians was deftly evaded by her, executed with remarkable ease. The nearby vendors stood agape, utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that this seemingly sweet and delicate woman possessed such terrifying combat prowess? In a matter of mere seconds, the previously menacing ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in defeat. Ultimately, only the bald man remained, clutching his steel pipe, rooted to the spot. His gaze fixated on Fong Rong, his face drenched in cold sweat. "I am sorry, please spare me," he stammered, collapsing to his knees, his voice filled with desperation. Fong Rong hesitated momentarily before saying, "Don't beg for mercy. If you do, I might feel reluctant to strike you. If I feel hesitant, I won't be able to collect your 5,000 for your head. So, it's best you just accept your defeat." With that, she stepped on the bald man's head. Bang! He fell unconscious, stripped of his combat ability. She scratched her head, apologetically stating, "Sorry, I lost control of my strength." Wei Su and the onlookers were left speechless. On that day, every vendor in Wei Su was utterly convinced of the adage that women can indeed rival men in prowess. It was not only men who could possess terrifying strength. Women, too, could wield it, just like Fong Rong before them. Meanwhile, the petite girl who had been hiding behind Wei Su gazed at Fong Rong with admiration, as if she were a celebrity. Chapter 36, Hiring a Hitman. In the end, Wei Su contacted the Justice Association, requesting their enforcers to apprehend the ruffians. He also submitted the previous video as evidence. What awaited them next was the judgment of the law. Little girl, don't wander about alone without adult supervision. It's easy to encounter perverts, understand? Wei Su advised the girl with a smile as he turned to leave. However, the girl pouted, "I'm not a little girl. I'm 22. Wei Su and Fong Rong exchanged incredulous glances. To them, she appeared unmistakably juvenile. Seeing their disbelief, the girl retrieved her ID from her bag. Wei Su examined it and exclaimed, "Well, I'll be Su, 22 years old." Yet her petite stature and youthful appearance easily misled one into thinking she was still a minor. Su turned to Fong Rong. "Big sister, you're amazing. You took care of those ruffians in no time. Can you teach me?" Fong Rong glanced at Su and asked, "Are you willing to endure hardship?" Su shook her head decisively, "No." Fong Rong replied, "Then what is the point of asking? Without the willingness to endure hardship, how can one achieve success?" Did she think her skills came easily? Upon closer inspection, one could see Fong Rong bore numerous small scars. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Her body was riddled with many more. Even if she were to strip bare, she would not possess the flawless skin of other women. Yet, she was unbothered. If no one loved her in this lifetime, she'd live for herself, save money, spend it as she wished, and enjoy life to the fullest. She had a pragmatic outlook on life. "All right, let us call it a night. Everyone disband. Su, it's best you avoid wandering alone at night. It can be dangerous." Wei Su waved his hand, offering a final admonition before turning to leave. The earlier chase had left him drenched in sweat. A mix of fear-induced cold sweat and perspiration from exertion. He needed to take a shower and refresh himself. "Hey, boss, you haven't settled my payment yet." Fong Rong pursued him, seeking her due. All right, I'll transfer it to you shortly." "Thank you, boss." As Su watched Wei Su and Fong Rong depart, she smacked her forehead, realizing she hadn't expressed her gratitude or requested their contact information. What a missed opportunity. However, they likely lived nearby, so she would surely have another chance to meet them. She bought a few snacks and walked back to her apartment while eating. During her stroll, her phone rang. It was a call from her former boss. "Su, have you given it any thought? If you join me, I guarantee you'll be reinstated at the company, with a promotion and a salary increase to 30,000 a month." "No thanks, I'm not interested." Su hung up the phone, her expression filled with disdain. The supervisor had been persistently harassing her during her time at the company. When she resisted his advances, he resorted to threatening her with termination. This predicament truly weighed heavily on her. After all, she had only recently graduated and had scant savings. With the necessity of renting a place and covering her living expenses, the pressure was indeed overwhelming. She could not burden her parents, who had worked tirelessly to support her education, having completed her studies. It would be utterly humiliating to ask them for financial assistance again. She simply couldn't bring herself to do it. As she contemplated these unfortunate circumstances, she took another bite of her snack, her cheeks puffed adorably, full and round. Upon returning to her modest apartment and opening the door, she discovered that her roommate had already come home from work. She felt a twinge of envy towards her roommate, who had a loving boyfriend and a stable, comfortable job. Unlike her, whose first job had been marred by harassment and intimidation from her superior. The most frustrating aspect was the lack of evidence to report him. Suddenly, she recalled the formidable older sister she had encountered earlier. If only she possessed such skills, who would dare to bully or threaten her? Reflecting on that scene, she was reminded of the man from before. Leaning against him, she had felt a surprising sense of security and warmth, truly remarkable. Then she recalled how he had carried her while running, and thought, perhaps he was rather handsome? Hey Sue, come here. Aren't you unemployed? I found a promising job listing. Why don't you give it a try? Her roommate suddenly interjected with a smile. Sue was jolted from her thoughts. Her cheeks flushing slightly as she sat on the bed, her legs swinging, pouting. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to look right now. I don't want to apply. Those bosses are all disgusting. No, this job listing is for a housekeeper, open to both genders, with modest requirements. It's from Rinhung Tangbei. Completely legitimate. Her roommate handed her the phone. Sue took it, glanced at it, and indeed, it was an advertisement from Rinhung Tangbei. She hesitated. Just go for it. Your savings are dwindling, and if you don't apply for a job soon, you won't have money for food. Her roommate urged with a laugh. The mention of not having money for food immediately solidified Sue's resolve. You're right. I can't afford to go without food. I'll go for the interview tomorrow. Her roommate chuckled. You little foodie. The next morning, Wei Su drove his beloved car to Haoyan Credit Company. As the chairman of the company, it was essential for him to make an appearance. Otherwise, the employees wouldn't recognize him, and that simply wouldn't do. Unbeknownst to him, someone had arrived at a nefarious company, addressing the boss there. Brother Heihu, how much to incapacitate someone for me? The portly, roguish Heihu sat in his office chair, puffing on a cigar, and inquired with a smirk. What is this? Did someone provoke you, Boss Yuan? The man across from him was none other than Yuan Liang. He was hiring a hitman to deal with Wei Su. At that moment, Yuan Liang's expression was fierce as he stated, that man just made a fool of me. If I don't take him down, am I still a man? Oh, so that Han Yuan is unfaithful? Heihu was somewhat taken aback. He was an acquaintance of Yuan Liang and knew that his girlfriend's name was Han Yuan. I'll make that wretched woman learn her lesson. Just tell me what it costs to deal with him, Brother Heihu. Yuan Liang insisted vehemently. Since we're familiar, I'll give you a discount. 100,000, and I'll take one hand and one leg, Heihu proposed. Deal. Yuan Liang nodded immediately. Provide me with his personal details and address, Heihu instructed. Yuan Liang complied, giving Heihu all of Wei Su's information. Heihu flicked the ashes from his cigar, glanced at the details, and made a call. Hello? Dazi, find out where this person is right now. I'll pay you 30,000. I want to know in half an hour. Chapter 37, Heihu. Dazi was simply a moniker. In Gusa City, anyone looking to find someone would almost always contact him. This individual was rumored to have deep connections within the Justice Association and an extensive network. There was no one in Gusa City he couldn't locate. His price was reasonable, typically 30,000 for half an hour of information. Once Heihu provided the details, Dazi sent someone to investigate. However, the results left Dazi astonished. Wow, this guy is impressive. He owns 10 buildings in Lakeside Mansion and is the proprietor of the Kempinski Hotel. He also possesses a standalone villa in Rinhung Tangbei and, just the day before yesterday, acquired Haoyan Credit Company? Wow, this guy is something else. Is Heihu looking for trouble? Dazi mumbled to himself. Ultimately, he shook his head, deciding it was none of his business. He was only responsible for collecting payments and finding people. What they did with the information was not his concern. He returned Heihu's call. He asked at Haoyan Credit Company. Upon receiving the information, Heihu smiled at Yuan Liang, who was seated across the table sipping tea. The kid you want to incapacitate is at Haoyan Credit Company. Why is he there? Yuan Liang asked, puzzled. Heihu waved dismissively. He is definitely there to take out a loan. Regardless of his purpose, I'm sending people to take care of him now. With a swift motion of his hand, several of his seasoned subordinates quietly exited the room, ready to fulfill the task they were paid for. Meanwhile, Wei Su remained blissfully unaware that he was being targeted as he arrived at the credit company. The person assigned to welcome him was a burly man named Brother Xiong. Upon seeing such a young new boss, Brother Xiong showed him nothing but respect. After all, acquiring their company was no small feat, and one had to possess significant prowess to manage a legitimate credit company, far more challenging than operating a shady one. Thus, Brother Xiong treated Wei Su with utmost deference, guiding him through the office while providing an introduction to the company. Upon reaching the office, Wei Su suddenly instructed Brother Xiong to communicate to all employees that they were to convene in the meeting room. Brother Xiong raised an eyebrow, wondering if this was the new boss making a grand entrance. Nevertheless, he complied. When the employees learned that the new boss was calling a meeting, they all attended with anxious expressions. Was it truly a case of the new broom sweeping clean? Fortunately, their fears were unfounded. The seemingly youthful boss merely stated, "Come on. I just wanted you all to see me so that you won't mistake me for someone else in the future." Following that, he waved his hand. "All right, meeting dismissed." The employees exchanged bewildered glances, though many female staff members whispered among themselves, admiring how handsome and youthful the new boss appeared. Although the attendees found the meeting somewhat perplexing, they voiced no complaints, for it was convened by their superior, and how could they dare to object? After a tour of the company, Wei Su turned to Brother Xiong and said with a smile, "Well, it is time for me to witness the true capabilities of our company." Upon hearing this, Brother Xiong's expression shifted. It appeared that the new boss was indeed knowledgeable. He then guided Wei Su to the security area, where hundreds of fierce security personnel were stationed. Leaning closer to Wei Su, Brother Xiong whispered, "Boss, our company has a balance of gray and white. These are our capable hands. Should you require assistance, they are at your disposal." Understanding Brother Xiong's implication, Wei Su patted his shoulder and replied, "You've done well. I have met the head of the security department. He is rather aged and should consider retiring soon. This position ought to be filled by someone more capable." Brother Xiong beamed with joy and pledged his loyalty, assuring the boss he would do his utmost to resolve issues. Wei Su nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart from the company. As Brother Xiong escorted him to the exit, he respectfully inquired, "Shall I accompany you?" Wei Su declined, saying, "No need. You go about your business." "Very well," Brother Xiong replied eagerly. However, just as Wei Su had taken a couple of steps out of the loan company, Brother Xiong was astonished to see his boss surrounded by a group of ruffians. Their demeanor suggested ill intentions. "Damn it! How dare they bully our boss in front of our company?" Brother Xiong immediately seized the walkie-talkie, exclaiming, "Boss is in trouble. Send out a few men at once." Upon hearing Brother Xiong's command, the security personnel perked up. "What? Someone is causing trouble for the boss. How dare they disregard our hundreds of trained security officers?" In an instant, before Wei Su could even call for help, a formidable throng of security personnel surged forth from the loan company, each bearing a fierce countenance. Brother Xiong had already taken the lead, sprinting forward to deliver a powerful kick that sent one of the ruffians flying. The intruders stood dumbfounded. They hadn't even begun to drag this man into an alley to inflict harm before he had summoned an entire army. In their panic, the ruffians were swiftly met with a barrage of fists from the security personnel, leaving them battered and bruised. Ultimately, they were apprehended and taken to a secure room within the loan company. "Speak. Who sent you here?" Wei Su inquired as he took on the role of interrogator in the dimly lit room. He, too, felt somewhat bewildered, suddenly surrounded, only to find himself liberated moments later. It seems that acquiring this loan company was indeed a wise decision. In the future, I can delegate inconvenient matters to them. Brother Xiong exhibited potential to become a trusted confidant, displaying a willingness to take risks. "We are from the Daming Company. Inquire about Black Tiger from Daming, and you will understand." The captured ruffian, evidently unafraid, believed that sheer numbers were on their side. Despite this setback, he felt confident that once they learned of Black Tiger's reputation, they would know fear. "Black Tiger?" Wei Su raised an eyebrow, turning to Brother Xiong. "Who is Black Tiger?" "Boss, he is merely the front for a lawless agency, a nefarious organization that will do your bidding for a price. Black Tiger is their leader. Reputed to possess connections and cunning," Brother Xiong elucidated. "Is this a troublesome matter?" Wei Su inquired candidly. "While it may pose challenges for others, it is not formidable for you, boss. If you wish to deal with him, I have a few tricks up my sleeve," Brother Xiong responded with a smile. This was a chance for him to prove himself. The new boss had made it clear that capable individuals would rise to the top, and he was preparing to appoint someone as the head of the security department. Thus, whether Brother Xiong could secure that position in a few months remained to be seen. The next few months would be his opportunity to shine. If he performed well, he could ascend to the head of security, enjoying a lucrative salary. If not, he would remain a mere team leader. Therefore, this man, whose real name was Yuan Xiong, needed to demonstrate his worth to impress the boss and secure his advancement. "Since it is not troublesome, I leave it to you. I trust you will handle it splendidly, correct?" Wei Su asked with a smile. Yuan Xiong immediately raised his hand, vowing, "If I cannot resolve this issue with Black Tiger, then I shall resign." Wei Su waved his hand dismissively. "Let's not speak of resignation. That's not necessary. However, should you perform admirably, you will be duly rewarded. Just remember, as long as you do well by me, I shall never shortchange my own." Turning to the gathered security personnel, he continued, "And to all of you, the same applies. Work diligently, and I shall not be stingy with my rewards. I expect you all to strive for excellence." The security personnel were invigorated, responding in unison, "We will not disappoint the boss." They yearned for a leader who recognized and rewarded their efforts. If the boss was generous with rewards, they would never hesitate to exert themselves. Now tell me, who sent you to trouble me on behalf of Black Tiger? Wei Su inquired, leaning back in his chair with an air of composure. You don't deserve to know, scoffed the ruffian, a cold smirk on his face, clearly unyielding despite his predicament. Brother Xiong stepped forward with a smile, saying, Boss, grant me 3 minutes, and I will extract the information you seek. Why don't you step outside for some fresh air? Wei Su nodded, aware that what was to follow might be rather brutal, and he didn't want to witness it. He stepped outside, only to hear a blood-curdling scream from within moments later, followed by a cacophony of wails. Wei Su displayed no sign of mercy, judging by their earlier approach. It was evident they harbored malicious intentions. Had he not fortuitously arrived to take over the loan company, he might have faced dire consequences. Thus, there was no room for compassion toward such adversaries. 3 minutes later, Brother Xiong emerged, wiping his hands with a handkerchief, and announced with a grin, Boss, I've got the information. It was a man named Yuan Liang who hired them to ambush you, intending to break one of your hands and legs. Wei Su nodded, understanding. Do you know Yuan Liang? Brother Xiong inquired. An old acquaintance, Wei Su replied with a smile. How could I not know him? And if Yuan Liang dared to hire thugs against me, it indicates that the scandal involving Han Yun has come to light. That seems highly probable. Otherwise, Yuan Liang would not have been driven to such a furious state. Well, given the circumstances, it is imperative that we resolve matters with Han Yun promptly. After all, she is my woman, and I cannot allow her to be ensnared in peril. We must seek an opportune moment. Boss, do you require my assistance in dealing with Yuan Liang? Rest assured, I shall leave no trace, Yuan Xiong asserted with a pat on his chest. Wei Su waved his hand, smiling, there's no rush. First, attend to the Black Tiger. Once resolved, there shall be rewards. Understood, Yuan Xiong replied. By the way, boss, will you need a bodyguard? He inquired. Considering the adversary's penchant for underhanded tactics, it would be prudent to take precautions. A bodyguard? Wei Su pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling Fong Rong's remarkably swift and ruthless methods from the previous night. I already have someone in mind. No need for assistance on that front. Yes, sir. Yuan Xiong nodded, though a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Who could this chosen bodyguard be? Were he to discover that Wei Su intended to enlist a stunning beauty, he would likely be left speechless. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence, the living room was filled with numerous guests, including relatives from the older generation and even the grandparents. It was a rare occasion for the Mu family to gather so many people, as they were typically quite busy. The reason for this gathering was the news of Mu Wanqing's return to the country, prompting the family to unite for a meal. However, despite the ostensibly casual dinner, some relatives clearly had ulterior motives, as their intentions extended beyond mere feasting. Today, Mu Wanqing donned a white dress, her hair pulled back into a ponytail, her face free of makeup. Yet, even in her natural state, she radiated an ethereal beauty, eclipsing even the heavily adorned starlets and influencers outside. The elders gazed at her with increasing satisfaction. Wanqing, it must have been quite lonely for you abroad these past years, her aunt inquired with a smile. Mu Wanqing nodded nonchalantly. It was bearable. In truth, she had never felt lonely or isolated. Her focus was primarily on her studies, and during her leisure time, she conversed with Wei Su online, making her years as an international student far from dull. The only tedious period was her initial arrival overseas. As for Li Chang'an, he was not so much an undesirable. Rather, Mu Wanqing had always regarded him solely as a friend, devoid of any romantic feelings. Hence she had never considered him in that light. She had also heard rumors about him. Despite his polished exterior, his private life was far from exemplary, often indulging in exclusive parties, and she was well aware of what transpired there. However, she was indifferent, as he was not a man she admired, so his choices were of little concern to her. Yet, Li Chang'an continued to feign an air of devotion, which revolted her. Consequently, her sentiments towards him had soured significantly. She no longer wished to maintain even a friendship, were it not for the amicable ties between their families. She would not even want to cast a glance in his direction. You seem to be of an age now, 22, by the time your aunt was your age. She was already married with a family. I think, Wanqing, it is time for you to find a partner, wouldn't you agree? This aunt finally revealed her true intentions. Mu Wanqing felt an inner scoff at these words, yet maintained a calm smile outwardly. The other elders perked up at this mention. Mu Wanqing's father, Mu Tianxi, cast a resigned glance at the aunt. This aunt, named Zhang Wan, was somewhat unpopular within the Mu family due to her overly materialistic nature. Her mention of such topics likely stemmed from some benefit bestowed upon her by another family, prompting her to play matchmaker. Mu Wanqing, however, remained composed. I am not in a hurry. How can you not be? A woman's youth is fleeting. If you wait too long, suitable partners will be scarce, Zhang Wan retorted, feigning concern. At that moment, Mu Wanqing's grandfather, Mu Shan, cleared his throat and addressed Zhang Wan. Indeed, Wanqing is not young anymore. It is time for her to consider marriage. Zhang Wan, do you have any suitable candidates? Seeing the head of the Mu family supporting her agenda, Zhang Wan beamed. I do have a candidate. He is outstanding, handsome, highly educated, and from a respectable family, truly a good match for Wanqing. Then it would be prudent to meet him. Mu Shan nodded. He was not swayed by Zhang Wan's motives, as the head of the Mu family did not require such trivial benefits. He merely believed it was time for his granddaughter to pursue marriage, as her lack of a suitor was concerning. Grandfather, I do not wish to meet him, for I already have someone in mind. Mu Wanqing interjected upon hearing her grandfather's agreement. Zhang Wan's expression fell. You have someone in mind? Then surely you must introduce him to us. Mu Wanqing shook her head. He is not from a prestigious family. He is just an ordinary person. In truth, she was uncertain whether Wei Su could truly be classified as ordinary. She perceived him as such. However, the events of that night at the upscale restaurant suggested he was anything but simple. Yet, everything she had learned and observed indicated that he was, indeed, a man of humble origins. An ordinary person? Zhang Wan was immediately displeased. After all this talk, her prospective match was merely an ordinary individual? This was unacceptable. The Mu family belonged to the upper echelons of society. While they did not demand strict social matches, at the very least, a candidate should come from a respectable lineage. Yet, Mu Wanqing spoke of someone ordinary? This caused not just Zhang Wan, but even Mu Tianxi to frown. No father wishes for his daughter to endure hardship. He naturally desires her to marry into a good family. Our family is one of the 5 prominent clans in Gusu City, and you, Wanqing, are one of our own. It would not be suitable for you to marry a commoner, Zhang Wan insisted. Furthermore, even if we were to agree, the man would likely feel inferior upon joining our family. It would hardly last. An esteemed gentleman may marry a common woman, as it bears little consequence. Yet, a distinguished lady marrying a commoner is another matter entirely. The reasoning is simple. Why should she suffer? This was the most straightforward and direct understanding held by such people. Mu Wanqing frowned. I believe that as long as there is genuine love between them, social status can be set aside. Wanqing, you are still too young. Zhang Wan shook her head, offering her opinion. The other elders nodded in agreement. Mu Wanqing remained silent, her brow furrowed. Why not meet the candidate I have in mind first? Afterward, you can compare and decide for yourself, Zhang Wan suggested. Knowing that the individual was merely an ordinary man, she felt confident in her strategy. What woman does not prefer a more accomplished partner? When Mu Wanqing encountered that young gentleman, the distinction between him and the commoner became evident. Nevertheless, Mu Wanqing shook her head resolutely, refusing to meet. Oh dear, you child, Zhang Wan thought with dissatisfaction. I am only looking out for your best interests. Yet again, this notion of goodwill was merely a pretext for personal gain? A cold smile flickered within Mu Wanqing, though her exterior remained indifferent. Enough. At that moment, her grandfather spoke gently, addressing Mu Wanqing. Since you have found someone you admire, I must ask, does this young man hold feelings for you as well? Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing was suddenly reminded of Wei Su's confession from that evening, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She nodded slightly. He did indeed have feelings for her. In truth, she reciprocated those feelings, but that night, overwhelmed by panic, she had fled without proper preparation. Then, Wanqing, why not choose a day to bring him to our home for a visit? It would allow your grandfather a chance to meet him, Mu Shan suggested with a smile. That is a splendid idea. Many relatives of the Mu family brightened at this prospect. Even Mu Tianxi nodded in agreement. He wished to ascertain the character of the young man his daughter had chosen. He never believed in the necessity of dowries or material gifts for his daughter's marriage. After all, the Mu family possessed such wealth. If needed, he could personally provide for his daughter. However, what he truly sought was to understand the essence of the man who would be his son-in-law. He would not accept just anyone. The prospective groom must possess remarkable qualities. Seeing the approving nods from her elders, Mu Wanqing reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that she had no desire to meet other men. Moreover, once she and Wei Su were together, this encounter was inevitable. The sooner it occurred, the better. She was confident that the man she favored would not tremble at the thought of the Mu family. That evening, Mu Wanqing relayed all that had transpired to Wei Su. Lying on his exquisite, luxurious bed, Wei Su couldn't help but chuckle at the chat history on his phone. So soon to meet the parents? Very well, I am not intimidated. He agreed to Mu Wanqing's proposal, setting a date for the upcoming weekend to visit. Mu Wanqing had long been Wei Su's chosen partner. No one could take her away. If the Mu family intended to give him a stern warning, he would surprise them with a counterattack. After conversing with Mu Wanqing until nearly midnight, Wei Su wished her good night and logged off. Glancing at the time, he prepared for the upcoming flash sale event. Currently, Wei Su owned 10 apartments, a 5-star hotel, a standalone villa, in a lending company. His status was undoubtedly significant. However, what would this night's flash sale entail? Chapter 40, Midnight Encounter. As the clock struck midnight, Wei Su opened his phone, revealing a shocking offer. A bottle of liquor from the 1930s, specifically the revered Limau. Priced at $2 million, it was a rare find, though labeled at that price. Its market value was far greater, with many willing to pay even $5 million for a single bottle. The 1930s Limau was typically only found in the collections of wealthy connoisseurs, with most possessing no more than one bottle. What astonished Wei Su was not merely the price, but the quantity available for a mere 1 yuan flash sale. The announcement was crystal clear: tonight's flash sale item, 100 boxes of 1930s Limau. Price, 1 yuan. Indeed, it was not just one box, or two, or even 10 or 20. It was a staggering 100 boxes. If all were sold, the profits would be extraordinary. Each box contained 10 bottles, with each bottle valued at $2 million, making each box worth $20 million. Thus, 100 boxes would total a staggering $2 billion. Without hesitation, Wei Su seized the opportunity and secured the purchase. Would you like to collect? The prompt asked. He confirmed. Immediately, another selection screen appeared, asking, how many boxes would you like to collect? He opted for 5 boxes, just enough. 1 for personal enjoyment, 1 as a weekend gift, and 3 for auction. Presenting a box of 1930s Limau as a gift would surely leave Mu Wanqing's family astonished. After all, acquiring such a treasure, even for the Mu family, would require considerable effort. He planned to gift 1 box to Mu Wanqing's immediate family, while for the aunts and uncles, a slightly less expensive wine, priced at over 100,000 per bottle, would suffice. Wei Su pondered briefly before dialing Yuan Xiong's number. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Yet Yuan Xiong answered within 5 seconds. Hello, boss, is there something you need? Indeed, I require your assistance. Please procure 2 boxes of wine priced at over 100,000 per bottle. These are gifts for others. Do you have connections? Wei Su inquired. Absolutely. I know a wine dealer who has plenty of such stock. You need 2 boxes, correct? I'll reserve them immediately, Yuan Xiong replied eagerly. Please provide me with your bank account details. I will transfer the funds now. Sure. After ending the call, Wei Su transferred $3 million to Yuan Xiong's account. A box of fine wine, containing 10 bottles, would cost over 200,000, so the extra funds would serve as a tip for Yuan Xiong. Meanwhile, upon seeing the $3 million in his account, Yuan Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? $3 million? He contemplated sending a text to the boss, questioning the excess funds, but suddenly recalled his boss's earlier words. If you perform well, the rewards will be substantial. He quickly realized that the extra funds were indeed his bonus, far exceeding any previous employer's generosity. With a salary of merely 200,000 a year, he was astonished to have earned a similar amount from just one task, purchasing wine for his boss. This revelation solidified Yuan Xiong's commitment to assist Wei Su further. After completing the transfer, Wei Su made a call to Han Yun before bed. Han Yun, who had not spoken with him for several days, answered with a hint of disappointment. I thought you had forgotten about me. Wei Su hurried to reassure her. Once her emotions had settled, he asked, where are you now? I'm currently staying at the company dormitory. I just had an argument with Yuan Liang, she replied. Wei Su considered for a moment before saying, Yuan Liang must have learned about our relationship. Han Yun was taken aback, yet she felt no anxiety. Should I suggest breaking up? She asked, not in haste. Wei Su calmly replied, today, Yuan Liang suddenly summoned a few thugs to target me. Although we have our differences, it shouldn't have escalated to this level unless our affair has been discovered. Apart from you, who else knows about us? I had asked my best friend to keep it a secret, Han Yun cautiously responded. Then it seems your friend has betrayed you. Be careful, Wei Su advised. They say one should guard against fire, theft, and even best friends. That saying holds true. Han Yun nodded obediently. Understood, I will sever ties with her immediately. Now, whenever Han Yun thought of Wei Su, a delightful flutter stirred within her heart. She had never experienced such feelings while dating Yuan Liang. Could this be the distinction between having an intimate relationship and not? It is often said that a girl holds a special impression of the man with whom she shares her first experience. Perhaps this is the case. Seeing Han Yun breathe quietly without speaking, Wei Su chuckled softly. Do you miss me? I do, Han Yun confessed. I wish I could see you right now. Wei Su smiled. What began as a one-night stand had unexpectedly led Han Yun to develop an infatuation for him. He glanced at the time, 1 a.m. Do you have a flight tomorrow? Wei Su inquired. No, Han Yun replied. Kempinski Hotel, I will wait for you. All right. At the Kempinski Hotel, Han Yun, who had not seen Wei Su for several days, resembled a famished wolf. The moment she entered the room, she pounced on Wei Su, pushing him onto the bed, followed by a passionate kiss that lasted 5 minutes. Afterward, she nestled against his chest and murmured softly, I missed you so much. Wei Su chuckled, gently lifting her in his arms and smiled. I missed you too. In truth, he was not particularly longing for her. He was simply too occupied with various matters to dwell on anything else. Soon, their fervor took over, and they did not fall into a deep slumber until 4 or 5 in the morning. The next morning, Wei Su smiled as he reminded her. Be cautious of Yuan Liang. Hanya nodded lightly. I know. No one could predict the madness a man, betrayed, might unleash. Imagining himself in such a scenario nearly sent Wei Su into a frenzy. Under these circumstances, he could very well do anything. After saying their goodbyes, Wei Su returned to the villa area, only to discover that his neighbor was busy with a barbecue. Chapter 41. If you don't eat, then don't eat. Every standalone villa in Renheng Tangbei occupies a vast expanse, complete with its own lawn. On this lawn, one can take leisurely strolls, walk dogs, or host various gatherings. Before Wei Su's eyes stood a woman clad in an OL dress, attempting to tend to a charcoal fire, seemingly preparing for a barbecue. However, her movements were clumsily unfamiliar. She struggled to ignite the charcoal, and even when she managed to light it, the flames flared up, causing her to cough from the smoke. It was evident she was a pampered lady unaccustomed to manual labor. Yet, it was understandable. Anyone residing here was undoubtedly wealthy. Wei Su himself only qualified to live here thanks to an extraordinary 1 yuan instant kill software. The woman was now covered in soot, her attire soiled. Wei Su found himself at a loss for words. Could you not have changed into some casual attire for this? An OL dress was meant for the office, not for such endeavors. Nevertheless, it must be said that the woman had an admirable figure. In fact, apart from her beauty, no other woman could rival her physique, not even Mu Wanqing. This woman stood at an impressive height of 1.75 meters, embodying the quintessential model stature. Ordinarily, a woman of such height would radiate an air of regal confidence. Yet her current clumsiness, coupled with her startled reactions to the flames, rendered her far from a queen. Whenever the charcoal flared, she would shriek and hastily pour nearby white wine onto it. The repercussions were predictable. The fire grew even fiercer, and the smoke intensified, darkening her already sooty face. Wei Su watched, bemused. Have you ever witnessed someone use alcohol to extinguish a fire? Noticing that the esteemed butler, Mr. Zhou, was absent and that the 2 maids were nowhere to be found, he wondered if they had gone out to fetch supplies for this lady. Coughing, the woman stared blankly at the blazing charcoal, appearing utterly perplexed. She longed to extinguish the flames, but doing so would only require her to reignite them afterward. What to do? Unable to bear it any longer, Wei Su strode onto her lawn and, under her astonished gaze, quickly extinguished the fire with deft movements. What are you doing? I finally got it lit, and you've put it out. Now I'll have to reignite it. The woman, upon seeing the unfamiliar man, regained her aloof demeanor, her words laced with a chilling detachment. However, her soot-streaked face made it impossible to maintain her queenly composure. You're doing it wrong. Didn't you notice the smoke? The flames are still raging. This isn't barbecuing. It's incinerating, Wei Su said, exasperated. The woman paused, her expression faltering before she calmly inquired. Then do you know how to do it? With a sigh, Wei Su replied, I believe anyone of sound mind would know how. Are you implying I'm not normal? She shot back. He pointed at the spilled white wine on the ground. Have you ever seen a normal person use alcohol to extinguish a fire? I was just flustered, she admitted, her voice tinged with an unusual vulnerability. If her subordinates from the company were to witness this icy queen displaying such a flustered demeanor, they would surely be left speechless. Being flustered doesn't excuse using alcohol to extinguish a fire. That's not extinguishing. That's stoking the flames. One day, if this villa were to catch fire because of her, it wouldn't surprise me at all, Wei Su thought to himself. The woman, in silence, observed as he demonstrated the correct method to ignite the charcoal. He removed the soaked coals from the grill, tossing them aside, and replaced them with fresh ones. Before lighting them, he sprinkled a handful of salt over the coals. What is the salt for? She asked, her jewel-like eyes sparkling with curiosity as she leaned closer. Despite her sooty face, she appeared rather endearing. You've seen street barbecue stalls, right? The reason their charcoal doesn't produce excessive smoke is that they pre-salt the coals. Oh, she nodded, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Once the coals were lit, indeed, there was no excessive smoke. Wei Su placed the grill back on, and then brushed oil over the barbecue rack. Why are you brushing oil? She asked, intrigued once more. As Wei Su brushed the grill, he remarked, having glanced at the ingredients you intend to roast, which are predominantly seafood and meat. It is imperative to apply a bit of oil beforehand to prevent them from sticking to the grill. Oh, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge, the woman responded, her tone tinged with a hint of admiration. Wei Su rolled his eyes, muttering, this is merely common sense. The woman fell silent. Wei Su gestured towards her soiled attire and face, instructing, quickly change into something more presentable and wash your face. You resemble a beggar at the moment. Complying, The woman retreated to the villa. With a sigh, Wei Su settled onto a stool before the grill and began preparing the ingredients for the barbecue. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The initially exasperated Wei Su suddenly found himself smiling. The sunset and the barbecue created a surprisingly pleasant atmosphere. It smells delightful. It seems you possess considerable culinary skills, she remarked unexpectedly from behind him. Wei Su turned to see her and was momentarily taken aback. Clad in a pair of white shorts and a loose black t-shirt, her seemingly ordinary attire accentuated her long, fair legs. With her demeanor now composed, she stood tall, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority akin to the celestial beings, surveying the world below. The cold, haughty glimmer in her eyes was particularly striking, especially those crystalline orbs that sparkled with a fierce intensity. A goddess, a queen, two words inexplicably surfaced in Wei Su's mind. At that moment, the butler, Mr. Zhou, returned, observing the exchange between Wei Su and his young mistress with a touch of surprise. My butler has returned. You may leave now, the woman announced coolly. In her earlier fluster, she had unwittingly allowed a stranger into the courtyard and even enlisted his help for the barbecue, an utter lapse in decorum. Fortunately, with the butler's arrival, she could now dismiss him. Wei Su dusted off his pants, rose, and took his leave. What a way to be cast aside, he mused. However, it was of little concern. He had plans to visit the Mu family tomorrow to meet his future in-laws, so a restful night was essential. After all, it was just a barbecue. If he chose not to partake, so be it. Chapter 42. A complicated plan at the crack of dawn. Numerous relatives of the Mu family were already prepared and impeccably dressed. This display was not due to any particular reverence for the forthcoming commoner, but rather to establish a sense of superiority. The venue was the Mu family estate, and whether intentional or not, they had also invited a number of prominent guests, most of whom were either wealthy or influential. Clad in a red dress, Mu Wanqing sat in her room, perusing messages on her phone. Are you nervous? She inquired. If I claimed I wasn't at all, would you believe me? Wei Su replied. Not a chance. Then why ask? Fine, be grumpy. That was a mistake. Today, you'll pretend to be my boyfriend to silence those incessant relatives who keep pushing me towards blind dates. I shall endeavor to transform this pretense into something genuine. Dream on. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Though I may be a toad, I am a toad arriving on a rainbow to see you. At this meeting, my relatives will undoubtedly make things difficult for you. Are you prepared? Of course, I am ready. One posed a question regarding readiness for potential hardship, while the other responded with assurance of their own preparedness to confront the challenges ahead. The Mu estate sprawled across a vast expanse, boasting opulent decor. The event had attracted numerous guests, including partners of the Mu family, well-connected clans, and influential figures from the business world. The banquet was set outdoors on a picturesque lawn, where maids scurried about in preparation. Among the self-proclaimed elite, glasses of red wine were exchanged amidst idle chatter. For these individuals, the gathering was not merely a banquet but a fortuitous occasion, as many significant deals were often brokered at such events. In one corner, a group of young gentlemen congregated, sharing drinks and idle conversation. I heard the Mu family is hosting this gathering to introduce their commoner boyfriend to Miss Mu. One of them, a young man named Luo Fugue, inquired with a chuckle. True to his name, the Luo family was indeed affluent. Is that so? Li Chang'an, what's the matter? Aren't you fond of Mu Wanqing? How could you let someone else get ahead? Letting someone else get ahead is one thing. If that person were a young talent or a notable figure, we might accept it, but a mere commoner? How can you endure that, Li? Had it been me, I would have taken action to ensure he never dared to approach Mu Wanqing again. The words came from a rather arrogant young man. For these privileged youths, dealing with a commoner was trivial. They wielded wealth and power, capable of not only physically confronting a commoner, but also making them vanish without a trace, all while eluding the scrutiny of justice. This was the confidence that stemmed from their elevated status. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an, the target of their derision, wore a shadowy expression. Having investigated the newcomer, he found that the young man was rather elusive. Had it not been for the connections and resources of the Li family, he might never have uncovered the depths of that individual's background. Do you truly think he's just a commoner? Li Chang'an took a sip of his drink, stating, that fellow is quite shrewd and conceals his true nature well. Interesting, sounds like a wolf in sheep's clothing, Luo Fugue mused with a grin. I shall look forward to meeting him. After all, he is merely a commoner. How cunning can he truly be? Li Chang'an merely smiled. This group of fools was perpetually arrogant. Yet, he too harbored disdain for the man named Wei Su. Nevertheless, having just returned to the country, he preferred to remain low profile for now, gradually acclimating himself to the domestic environment before addressing the issue of that man. It was not that he lacked the will to act. Rather, he felt the situation did not warrant his immediate attention. After all, he did not believe Mu Wanqing would genuinely choose to be with this man. Li Chang'an had plenty on his plate to handle. Meanwhile, the relatives of the Mu family had already gathered at the estate, graciously entertaining their various guests. Zhang Wan, is that young man not attending today? One guest inquired jovially, referring to the suitor who had previously sought to meet Mu Wanqing. His family background was indeed formidable. In Suzhou, beyond the 5 prominent families, there existed 5 illustrious clans that had stood the test of time for a millennium, possessing deep-rooted heritage. The Mu family, in contrast, was merely a century-old lineage among the ordinary families of Suzhou. The young gentleman, with whom Zhang Wan had made prior arrangements, hails from one of the illustrious 5 great families. Crucially, this young man possesses remarkable personal skills. He revitalized a company on the brink of collapse without the assistance of his family, transforming it into one of the top 10 enterprises in Gusu City. This feat is a testament to his prowess and capability, underscoring his exceptional nature. Speaking of this matter, Zhang Wan's expression darkened. The gentleman in question bears the surname Qin. In fact, she had conversed with him about attending the banquet, intending to undermine the so-called commoner. However, Qin had dismissed her with a scoff, stating that if the Mu family deemed this young man worthy, there would be no need for his intervention, for Mu Wanqing was merely a shallow woman, superficial in her allure, unworthy of his pursuit. At that moment, Zhang Wan had pondered that if Mu Wanqing were indeed to align herself with Qin, the Mu family's influence would ascend to new heights. Simultaneously, she, Zhang Wan, would bask in the glory, her standing within the Mu family elevated. Alas, Mu Wanqing had outright rejected her suggestion for an introduction, claiming she had already found favor with a commoner. How could this not incite her fury? Of course, Mu Wanqing was family, and though Zhang Wan was vexed, she felt powerless. Yet, she had ample means to deal with the commoner whom Mu Wanqing favored. She intended to humiliate him, making him recognize his unworthiness to be associated with Mu Wanqing. After all, not just anyone could qualify to be a son-in-law of the Mu family. As for Mu Tianxi and Mu Shan, the 2 heads of the Mu family, they harbored little concern. Their primary consideration was whether this man was worthy of their offspring. They did not seek to create difficulties, they merely wished to observe his character. However, while these 2 had no intention of creating trouble, approximately 80% of those present had already prepared themselves to ensure that should the commoner dare to enter the estate, he would swiftly comprehend the disparity of social standing. Chapter 43. The commotion at the entrance. When Wei Su awoke, it was 6 in the morning. He rose, brushed his teeth, washed his face, donned his finest suit, and tidied his disheveled hair. Once all was in order, he stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection, and could not help but exclaim, "I truly am handsome." Only then did he venture out, driving his beloved vehicle towards the lending company. Yuan Xiong had long awaited him at the company entrance, already prepared with expensive wine, worth over 100,000 per bottle, totaling 2 cases, amounting to over 2 million. Originally priced at over 3 million, Yuan Xiong had negotiated a substantial discount with the merchant, allowing him to procure it for just over 2 million, pocketing the remainder as a personal reward. "Boss, do you need me to send a few lackeys to accompany you?" Yuan Xiong inquired with a grin. "You can accompany me," Wei Su replied. Yuan Xiong eagerly nodded, understood. Boss. He was keen to remain by his boss's side, for this was his opportunity to showcase his abilities. After all, how else could he demonstrate his worth? Being close to his boss would enable him to be noticed, paving the way for future promotions. Wei Su arrived at the designated location in his Lamborghini Poison, which was the Mu family estate. The estate, situated on the outskirts of Gusu City, sprawled over a vast area, and the surrounding environment was gradually being enhanced. For this was the residence of the Mu family. Following his navigation, Wei Su reached the estate's exterior and instructed Yuan Xiong to unload the exquisite wine, leaving behind only a case of 30-year-old Limao. "Good day, sir. May I see your invitation?" A doorman abruptly obstructed Wei Su's path. "Invitation?" Wei Su was taken aback. Mu Wanqing had not informed him of any necessity for an invitation. Moreover, he was the very guest of honor the Mu family had gathered to see. Why was he being barred from entry? Wei Su took out his phone and messaged Mu Wanqing. She promptly replied, stating that an invitation was not required. She was unaware of such a stipulation, possibly due to a lack of communication from her relatives. In that moment, Wei Su comprehended the situation entirely. This was a deliberate act of obstruction. "Shall I come out to receive you?" Mu Wanqing inquired. "No need. Just await my arrival," Wei Su replied with a smile. What a jest. If he could not navigate this trivial matter, he would likely be looked down upon even more upon entry. The doorman, upon seeing the phone Wei Su produced, a low-end model, scoffed. The device was so inexpensive that even he, as a doorman, owned a superior phone. He recalled his superior instructing them to prevent a commoner from entering. It seemed this man was indeed that commoner. While he appeared dashing and possessed a unique aura, The choice of phone certainly betrayed his status. "Boss, should we take action?" Yuan Xiong asked with a smile, his hands flexing. Clearly, he was itching for a confrontation. Although he understood that the estate's personnel would be formidable opponents, he would dare to act if his boss approved. After all, if trouble arose, his boss would shield him. No need for violence. That would only complicate matters. Wei Su shook his head. He turned to the doorman, smiling as he asked, "So, without an invitation, I cannot enter?" The doorman nodded calmly, his tone growing less courteous. "Correct." Wei Su inquired, "You must know the banquet today is in honor of whom?" The doorman replied, still composed, "Of course, it is for the young lady of our house and her esteemed guest, which is why we have prepared a grand celebration and invited guests to join in the festivities." Upon hearing this, Wei Su merely smiled faintly. The celebration was a facade. The mockery was the reality. It was merely a typical meeting of parents, yet so many guests were invited. Observing the multitude within the estate, it was evident that most were members of the upper echelons of society. Wei Su's adversaries today were not solely the Mu family's relatives and branches, but also these haughty, aloof members of high society. "If you understand, why do you not allow me entry?" Wei Su pointed to himself, stating, "I am your young lady's boyfriend. If you bar me from entering and keep the esteemed guests waiting, can you bear the consequences?" His words caused the doorman's demeanor to waver. He could not afford to hesitate. Although they had been instructed to stop this man, it was not a command from the family head. Should accountability arise, the doorman responsible for the obstruction would be held accountable, and he could not afford to bear that burden. Observing the doorman's hesitance, Wei Su was about to continue when a woman emerged from within, her gaze immediately locking onto him. She was Zhang Wan, Mu Wanqing's aunt. The reason her attention was fixed on Wei Su was that she could ascertain he was the young man Mu Wanqing had spoken of, for she had personally distributed all the invitations to the guests. Once they arrived, it was highly unlikely they would be turned away. The one being obstructed was none other than her only civilian boyfriend, who had not received an invitation. However, it must be said that this lad was undeniably handsome, with an exceptionally distinguished demeanor. In any other setting, such a man, regardless of his financial status, would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers. Zhang Wan looked at Wei Su and, with a forced smile, remarked, "You must be Wanqing's boyfriend, correct?" Wei Su merely nodded in affirmation. "Then why did you not receive an invitation?" Zhang Wan inquired. "Are you foolish enough to ask such a question when the answer is obvious?" Wei Su retorted sharply. "You?" Zhang Wan exclaimed. "What about me?" It was likely that this invitation-only policy was a last-minute addition intended to humiliate me, she thought. Wei Su smirked and declared, "Unfortunately for you, even without an invitation, I shall enter. No one can stop me." With that, he took a step forward, intending to enter the estate. "Dream on." Zhang Wan commanded the doorman to block Wei Su's path. "Lacking an invitation is one matter, but surely you must present a gift?" she stated firmly. "Let me inform you that while our Mu family may be merely one of the 5 ordinary families, we nonetheless hold a respectable position. If your gift lacks quality, you truly shall not pass through this door today." "A gift?" Wei Su chuckled. "If this is a matter easily resolved with money, then it is no matter at all." He gestured for Yuan Xiong to bring forth 2 boxes of exquisite wine. These 2 boxes contained limited edition red wine, with only 10 boxes produced each year, and each bottle priced at around 100,000. "Quite reasonable, I dare say, as a small token of goodwill," Wei Su stated nonchalantly. 100,000 per bottle? Zhang Wan gazed at the 2 boxes of wine, her expression tinged with skepticism. Chapter 44. Questioning the authenticity of the wine. "Oh, you claim this wine is worth 100,000 just because you say so?" At that moment, another young man emerged from the estate. This individual was Luo Fuguei, the scion of the Luo family, who had wandered out of boredom. He happened upon this scene and thus interjected with his doubt. Zhang Wan, being from the Mu family, was intentionally putting a man who was both more handsome and more charismatic than her in a difficult position. It was clear he was the focal point of today's gathering, the very individual that these affluent young men sought to undermine. Mu Wanqing held considerable renown in Suzhou, being one of the top 3 beauties of the city. After years of studying abroad, her absence had dulled her presence, but now that she had returned, countless suitors would undoubtedly vie for her attention. Alas, before they could seize the opportunity, they were shocked to learn that Mu Wanqing had a boyfriend. How could they possibly accept this? Thus, their visit today served 2 purposes, the first being to make things difficult for this young man, and the second to dissuade him from pursuing Mu Wanqing, who was beyond his reach. Luo Fuguei, having encountered this moment, could hardly refrain from aiding Zhang Wan. "Oh, it is young Master Luo," Zhang Wan greeted with a polite smile. "Why is young Master Luo not indulging in the festivities inside?" Luo Fuguei chuckled helplessly. "I merely wished to take a stroll and happened to see you, so I came over." "Is that so?" Zhang Wan nodded with a smile, then turned to Wei Su. her skepticism unwavering. Young Master Luo's doubts were not unfounded. Could this wine truly be worth what he claimed? Given the man's ordinary background, it was implausible for him to afford such extravagant gifts. If he were merely presenting a single bottle, Zhang Wan might have been less suspicious. Yet, he was offering 2 entire boxes. That's a total of 20 bottles. The cumulative cost would surely begin at 3 million, unless he had some connections to procure a discount. But even with a discount, it would still start at over 200,000. Was he not just an ordinary person? How could he possibly produce such lavish gifts? This line of thought led Zhang Wan to suspect the authenticity of Wei Su's wine. It was highly plausible that it was counterfeit, intended to deceive them. As for the authenticity of the wine, it was certain that the Mu family possessed wine connoisseurs and specialists capable of discerning fine wines. You may summon them now to verify the quality of my 2 boxes of fine wine. If they prove to be false, then I, Wei Su, shall not enter the gates of the Mu family today, he stated, waving his hand dismissively. He harbored no fear of examination and held complete faith in Yuan Xiong. After just 2 days of interaction, Wei Su had come to appreciate Yuan Xiong as a reliable individual. Of course, should Yuan Xiong betray his trust by presenting counterfeit wine and absconding with his money, Wei Su had a backup plan. In the car was a special box of 1930s Limao. That Limao was indeed genuine, procured from a flash sale platform. Should they identify the Limao amidst the scrutiny? Even if the preceding wine were counterfeit, Wei Su would still have the right to enter. Yuan Xiong, feeling a swell of gratitude for his employer's trust, resolved internally to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his work, ensuring he would not betray Wei Su's confidence. Very well, as you suggested. Let us verify the authenticity of these 2 boxes of wine. Luo Fugue exclaimed gleefully. Zhang Wan also wore a smile, certain that the wine was indeed counterfeit. After all, a man of his ordinary status could not possibly afford such expensive wine. Before long, an elderly man reeking of alcohol emerged. Despite his inebriated demeanor, his eyes were remarkably bright. He was a sommelier, a specialist in discerning the truth of wines. Within the Mu family estate, there existed a small-scale winery that produced private wines exclusively for the family or for occasional gifts. This elder was employed there, as his work required tasting wines. He was accustomed to the scent of alcohol, and his capacity for drinking was exceptional. He remained lucid despite having consumed so much. Old Fong, we require your expertise to verify the authenticity of these 2 boxes of red wine, Zhang Wan cheerfully announced. Old Fong nodded and adjusted his reading glasses, glancing at the labels on the boxes with mild surprise. The limited edition red wine from Minghuang Winery had a restricted annual production and was valued at around 100,000. This wine certainly merits my attention, he mused. Luo Fugue chimed in. Old Fong, I suggest you brace yourself for disappointment. The likelihood of counterfeits is quite high. Old Fong nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, given that this was a limited edition collectible from Minghuang Winery, such a sudden appearance of 2 boxes would naturally raise suspicions. Wei Su, however, wore an expression of indifference, merely gesturing for a swift tasting. Old Fong, no longer verbose, promptly uncorked the bottle, bringing it to his nose and gently swirling it before inhaling the wine's fragrance. Upon catching the aroma, the old man's eyes sparkled with sudden delight. This scent is remarkably pure, extraordinarily authentic. If one were to rely solely on the aroma, he could assert with absolute certainty that this wine is genuine. Yet, feeling a pang of greed, he inquired, May I partake in a taste? Wei Su gestured again, indicating that this was indeed a gift for the Mu family. And whether he could taste it was a matter for that esteemed lady to decide. Zhang Wan what? He dares to call her aunt. Though she was Mu Wanqing's aunt, at the age of 38, she was still well preserved, resembling a charming middle-aged woman. Calling her sister would not have been out of line. Yet, this aunt title genuinely irked her. She scoffed, Humph. If this wine is counterfeit, I shall have it smashed to pieces right here. Wei Su smiled slightly, unfazed. Once gifted, it became another's possession, and he harbored no regrets. Luo Fugue, inhaling the wine's fragrance, suddenly frowned. The bouquet was so rich. This doesn't seem like a counterfeit. Chapter 45, to the bottom of it. Old Fong had already poured a small glass. He savored the aroma, then gently swirled it, observing the sediment within the red wine with satisfaction in his gaze. At last, he took a sip. What splendid wine. Truly worthy of the limited edition from Minghuang Winery. It is indeed a rare delight. Old Fong exclaimed without restraint. Zhang Wan. Luo Fugue. The two exchanged glances, astonished that it was indeed genuine. What the hell? Wei Su, however, was disinclined to engage further with them. He directly instructed Yuan Xiong to retrieve the 30-year-old Limao from the car, then strode into the estate. Old Fong glanced at the box Yuan Xiong was carrying, his nostrils twitching with excitement. Could there be even finer wine? Yet, he understood that he likely wouldn't be fortunate enough to taste it. and could only sigh in regret. Yuan Xiong looked toward the incredulous Zhang Wan and Luo Fugui, chuckling softly. It's truly peculiar how the Mu family members possess such limited vision. And the so-called esteemed guests they invite seem to lack discernment as well. After leaving that remark, which flushed their faces with shame, Yuan Xiong hurried to catch up with Wei Su, for it was his first time attending such an occasion, and he needed to stay close to his boss. It shouldn't be this way. Wan Qing had mentioned that he was merely an ordinary person. Zhang Wan frowned. Luo Fugui fell into silence, his expression darkening. He had just been mocked. It was quite discomforting. But suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. Could it be that Mu Wanqing purchased this wine for him? After all, with his status, how could he possibly afford such luxury? Especially 2 boxes. It's very likely. Zhang Wan quickly grasped the implication, lamenting, we shouldn't have let him in. No matter, Luo Fugui waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It's better this way, after all. There are many inside eager to see that toad humiliated. We shall leave the rest to them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wan agreed. Inside were all high society individuals. And upon learning that Mu Wanqing's boyfriend was merely an ordinary man, especially one whose gifts were provided by Mu Wanqing herself, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon. Clearly, in Zhang Wan and Luo Fugui's eyes, those 2 boxes of wine were a show of support from Mu Wanqing to Wei Su. Otherwise, they believed that even a man of such ordinary means could work a lifetime without affording them. Once Wei Su and Yuan Xiong entered the estate, they instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers. Ever since consuming the infinite charm capsule, Wei Su's allure had significantly increased, drawing the gaze of many women in attendance, who whispered among themselves, where did this handsome man come from? Meanwhile, the young scions found it intolerable. This man appeared to eclipse them in every regard, from demeanor to appearance, leaving them feeling utterly outclassed. Which family does this young master belong to? Why have I never seen him before? A collective question mark hovered in the air. At that moment, Luo Fugui seized the opportunity, stepping forward to clap his hands twice. Come, let us welcome today as protagonist, Mu Wanqing's boyfriend. Reportedly, he is an ordinary citizen. Let us have him introduce himself. Upon his declaration, an uproar ensued. Every gaze fixated on Wei Su, as if they had spotted prey. An ordinary man? A commoner? How dare he pursue Mu Wanqing with such a background? In an instant, no fewer than 20 hostile glares fell upon Wei Su. Yuan Xiong, witnessing this, clicked his tongue in astonishment. Though he had never attended such high society gatherings, he had seen enough of the world and possessed enough capability to qualify for those 2 boxes of wine. However, seeing his boss met with such hostility, he immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Wei Su, fists clenched, eyes narrowed, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. His intimidating aura momentarily stunned the crowd. Wei Su waved his hand, signaling Yuan Xiong to ease off. After all, today's primary objective was to mingle, not to brawl. He stepped forward, surveying the surroundings, and calmly stated, my name is Wei Su, with Wei meaning health and Su meaning narration. My lineage is unremarkable, indeed a family of modest means. Yet, before those young scions could unleash their taunts, he smiled slightly and delivered a remark that ignited the crowd's ire. Even so, I remain Mu Wanqing's boyfriend. While you so-called sons of privilege can only watch as I embrace the beauty, does that not irritate you? The crowd. Hiss. This lad. One had to admit, he was indeed audacious, striking a chord with piercing clarity. What of my pure lineage? What of my ordinary background? I am merely an ordinary affluent individual. What of it? Yet I am still Mu Wanqing's boyfriend. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, curling his lip. You should hurry inside the hall. Wanqing and her parents are all waiting for you. This middle-aged man was a distant relative of the Mu family. Wei Su smiled slightly, ignoring the agitated guests, and led Yuan Xiong toward the hall. Subsequently, they passed through the hall and entered the inner courtyard, which was already filled with guests. At that moment, the woman Wei Su cherished most, Mu Wanqing, was seated gracefully. Wei Su cleared his throat softly. Many turned to look. Upon seeing Wei Su, Mu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with delight. She immediately rose to greet him, linking her arm with his before addressing the gathered relatives. This is my boyfriend, Wei Su. To all my uncles, aunts, and relatives, greetings. Wei Su politely acknowledged them hello. However, the crowd's reaction was rather muted. At this juncture, Zhang Wan also entered the inner courtyard, casually taking a seat, her face adorned with a cold smirk. It seemed as though she held some secret about Wei Su. In truth, she believed that the money he used to buy wine came from Mu Wanqing. Please, take a seat, Mu Wanqing's father, Mu Tianxi, said. His expression neither warm nor cold, allowing Wei Su to sit down first. Wei Su then took a seat beside Mu Wanqing. Her mother, Lin Xia, was all smiles as she scrutinized Wei Su. Young man, where are you currently employed? Mu Tianxi inquired, a straightforward and uncomplicated question, merely following customary protocol. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Su replied, I am currently managing a small hotel. Managing a hotel, you say? Mu Tianxi nodded, considering it a sign that the young man would at least be able to provide for his daughter, should they become a couple. However, Zhang Wan's smile turned slightly sardonic as she pressed. Which hotel are you managing? Do share, as I would like to bring friends there in the future. Her probing demeanor was becoming increasingly conspicuous. Chapter 46. What happened to being an ordinary person? You are managing a hotel? I was completely unaware. Mu Wangqing whispered into Wei Su's ear. He chuckled lightly. There are many things you remain oblivious to. Mu Wangqing scrunched her nose and huffed. When the elders inquire, shouldn't you respond? Zhang Wan interjected, her brows knitting together in disapproval. Wei Su's audacity to disregard her question infuriated her. Are you certain you wish to know? He replied with a smile, prompting Zhang Wan to narrow her eyes, her expression growing increasingly unfriendly. The surrounding relatives were equally bewildered. They had never encountered someone so audacious as to disregard the elders' words upon their first visit. While Zhang Wan was often perceived as somewhat irksome, the assembly included Mu Wangqing's elders. The initial question had been dismissed by Wei Su, and now he retorted with a casual inquiry about whether she truly desired to know. This was highly unusual. A typical guest would be apprehensive upon entering the Mu family's estate, recognizing its grandeur and heritage, yet he seemed completely at ease. Mu Tianxi felt compelled to speak up. Since you are Wangqing's boyfriend, it is only fitting we understand the name of the hotel you manage. Facing his potential future father-in-law, Wei Su maintained a respectful demeanor, responding, the hotel I manage should be quite familiar to you all, the Kempinski Hotel. The room fell into stunned silence. What? Wait, what did you say? Could you repeat that? The Kempinski Hotel? Even Mu Tianxi had to repeat the question incredulously, while the other elders fixed their gazes on Wei Su. Zhang Wan sneered, my dear fellow. He just claimed that he manages the Kempinski Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Suzhou. Look at these young people today, they delight in boasting without substance, merely trying to save face. Yet, Wei Su replied earnestly, you might find it hard to believe, but I am not exaggerating. The Kempinski Hotel is indeed my property. Mu Wangqing found herself somewhat astonished, yet it felt oddly plausible. After all, she had witnessed him, with just 2 phone calls, bring a wealthy elite crashing down in a matter of moments at a high-end restaurant. Thus, when he declared himself the owner of the Kempinski Hotel, she found it hard to dismiss the assertion entirely. Perhaps, as he claimed, there were many things she remained unaware of. Mu Wangqing had come to believe him, but the relatives present were still skeptical. Young people should refrain from such exaggerations. If you have something to claim, then let it be true. If not, then do not fabricate tales. If you were to name a 3-star hotel, we might entertain that, but the Kempinski Hotel? That is pure nonsense. Our family does not appreciate boastful individuals. Young man, this is a flaw you must amend. The assembly expressed their discontent toward Wei Su, adamantly demanding the truth. Don't believe him, everyone. I suspect he hasn't spoken a single truthful word. Just take the entrance gift he presented, a limited edition wine supposedly worth over 2 million. Zhang Wan chimed in with a smile, adding, this wine, while genuine, was not purchased by him. How could a commoner afford such luxury? And he bought 2 cases at that. She then turned to Mu Wangqing, asking, Wangqing, tell me honestly, did you secretly provide him with money for this gift? Mu Wangqing shook her head. No, I didn't. She had indeed offered him 50,000, but he had refused to accept it. Zhang Wan responded incredulously, you didn't? How is that possible? Clearly unconvinced, she pressed. If there was no transfer from Wangqing, how could he afford such an expensive bottle of wine? Mu Wangqing furrowed her brow, insisting, if I say there was none, then there was none. I wouldn't lie to my aunt. Zhang Wan persisted. Then, if he claims to own the Kempinski Hotel, surely that must be a deception? She clung to her disbelief regarding Wei Su. Wei Su, upon hearing her words, felt a frown form. Did this woman harbor a dislike for him? Or did she resent the fact that he was now Mu Wangqing's boyfriend? If that were the case, he would certainly have to set the record straight. At that moment, Mu Tianxi also wore a frown. Wasn't it said that Wei Su was merely an ordinary person? How could he claim to be the owner of the Kempinski Hotel? Although the Mu family's resources and influence were substantial enough not to be daunted by the hotel's prestige, the fact that someone they believed to be an ordinary individual claimed ownership of a 5-star establishment was indeed hard to fathom. Thus, he spoke gravely, Wei Su, since you assert that the hotel you manage is the Kempinski, I happen to have acquaintances there. Would you mind if I verify this? Wei Su smiled, uncle. Feel free to inquire. Yuan Xiong stood steadfastly behind Wei Su, akin to a bodyguard, and inwardly, he was equally astonished. His boss owned a 5-star hotel? Incredible. Mu Tianxi promptly picked up his phone and dialed an old friend. The line rang, and he activated the speakerphone. Hello? Mu Tianxi began, "It's me, Tianxi." "Well, this is a surprise. You're actually calling me?" The voice on the other end seemed taken aback. "I have a question for you," Mu Tianxi replied directly. "Go ahead. I know you wouldn't call unless it's important." "What is the name of the owner of the Kempinski Hotel?" Mu Tianxi inquired. At this moment, everyone held their breath. The response came without hesitation. "Wei Su, our new proprietor, a remarkably young and talented individual." "Why do you ask?" The crowd gasped collectively. "So it is true." Zhang Wan's expression turned to one of sheer disbelief. The faces of all present reflected a mix of astonishment and intrigue. What happened to the so-called ordinary person? Although the Mu family boasts a prestigious lineage, the fact that Wei Su has successfully acquired a five-star hotel is a testament to his formidable prowess, one that cannot be underestimated by the Mu family. It is noteworthy that the esteemed Kempinski Hotel was also a target for the Li family, one of the 5 prominent clans, yet their attempts to purchase it were thwarted by the unwillingness of the previous owner to sell. The Li family found themselves powerless in this situation. However, a miracle occurred with this young man, as the previous owner, who had been resolute in not selling, suddenly became willing to part with the property. Does this not imply that this young man possesses capabilities that even the Li family cannot rival? Upon reflection, everyone couldn't help but be astounded. Chapter 47. A gentle flow, do you understand? Throughout, Wei Su maintained a composed smile, neither appearing overly submissive nor aggressively confrontational. His acquisition of the Kempinski Hotel, a feat that eluded the Li family, speaks volumes. In Mu Wanqing's captivating eyes, there was a remarkable brilliance. This man seemed to have risen swiftly and unexpectedly in her absence. Zhang Wan felt unable to meet Wei Su's gaze any longer. She had never imagined that this Wei Su was a formidable character, adept at concealing his true strength. Although she was reluctant to continue clashing with him, Wei Su was equally unwilling to let her off the hook. To him, she was merely an irritating fly. Yet even the incessant buzzing of such a fly can become unbearable. Wei Su turned his attention to Zhang Wan, his smile taking on a hint of coldness. "Madam, do you still harbor any doubts? If there are lingering uncertainties, feel free to voice them. Furthermore, if you question the authenticity of my funds used for the hotel purchase as being merely a front for others, would you require me to confront the wine merchants and banks directly?" Zhang Wan. The crowd. Mu Tianxi observed this seemingly mild-mannered, yet deeply resentful young man, and found himself increasingly impressed. Truth be told, Mu Tianxi held no strong objections to his daughter's choice, even if her partner were an ordinary person, as long as it brought her happiness. Yet now he was taken aback. This young man was not merely ordinary. He was the owner of the Kempinski Hotel. Such a status alone qualified him to court Mu Wanqing. It was no wonder the young man had remained composed and smiling throughout. At this juncture, Zhang Wan had no choice but to rise and declare that she had matters to attend to, hastily taking her leave. Once she departed, Wei Su engaged in conversation with Mu Wanqing's relatives, the atmosphere shifting from confrontation to newfound respect for him. After Zhang Wan exited, she sought out the group of wealthy young gentlemen, recounting the events that had transpired in the hall, which left them all astounded. Li Chang'an, already aware of the man's identity, remained composed, though his expression revealed his discontent. This signified that his opponent was formidable enough to warrant serious attention, even from someone as esteemed as Li Chang'an. Meanwhile, Luo Fugue and the others, recalling their earlier mockery of Wei Su, felt a wave of shame wash over them and promptly excused themselves. With the banquet nearing its end, they were keen to avoid the embarrassment of encountering Wei Su again. As Li Chang'an witnessed the departure of numerous young gentlemen, he too found no reason to linger. In the hall, Wei Su continued to converse with several relatives, sharing a meal and leaving behind a case of 30-year-old Limao. This gesture astonished the relatives once more. 10 bottles, each priced at over 2 million, essentially amounted to a gift of over 20 million. Such generosity was staggering. Even Mu Wanqing attempted to refuse, stating that the gift was too extravagant for her father to accept and suggested he take it back. However, Wei Su chuckled, since it is already a gift, there is no reason to retract it. Understanding Wei Su's character, Mu Wanqing sighed and relinquished her attempts to have him take it back. Yet, she could not help but gaze intently at his profile, her beautiful eyes entwined with tender emotions. "How about it? Have I disappointed you?" Wei Su inquired softly. "You have never disappointed me, even during your time of bankruptcy," Mu Wanqing replied, shaking her head gently. Were these words spoken by another woman? Wei Su might have been skeptical, for not many women are willing to endure hardships alongside their partners. However, upon learning of his financial ruin, Mu Wanqing had immediately reached out to him, even assisting in settling his debts discreetly. If Wei Su were never to repay that debt, it would raise questions as to why the bank had not pursued him for repayment. This woman had continuously supported him in silence. The trying days of his past had been among the most painful of his life. Had it not been for Mu Wanqing's encouragement and unwavering hope, he might have succumbed to despair. After all, the depths of his downfall had left him trampled underfoot. Thus, in Wei Su's eyes, Mu Wanqing was a woman to be cherished for a lifetime. Even if he were to have other partners in the future, Mu Wanqing would forever occupy the most significant place in his heart. Gently, Wei Su embraced Mu Wanqing, who feigned a slight struggle before comfortably resting against him. The bright moon above shone down upon the pair. The journey of the Mu family concluded in a splendid manner. Since Mu Wanqing had only just returned to the country and, as a direct descendant of the Mu family, she was bound to remain busy, learning to manage family affairs. Meanwhile, Wei Su began to return to a normal routine. At Haoyan Credit Company, boss, the advertisements have been released, and we are set to auction 5 bottles of Limao, each priced at 8 million. Yuan Xiong exclaimed excitedly. 8 million, is that not a tad excessive? Wei Su chuckled. Yuan Xiong, however, explained with enthusiasm, boss, it is not overpriced. You must understand that there are only a few bottles of 30-year-old Limao in existence, with the rest residing in the hands of wine collectors, making them exceedingly rare. If we do not sell, it means no one will buy. This allows us to set a higher price. The initial bidding will start at 5 million, with no cap on the final price. We anticipate each bottle will fetch around 8 million, which would be a substantial profit. Wei Su nodded. Then I leave everything in your capable hands. Once this is accomplished, you and your brothers will be well rewarded. Yuan Xiong eagerly nodded. Thank you, boss. Has the black tiger been dealt with? Wei Su suddenly inquired. Yuan Xiong grinned, retrieving a photograph from his drawer. Boss, take a look. As Wei Su glanced at the photo, he saw a corpulent man with a fierce expression, glaring at the camera, his face marred with blood, presenting a rather pitiful sight. How was the situation resolved? Wei Su asked. Yuan Xiong chuckled and said, Boss, rest assured, I shall handle the matter. In the end, I managed to extract the various transgressions of the owner of his company, subsequently notifying the Justice Association to take action. However, he remains unable to escape his impending doom. For this black tiger bears several lives on his conscience. Previously, we lacked sufficient evidence, but now, with witness testimonies and physical proof, the process has become significantly smoother. Wei Su nodded with a smile, affirming, we must strive to operate within the confines of the law. Only then can we ensure sustainability. Do you understand? Yuan Xiong nodded in agreement. I understand. Chapter 48. The Eruption of Conflict. Within the realm of the Daxia Kingdom, governed by various legal constraints, Wei Su has always adhered to the principle that conducting affairs within the legal framework is paramount. Such adherence is essential for longevity. The laws of a nation must never be trampled upon frivolously, otherwise it would lead to self-destruction. Thus, Wei Su has always believed that even when engaging in less than honorable dealings, one must strive to operate within the legal bounds and avoid violating the law. Yuan Xiong comprehended this critical point, and upon hearing Wei Su's words, he immediately grasped the essence. It appears our boss is indeed a person who understands the importance of rules. Otherwise, he would not have articulated such sentiments. Yuan Xiong felt confident in the prospect of continued collaboration with his boss. In the end, Wei Su imparted a few more words concerning the forthcoming auction preparations and the operational direction of the Haoyan Credit Company, emphasizing the necessity of adhering to legal protocols. Meanwhile, at Lakeside Mansion, Han Yun returned from work as she usually did. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed a beautiful woman, named Miao Ran, gazing around as if awaiting someone. Miao Ran was undeniably a stunning beauty, possessing both exquisite looks and remarkable professional competence, all while exuding an aura of innocence that would undoubtedly captivate many men. Han Yun chose not to greet her and proceeded upstairs. Upon entering her nominal home, she discovered Yuan Liang had already returned. Seated on the sofa amidst a scattering of cigarette butts, the entire room permeated with the stench of tobacco. This displeased Han Yun, as she detested such odors. She had previously insisted that Yuan Liang refrain from smoking in their shared space, as the overwhelming smell caused her discomfort. However, Han Yun found herself no longer inclined to impose restrictions on Yuan Liang's desires. Initially, she believed she would spend her life with him, thus striving to encourage his growth and improvement. Yet now, she had moved on, her heart already belonging to another. Her interest in this increasingly disappointing man had waned entirely. Furthermore, it seemed that this man harbored conflicts with the one she cherished, prompting Han Yun to further distance herself. Nevertheless, the atmosphere today felt decidedly off. Yuan Liang, continuously smoking, noticed Han Yun's return and abruptly hurled a bottle of liquor at her feet. Crash! The bottle shattered, spilling liquor and shards of glass, nearly injuring Han Yun's calf. Yuan Liang, have you lost your mind? Han Yun exclaimed in fury, taken aback by the sudden aggression from someone she held no affection for. I've lost my mind. No, it is you, Han Yun, who has gone mad. Yuan Liang's eyes blazed with rage, fixating on her as if consumed by an insatiable hatred. Resembling a beast poised to strike, he spoke in a low voice. Am I truly the one who has lost my mind? You ought to ponder that yourself. How am I supposed to comprehend why you have transformed into this person? How would I know? After all, you are unaware that I know about your infidelity. Yuan Liang sneered. Han Yun's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Surprised, are you? You thought your indiscretions went unnoticed, didn't you? Yuan Liang's sardonic smile revealed an unsettling truth, his demeanor resembling that of a man on the brink of madness. Han Yun felt an icy realization wash over her. This was the first time she had witnessed Yuan Liang in such a frenzied state. It is only natural you remain oblivious. After all, there are many things you are unaware of. Yuan Liang chuckled darkly, producing his phone. While you were busy cheating, I was busy wooing your best friend. And we grew intimately close for 3 days and nights while you were at work. Since you strayed first, it is only fair that I indulge as well. Wouldn't you agree? Han Yun fell silent. Yuan Liang's infidelity held no significance for her. Even if he were to cavort with other women daily, she would feel no emotional upheaval. In fact, she slept soundly, grateful for his absence. What truly shocked her was the betrayal by her own friend. It seemed the adage held true: one must guard against fire, theft, and even friends. Not only should one be wary of friends' infidelity, but also their potential betrayal. Henceforth, she vowed to keep her secrets far from her friend, for trust had been irrevocably shattered. Then let us part ways, Han Yun declared, her voice resolute. With the pretense shattered, the notion of continuing the charade seemed futile. Ending the relationship was merely a natural course of action. Part ways? You wishfully think that you can simply end things after your infidelity? Yuan Liang scoffed. Who is it that strayed first? Do you not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? Han Yun retorted. Yuan Liang countered. Then perhaps you should enlighten me. When did I stray before you? My relationship with your friend only blossomed after your affair with Wei Su. Stop the charade. Do you not remember the day I asked you to buy me a handbag? You refused, abandoned me, and went out with your colleagues instead. I need not elaborate on where you went, Han Yun replied, her tone sharp. Yuan Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Do not act surprised. You should know better. Remember when you claimed you were dining with your superior? You promised to return promptly. Yet I waited up, cooking for you, only for you to return at 8 the following day, reeking of another woman's perfume. Did you truly think I was oblivious to your sordid affairs? Han Yun asserted, now fully confronting the truth. With both parties having laid bare their grievances, there was little left to conceal. Han Yun had refrained from surrendering her body to Yuan Liang for a reason. He had disappointed her time and again. The incident regarding the handbag had merely been a catalyst. Her patience was limited. Had Yuan Liang chosen to accompany her on Valentine's Day, purchasing the desired handbag and sharing a candlelit dinner, she might have willingly given him her heart. Alas, he squandered that opportunity, opting instead to indulge in debauchery. Such a man was undeserving of her endurance. Yuan Liang found himself momentarily stunned by Han Yun's revelations. He had not realized how closely she had observed his past actions. It was only her silence that had allowed him to believe he was faultless. Yet now, when it was brought up in front of him, Yuan Liang was utterly perplexed. However, he remained undeterred, for he possessed undeniable evidence of your infidelity. Whether it be chat logs or hotel records, he had uncovered it all. Even if this matter escalated to our families, victory would still belong to me. Yuan Liang scoffed coldly. In truth, the parents of both parties had met on one occasion prior. Although that meeting was merely a dinner, both sides were aware of each other's existence. Now, Yuan Liang's threat of exposing Han Yun's infidelity was indeed effective. After all, should this evidence reach her parents, it would undoubtedly cause them profound embarrassment and disappointment, an outcome Han Yun was desperate to avoid. With a darkened expression, she spoke in a low voice. What exactly do you want? What do I want? I desire you. Yuan Liang exclaimed with a manic expression. I have invested so much effort into pursuing you, and all you have allowed me is to hold your hand. I could easily find another woman at a bar, offering a mere pittance, yet you, after all my endeavors, cannot be let go in vain. I intend to have you tonight. Otherwise, I will present all the evidence of your infidelity to your parents, letting them see what kind of daughter they have raised. Yuan Liang threatened. Dream on. Han Yun retorted with disdain, resolutely declaring. If you wish to send that evidence to my parents, go ahead. There is no way I will share a bed with you. She was not a promiscuous woman at heart. Her feelings had genuinely gravitated towards Wei Su, and she could never surrender her body to another man, especially not to a scoundrel like Yuan Liang. Fine, then I will send your evidence of infidelity to your parents. Yuan Liang threatened, feigning to operate his phone, preparing to call Han Yun's parents. However, Han Yun merely smiled subtly. Go ahead, the worst I will face is a lecture. Besides, I have gathered ample evidence of your infidelity as well. Don't be hasty. Do you truly believe I am unprepared? Since Wei Su had cautioned her to be wary of Yuan Liang, she had begun to collect various pieces of evidence regarding Yuan Liang's previous escapades. Reflecting on it now, her efforts had indeed borne fruit. Seeing that Han Yun was unperturbed, Yuan Liang's fury escalated, and he seized a bottle, ready to strike her. Han Yun fixed her gaze upon him, her expression unwavering in defiance. Very well, since you are so resolute. Let me make one last demand. Bring Wei Su out for me, just the two of you, now immediately. And do not even think about touching your phone. If you do, I will resort to force, Yuan Liang declared with a deranged look. Han Yun was about to refuse, for she understood that Yuan Liang's intentions in bringing Wei Su out were far from benevolent, and she would never consent to such a scheme. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Recalling how Wei Su had asked her to cooperate in a ruse to deal with Yuan Liang, she decided not to decline. Perhaps this was an opportunity? If she played her cards right, she could sever ties with Yuan Liang and openly pursue a relationship with Wei Su. With this in mind, Han Yun feigned a troubled expression and finally said, "If you refrain from showing that evidence to my parents, I am willing to cooperate." Chapter 49, Threats. Wei Su received a text message. Late into the night, he had just discovered that the 1 yuan flash sale app did not host daily events, but rather random ones. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. It is often said that human hearts are insatiable, and indeed, Wei Su found it difficult to rise above such trivialities. To him, the more 1 yuan flash sales, the better. The randomness of it all was certainly disheartening. However, receiving a message from Han Yun at midnight, requesting to meet, was peculiar. Previously, Wei Su had instructed her not to seek him out without his permission or arrange a meeting. Yet, here she was, taking the initiative to reach out, suggesting a meeting at a rather secluded location, which piqued Wei Su's suspicions. Consequently, he replied with a message, stating that it was too late for today and proposed meeting the following day. But soon after, Han Yun's response came back, "If you don't come, I will end my life right before you." At this moment, Wei Su was utterly convinced that it was not Han Yun, but someone else behind the message. Han Yun had always communicated with him in a gentle and amiable manner. Now, threatening him in the dead of night was a clear indication that someone else was using her phone. But who could it be? The answer was evident, Yuan Liang. Only Yuan Liang could have access to Han Yun's phone, and it was clear he had discovered their relationship, likely incensed by it. Should he go to meet her? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative, for Han Yun was his woman, and Wei Su had never been the type to allow his beloved to suffer. Thus, he swiftly replied, "Very well, I will be there shortly. Please do not act rashly. We will talk once I arrive." However, he soon received another message, "Do not bring anyone with you. If I see anyone, I will take my own life." Wei Su chuckled softly. Nevertheless, he hastily replied, "All right, I can comply. You have half an hour. If I do not see you by then, I will end my life." As he read the final message, his expression grew serious. He began to worry for Han Yun's safety. Yet, he could not possibly go alone. That was absurd. If Yuan Liang lay in wait with his accomplices, he would be at their mercy. Wei Su had seen numerous dramas where the protagonist, despite knowing the opponent was lying in ambush, would agree to go alone, resulting in a predictable outcome, a predicament where both the hero and heroine faced imminent peril from the antagonist. Wei Su had no desire to find himself in such a scenario. Of course, if the other party had gained access to Han Yun's phone, they likely had her under control. After all, she was merely a woman, and under threat. She would find it difficult to resist. Thus, it fell upon him to devise a solution. But whom should he take with him? Wei Su pondered. Ideally, he would want to bring Yuan Xiong, his most trusted subordinate, and someone formidable in skill. However, that would only raise Yuan Liang's suspicions. If Yuan Liang saw him accompanied by reinforcements, he would undoubtedly threaten Han Yun's life. This was an outcome Wei Su wished to avoid. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Wei Su's mind. If a man could not accompany him, then perhaps a beautiful woman would suffice. A lovely woman would certainly not arouse Yuan Liang's suspicion. Thus, Wei Su promptly dialed Fong Rong's number. Before long, her drowsy voice came through the line. "Who is it? Calling so late?" "It's me, Wei Su, your future boss," he replied. Fong Rong immediately perked up, yet she still inquired, "What is up, boss? Why are you calling me in the middle of the night?" "I need you to accompany me to a certain place," Wei Su stated. In the dead of night? You expect a young maiden like me to accompany you to some place? "I beg your pardon, my boss, but I must decline. I shall not sell my body." Fong Rong shook her head resolutely. Wei Su, taken aback, could only chuckle in disbelief. "My dear lady, even if my intentions were less than honorable, you must consider, do you truly believe I could overpower you? If you are unwilling, it will be I who lies down, not you." Wei Su spoke with the utmost candor. "Oh, indeed, you would not stand a chance against me," Fong Rong finally realized. After all, she was a formidable assassin. If she were to engage seriously, none could best her. Unless, of course, they wielded firearms. Yet, she was unperturbed. The hidden weapons her master threw were far more challenging to evade than any gun, unless the adversary completely surrounded her. Leaving her no escape, she would never surrender. In a jungle where she could unleash her full potential, she feared no armed foe. She would transform into a monstrous entity, seamlessly blending with the foliage to eliminate her targets. Given this, why would you summon me to accompany you at such an hour? Fangrong inquired. To a rather secluded location. My friend has been taken hostage by a scoundrel who is now threatening me over the phone, demanding I come alone lest he harm my friend, Weishu explained. You dare bring me along? Fangrong found it perplexing. If I brought a man, they would be on high alert, but with a beautiful lady like you, they would likely be quite pleased, Weishu replied. Why is that? Fangrong asked innocently. Because in doing so, they gain another potential target. Upon seeing your beauty, their first instinct would be to overpower you and drag you away for their own nefarious purposes, Weishu jested. Yet Fangrong took it to heart, exclaiming, wow, you truly are a scoundrel. Are you intending to use me as a hostage? No way, I refuse. Weishu was at a loss for words. No, truly not. With your extraordinary combat skills, I would consider it a waste for you to volunteer as a hostage. My intention in bringing you is to exploit their overconfidence, allowing you to subdue them when they least expect it. If that is the case, I could go. Fangrong suddenly asked, what reward do you plan to offer me? Oh great boss. Upon a successful outcome, 3 million. If it fails, we shall speak no more of it, Weishu declared. Very well, your generosity is commendable. The little money-loving Fangrong readily agreed. Weishu casually procured a standard vehicle, opting not to drive his Lamborghini Veneno. After all, a car with such a low chassis would be impractical for rural roads, risking damage to the undercarriage. Thus, he settled for an ordinary business vehicle. Weishu borrowed a standard van from the property management, which readily consented. The management here is renowned for its exceptional service, as all the homeowners are individuals they cannot afford to offend. Meanwhile, Fangrong stepped out with a fresh face, clad in tight denim jeans and a short-sleeved top, an attire that, despite its simplicity, was elevated by her stunning features. Indeed, no matter how one dresses, beauty can transform the most ordinary outfit into something exquisite. Once she entered the car, she inquired, will we be engaging in combat? Weishu nodded, confirming that she would likely need to take action. As they journeyed toward the outskirts, they arrived at an abandoned factory. Weishu felt a twinge of curiosity. What is Yuan Liang planning? Could it be that he intends to eliminate me here? As it turned out, Weishu's intuition proved correct. No sooner had they arrived than 5 figures emerged from the factory entrance, Yuan Liang at their center. Yuan Liang appeared haggard, his circumstances far from favorable. Recently, he had struggled at work, receiving reprimands from his superior and facing demotion. The betrayal of his girlfriend had driven him to the brink of madness. He had become a defeated man. Tonight, he resembled a rabid wolf. He noticed Weishu's vehicle and recognized that no other men accompanied him, only a strikingly beautiful woman. Ah, Weishu, even at this juncture, you have brought a beauty with you. I must apologize in advance for potentially ruining your plans, Yuan Liang jested, though his pallid complexion under the moonlight was rather unsettling. Weishu stepped out of the car, smiling. What need is there for an apology? You haven't done anything yet. True, but that will change shortly, Yuan Liang scoffed. Where's Han Yun? Weishu inquired. You mean that wretched woman? Yuan Liang waved dismissively, and a brutish man dragged Han Yun into view, bound by ropes. Tears welled in Han Yun's eyes upon seeing Weishu had indeed come for her, but the man holding her captive sneered, don't get too emotional. You'll have your moment to cry soon enough. Release her. Weishu's gaze turned icy. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my business? Yuan Liang chuckled, a twisted smile playing on his lips. Speak your demands, and I shall heed them, Weishu replied calmly. I seek nothing less than your death. Yuan Liang declared with wild fervor. However, granting you a swift demise would be too merciful. He signaled his companions, for thugs moving to block Weishu's escape. Since you've brought such a charming lady, we are all in for an enjoyable evening. As he spoke, Yuan Liang and his cohorts erupted into maniacal laughter. Chapter 50. The time to profit has arrived. Yuan Liang's laughter was frenzied and unhinged, echoed by his companions. These men were remnants of the Black Tiger Gang, now seeking vengeance after their leader had fallen. A secluded factory such as this, where fatalities would go unnoticed, served as their chosen battleground. Once the Justice League caught wind of their actions, they would have long since fled the country. Yuan Liang and his associates had resolved to utilize the funds left behind by the Black Tiger to commit murder and escape abroad. Once they crossed borders, even the Justice League would be powerless against them. Thus, this night, Yuan Liang and his crew were resolute in their murderous intent. What are your intentions? Weishu asked warily. What are my intentions? Can't you see? Yuan Liang cackled maniacally, brandishing a spiked club. Tonight, I shall send you to hell, and before you descend, my friends will have their way with your 2 beloved women before your very eyes. ensuring you experience true despair. Upon hearing Yuan Liang's words, Han Yun froze, her face blanching in terror. She never anticipated that Yuan Liang could be driven to such madness. Moreover, she was utterly astonished that Wei Su could not discern this was a trap. She believed that with Wei Su's astute intellect, he would surely recognize that the messages sent by Yuan Liang were not authored by her. Yet, to her disbelief, not only did Wei Su fail to see through it, but he also arrived with another woman. However, at this juncture, she remained fixated on Wei Su and, gritting her teeth, implored, Wei Su, you need not concern yourself with me. Just run. But he shook his head gently, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, if anyone should flee, it ought to be these brutes. Seeking death, a rotund man beside Yuan Liang, brandishing a large machete, could no longer restrain himself and lunged toward Wei Su. Wei Su extended his hand. Wait, I still have something to say? The hefty man paused momentarily, but then resumed his advance, exclaiming, I don't care whether you have something to say. I'm going to kill you for causing trouble for my boss. Wait, Yuan Liang suddenly interjected. The heavy-set man halted, frowning. Yuan Liang, what are you implying? Don't kill him. He still has some value. He is the owner of the Kempinski Hotel, a wealthy man. Once we go abroad, we're not going to suffer. We shall live luxuriously. Let us first get some money from him, Yuan Liang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the hefty man recognized the sense in it. The other four men, including the one tasked with guarding Han Yun, nodded in agreement. After all, having committed such deeds, finding work abroad would undoubtedly be arduous. To lead a comfortable life overseas, money was indispensable. And this kid was, after all, the owner of the Kempinski Hotel. Everything would be manageable now. All right, you're giving us money whether you like it or not. If you refuse, I will cut off a finger with each refusal. If you continue to refuse, I'll keep chopping off your fingers and toes. The hefty man threatened loudly. Wei Su nodded. It's merely money, a trivial matter. Whatever amount you desire, as long as I can procure it, I shall provide. Yuan Liang was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected acquiescence. However, he quickly reassured himself. After all, Wei Su was in an almost unassailable predicament. Even without Han Yun as a hostage, they could effortlessly dispatch Wei Su. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl who had remained silent since boarding the vehicle was entirely disregarded by everyone, as they considered her yet another hostage. Since you've agreed, hurry and call someone to transfer the money to our account. Remember, do not mention anything about being kidnapped. Simply state that you're collaborating on a project, hence the transfer. If you dare utter anything else, you can't blame me for being ruthless. Yuan Liang spoke menacingly. In Suzhou, he could no longer survive. His work and life were in total disarray. Hence, it would be better for him to take a large sum of money and enjoy life abroad. Wei Su nodded. All right, I can call right away. However, I have a minor request. Speak. Before I meet my end, I wish to embrace Han Yun. After all, she is, in a sense, my woman. A final embrace would not be a solitary departure. At least I would have a touch of warmth. After that, I will immediately call to arrange the transfer. Wei Su stated calmly. You. The hefty man scoffed, ready to deny the request. Yet, Yuan Liang waved his hand, chuckling, sure, why not? After all, soon you will helplessly witness your two women being enjoyed by us, so this will serve as a consolation for you. The man responsible for guarding Han Yun kicked her toward Wei Su, snarling, get over here, you filthy wench. I'll make sure you enjoy yourself. His face twisted with a lewd grin. Tears streaming, Han Yun approached Wei Su, exclaiming, you shouldn't have come, you. Her words were cut short as Wei Su gently enveloped her in his arms, softly reassuring her, it's all right now. All right, there are still countless issues. Yuan Liang laughed heartily. At that moment, Wei Su abruptly queried Yuan Liang, by the way, do you have a gun? No, Yuan Liang replied with a cold smirk. But even without a gun, you will still die? Even if the King of Heaven descended today, you must perish. Laughter erupted from the others, who were already envisioning their carefree lives abroad. This evening would bring swift vengeance, and they would savor two beautiful women. It was truly blissful. However, at that moment, Wei Su turned to Fong Rong, nodding gently, you may act now. Just disable them. As for the evidence, he produced a high-quality recorder from his pocket, smiling. All the evidence is right here. You audacious fool, daring to record? Upon seeing the device in Wei Su's hand, Yuan Liang was consumed by rage, casting aside all restraint. Brothers, let us take him down first. All right, damn it. You want to play dirty? We were going to grant you a quick death, but you chose to court misfortune. With that, all 6 men brandishing weapons charged at Wei Su. Run. Hurry. Han Yun urged, pushing Wei Su. Yet, he remained calm. Do not panic. In that moment, the previously silent Fong Rong finally withdrew her small hand from her jeans pocket. Her languid gaze transformed into a piercing intensity. All right, it's time to earn some money. Chapter 51. It's only a matter of time. With a single stride, Fong Rong found herself instantly in front of Yuan Liang. "You filthy swine, seeking death." Yuan Liang bellowed, discarding any sense of chivalry, and swung his weapon toward Fong Rong's head. If he connected, it would undoubtedly spell her demise. Yet, faced with such merciless intent, Fong Rong's eyes hardened with indifference. She swiftly dodged Yuan Liang's attack and executed a fierce side kick, sending him sprawling backward. The sheer force of her kick left Wei Su dumbfounded. A man over 6 feet tall and weighing around 150 pounds was sent flying by a woman who appeared to weigh no more than 100 pounds. The magnitude of her strength astonished not just Wei Su, but even the 4 assailants rushing forward were rendered speechless. What on earth just happened? How could such a burly man be sent tumbling by a woman? The shock was palpable among his companions, and even Yuan Liang, who felt his spine shatter from the impact, was engulfed in disbelief. In all his years, this was the first time he had been kicked away by a woman so stunningly beautiful. The power behind that kick was unimaginable. Yuan Liang's face flushed crimson, gritting his teeth as he endured the searing pain in his waist, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Fong Rong had already taken several steps forward, rapidly closing in on the hefty man from before. The man, wielding his machete, snapped back to reality and, refusing to be intimidated, charged at Fong Rong with fury, convinced that a woman could not possibly pose a threat to him. It was undoubtedly Yuan Liang's useless minion who had been ambushed, leading to such a commotion. However, the rotund man soon realized his grave misjudgment. Just as he approached the woman, his hefty blade poised to descend, she struck with the swiftness of lightning. Her hands transformed into sharp projectiles, deftly targeting several acupoints on his body. The speed was utterly bewildering, accomplished in the blink of an eye. The rotund man indeed howled in agony as he collapsed. Writhing on the ground, tears and snot streaming from his face, his wails reminiscent of an individual enduring the most profound suffering imaginable. Wei Su, observing this, was drenched in cold sweat. This woman not only possessed the skill to kill, but also the means to torment. Merely puncturing a few acupoints had reduced the man to a wailing, suffering creature. It seemed prudent to avoid provoking her in the future. Meanwhile, Han Yun stood in stunned silence, completely taken aback by the woman's prowess. Fong Rong turned her gaze towards the remaining 4 men, who had halted in their tracks. Their faces etched with hesitation and fear, and coldly inquired, "What's the matter? Weren't you all quite boastful just moments ago, claiming you would overpower me? If you have the courage, come forth and see whether it is you who will conquer me, or I who will reduce you to mere ruins." Her words were imbued with an undeniable authority. Wei Su felt a chill run down his spine. If one were to compile a list of formidable women, Fong Rong would undoubtedly rank within the top 10, if not the top 5. The 4 men, though fierce, found themselves enraged by her derision. One turned to his companions. "Can we endure this? Let us charge together and turn her into pulp." With that, they charged at her. However, at that moment, Fong Rong picked up the hefty blade from the rotund man. She glanced at Wei Su, inquiring, "Is it permissible to retaliate?" Wei Su nodded vigorously, affirming, "Absolutely. This is self-defense. You are entitled to counterattack against those 4 brutish men wielding weapons, and even if you were to slay them, you would face no repercussions. According to one of the laws of the Great Xia, when an individual is threatened with lethal force, they have the right to retaliate without limitation." What does unlimited retaliation entail? It means any form of counterattack is permissible. In the course of retaliation, should the assailant sustain injuries or even perish, it would not be deemed your fault. Upon hearing this, Fong Rong understood immediately, yet she chose not to take the lives of the 4 men. A flash of blade met the air, accompanied by the splatter of blood. In an instant, the 4 men fell, clutching their severed legs, howling in anguish. Fong Rong discarded the blade, dusted off her hands, and declared to Wei Su, "All done, we can wrap this up." What does it mean to be commanding? This is what it means. Wei Su and Han Yun were utterly astounded by the scene. This was beyond anything they could have anticipated. Han Yun was left speechless, unable to articulate a coherent thought, while Wei Su momentarily forgot to untie her. At that moment, Wei Su resolved within himself that Fong Rong must not be allowed to escape. By any means necessary, he would ensure she remained by his side as his personal bodyguard. Her combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Even Yuan Xiong would likely be dispatched in mere moments before her. This woman seemed to be a natural-born killer. Wei Su grew increasingly curious about the mentor who had shaped such a formidable individual. Yuan Liang, lying on the ground, stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief and horror. He had never fathomed that a woman could exhibit such extraordinary prowess. Now he understood why Wei Su dared to bring her along. How many men could she single-handedly rival? Wei Su crouched before the fallen Yuan Liang, a slight smile gracing his lips. Surprised? Yuan Liang remained silent. "No worries, what awaits you now is an endless imprisonment." Just relax, Wei Su chuckled, then elegantly rose to untie Han Yun, and in front of Yuan Liang, passionately kissed her. Han Yun finally snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How utterly mortifying, she exclaimed. Fong Rong waved her hand in disdain at the display. Yuan Liang could only gaze in utter despair. Ah! He screamed in rage, as if unable to accept his current predicament. Despite having the advantage in numbers, why was he the one to suffer defeat? Wei Su smiled. Can't accept it? If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have been so foolish. Carelessness and arrogance are always one's enemies. Yuan Liang. You lost to me, and it's a fair loss. Huh. Wei Su, spare me your nonsense. I didn't lose to you. I lost to your woman. Yuan Liang retorted with a cold laugh. Fong Rong furrowed her brow. I am not his woman. Wei Su chuckled. You will be, sooner or later. Impossible. Fong Rong shook her head defiantly. Wei Su winked. We shall see. Han Yun, on the other hand, felt a sense of trepidation. She wanted to assert the impossibility of that outcome, but was intimidated by Fong Rong's prowess. If she were to become a rival, would she not be left in tatters? Considering this, Han Yun resolved that it would be safer to regard this formidable woman as a sister rather than a competitor. Chapter 52, Merely 10 Buildings. Finally, matters concerning Yuan Liang had reached a conclusion. Wei Su had not anticipated that things would culminate in such a manner, as he had never expected Yuan Liang to discover their relationship so swiftly. How did Yuan Liang learn of our romance? He queried after untying Han Yun. Rubbing her sore wrists from being bound, Han Yun replied, My best friend betrayed me. Wei Su raised an eyebrow. Indeed, one must guard against friends as well as foes. What do you plan to do now? He was inquiring about how Han Yun intended to address her relationship with that friend. What else? Cut ties, she replied calmly. Wei Su nodded. Then for the time being, you should stay at Lakeside Mansion. I have a property there. Han Yun was taken aback. You have a house there too? Wei Su confirmed with a smile. Indeed, I have a few properties there. You can stay as long as you like. In truth, he wouldn't mind transferring the title of 1 or 2 properties to Han Yun, considering he owned 10 buildings, and even if he relinquished a couple, it would not be a significant loss. Han Yun nodded and linked her arm with Wei Su's. The events of the night had been quite shocking for her. She had never imagined Yuan Liang would dare to take such actions, nor that he had planned an escape route. Boss, what should we do with these people? Fong Rong inquired, casting a glance at the incapacitated men, disregarding Yuan Liang's hateful glare. Wei Su smiled. I've already contacted the Justice Association. They should be arriving shortly. Indeed, within a matter of minutes, several vehicles from the Justice Association arrived at high speed, halting abruptly as a group of individuals disembarked, their expressions reflecting astonishment upon witnessing the scene before them. Wei Su then proceeded to clarify the sequence of events to them. Moreover, she took out the video from her phone to show the members of the Justice Association. The individuals who watched the footage were utterly astonished by Fong Rong's prowess. They had never witnessed a woman exhibiting such remarkable agility and skill. The video depicted moves that almost always resulted in a swift defeat of her opponents, indicating that even if faced with several adversaries, she would undoubtedly handle them with ease. Your friend is quite formidable, one of the law enforcement officers remarked with a smile. Wei Su nodded in agreement, acknowledging her strength. Not just formidable, he thought. A young officer approached Fong Rong and inquired, Beautiful lady, would you be interested in joining our Justice Association as an officer? With your abilities, it would be a shame not to. Fong Rong responded. What is the salary for being an officer in your Justice Association? 5,000 a month, the officer replied cheerfully. Joining the Justice Association is about protecting the people and the nation. Discussing money is rather superficial. Well, superficial or not, your salary is too low for my standards. I have no interest in that position. 5,000 isn't enough for my expenses, Fong Rong stated calmly. The officer was momentarily taken aback. Wei Su quickly interjected to lighten the mood, saying, She actually needs the money, so she's being coy. If she were an officer and encountered a criminal who offered her $1 million to betray us, I genuinely believe she might consider it. So I wouldn't recommend her for the role. The officer could only shake his head in disappointment as they escorted Yuan Liang and the others into the vehicle. Clearly, for them, Fong Rong was an exceptionally rare talent. Moreover, Wei Su had no desire for Fong Rong to become an officer. If she were to join the Justice League, who would protect him? It was a simple matter of logic. All right, boss, money. Fong Rong extended her hand towards Wei Su. He smiled and nodded, assuring her he would provide it as soon as they returned. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Fong Rong asked, her eyes filled with suspicion. Do I appear to be the type who would deceive? Wei Su exclaimed with conviction. Indeed, she replied without hesitation. You strike me as someone who relishes in scheming. It's rather distasteful. If we were to become enemies, I would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate you first. Otherwise, I would be the one to perish. Wei Su was momentarily speechless. What do you mean by scheming? This is merely foresight and exceptional wisdom. Don't mistake your own foolishness for a given. Wei Su retorted with irritation. Foolishness or not, just remember to pay me, Fong Rong replied nonchalantly. You are truly obsessed with money. Wei Su shook his head. Am I obsessed? Will you support me? Fong Rong countered. Of course, I can support you, Wei Su said with a grin. Fong Rong's cheeks flushed crimson. Grateful for the moonlight's cover, and with a huff, she declared, what you wealthy individuals say is akin to flatulence. It cannot be trusted. With that, she hopped into the car. Meanwhile, Han Yun, having witnessed this formidable young woman in action, dared not disturb her and quietly stood beside Wei Su. Wei Su quickly entered the vehicle, first driving Fong Rong back to the Rinheng Tangbei Villa area before taking Han Yun back to Lakefront Mansion. In the car, Han Yun finally exhaled in relief and began to cry uncontrollably. She had endured far too much terror earlier. Having been kidnapped and nearly killed by Yuan Liang, a plot one might expect only in a television drama. She never anticipated such a scenario would unfold in her own life. Wei Su, understanding her emotional turmoil, pulled over and offered her a tissue to wipe her tears. There, it's all over now. What lies ahead is a beautiful tomorrow, he reassured her with a smile. Han Yun sobbed, I truly didn't know what to do at that moment. If you and T come to save me, I would have been utterly lost. What nonsense are you speaking? You are my woman. How could I possibly abandon you? Wei Su replied. Though he considered himself somewhat cowardly, when it came to his woman facing danger, he would do everything in his power to rescue her. Otherwise, how could he call himself a man? His tone was serious, reflecting his genuine feelings. Having fought hard for a better life, he was indeed fearful of death. Who among us is not? The instinct to survive is innate, as is the tendency to avoid danger. Like animals, when faced with peril, they will flee unless cornered. Yet, a mother beast will fiercely protect her young even in the face of a formidable foe. If animals can act so, how much more compelling is the human spirit? There are people and things worth sacrificing oneself for. To Wei Su, his woman was his Achilles heel, regardless of the danger ahead. He felt it was his duty to save her. No matter how fearful he might be, in that moment, he would rise to the occasion. Seeing the earnestness in Wei Su's words, and recalling his earlier actions to rescue her, Han Yun began to sob even harder. Initially, her tears were born of fear. Now, they flowed from a place of deep gratitude. She was not foolish. She understood that someone as astute as Wei Su would not fail to notice the oddity of their secluded location. He had knowingly walked into danger. Aware she was trapped there. Suddenly, she felt incredibly fortunate, grateful she had not given herself to a man who wouldn't even buy her a handbag, but rather to the one willing to face danger for her sake. Han Yun threw her arms around him and kissed him deeply, conveying her emotions. Wei Su reciprocated the kiss. 5 minutes later, they reluctantly pulled away from each other, Han Yun's eyes shimmering with affection, while Wei Su wore a smile. Tonight. Don't leave, okay? Han Yun whispered softly. All right, Wei Su nodded with a grin. They resumed their journey to Lakefront Mansion. Upon arrival, Wei Su rolled down the car window at the checkpoint and greeted the security guard with a friendly good evening. The guard, upon recognizing Wei Su, immediately perked up and hurried over with a cigarette, cheerfully saying, You're back so late, sir. The manager has instructed us to take excellent care of you. We can't be careless. He recounted how an executive at the main company had been demoted for upsetting this esteemed guest. Thus, the security staff had undergone intensive training, memorizing his photo to ensure they recognized him. Goodness, this gentleman has single-handedly obliterated 10 of our building's esteemed guests. No wonder. The Lakefront Mansion comprised only a limited number of buildings. To have lost 10 was a significant blow. Wei Su accepted the cigarette, smiling as he said, I was a bit busy, hence my late return. Please open the gate. Certainly. The security guard hastily opened the door, saluting Wei Su as he passed. In the car, Han Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. She too resided in this community alongside Yuan Liang, yet upon her entrance, the guards hardly spared her a glance. The prideful guards displayed such deference towards Wei Su, more respectful than they would be to her own father. Wei Su, how many houses do you own here? Han Yun inquired cautiously. How many houses? Wei Su hesitated, parking the car before responding. Counting them is a challenge for me at the moment. I once knew the number, but it has slipped my mind. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he clapped his hands and laughed. I may not recall the exact number of houses, but I do remember the number of buildings, merely 10 in total. Just 10 buildings? Upon hearing his words, Han Yun felt an inexplicable urge to slap him. Such ostentation was uncalled for. Fortunately, her rationality prevailed, and she transformed that impulse into a gentle kiss. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes from a higher window in the building was intently observing their interaction. The owner of that gaze was Miao Ran, who had just returned from work. Upon ascending the stairs, she heard the sound of a vehicle below and instinctively looked up, spotting Wei Su and Han Yun emerging from the car. The sight of their intimate demeanor drained the color from her face. Her luck seemed abominably poor. Another woman had indeed beaten her to it. Yet, Miao Ran refused to concede. Under the bright lights, she scrutinized Han Yun's appearance and, comparing it to her own, found herself equally attractive. This gave her a glimmer of hope. Miao Ran was indifferent to the number of women Wei Su might have in his life. She had already prepared herself for the reality that a young, affluent man like him would likely have many romantic entanglements. In Suzhou, countless women would willingly pursue a man of his caliber, yet they often found themselves rebuffed. Most could only settle for older, less appealing suitors. Miao Ran, however, had no intention of stooping to such levels. She desired wealth, yes, but not at the cost of her dignity. A man like Wei Su, handsome, charismatic, and wealthy, was someone she was determined to win over and keep close. Having made up her mind, Miao Ran anticipated that Wei Su would likely spend the night here. Given the late hour and his company, suddenly resolute, she decided to freshen up and present herself attractively. After quickly preparing, she stationed herself by the door, and soon enough, Wei Su and Han Yun arrived. Wei Su froze upon seeing Miao Ran standing at the stairwell, clad in a sleep shirt. Though not overly revealing, it exuded a certain sensuality. Seemingly oblivious to his presence, she feigned surprise, gasping softly, and blushed before hastily retreating to her room. Wei Su and Han Yun exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Miao Ran had undeniably made a striking impression on Wei Su, having meticulously prepared herself and emanating an alluring fragrance. In contrast, Han Yun, still reeling from her earlier encounter with Yuan Liang, appeared disheveled, her makeup in disarray, making Miao Ran's allure even more pronounced. Nevertheless, Wei Su was not the type to devolve into a lecher. Shaking off the distraction, he smiled and suggested, "Shall we head inside?" Nodding, Han Yun hesitantly asked, "Who was that woman?" "She works at Lakeside Mansion and lives next door. She'll be your neighbor," Wei Su replied with a smile. Han Yun nodded, though her instincts were on high alert. As a woman, her intuition was keen, and from the moment she laid eyes on Miao Ran, she sensed a rival vying for Wei Su's affections. Of course, this was merely her intuition speaking. She had long recognized that men like Wei Su attracted numerous admirers. With his gentle nature, sense of responsibility, and the wealth and looks to match, he was the type of man who would have suitors aplenty. In rural areas, such men would find their doorsteps inundated with marriage proposals. Inside her room, Miao Ran noticed Wei Su's momentary distraction and smiled to herself. That was sufficient. She was never one to rush. She had already etched herself into his mind, and now it was time to seize every opportunity to deepen their connection. Once Wei Su and Han Yun entered the room, his thoughts were consumed by the alluring Miao Ran, leaving him somewhat exhilarated. He watched as Han Yun prepared to shower and, without hesitation, swept her into his arms, suggesting, "Let's wash together." Han Yun blushed deeply, about to refuse, but then recalled the woman outside. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her embarrassment and nodded softly. Thus, their passionate encounter commenced in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Miao Ran, fortunate for the superior soundproofing of the Lakeside Mansion, remained undisturbed. Otherwise, she would have likely struggled to sleep that night. Yet she was aware of the happenings next door and remained composed. The following morning, Wei Su awoke quietly to find Han Yun already preparing breakfast. This apartment, being his residence, received regular cleaning services from Lakeside Mansion, along with replenished supplies in the refrigerator. Such privileges were reserved for owners like him. Miao Ran next door did not enjoy the same luxury. Dressed in pajamas and an apron, an early rising Han Yun was diligently cooking. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow over the scene. Everything felt so cozy and delightful. It was a refreshing and pleasant morning. Han Yun had never cooked for Yuan Liang, but here she found herself in the kitchen, preparing a meal. She had learned to cook during her university days, but while with Yuan Liang, they had always eaten out or ordered takeout. Back then, she had not realized the joy that came from cooking for someone special. Yet now, as she prepared breakfast for the slumbering Wei Su, she found the birds' songs delightful, the sunlight warm, and the outside scenery enchanting. Her spirits lifted, making the moment feel akin to that of a newlywed couple, with her husband still asleep while she busied herself in the kitchen. So heartwarming. When Wei Su finally got up and dressed, he cast a gentle glance at Han Yun, who was focused on her cooking, warmth evident in his eyes. To speak candidly, he initially regarded Han Yun merely as a fleeting amusement, a means to take revenge on Yuan Liang and make him wear the proverbial green hat. However, he later discovered that Han Yun had never engaged in any intimacy with Yuan Liang, and he was, in fact, her first man. Upon learning this revelation, he resolutely decided to claim Han Yun as his own. Had Han Yun shared a genuine marital bond with Yuan Liang, he would never have considered her as his woman. The fact that Han Yun had never been intimate with Yuan Liang indicated her lack of affection for him. It speaks volumes that, despite being in a romantic relationship, they had never crossed that boundary. Naturally, given Yuan Liang's nature, he would have been eager, yet their lack of intimacy clearly suggested that Han Yun had always maintained a sense of caution and scrutiny regarding him. Had Wei Su not appeared, Han Yun might have ended up engaged to Yuan Liang, leading to a consummation of their relationship. After waking and attending to his morning routine, Wei Su entered the kitchen and gently embraced Han Yun. "You've risen?" she asked with a soft smile. After a night of tender affection, she appeared even more enchanting, akin to a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Wei Su nodded with a smile. "Yes, indeed. Just in time for breakfast." Han Yun brought forth a steaming bowl of pork noodles. Though it appeared unassuming, the aroma was delightful, awakening Wei Su's appetite. He quickly finished the meal, and seeing his enjoyment brought a smile to Han Yun's face. Once they were done, Wei Su produced a bank card and said, "The password is my birthday. There are 5 million inside, and you may use it as you wish." "I cannot accept this," Han Yun exclaimed, astonished. She had never encountered such a sum before. 5 million, with the freedom to manage it. Wei Su placed the card on the table. "Hold on, let me clarify. I do not intend to keep you as a gilded cage bird. This 5 million is essentially your first fund. I want to see how you will utilize it. Rest assured, you are now my woman, and even if you exhaust the entire amount, I will not hold it against you. But I must ask, do you wish to be a mere ornament, or would you prefer to be a supportive partner? The choice is yours." With a smile, Wei Su rose and added, "I have matters to attend to. Take these few days to ponder how you wish to spend this 5 million. With that, he exited the room. Han Yun did not take the bank card. Instead, she hurried to see him off at the door. Wei Su kissed her and tousled her hair, saying, "Do not overthink it. You will always be my woman." Han Yun nodded gently, and Wei Su turned to leave, leaving her alone in the house, staring blankly at the bank card. In her eyes, a flicker of contemplation emerged. She was not a useless ornament. On the contrary, her acceptance into an aviation university and her role as a junior supervisor at an airline demonstrated her capabilities. She was far from foolish. She understood that this 5 million represented an opportunity bestowed upon her by Wei Su. It was a chance to choose her path and determine how she would live her life. Should she spend the money on bags, clothes, shoes, cosmetics, and personal indulgences? Wei Su would not reproach her. However, she would forfeit any aspirations for her career and remain a gilded cage bird by her own choice. Conversely, if she could utilize this 5 million to achieve even modest success, Wei Su would not regard her as a mere pet, but would nurture her into a formidable woman. The choice lay entirely in her hands. Chapter 54. The Nuances of Human Relationships. Upon exiting, Wei Su did not encounter Miao Ran. It was already 11 o'clock, and she must have long gone to work. For men, what is unattainable becomes the most desired. Even after a passionate night with Han Yun, the memory of Miao Ran in her soft pink pajamas still stirred his heart. He shook his head gently, dismissing the thought as he focused on his tasks. Previously, Yuan Xiong had called to inform him that the auction preparations were nearly complete and requested Wei Su to come and review them. This time, he chose not to drive his beloved car, but rather a conventional business vehicle. Upon arriving at the company, he directly sought out Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong had been waiting in the office and approached promptly upon seeing his boss, respectfully stating, "Boss, the 3 boxes of 1930s Limao you entrusted me to procure have had advertisements circulated, and we have also secured the auction venue. Today, several calls inquired whether our Limao is genuine." Wei Su smiled and replied, "Just assure them that on auction day, a senior wine appraiser from Gusu City will be present to authenticate the wine before everyone." Yuan Xiong nodded eagerly, "Yes. I will relay that immediately and hire a professional senior appraiser." Wei Su advised, "Ensure that the appraiser is of notable authority. The budget is not a concern." Yuan Xiong nodded in agreement. As night fell, Wei Su, residing in his villa, caught sight of the woman from next door who had been barbecuing. However, this time, she seemed to have become considerably more astute, having heeded his previous guidance. The moment she spotted Wei Su, she opened her mouth, intending to speak, but then realized he had already entered the villa with an impassive expression, not even casting her a glance. She furrowed her brow. The housekeeper, however, did not shy away from speaking candidly, stating, "Miss, regarding the previous incident, you were indeed in the wrong. Mr. Wei next door kindly came to teach you how to grill, yet afterward, you not only failed to invite him to sit and dine with you, but instead hastily expelled him. To put it bluntly, this is akin to killing the donkey after the grinding. Or, more harshly, it could be seen as ingratitude, which starkly contrasts with your family's values." The woman, exuding an aura of sophistication, pondered the housekeeper's words and conceded that she had indeed erred that evening. At the time, she had assumed he was deliberately trying to approach her, given the many suitors she contended with daily, foppish young masters, self-proclaimed handsome men. and others with ulterior motives, instilling in her an inherent wariness of unfamiliar men. Hence, in her flustered state that night, her first instinct had been to dismiss him. Yet, she soon realized he had simply retreated to the adjacent villa. It dawned on her that he was not one of those unscrupulous men nor a privileged youth seeking her favor, but merely an ordinary neighbor who had offered assistance during her chaotic grilling attempt. Even someone as proud as she was compelled to acknowledge that this had indeed been her misstep. "Jobo, what should I do now?" she inquired. "Bring a substantial gift and apologize in person. However, I believe that gentlemen may not forgive you easily," Jobo replied. "What purpose does that serve? Why should I bother with such futile actions?" The woman scoffed. Since an apology delivered in person failed to elicit forgiveness, what purpose does her visit serve? Perhaps it is best to refrain from going altogether. Moreover, she holds no particular regard for this so-called neighbor. If their relationship is poor, so be it. Young lady, this is a matter of social etiquette. It is akin to visiting someone's home, regardless of their immense wealth, even if they possess billions in assets. One must always bring a gift. A gift symbolizes one's heartfelt intentions. It is said that a small token carries great sentiment. Even if the recipient does not forgive you, the effort you put forth demonstrates accountability for your missteps, and thus, any lingering guilt within you may diminish significantly. Jobo, having lived for so many years, undoubtedly understands these social nuances. "Then, shall I go and apologize now?" the young woman inquired cautiously. Jobo smiled and nodded. "You may proceed, just remember to bring a gift. I shall not accompany you." She nodded in agreement, and promptly returned to her room to change into casual attire. Exuding a youthful grace reminiscent of a blooming lotus, yet her demeanor remained as frigid as a glacier, resembling an ice queen, clutching the exquisitely packaged delicacies. She took a deep breath and approached the door of her neighbor's villa, gently pressing the doorbell. "Who is it?" A voice emanated from the intercom. "Hello. I am your neighbor, Lin Xiaoxiao. I would like to discuss the matter from last time." Before Lin Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, the intercom abruptly clicked off. She stood there, utterly incredulous, unable to muster even a hint of anger. This was her first encounter with such a man. In her previous experiences at work, men had always been compliant, eager to assist her, yet this man treated her with disdain. Moreover, she was there to offer an apology. If she was willing to apologize, he ought to express gratitude. Yet, he had the audacity to shut her out? Fuming, Lin Xiaoxiao turned on her heel and returned to her yard, where the old butler observed the scene with a smile, unperturbed. "What happened, miss?" Jobo inquired. "What else could happen? I earnestly went to apologize, and he cut me off without allowing me to say a word. Just look at his arrogance." Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed. "I shall not bother with this neighbor any longer." Jobo shook his head in response. "Miss, with your temperament, it will indeed be challenging for the Lin family when the time comes." Lin Xiaoxiao turned to Jobo. "Do you doubt my abilities?" Jobo replied calmly. "When it comes to business, your capabilities are beyond question. However, a family or a company relies not solely on the owner's personal talents, but also on their social acumen." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing the validity of Jobo's words. "Then, miss, perhaps it would be best to wait for another opportunity to apologize. After all, those who reside here are not ordinary individuals. Fostering amicable relationships is paramount," Jobo advised. Lin Xiaoxiao's cool brows furrowed slightly before she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Nightfall descended. Midnight approached, marking the moment for the 1 yuan flash sale to refresh. This event had remained dormant for some time, but tonight, it would finally commence. Chapter 55, Flash Sale at the Jiuan Auction House. Wei Su lay on his bed, engrossed in his phone. The clock read 11:59. Just 1 minute remained until the 1 yuan flash sale would begin. Ding dong. In the blink of an eye, the minute passed. The 1 yuan flash sale application on his phone displayed the following information. Items available for this 1 yuan flash sale. Jiuan Auction House. Price, 1 yuan. A detailed description of the items followed. Jiuan Auction House is a renowned auction venue in Suzhou, having once auctioned antiques worth 300 million great xia coins, including over 10 items that sold for more than 100 million. It is one of the most prestigious auction houses in Suzhou, alongside Tianwen and Lianhua auction houses. Famed far and wide, Wei Su's eyes sparkled with excitement upon reading the description. What does it mean to receive a pillow when one is about to sleep? This is it. He had intended to have Yuan Xiong rent another auction house, given that the fees at Jiuan are quite steep. However, the likelihood of fetching high prices at Jiuan is considerably greater, as its clientele consists predominantly of the affluent, unlike the ordinary patrons of other auction houses. Would you like to purchase this 1 yuan flash sale item? Wei Su promptly clicked yes without a moment's hesitation. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. Acquiring Jiuan Auction House would significantly bolster Wei Su's income, given the plethora of items auctioned annually, and consequently, the profits extracted from them would be substantial. In a sense, The revenue from this auction house could surpass the rental income from his lakefront properties. Wei Su immediately withdrew various stock certificates from the auction house. And after a quick search on Baidu, he found that the ownership of Jiuan Auction House had been transferred to his name. Without further ado, he dialed Yuan Xiong's number. Yuan Xiong answered promptly, respectfully stating, "Boss, how may I assist you?" There was no hint of complaint or hesitation. This was the kind of loyal subordinate Wei Su needed, direct and to the point. "I need you to work through the night," Wei Su instructed. "Immediately notify the auction clients that the auction venue has changed to Jiuan Auction House." Yuan Xiong was taken aback. "Jiuan Auction House? Boss, have you made contact with them?" "Not just anyone can auction there. The minimum bid requirement for Jiuan Auction House is 5 million. However, the box of 30-year-old Limao is indeed valuable enough for Jiuan, though their commission is notably high, 10%, while regular auction houses typically charge 3 to 5%. I have indeed contacted them, but do not worry. There will be no commission deducted this time," Wei Su replied with a smile. "Understood. Boss, I will handle it immediately." Without further ado, Yuan Xiong nodded in agreement. He did not ask more questions or ramble on. He understood when to inquire and when to remain silent. Since the boss had decided to change the auction venue, he would simply inform all clients to go there. Yuan Xiong possessed a keen understanding, never complained to the boss or expressed difficulties. The boss utilized him because he was useful. If he could not handle even simple tasks without grumbling, what purpose would he serve? It was this understanding that allowed Yuan Xiong to thrive within the Haotian Credit Company, rising from a mere brute to the captain of the security team. This is precisely the effect brought about by Yuan Xiong's efficient manner of handling affairs. Such a trusted subordinate is coveted by all. Once arrangements were made, Wei Su contemplated that the Jiuan Auction House is indeed a rather upscale establishment. Naturally, he would need to bring a female companion. After all, everyone else would be bringing one, and failing to do so would invite disdain. While Wei Su was indifferent to others' opinions, maintaining a semblance of dignity was still necessary. Hence, after some deliberation, he ultimately decided to call Mu Wanqing. Unfortunately, Mu Wanqing informed him over the phone that she was unavailable the following day as she intended to visit her great-grandfather, whom she hadn't seen in quite some time. Given her response, Wei Su was left with no choice but to find another companion. He then called Han Yun, only for her to muster the courage to say, "Darling, I'm quite busy these days. Why don't you find some girl from your company to accompany you?" From Han Yun's words, it was evident she had resolved to utilize that 5 million in funds to better herself. Wei Su, naturally supportive of his partner's ambition, could only smile and inquire about her plans. Han Yun replied earnestly, "Darling, I will be busy for 3 months. I need to revisit the principles of economic management and other subjects I studied in university, and I've also enrolled in an advanced executive program. I refuse to be a mere canary. I aspire to enhance myself." "An executive program? That is indeed invaluable training. Very well, since you've made up your mind, pursue it. Refine yourself. I would never wish to see you confined in a cage. Who wouldn't desire their partner to shine brilliantly?" Wei Su remarked with a smile. Han Yun, enchanted by his gentle words, softly replied, "But I fear I won't be able to stop thinking about you." Wei Su chuckled. "Do you need to change your residence for these 3 months to facilitate attending that executive program?" "No need. I will remain at Lakeside Mansion. If you miss me, you can come to see me anytime," Han Yun responded. Wei Su nodded. "All right then. It's getting late. Good night, my dear." "Good night," she replied. After hanging up, Wei Su felt a sense of satisfaction. As he had mentioned during their conversation, who wouldn't want their beloved to radiate brilliance? Now that Han Yun was embarking on her journey of self-improvement, Wei Su was more than pleased. Moreover, this endeavor would serve as a test for Han Yun. The advanced executive program would be filled with many successful individuals. Given Han Yun's striking looks and figure, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of those executives. Wei Su, having harbored doubts about any woman aside from Mu Wanqing, was particularly cautious due to his past experiences with the fickleness of human relationships. Therefore, Han Yun's decision represented a challenge for her as well. Wei Su simply wished to see if Han Yun could steadfastly uphold her love for him. Chapter 56, The Shameless Yuan Family. But an unexpected turn of events soon unfolded. The next day, Wei Su found himself compelled to call Yuan Xiong to request a 1-day delay for the auction of the Limao. Just as he stepped outside, he received a call from Han Yun. On the line, her tone was filled with grievance as she explained that Yuan Liang's family had come to confront her, demanding she retract her accusations against him, and were currently blocking her at her doorstep. Upon hearing this, Wei Su knew he could not remain passive. The visitors clearly harbored ill intentions. With Yuan Liang now imprisoned, it was utterly impossible for them to expect her to retract her accusations. The crimes committed by Yuan Liang were sufficient to confine him for a lifetime. This was primarily due to Wei Su hiring a lawyer to ensure Yuan Liang was thoroughly prosecuted. Should Han Yun retract her accusations, The Justice Association would likely treat Yuan Liang's sentence as a mere case of kidnapping. Although that crime was still serious, Wei Su would never allow Yuan Liang any leniency. He intended to ensure that Yuan Liang served the entirety of his sentence. Thus, the notion of retracting her accusations was simply out of the question. Consequently, Wei Su postponed the auction of the case of Lai Mao. Although this would undoubtedly displease the clients, he was indifferent. After all, it was they who wished to purchase the item, not him. The initiative rested with Wei Su. Whether to sell or not would not lead to his loss. On the contrary, they would not dare to voice any complaints, as this was an opportunity they had long sought and would be reluctant to abandon. After arranging matters with Yuan Xiong, Wei Su drove to Lakeside Mansion. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Han Yun surrounded by several individuals at the entrance, seemingly engaged in a heated confrontation. It was evident that she was preparing to leave, her bag in tow. No one had anticipated that Yuan Liang's relatives would be waiting there for Han Yun, and as she emerged, they promptly blocked her path. Yuan Liang had a residence at Lakeside Mansion, allowing his family unrestricted access without interference from security. Yuan Liang's father, Yuan Dashan, and mother, Zhang Hong, were familiar figures to Wei Su. He had encountered them during his university days when they brought Yuan Liang for enrollment. The other two, a brother and sister, bore a resemblance to Yuan Liang, suggesting they were siblings. At that moment, the four of them encircled Han Yun, forcing her to retreat step by step. Their expressions were agitated, and their words were laced with intensity. Even as Wei Su stepped out of his vehicle, he could sense the palpable pressure in their voices. The security personnel appeared powerless, as this seemed to be a matter of familial dispute, rendering them hesitant to intervene. Thus, they found themselves in a standoff. How could you betray my son, who loved you so dearly, by being unfaithful with another man? Do you even have a conscience? Zhang Hong's voice dripped with scorn. Han Yun's demeanor faltered, yet she struggled to defend herself, asserting, "You know who was unfaithful first. How many times did Yuan Liang visit those bathhouses? How many nights did he spend away? You are well aware of what he was doing." Without evidence, how can you accuse my son of infidelity? Zhang Hong scoffed. Han Yun produced her phone, coldly declaring, "All the evidence is on this phone, including records of his infidelities and special expenses at a certain club. I can show you." "What nonsense," Zhang Hong retorted, snatching the phone from Han Yun's grasp. In a shocking display, she smashed it to pieces before Han Yun's astonished eyes, even trampling it underfoot. "I won't let you tarnish my son's name." "You." Han Yun was seething with rage. "Well, Han Yun, your so-called evidence is now gone. You have committed infidelity. Just imagine what your parents would think if I brought this to them," Yuan Dashan stated calmly, taking a puff from his cigarette. But his words struck a nerve with Han Yun. Indeed, upon hearing this, her complexion drained of color. Her parents were her utmost concern. The thought of these people confronting her parents with accusations of her infidelity was utterly distressing. Han Yun clenched her teeth. "You are being unreasonable." "Unreasonable? You were the one who acted unreasonably first. You, in collusion with your paramour, have imprisoned my son within the Justice Society as confines. What a venomous heart you possess." Han Yun. At this moment, Yuan Liang's sister, Yuan Yin, remarked with a cold laugh. "You should, Han Yun, retreat a few steps, realizing your utter helplessness. Recognize the situation and instruct your companion to cease the accusations against my Lianger, and kindly procure a defense for his innocence to mitigate his charges. Otherwise, I shall promptly inform your parents of your misdeeds." Zhang Hong sneered. Han Yun's expression turned despondent. She had never anticipated the Yuan family could be so shameless. It was Yuan Liang who had strayed first. Now, was it her fault that was being questioned? Splendid, truly splendid. I have witnessed what it means to be a family that cannot share a home. Suddenly, a voice interjected. Yuan Dashan and the others turned to see a young man approaching, his demeanor laced with derision. "Who might you be?" Yuan Dashan arrogantly inquired. Wei Su offered no reply, merely smiling at Han Yun as he softly stated, "I have arrived a tad late." He had not envisioned such an ordeal unfolding. The Yuan family, indeed, possessed remarkable audacity. Yet Wei Su was unfazed by their antics. He had never been one to cower in the face of confrontation. Upon seeing Wei Su's arrival, Han Yun felt as though she had found her anchor, hastily moving to his side and retreating behind him, her voice trembling as she whispered, "They." "Enough. You need not elaborate. I am already aware," Wei Su replied with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. "Leave the rest to me." Han Yun gazed at him, momentarily stunned, before giving a subtle nod. "Ah, so you are the scoundrel-less lover," Zhang Hong sneered, stepping forward with her hands on her hips, exuding a sense of righteous indignation. "Quickly, instruct your lawyer to halt the accusations and defend my Lianger to alleviate his charges, or else." "Or else what?" Wei Su retorted. "Or else I shall reveal Han Yun's infidelity to her parents and ensure her neighbors and friends are aware that she is a wayward woman." Zhang Hong spat venomously. Oh, then do as you wish, Wei Su replied, his demeanor nonchalant. Zhang Hong. Yuan Dashin. Yuan Yen. This fellow. Does he truly not fear the tarnishing of his woman's reputation? In truth, Han Yun felt somewhat dazed. Even if Wei Su was indifferent, she herself cared deeply. Her parents and neighbors mattered to her. She dreaded the gossip that would ensue and the shame it would bring her family. Wei Su gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Then, he spoke with quiet composure. Since you all dare to act so unscrupulously, I shall indulge in some mischief myself. You do not mind, do you? Oh, Yuan Dashin was not one to back down, sneering as he asked. What sort of mischief? Security, Wei Su suddenly called out. Almost instantaneously, the head of the security team emerged from the booth. Approaching Wei Su, he politely inquired, Mr. Wei, how may I assist you? Yuan Dashin and his companions were left dumbfounded. Why was the security chief showing such deference to this man? Wei Su calmly stated, why is the lady of Building 10 being accosted at her own doorstep? The security chief broke into a cold sweat. Good heavens. This woman is Mr. Wei's? Why was this not communicated earlier? The security chief swiftly approached Yuan Dashin, coldly asserting, this is the entrance to Lakeview Mansion, not a place for your antics. Kindly vacate the premises, or I shall contact the Jianghu Association. Yuan Dashin retorted angrily, we are also homeowners in this community. What right do you have to expel us? You claim to be homeowners? Then kindly present your proof, the security chief sneered. Here is the proof. Zhang Hong produced a property deed. The security chief inspected it, remarking, oh, indeed, but why is there an accompanying agreement? Allow me to clarify. The name on this deed is Yuan Liang, and he purchased the property in installments, not as a lump sum. According to this document, if you wish to retain this property, you must pay 30,000 each month. Failure to do so will have significant consequences, and if payment is continually neglected, we reserve the right to reclaim the house as collateral. Yuan Dashin and his companions gasped at the figure of 30,000. My goodness. Their entire family relied on Yuan Liang's income. With him now incarcerated, they had no means of support. How could they possibly come up with 30,000 each month? This was tantamount to a death sentence. Now that you comprehend, I suggest you leave promptly. The gentleman before you, Mr. Wei, is our most esteemed client at Lakeview Mansion. Spare me your notions of fairness. He has invested considerably and deserves superior service, while you lot should hasten to gather funds. Should you fail to amass the 30,000, your son will soon lose this property. The security chief was astute. His words effectively bewildered Yuan Dashin and his kin. However, his assertions were not unfounded. Ultimately, Yuan Dashin and the others retreated in disgrace, likely seeking a way to contact Yuan Liang for assistance. Han Yun sighed in relief, yet soon her worries resurfaced. Yuan Dashin and his companions would undoubtedly not relent easily. For now, they were merely scrambling for money, but once they succeeded, they would likely return to threaten her. However, Wei Su seemed to understand, smiling as he said, today, you should focus on your own matters and arrange to meet your parents. Chapter 57. Is it permissible to make promises lightly? Meet my parents? In a heartbeat, Han Yun was taken aback. She could scarcely process the thought. Never had she imagined Wei Su would decide to meet her parents so swiftly. In her eyes, a man of such wealth, capability, and discerning taste as Wei Su should still be assessing her. Deep down, she recognized that although she had been intimate with Wei Su, he still treated her with a remote detachment. In his eyes, she was merely a woman with whom he had shared a physical connection. Han Yun was acutely aware of this attitude. Yet later, he had presented her with two choices. Upon selecting the path of self-improvement, she noticed a distinct shift in Wei Su's demeanor. Han Yun felt fortunate for her decision. Had she chosen to remain a frivolous goldfinch of no use, she would inevitably fall out of Wei Su's favor. A man like Wei Su would never lack for female companionship, especially not attractive women. Are beautiful women truly scarce in this world? Not at all, especially in the entertainment industry, where they abound. However, a young man of Wei Su's character, kind, youthful, charismatic, and affluent, is exceedingly rare. At least, one would not find another like him in Gusu City. It is worth noting that Wei Su did not rely on any family background for his status. Han Yun had never heard of a family named Wei in Gusu. Unlike those arrogant young masters who flaunt their lineage, Wei Su stood apart. Thus, Han Yun understood that her connection with a man like Wei Su was a stroke of luck in her life, a divine opportunity bestowed upon her. She must seize the opportunity. Thus, she chose not to be a complacent canary, but to elevate herself into a formidable woman, worthy of him. However, she never anticipated that Wei Su would decide to meet her parents so soon. In her view, he would likely wait until she achieved success before introducing her to his family. For once they met her parents, it would essentially affirm their relationship, solidifying their bond. Given Wei Su's character, even if he were to encounter other women in the future, she would undoubtedly retain a special place in his heart. So, Had Wei Su accepted her so swiftly? In truth, Wei Su had already acknowledged her when Han Yun made her decision. Furthermore, the previous debacle with the Yuan family had prompted Wei Su to meet her parents sooner rather than later. After all, he felt compelled to uphold the reputation of his woman. Wei Su smiled and said, "Are you surprised? Is my intention to meet your parents so unbelievable to you?" Han Yun gently nodded, expressing her disbelief, for she never thought he would choose to meet her parents at such an early stage. Wei Su shook his head lightly. "Do not perceive me as so cold-hearted, nor underestimate yourself. You are truly remarkable." Han Yun nodded softly, her eyes glimmering with appreciation. "All right, let us go meet your parents this afternoon and clarify the situation regarding Yuan Liang. They must be informed. Otherwise, the gossip from Yuan Liang's family will circulate, and you'll find yourself the subject of neighborhood chatter," Wei Su remarked with a smile. Han Yun merely nodded in agreement. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Wei Su, having purchased gifts, accompanied Han Yun to an older district of Suzhou City. The area was rather unassuming, devoid of wealthy residents, and Wei Su felt a serene calmness, which puzzled him. Typically, one would feel nervous when meeting their prospective in-laws, yet he felt none, save for a slight apprehension as they approached the Mu family residence. Han Yun led Wei Su to a modest home, and she shyly remarked, "The house is a bit humble." Wei Su shook his head dismissively. "What does that matter? My room back in my hometown was even more rudimentary. I've experienced so much during this time, so you need not worry. I am distinctly different from those so-called young masters." Han Yun nodded gently, her demeanor obedient yet joyful. Those privileged young masters would likely look down on her for residing in an older district, but Wei Su displayed no disdain, viewing it merely as an ordinary place, rather than a sign of poverty. Finally, guided by Han Yun, they arrived at her home. A middle-aged couple awaited them at the door, having been informed of their arrival. Upon seeing Wei Su, their expressions reflected mild surprise, likely astonished that she returned not with Yuan Liang, but with Wei Su. After all, arrangements for her engagement with Yuan Liang had already been made, and they had met once before. Han Yun's parents were not particularly fond of Yuan Liang, having found his family rather unscrupulous. Thus, her father, Han Xingming, harbored reservations about him. However, as it was his daughter's choice, he had refrained from opposing it, believing that as long as she found happiness, that was what mattered most. Han Yun's mother, Li, regarded Wei Su with curiosity. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Wei Su stepped forward to greet them. This simple gesture moved Han Yun deeply. Wei Su's initiative to acknowledge her parents indicated that he truly regarded them as elders. In contrast, those entitled young men would likely exhibit arrogance, neglecting to greet them. "Hello there, young man. What is your name?" Han Xingming asked, smiling and nodding, finding Wei Su far more agreeable than Yuan Liang, who had always struck him as rather sinister and uncomfortable. In contrast, Wei Su appeared clean-cut and charming, a fitting match for his daughter. "My surname is Wei, the character for cleanliness, and Su, meaning narrative," Wei Su replied with a smile. "Come in, please," Han Xingming said, gesturing for them to enter. Li wore a slightly reproachful expression. "Why did you bring gifts, young man?" Yet her face radiated joy, indicating her approval of his thoughtfulness. During their previous encounter with Yuan Liang, he had been so miserly that he couldn't even be bothered to bring a gift, though they did not covet material offerings. Such gestures reflected a person's attitude. Yuan Liang's empty-handed visit suggested a lack of respect. As the saying goes, a small gift carries weighty sentiment. Thus, Wei Su's thoughtful gesture pleased Li immensely. "What a courteous young man," she mused. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by a table laden with fragrant dishes. This time, Wei Su did not hold back. He took a seat and awaited the meal in silence. Han Xingming glanced at his daughter, who understood her father's unspoken question. Where was Yuan Liang? Expecting her to discreetly reveal the reason for his absence. Han Xingming was instead met with a gentle smile as Han Yun candidly stated, "Dad, we came to discuss Yuan Liang with you." Han Xingming was taken aback. While Li, who had been serving dishes, paused her task and sat down, her face reflecting concern. "What is the matter?" she asked. Han Yun exchanged a glance with Wei Su, who nodded encouragingly. Thus, Han Yun recounted the entire story, omitting certain details such as her initial decision to engage with Wei Su out of spite for Yuan Liang. Despite the omissions, the essence of the truth remained intact. Hearing the tale, Han Xingming and Li bore no ill will towards Han Yun. Instead, they felt a profound sense of relief. Thank goodness they had not hastily married her off to Yuan Liang, for it could have meant the ruin of her life. "Wei Su, since you and our daughter are together now, we have no demands regarding dowries. Our only request is that you ensure our daughter's lifelong happiness. Can you promise that?" Li asked seriously, as Han Xingming turned his gaze towards Wei Su. However, Wei Su gently shook his head. "I cannot guarantee that." Han Yun. Han Xingming. Li. This was unexpected. Typically, one would hastily vow their assurances in such situations. Seeing the bewildered expressions of the three, Wei Su offered a slight smile. Life is, in some ways, long, yet in others, fleeting. But for two people to walk together, they must endure the test of time. A mere nod from me does not equate to a guarantee. I believe that those who frequently vocalize their oaths or casually make promises that are not easily fulfilled are, in essence, engaging in a display of irresponsibility. How can a man lightly make promises? Thus, I can only convey to my esteemed elders that I cannot guarantee a lifetime of happiness for Han Yun, but I shall strive to treat her well in my own way. Upon hearing this, Han Yun's gaze softened. Indeed, this man has always been clear and straightforward in his disposition. He does not make promises lightly. However, once he has uttered a word, he is sure to fulfill it. This, indeed, is the attitude a man ought to possess. Han Xingming finally nodded, laughing heartily. He was exceedingly pleased with this young man. Previously, when Yuan Liang visited their home, he boasted loudly, declaring that he could undoubtedly provide Han Yun with a lifetime of joy. Yet now, he has proven the first to violate his oath. It is this attitude of Wei Su that embodies the correct approach. In the end, the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. After their departure, Han Xingming observed the two figures in the distance, increasingly convinced of their compatibility. Li Li also remarked, "This young man is infinitely superior to that Yuan Liang." Chapter 58, The Buzz of Discussion. After returning from Han Yun's parents' home, Wei Su and Han Yun shared an evening of passion and affection. Early the next morning, Wei Su arrived at Haoyan Credit Company to inquire with Yuan Xiong about the arrangements. Yuan Xiong smiled and replied, "Boss, the auction is scheduled for this afternoon at 3 o'clock. He then asked, "Will you be bringing a companion?" Wei Su pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "I do not require one. I shall merely observe." Yuan Xiong was slightly taken aback. How could such an exceptional man as his boss attend without a partner? Nonetheless, Yuan Xiong refrained from further comment and nodded. "By the way, I have a small task for you," Wei Su suddenly stated. Yuan Xiong promptly responded, "Of course. Please tell me." "There are a few individuals I need you to thoroughly unsettle," Wei Su detailed, mentioning Yuan Liang and his family. "To what extent should I unsettle them?" Yuan Xiong inquired with a smile. Wei Su replied nonchalantly, "To a degree that they dare not engage in such despicable actions again. And remember, do not cause any loss of life. A lesson will suffice." "Understood, boss." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the Jiuan auction house, one of the largest auction venues in Suzhou City. It was indeed vast and renowned, frequented by the wealthy of Suzhou who cherished the opportunity to partake in auctions featuring esteemed objects. Should fortune smile upon them, they might even encounter rare antiquities. In summary, one would hesitate to enter without a fortune of several million. Here, even a single item often commenced bidding at 1 million. For commoners, this venue remained a realm they would never dare to tread, primarily due to financial constraints. Today, the hall of Jiuan auction house was abuzz with affluent patrons. Even some tycoons, preoccupied with pressing matters, temporarily set them aside to attend this auction. The reason? It was rumored that a crate of wine from the 1930s, specifically Lai Mao, was to be auctioned. Such wine is a treasure, highly valued, yet scarce in the market. Finding even a single authentic bottle from the 1930s is akin to scaling a mountain. Even if one secured a purchase, there remained the lingering concern of authenticity. Much of what circulates today consists of counterfeits, often skillfully crafted, making verification exceedingly difficult without the expertise of a professional sommelier. It is said that a wealthy individual once fell victim to a counterfeit, spending 7 million on a fake bottle from the 1930s Lai Mao, resulting in dire consequences for the seller. Never underestimate the intelligence of the wealthy. Their resources are beyond ordinary comprehension. In the hall, discussions erupted regarding the authenticity of the Lai Mao. "Do you think this wine is genuine?" "I suspect it is fake. Such 1930s Lai Mao is nearly impossible to encounter. And even when it is, it's usually counterfeit. Genuine bottles are in the hands of collectors. How could they be so easily auctioned? The quantity is already limited. And now they're claiming to auction a whole crate. Indeed, I too believe this wine may very well be a forgery. Even if I wish to acquire it, it would be a challenge. I think there's only one person in Suzhou with a bottle, and they paid 10 million for it, far exceeding the estimated value. If it is genuine, I would gladly pay 10 million. After all, such items are inherently rare. Each bottle consumed diminishes the supply. Thus, 10 million per bottle could indeed be justified. The hall buzzed with chatter, yet the predominant topic remained the auction theme, a crate of 1930s Lai Mao wine. How many bottles were in the crate? 10 in total. Based on prior transactions, the price was estimated at 10 million per bottle. However, that particular sale was largely attributed to fortune. Most participants at that auction believed the bottle to be counterfeit. leading to an abrupt halt in bidding after reaching 10 million. Had the attendees known it was genuine, the frenzy would have been unparalleled. What do the wealthy possess in abundance? Money, of course. Today, these affluent individuals were well prepared. Should the 1930s lime mao prove authentic, they would bid fervently. Securing it would be a matter of great prestige, enabling one to boast. Have you heard of the precious 1930s lime mao? I possess an entire crate. This is the kind of face-saving display that the wealthy relish. Wei Su, too, delighted in witnessing the extravagant expenditures of these affluent individuals, flaunting their wealth as if to announce it to the world. He had experienced too much to understand the wisdom of discretion regarding wealth. There exists a certain folly in flaunting one's affluence, inviting scrutiny and envy. At 3:30, Wei Su arrived at the yuan auction house, accompanied by Yuan Xiong. As for a female companion, Wei Su felt no need, nor did he see it as a necessity. Han Yun was preoccupied, as was Mu Wanqing, leaving only Fong Rong, who was ill-suited for such an occasion. Thus, Wei Su saw no reason to seek a partner. He was merely there to observe, not to bid. Upon entering the auction house, he received a VIP pass from the staff, leaving Yuan Xiong in a state of astonishment. The Yuan auction house VIP pass is reserved for the most distinguished of clients, and yet his boss had effortlessly obtained one. Wei Su arrived at the vast auction hall. He surveyed the crowd below, and then glanced at his luxurious VIP box, unable to suppress a smile. Is this the power of wealth? No wonder people say that money isn't omnipotent, yet being without it is entirely untenable. Wei Su sipped his tea, snapped his fingers, and prepared to commence. As his words fell, a resounding gong echoed through the hall. All the guests hurried to find their seats, for the auction was about to begin. The most anticipated auction item, the vintage Limao liquor, was set to be the grand finale. However, before this piece de resistance could take the stage, there were several other noteworthy items to auction off. To Wei Su's astonishment, a voice suddenly emanated from the adjacent VIP box. In my humble opinion, there's no need to waste time on the trivial items. Simply present your piece de resistance, the Limao from the 1930s, and let the sommelier inspect it. Once that's done, let the bidding commence. I intend to acquire it as a gift for my grandfather. Chapter 59, Long Guangming. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction officially began. Yet, the speaker's words drew many curious glances and caused the host's expression to darken. If they were to present the grand finale item first, how would the smaller items find buyers? Thus, the host disregarded the interruption and addressed the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all distinguished individuals from Suzhou City, and you know exactly what has brought you here. However, according to our organizers' regulations, the box of 1930s Limao liquor can only be auctioned as the final item. Therefore, I regret to inform you that we must first present these smaller items to whet your appetites. With that, some auction items were brought out for display. Nevertheless, the young gentleman sitting beside Wei Su remained undeterred and called out again. I've said it before, bring out that box of Limao liquor immediately. I have no interest in your trifles. Waiting for you to slowly auction these is merely wasting my time. Do you understand? If anyone here is foolish enough to desire these small items, I can purchase them on your behalf as gifts. The host's expression shifted slightly. The audacity of the statement suggested a sense of entitlement, as if the auction house were his personal domain. Meanwhile, the other guests felt a tinge of embarrassment. What did he mean by foolish enough? Were they to admit an interest in the smaller items, thus branding themselves as foolish? Who did he think he was? To speak so arrogantly in a gathering of so many? The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. In the VIP section, the young gentleman's face turned pale as he noted the host's continued refusal to bring forth the Limao liquor. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a figure stood up from a prominent position in the crowd and said, Young Master Long Guangming, this is the Jiaoan auction house, not a street vendor where you can dictate terms. You must follow the rules and bid step by step. The crowd gasped at the mention of Long Guangming, one of the distinguished heirs of the illustrious Lan family, one of the 5 great clans of Suzhou. Oh, so you wish to bid on the Limao liquor directly? Do you have a problem with that? Long Guangming sneered, dismissing the speaker upon realizing he was merely a wealthy man of modest standing. He continued, which of you here can compare to my status? Upon learning my identity, instead of yielding, you dare to oppose me? Who do you think you are? His unabashed words were akin to a slap in the face to those present. Everyone gathered here possessed a degree of social standing and respect in Suzhou, even if they could not match the Lan family's prominence. Yet, they were not without their own tempers. As the saying goes, even clay figurines can show some fire. In a flash, several individuals stood up and coldly retorted, Young Master Long Guangming, though your family is powerful, do not presume we are so easily bullied. Besides, there are 4 other great clans apart from the Lan family. What are you so arrogant about? Let the auction proceed in an orderly manner. Surprised by the sudden resistance, Long Guangming felt a flicker of astonishment but remained unfazed. Even in the face of collective dissent, he retained his composure, for he had the backing of the Lon family, instilling in him a sense of invulnerability. With a nonchalant demeanor, he surveyed those standing against him, and suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his eyes. "So, you all wish to obstruct my bid for the limeout liquor? Very well. Since you insist on auctioning off these trivial items first, I shall teach you a lesson. The more you desire something, the less I will allow you to have it. Host, remember my words. From this moment onward, for every item you auction, if any of you dare to bid, I will raise the bid by 5,000 each time. Let us see how you contend with me. Begin the auction." With that, he leaned back comfortably in his chair, crossing his legs with an air of unshakable confidence. His proclamation left the wealthy attendees aghast. To increase the bid by 5,000 for every item they sought. This was a blatant attempt to thwart their desires. For these affluent attendees, each had their eyes set on certain items, but Lan Guangming's maneuver rendered their aspirations nearly impossible. Understandably, frustration simmered among them. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved? In a moment, silence enveloped the room. Under different circumstances, they might have found the courage to outbid one another, but the Lan family, one of the 5 great clans, had deep pockets and immense influence. To compete financially with them would be to invite humiliation. Silence fell. The guests found themselves ensnared in a web of hesitation, unwilling to be the first to speak out. A few individuals, unable to bear the thought of watching their coveted items slip away, finally relented and suggested, "What if we agree to young Master Lan Guangming's proposal and auction the box of 1930s limeout liquor first?" The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, yet tacitly acknowledging the suggestion. "Very astute of you," Lan Guangming remarked with disdain, then turned to the host. "Did you hear that? They have agreed to auction the limeout liquor first, while the rest of those worthless items can wait. After all, only they care for those trifles. My sole aim is to acquire the liquor, so hasten and bring forth the wine, and let it be inspected." Upon hearing this, the host broke into a cold sweat and said, "Young Master Lan, I must seek further instructions. Please hold on for a moment." With that, the host retreated backstage. At that moment, Wei Su's phone rang. He answered it and heard a voice on the other end, tinged with a wry smile. "Boss, you're here too. What do you have to say?" Wei Su chuckled. "No problem. Let us auction the limeout liquor first. But the starting price has changed from 5 million per bottle to 20 million per bottle." The host exclaimed, "Understood." Yuan Xiong, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? The boss? Our own boss is actually the owner of the Jialuan auction house." Chapter 60, Mastering Hearts. Wei Su held no particular fondness or aversion towards those who enjoyed showing off. He was only fond of those who brought him money. If you are so domineering and claim to possess great wealth, then splendid. You, Lan Guangming, are wealthy, aren't you? In that case, the previously set starting price of 5 million per bottle for the limeout liquor shall now be 20 million per bottle. A case containing 10 bottles. How many can you afford? By the way, before the auction begins, perhaps you could inquire how many bottles this young Master Lan is willing to purchase? Wei Su said with a smile. The host promptly nodded, "All right." Thus, he emerged from backstage and approached the stage, grinning as he addressed the lounging Lan Guangming. "Young Master Lan, our boss has agreed to auction the limeout liquor first, but he asked me to inquire how many bottles you wish to buy." Upon hearing the host mention the boss's agreement, Lan Guangming smirked, clearly amused. Indeed, in Suzhou, no one dared to challenge the 5 great families. However, when he heard the host's question, Lan Guangming raised an eyebrow. "How many bottles? Isn't this auction for an entire case?" "Naturally, I shall purchase the entire case." The host's expression turned slightly peculiar. "Are you certain you wish to purchase the whole case? The price might be a tad high." Lan Guangming's countenance darkened. "Do you mean to imply that I, young Master Lan, lack the financial means?" He had already inquired about the market price for limeout liquor, which was around 2 million per bottle, and now it might reach 3 to 4 million per bottle at most. This meant that a case of 10 bottles would cost approximately 30 to 40 million. Indeed, not an insignificant sum. For most companies, 30 to 40 million would be considered a substantial project. For Lan Guangming, this amount represented a considerable expenditure. Why? Wasn't he the Lan family reputedly wealthy? True. The Lan family possessed wealth, but it did not equate to Lan Guangming's personal riches. This distinction must be made clear. Furthermore, given Lan Guangming's current demeanor, would the Lan family be inclined to allocate funds for his management? A figure like him could only expect an allowance each year, while the true financial power of the family resided in the hands of others, not in his. One must not underestimate the capabilities of those from notable families. While there certainly exist various debauched and incompetent individuals among them, there are also elite descendants capable of standing on their own. It is a fallacy to presume that the scions of affluent families are all without merit. The 5 great families and others have thrived in Suzhou for so long due to the presence of capable successors among them. Many hold a singular impression of these so-called aristocratic families. Their young masters and mistresses are exceedingly wealthy, yet foolish, arrogant, and dismissive. However, this perception is misguided. True elites seldom make themselves known in such public spectacles. Presently seated, Lan Guangming is merely a descendant of the Lan family, though a legitimate heir. His ineptitude has barred him from participating in the family business, relegating him to a life of idle luxury, subsisting on a yearly stipend. Nevertheless, many in Suzhou harbor a profound apprehension towards the Lan family, allowing Lan Guangming to navigate his years with ease, unchallenged. As the saying goes, when one sails smoothly for too long, one becomes exceedingly arrogant and complacent, believing no one would dare oppose them. This has fostered his penchant for maintaining appearances. He is clearly someone who cares about his reputation. Thus, Wei Su prompted the host to inquire, "Young Master Lan, how many bottles do you wish to purchase?" Subtly suggesting that even single bottles are rather expensive. Lan Guangming, true to form, took the bait and retorted, "Do you look down upon me, Lan Guangming?" At this moment, the host grasped the intention of his boss. One would have to possess a certain wisdom to serve as an auctioneer at Jialuan auction house for such an extended period. He understood that the boss intended to orchestrate a grand scheme. Nevertheless, as merely the auctioneer, he would follow the directives of his employer. With a cheerful demeanor, he responded, "How could I possibly underestimate young Master Lan? I merely wish to inquire in advance to prevent any misunderstandings that I might be attempting to deceive you. Therefore, I shall refrain from presenting the liquor just yet. Let me first state the price. This case of 1930s Limau liquor, as you all are well aware, is considered a rare treasure in today's market, and the owner has explicitly stated that the starting price for our auction is 20 million per bottle." As his words resonated through the auction house, a thunderous shockwave surged among the attendees. What the hell? 20 million starting price? If one were to buy the whole case, that would total 200 million. This is robbery. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. Even Yuan Xiong turned to Wei Su and remarked, "Boss, this 2 million is indeed rather steep. Perhaps no one will buy it at this auction." Yuan Xiong had a modicum of knowledge about liquor, having connections with wine merchants, including a friend who sold red wine to Wei Su as a gift. The 1930s Limau is undeniably expensive, but it too has its limits. No matter how pricey, it remains liquor, primarily purchased for consumption unless one is a collector of fine wines. However, it was evident that most attendees aimed to buy it for drinking rather than collecting, especially Lan Guangming. Everyone in attendance knew that in half a month, it would be the birthday of the Lan family's patriarch. Lan Guangming intended to acquire the Limau liquor as a gift for his grandfather to make a favorable impression. Yet, with the sudden hike in price, Lan Guangming's expression darkened considerably. Ultimately, he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "What? Does the Jialuan auction house seek to mock me, young Master Lan? 20 million per bottle for liquor? Even if it were filled with gold, it wouldn't be worth this much. Speak. Are you intentionally trying to make things difficult for me?" The host quickly forced a smile and said, "Young Master Lan, you have truly misunderstood. This box of wine is being auctioned by a certain gentleman, and the price is entirely determined by him. Our Jialuan auction house is merely responsible for assisting that gentleman in selling the wine. Whether it sells or not is really none of our concern. Thus, when you suggest that we at Jialuan auction house are making things difficult for you, that is indeed a monumental misunderstanding." It must be said, the host was indeed eloquent and responded with great poise. In just a few sentences, he deftly absolved the auction house of any responsibility. Lan Guangming spoke in a deep voice, "Then who is the seller? Have him come forth and meet me. And let us see if he dares to maintain that price of 20 million per bottle after our confrontation." Apologies, young Master Lan, but one of our rules at Jialuan auction house is that we cannot disclose the identity or information of the seller. This is a fundamental principle. If we were to casually reveal someone else's information, who would dare approach Jialuan auction house for their auctions? Wouldn't you agree? As Lan Guangming heard this, he fell silent. The crowd around them nodded in agreement. Precious items are coveted, and no one wishes to be the fool. As the saying goes, a commoner is innocent, but bears the blame of possessing something precious. This adage encapsulates the truth of the matter. If an auction house indiscriminately divulges the seller's information, what happens if someone seeks retribution later? That would be utterly unjust. Young Master Lan, in trade, it is essential that both parties are willing. Since the seller has set the price at 20 million, if you find it exorbitant, then simply do not purchase it. Forcing the seller to confront you is merely an act of coercion, wouldn't you say? Indeed, young Master Lan, did you not claim to possess substantial wealth? You even mentioned wanting to purchase an entire box of wine. Yet, it now appears you might have been exaggerating. However, we understand, after all, 200 million daxia coins is not an amount one can easily produce. The laughter from the crowd echoed in Lan Guangming's ears, and his expression darkened. The feeling of humiliation enveloped him. What is humiliation, if not this? 200 million. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but it would consume nearly his entire fortune. Over the years, if he had saved each year's dividends, he would surely have amassed a great deal, at least 700 to 800 million. This is the distribution of dividends among their large family. However, he also spent swiftly, leaving him with just over 200 million now. In truth, Lan Guangming's savings were already considerable compared to many of his cousins. Most of the other Lan family members spent without restraint, using whatever they had. Yet, this wine was exorbitantly priced, far exceeding his expectations. Now, if he refrained from buying, he would be ridiculed by everyone. He had previously boasted not to underestimate him and acted as if he were financially robust. But now, upon hearing the price, he hesitated. Was he not inviting ridicule upon himself? Observing the mocking expressions of those around him, Lan Guangming's countenance darkened ominously. He was tempted to withdraw from the bidding. After all, spending 200 million on a box of wine to curry favor with the old man seemed unworthy. Yet, if he refrained after boasting, it would be akin to slapping his own face. Lan Guangming found himself in a state of deep conflict. Sitting in the VIP box, Wei Su pointed at the silent Lan Guangming and smiled. Do you see? This is what a prominent family looks like. They are quite easy to manipulate. Yuan Xiong, sitting nearby, finally grasped the boss's intent. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, Boss, you truly have a keen insight into these young masters. Of course, Wei Su had a profound understanding of such psychology, having experienced it firsthand. He had once embarked on his own entrepreneurial journey and found success. At that time, Wei Su was akin to a superstar among his peers, with countless classmates and friends showering him with flattery. Even Yuan Liang, who had once held disdain for him, had to curry favor by addressing him as President Wei. In those moments, he felt as though he had the world at his feet, firmly on the path to success. Soon, he believed, Suzhou would have a place for him. Thus, during that time, Wei Su was particularly vain, purchasing many items he shouldn't have, leading to cash flow shortages for several projects. When a person is inflated with pride, their ego often swells alongside it. If one were to ask him at that time whether he valued his reputation or his finances, he would undoubtedly choose reputation. Lan Guangming was embroiled in a similar dilemma. Should he preserve his dignity by bidding for the box of wine, thereby safeguarding his face? Or should he prioritize his finances, risking ridicule in the future? If he acquires the wine, he would maintain his pride, but if he chose money, his dignity would be lost, and he would forever be the subject of hushed laughter. Such laughter, insidious and concealed, is the hardest to endure. If someone openly mocked him, he could retaliate, but if the mockery was veiled, it became unbearable. Knowing they laughed at him without evidence to confront them was infuriating. Thus, Lan Guangming was caught in a web of indecision. Young master, I believe there is no need for you to spend such an exorbitant sum on this box of worthless wine, his female companion spoke up. Yet, Lan Guangming remained silent, unable to absorb any counsel. All he could hear were the mocking voices surrounding him. At that moment, the host, ever eager to stoke the flames, inquired, Young Master Lan, have you decided to make your purchase? If you currently lack sufficient funds, we can arrange to sell you just 1 or 2 bottles separately. That utterance proved to be a catalyst. Lan Guangming leapt from his seat, hurling a cup at the host. Damn it, sell 1 or 2 bottles. Do you take me for a beggar? The host did not flinch, enduring the blow that caused blood to trickle from his forehead. A nearby maid quickly rushed to offer him a handkerchief. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lan Guangming had truly overstepped, believing Jiayan Auction House lacked any substantial backing. However, the Lan family indeed had some standing. The host, seasoned in such affairs, displayed no signs of anger or discontent. Maintaining his respectful demeanor, he swiftly responded, Young Master Lan, it is not that I look down upon you. Please, tell me, should I bring forth the entire box of Limao wine, or just a few bottles? Bring the entire box to me. Damn it, Lan Guangming bellowed. At that moment, smiles spread across the faces of those present. Oh, Lan Guangming had ultimately chosen to preserve his dignity. However, is this price not somewhat exorbitant? The host, beaming with a broad smile, promptly presented the highly esteemed Limao liquor. Ultimately, without any unexpected turn of events, this young gentleman from the Blue family extravagantly spent a staggering 200 million daxia coins to acquire an entire case of this liquor. The price of 20 million per bottle is indeed exorbitantly high, unbelievably so. The majority of those present were affluent individuals worth tens of millions, or even billions. In reality, such circumstances are quite common. Wealthy tycoons worth several billion would scarcely have the leisure to meander about here. Boss, you have truly struck gold this time. Yuan Xiong was left utterly astonished. He initially believed that his boss's case of Limao liquor would fetch no more than 2 million or perhaps 5 million per bottle. which he considered a princely sum. To his utter disbelief, the final selling price turned out to be 200 million, 20 million per bottle of liquor. This could very well be the most expensive wine ever auctioned at the Jialuan auction house. Blue Guangming's expression darkened as he commanded his subordinates to take the liquor and exit the auction house without delay. With only a few tens of millions left in his pocket, he found it insufficient for his needs. Consequently, there was no necessity to linger any longer. Nevertheless, he made a mental note. He instructed, from this moment on, keep a vigilant watch on the Jialuan auction venue. Strive to uncover who the seller is. Inform me at once. It is not easy to dine on my wealth. Understood. His subordinate nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, within the auction house, Wei Su had already begun to rise, intending to depart. After all, the main event had concluded. What remained was merely the auction of minor items, the most expensive of which was merely a few million, which was of little consequence to Wei Su. Yuan Xiong hastily followed Wei Su out. Boss, what is your next move? Yuan Xiong inquired. Wei Su was about to respond when his phone began to ring. Answering the call, he discovered it was from the Renheng Tangbei Property Management Company. Hello, Mr. Wei? Were you not seeking our assistance in hiring a steward? We now have a new batch of candidates for interviews. Would you like to conduct the interviews personally? The voice on the other end was exceedingly respectful. Wei Su chuckled. Let us hope they are not the same caliber as the last batch. Rest assured, this time all candidates are elite talents, with outstanding qualifications, eloquence, and appearance, far superior to those previous uncouth ruffians. The earlier applicants had left Wei Su utterly speechless. 5 individuals had, in a fit of frustration, even resorted to threats of violence. It was truly a first for him and an eye-opener. Thus, to avert a recurrence of such a situation, he felt compelled to inquire beforehand. After all, what purpose would it serve to encounter such individuals again? Would he be subjecting himself to disgust? The property management company was not daft. The previous recruitment had been conducted in haste. Wei Su had called them at midnight, prompting them to overlook thorough screening and simply send candidates for interviews. The result was a gathering of societal misfits. Clearly, this time they would exercise discretion. Failing to do so would invite criticism. The homeowners sought a steward, not a band of ruffians. Seeing that the property management had assured him, Wei Su turned to Yuan Xiong and said, let us proceed to Renheng Tangbei. I will handle this myself. You may return to the company and continue your work. Yuan Xiong nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the Renheng Tangbei villa area, the property receptionist had been eagerly awaiting Wei Su's arrival. Upon spotting him, she hurried over to usher him inside. This time, it should not be the same crowd, right? Wei Su jested. The receptionist quickly responded with a smile, certainly not. This time, we have only high-caliber professionals. Wei Su nodded, then proceeded to the office. Indeed, he found that the candidates were all well-dressed individuals. However, there were only 3 applicants. Among them, one appeared familiar. The interviewee, upon recognizing Wei Su, was visibly surprised. Su, is this not the young lady I rescued at the night market? At the time, due to her petite stature, he had assumed she was merely a young girl. In reality, she was already an adult and had now come to apply as a highly educated candidate. After all, the property management had mentioned that this batch comprised primarily elite individuals with advanced degrees. The other 2 interviewees were a man and a woman, both exuding a certain arrogance. Though their other attributes were satisfactory, being elite talent, a degree of pride is to be expected. Wei Su smiled and nodded at Su, who was equally astonished to see him again. As for the man and woman, they maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the encounter. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Su said with a smile, I will pose just one question. Your answers will determine the outcome. If any of you can provide a satisfactory response, that individual will be offered the position. The 3 candidates perked up immediately. Wei Su continued with a smile, here's my question. If one day, your home is invaded by a thief, what is the very first action you, as a steward, would take? The first man adjusted his glasses and replied nonchalantly, naturally, I would subdue the intruder to ensure the protection of the owner's property. The second woman, however, countered coolly, your approach is far too reckless. One should first call the police and then swiftly escape. What if the assailant is armed? The man retorted with a chuckle, that is precisely why you should choose me. I have practiced karate for 3 years. No petty thief from Daxia could possibly best me. The woman scoffed, this is an application for a steward, not a bodyguard. The steward's duty is to manage the household affairs. At that moment, Su, who had remained silent, spoke up, albeit somewhat hesitantly. If confronted by a thief, should not the first priority be to ensure the owner's safety? The man and woman fell silent. Wei Su burst into hearty laughter. He turned to the man and woman, saying, enough of this, you may leave. Your choices were both valid, yet they pertained only to your own perspectives. This young lady's response, however, reflects the viewpoint of the head of the household. When faced with a thief, one cannot be reckless in attempting to subdue them, believing oneself to be invincible. Should you falter and meet your demise, what then for the head of the household? And your suggestion to flee disregards the owner entirely. How can a steward act in such a manner? You should comprehend that what if the owner happens to be a defenseless woman? Should there not be mutual reliance instead of a priority to escape? Only this young lady spoke wisely when confronted by a thief. It is paramount to prioritize the safety of the head of the household. Even if the intruder seems easily subdued, the priority must be survival. Chapter 62, Underestimated. His words were undeniably sensible. However, logic does not guarantee acceptance. As expected, the man scoffed disdainfully. A mere petty thief? How could I possibly lose? I have trained in Taekwondo for 3 years. Who among these mediocre martial artists in Daxia could stand against me? Clearly, this man possessed an overabundance of confidence in his physical prowess. The woman pondered for a moment and found merit in Wei Su's words. Although hiring a steward differs from enlisting a bodyguard, when danger looms, it is indeed the steward who stands closest to the master of the house. The steward's decisions at such critical moments could significantly impact the master's safety. Thus, when faced with perilous circumstances, the most prudent course of action would be to escort the master to safety. She was engulfed in regret, chiding herself for misjudging such a straightforward question. The woman conceded. However, the man remained unconvinced by her answer. He even dismissed the martial arts of Xia as mere trifles. Wei Su's eyes narrowed at this remark. Indeed, over the years, Xia's martial arts had suffered numerous embarrassments, largely due to many self-proclaimed masters who established their own schools solely for profit. These so-called masters were woefully inept, utterly ignorant of true martial arts. Consequently, when they took to the stage, they were swiftly and painfully defeated, leading many to perceive Xia's martial arts as nothing more than a facade. Initially, Wei Su shared this sentiment until he encountered Fong Rong, a woman of exceptional prowess. It was then that he realized that Xia's martial arts were not just for show. Occasionally, during bouts of boredom at night, Wei Su would call Fong Rong to discuss various inquiries. Once, he posed a question. Fong Rong, do you think our Xia's martial arts will gradually degenerate into mere theatrical displays? After a moment of silence, Fong Rong replied, if this continues, indeed it will. For there is no one to carry on the tradition. Moreover, today's Xia is no longer the Xia of antiquity. In ancient times, martial arts were practiced for survival. For sustenance, they were regarded as essential skills. In an environment devoid of law, lacking martial arts rendered one weak. In the past, martial arts were lethal techniques. Now, for many, they are merely exercises for physical fitness. At that moment, Wei Su grasped Fong Rong's meaning. In ancient times, martial artists toiled day and night. Every punch represented 2 decades of arduous training, with every move aimed at lethal effectiveness. Yet now, in Xia, martial arts had devolved into mere fitness routines, leading many to scorn Xia's martial arts, deeming them as mere ornamentation. Wei Su fixed his gaze on the man applying for the position and asked in a low voice, do you believe yourself to be strong? The man sneered, at least stronger than Xia's superficial martial arts. In that eastern nation, I have witnessed countless Xia warriors defeated by Taekwondo and Karate, so I trained in those arts as well and found them indeed formidable. While Xia's martial arts are hardly worth learning. Very well, Wei Su nodded slowly, suddenly inquiring, since you are so confident, have you ever won any accolades? The man smirked. No significant awards. In my training facility, I could only place within the top 5. Is your facility well known? Indeed, it ranks among the top 3 in that eastern nation. And by placing in the top 5, it signifies that 95% of people cannot defeat me. It appears you are unaware of the saying that there are always greater talents beyond oneself. Wei Su shook his head. Oh, might I meet one of these greater talents? The man scoffed. At that moment, Su suddenly understood Wei Su's intent. She recalled the previous night when the formidable woman had effortlessly taken down 3 burly men. As expected, Wei Su immediately picked up the phone. Fong Rong, the martial arts you hold in high regard are deemed worthless by someone. Who? Fong Rong's eyes narrowed over the line. Come to the property management office, and you shall find out, Wei Su replied with a smile. All right. He succinctly ended the call. The man, brimming with confidence, sat back with a self-satisfied demeanor. If he could not secure the job, then confronting Wei Su would suffice. 5 minutes later, a woman entered the office, clad in security attire. She inquired, who just claimed that martial arts are worthless? The man stood, chuckling. That would be me. He then turned to Wei Su, mockingly saying, you can't be serious. After all this, you send in a woman? And what of it? Wei Su smiled slightly. As the saying goes, women can stand shoulder to shoulder with men. Do you believe women are inherently weak? The man merely scoffed, gesturing towards Fong Rong. Let us not bother with a change of venue. I shall subdue you directly. Fong Rong glanced at Wei Su. He replied calmly, a change of venue is indeed necessary. And we must also draft the contract. The man raised an eyebrow. surprised. We need a contract? Indeed. Wei Su smiled. Since you are so assured. Shall we make a wager? The man inquired. What kind of wager? How much do you have on you? Not much, just 2 million. Why do you ask? Very well. Let us wager 2 million. We will draft a contract stipulating that you and this woman shall compete. If you win, I shall pay you 2 million. If you lose, you give me 2 million. I will have a lawyer personally deliver the contract to the Justice Association for endorsement. What do you say? Wei Su said with a grin. All right, I accept your wager. The man laughed heartily. Such a splendid opportunity exists. Just returned to the country and am short on cash. And suddenly, someone offers me money? Upon hearing the man's agreement, Wei Su turned to Fong Rong, smiling. After this is concluded, I shall give you 1 million. Fong Rong nodded with a smile. Certainly. If there is money to be made and someone to defeat, why not? Soon, a lawyer from the property management company hastily drafted the contract, which was then stamped by the Justice Association before being returned. The contract stated that losing the ability to resist would count as a loss. Aside from not endangering life, anything else was permissible. This meant that if a limb were accidentally broken, it would not violate the rules. The man carefully reviewed the contract before looking at Wei Su. Confirming, are you certain about this? The man clearly noted certain stipulations within the contract. Wei Su nodded with a smile. Indeed. The man glanced at Fong Rong, who had intentionally altered her appearance to appear less attractive. Seeing her in such a state, he felt no inclination to show her any mercy. Very well. I shall simply break one of her hands, he thought. Rising, he asked in the venue. Wei Su, still smiling, stood and led the way. There is a boxing gym nearby with a ring. With that, he stepped out first, followed by the others. Su was also filled with curiosity as she trailed behind, her eyes sparkling as she observed Fong Rong's silhouette. Currently, Fong Rong wore security attire that, due to her unique measurements, appeared somewhat loose, giving her a seemingly delicate appearance. However, Su knew that this formidable woman possessed an enviably perfect physique. She was not of a delicate physique, but rather possessed a robust and explosive build. Her form did not exhibit the unsightly bulges of muscle, nor did it appear cumbersome. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of pity for the overconfident man. He might soon find himself at the mercy of this formidable woman. The crowd gathered at the boxing gym, where many were engaged in rigorous training. Wei Su set up a ring, and the man effortlessly leaped onto the platform, even making a provocative gesture toward Fong Rong. Unfazed, Fong Rong sprang onto the stage, shedding her security jacket to reveal a tank top that accentuated her perfect, evenly toned physique, clearly the result of extensive training. The surrounding men, upon seeing Fong Rong, erupted in enthusiastic whistles, well aware of the dedication required to achieve such a body. This woman was undeniably alluring. The confident man swallowed hard, contemplating how to gain an advantage during the impending bout. After all, in a fight, an accidental brush could hardly be deemed intentional, right? However, Wei Su remained composed and signaled for a referee to step into the ring. Su approached Wei Su, concerned for the safety of the woman who had saved her. Wei Su merely smiled, awaiting the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the men who had been training paused their exercises and hurried over to witness the spectacle. Wow, a woman fighting a man? Isn't that just asking for trouble? One exclaimed. Don't be so quick to judge. I've seen her moves, and she is not to be underestimated. Another countered. You are just boasting. How formidable can she be? Against absolute strength, she stands no chance. Yet, I still sense she possesses extraordinary skill. The crowd began to murmur, perplexed by the unusual matchup yet eager for the entertainment. The referee glanced at both competitors and inquired, Are you both ready? Fong Rong nodded, while the man, still dismissive, merely nodded in indifference, failing to adopt any defensive posture. The referee approved and blew the whistle, signaling the start. In an instant, Fong Rong's gaze sharpened, akin to a sword being unsheathed. The man, still overconfident, stepped forward and attempted a sweeping kick aimed at her midsection. However, the next moment left the onlookers in stunned silence. Just as the man lifted his leg, Fong Rong had already maneuvered behind him, delivering a precise kick that struck him squarely in the side. A resounding crack echoed as the man let out a pained scream and collapsed to the ground. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as the men present collectively inhaled sharply, their nerves tingling. Goodness, that kick landed right on his kidney. How brutal, they murmured. The execution was swift and decisive, unmistakably showcasing her prowess. Wow, that was impressive, Su exclaimed, clapping her hands. Wei Su still smiling, mused about the ease with which he earned his money. Medical personnel rushed to attend to the fallen man, while Fong Rong donned her outer clothing and approached Wei Su, reminding him to settle the payment. He nodded affirmatively, and she departed, exuding an aura of cool detachment. Little did they know, Wei Su alone understood her seemingly aloof demeanor masked a naivete. Wei Su waved the contract in front of the fallen man, grinning as he said, Don't forget to transfer the funds later. And by the way, you might want to get your kidney checked. It's rather essential for a man. With that, he and Su exited the boxing gym, leaving behind a group of astonished men who never expected a woman could possess such formidable combat skills. When do you start working? Wei Su inquired, glancing at Su. She surveyed the luxurious standalone villas in the neighborhood and replied softly, in 3 days, if that works. 3 days? I was only temporarily suspended at my previous job. I need to formally resign, Su explained. Did you encounter difficulties at work? Wei Su asked with a knowing smile. It's either resign or continue working. Being temporarily suspended clearly indicates someone is causing trouble. Su nodded gently, not denying the implication. I suspect it was some male executive trying to take advantage of you, Wei Su stated knowingly. How did you know? Su asked, astonished. Indeed. One of her superiors had attempted to coerce her into becoming his mistress, but she had refused, resulting in her temporary suspension. Now that she had found a new job, it was time to resign. This isn't hard to guess, you know, Wei Su rolled his eyes. Such things are far too common, especially with someone like you, who has that petite and charming allure that many men find irresistible. Su sighed. Stop sighing. You found something better now. An annual salary of $1 million. Wei Su chuckled. By the way, what about the employer? He wouldn't be a lecher, would he? If so, I want to take the job. Su expressed her apprehension. Do you think I'm a lecher? Wei Su asked playfully. Whether you are or not has nothing to do with me, she began. But her words were cut short as she widened her beautiful eyes. Indeed, I am the interviewer, and I am also the owner, Wei Su replied with a smile. Su was taken aback. Just ensure you do your job well. The position I require is not merely to manage a standalone villa, Wei Su said with a grin, hinting at the greater responsibilities he intended for her. Chapter 64, Fong Rong's true name. After returning to her dormitory, Su's roommate looked at her curiously and asked, You seem awfully cheerful. Have you fallen in love or found a satisfactory new job? Of course. I've found a job I'm pleased with, Su replied. Oh, do tell. What good job have you landed? Her roommate inquired eagerly. I successfully interviewed for the villa caretaker position you suggested last time, Su announced. Her roommate's eyes lit up. Really? Congratulations. So, you're on your way to becoming a millionaire. Su laughed. Calm down. Mainly, the boss is very nice. He saved me last time. Her roommate's excitement grew. Does your boss have a crush on you? You're so beautiful and charming. Perhaps he is not hiring you just as a caretaker, but as a wife instead. You're thinking too much, Su rolled her eyes. Why would a big boss be interested in an ordinary girl like me? Perhaps that's how it's portrayed on TV, her roommate teased. That's television, not reality, Su replied, exasperated. By the way, you're planning to resign from your job tomorrow, right? Her roommate suddenly asked. Su nodded. It is indeed necessary for me to resign. In truth, my original job was quite satisfactory. However, I find myself burdened by an insufferable superior. This supervisor has a penchant for wielding power to intimidate others, and has set their sights on Su. While I can tolerate the abuse of authority to some extent, after all, which manager is without their flaws in this day and age? The unspoken rules are something I absolutely refuse to accept. I believe in my own capabilities and do not see the need to resort to compromising my integrity for financial gain. Be cautious, though. Your supervisor is rather petty and may not grant your resignation, my roommate cautioned. If he does not approve, I will simply resign on the spot. I refuse to be subjected to such a disgusting excuse for a boss, Su asserted resolutely. After a moment's contemplation, her roommate suggested, perhaps you should bring a man with you to the company when you resign. As a woman, you might be vulnerable to undue pressure. Is that really necessary? With so many people around in the office, who would dare to act inappropriately? Su hesitated. Honestly, I have my doubts about your cosmetics company. Just look at the executives. Can it really be a reputable establishment? Moreover, you may not be aware that there have been 2 incidents where someone knocked on the door and called out your name. I was in this room, too frightened to open the door. The person outside eventually left, thinking no one was home. It was utterly terrifying, her roommate recounted, patting her chest. Su shot her a look of disbelief. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I simply forgot, her roommate replied. How could you forget something like that? You really are quite oblivious, Su remarked. Your supervisor has already traced us here. For safety's sake, I am planning to change rooms. If it weren't for your job search, I would have moved out long ago, her roommate said nervously. Su felt a warmth in her heart. By chance, she had ended up sharing a flat with this roommate, who had unexpectedly shown such care for her. All right, let's change rooms soon. If you have nowhere else to go, we can find a new place together, Su proposed. However, her roommate rolled her eyes. You wish. Once you have completely transitioned to a new job, I will be moving in with my boyfriend. Ugh, Su sighed, feeling the sting of unwelcomed reality. You should also consider finding a boyfriend. With your looks, it shouldn't be difficult to find a good man, her roommate laughed. Su Su shook her head. I'm not good at reading people and might get deceived. It's best for me to avoid dating for now. But your new boss saved you, right? He must be a decent person. You could give it a try? Her roommate urged. Su Su still shook her head. I'd prefer to rely on my own abilities to earn a living without depending on a man. Her roommate, however, countered, proving that will be quite challenging. In this world, a woman's success often hinges on the support of men. Just look at that female tycoon from Suzhou. Her rise to prominence was largely due to her associations with powerful figures. I refuse to accept that. I will prove my own worth, Su Su declared. Her roommate nodded. Having dreams is admirable. I will support you in spirit. Then she added, but I truly recommend bringing a man along to safeguard against your despicable supervisor's tricks. Su Su pondered this, and suddenly her eyes lit up. While she could not think of a man to accompany her, perhaps bringing along that formidable woman who could easily overpower a man would be a foolproof plan. The next day, instead of going directly to the company, Su Su visited Wei Su's residence. Wei Su was somewhat surprised. Didn't you say you were going to resign today? Su Su, somewhat bashful, replied, Boss. I intended to go to the company, but I would like someone to accompany me. Who? Wei Su inquired. The big sister from yesterday, Fang Rong. Wei Su raised an eyebrow. Is that her name? Su Su asked, curious. I'm not sure if that is her real name, but it's the name she uses here, Wei Su explained. Could she accompany me to the company? Su Su requested. She can, but it will cost you. Wei Su replied nonchalantly, then added with curiosity. Are you really hiring a bodyguard just to resign? Are you walking into a den of wolves? Su Su sighed. It's really because of my supervisor. Wei Su nodded in understanding and proceeded to call Fang Rong. Fang Rong quoted a price of 100,000. You really are fixated on money, Wei Su chuckled. What else can I do? I can't work for free. I've already submitted my resignation for the security chief position, and in half a month, I'll be unemployed. What if you don't hire me? I need to save up, Fang Rong argued with conviction. Indeed, in this day and age, saving money is prudent. Should anything arise, one must be prepared. Can you even come up with 100,000? Wei Su teased. Glancing at Su Su. Su Su, don't mention 100,000. I can barely scrape together 10,000, she replied, disheartened. Having just graduated and started working, she found herself temporarily suspended due to her supervisor's actions, and her meager savings had dwindled during this period. It seems you're unable to manage that amount. Wei Su jested. Su Su's expression grew somber. Don't be too disheartened. Since I will be your future boss, I can actually advance you some of your salary. Wei Su offered with a smile. Su Su's eyes brightened. Really? Are you serious? Would I lie to you? But I am quite curious about what kind of person your supervisor is, to instill such fear in you. I would like to see for myself. Wei Su said with a grin. Su Su nodded in agreement. Wei Su then called Fang Rong again, who consented to accompany them. On the way, Wei Su drove an inconspicuous business vehicle. Casting a glance at Fang Rong in the passenger seat, Wei Su quipped, I inquired at your security company. And Fang Rong is just a pseudonym. What is your real name? Fang Rong shot him a glance. You did some digging? Not exactly digging. I merely inquired. Your company kept it confidential, stating that they needed your consent to disclose it. As your future employer, I should know your real name since you are becoming my bodyguard. Wei Su replied with a smile. He then added, you two already have quite the presence. It's amusing that I, your boss, am personally driving you both. Su Su blushed and murmured, I apologize, boss. I simply don't know how to drive. Fang Rong, however, appeared quite unapologetic. Neither do I. She was a girl from the mountains. She had barely learned to use a mobile phone, let alone drive. So what is your real name? Wei Su asked again. Wu Mei, Fang Rong replied. Wu Mei? The Wu from martial prowess and Mei meaning charming? Wei Su mused. Indeed, it is a lovely name, he remarked, stroking his chin. From the back seat. Su Su hurriedly added, yes, yes. Big sister, your name is truly beautiful. It sounds like Wu Meinyang. Fang Rong, or rather, Wu Mei, maintained a calm demeanor. I cannot compare to Wu Meinyang in beauty. This name was given to me by my master, after all. I don't even know who my parents are. Wei Su smiled gently. Life must move forward. Wu Mei glanced at Wei Su and retorted, it's easy for you to say. You are already wealthy. Wei Su spoke calmly. I wasn't always wealthy. I was once an orphan in a welfare institution, which was demolished several years ago. In truth, our circumstances are quite similar, though yours may be a tad more dire. After all, I had the privilege of education, while you did not. Nevertheless, I have also faced failures that nearly plunged me into despair. Fortunately, fate smiled upon me, allowing me to rise from the depths. His tone remained tranquil. His failures, one might say, were nearly irrevocable, had it not been for the sudden appearance of a 1 yuan flash sale app on his phone. Thus, Wei Su remarked that he had been excessively favored by the heavens. Without that app, he would likely still be a failure. Wu Mei cast a surprised glance at Wei Su, having assumed he was a young man of considerable lineage. How could a man so youthful possess such wealth otherwise? Yet, It turned out that he had once been an ordinary individual. This revelation momentarily shattered Wu Mei's confidence. Su, curious, inquired, "Boss, you," but just then, the vehicle came to a halt. Wei Su smiled. "All right, we have arrived at your company." Chapter 65, Not Reviewing the Contract. Tianqing Cosmetics Company. The name seemed somewhat cliché. Upon seeing the company, Wei Su was momentarily taken aback. He had expected that a graduate from a prestigious university like Su would choose a more prominent company. Yet, it appeared to be merely a small firm located in a modest office building. Even the security personnel were just a few middle-aged men, indicating that the company's strength was rather limited. As the saying goes, if an ordinary person cannot discern the capital of a company, they should assess its exterior and security force. A strong security presence implies a viable company, as providing salaries for security personnel entails significant expenditure. Conversely, a lack of adequate security suggests a company struggling to maintain its operations. The headquarters of Tianqing Cosmetics was surprisingly situated in a small office building, a fact that caught Wei Su off guard. Su, however, displayed no signs of discomfort. Just as she was about to exit the vehicle, Wei Su halted her. "Wait a moment, let me ask you a few questions." Su nodded obediently. "Please go ahead, boss." "Is your previous company this Tianqing Cosmetics?" Wei Su inquired. Su confirmed, "Yes." Wei Su responded, "Ah, what a waste of talent. How did this company manage to entice you?" Having reviewed Su's resume, which boasted her graduation from Gusu University, an institution of considerable repute in Xiagu, Wei Su found it perplexing that such a high-achieving individual would end up in this modest establishment. It was not that high achievers could not join small companies, but this particular company appeared wholly unreliable. With a sigh, Wei Su conceded, "All right. I'll accompany Fong and Wu Mei inside. You just need to provide an explanation." Su nodded, and the three alighted from the vehicle, with Su leading them inside. The elderly security personnel merely glanced at Wei Su and his companions before asking Su, "Girl, are these your friends?" Su smiled sweetly, affirming, "Yes." They then fell silent, not even requiring Wei Su's group to register. Wei Su and Wu Mei exchanged incredulous looks. Is it really that easy to enter? As they passed the front desk, they noticed that the receptionist was an older woman engrossed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Upon entering the company and ascending the stairs, they encountered individuals idly sipping tea and chatting, with hardly anyone engaged in work. Those who noticed Su and her companions merely cast a glance before returning to their phones. Suddenly, Wei Su sensed something amiss. The atmosphere felt entirely inappropriate for a cosmetics company. There was no evidence of any work related to cosmetics, only people lounging around. Alarmingly, he spotted several burly men playing cards in a corner of the office. This hardly resembled a cosmetics firm. A stranger might easily mistake it for a den of ruffians. Wu Mei could not help but question Su. "Your cosmetics company hardly seems legitimate." Su, somewhat embarrassed, admitted, "I found it odd as well. But I only worked on the third floor, where there were just a few women managing finances, so I wasn't aware of the company's core activities. Now that I see it, I too find it strange." Wei Su covered his face, bemused by Su's naive nature. "You stumbled into a den of thieves, and only now realize it? How fortunate you are to have remained unscathed thus far. Perhaps luck is on your side. Or they are just biding their time to reel in a larger catch." Suddenly, Su recalled her roommate's warnings about strange knocks at the door during the late hours. An unsettling thought crossed her mind. Could this company merely be a front? Her work had primarily revolved around financial matters since she joined. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed that her so-called colleagues regarded them with a glimmer of amusement in their eyes. Stopping in her tracks, she turned to Wei Su. "Boss, it seems we may have entered a den of thieves." Wei Su replied, "You only just realized this? Have you ever seen a cosmetics company filled with such rough men? And yet, you've only now discerned that this company is a facade. How did you manage to graduate from Gusu University?" Nevertheless, Wei Su maintained his composure. "Stay calm. Now that we are inside, exiting may raise suspicions. Let us first meet your so-called superior." Su nodded in agreement. Wu Mei remained unfazed. She was confident in her abilities. None among them could match her strength. While a direct confrontation with many might be daunting, in this environment, she held the advantage. The trio, under the watchful gazes of the amused onlookers, ascended to the 5th floor, where the manager's office awaited. Upon entering, they found a middle-aged man in a suit, seemingly already informed of their arrival through his subordinates. He merely cast a glance at Su, smiling as he inquired, "Su, how have you contemplated the conditions I proposed?" He had effectively dismissed Wei Su and Wu Mei, considering them nothing more than a man and an unattractive woman, incapable of stirring any significant trouble. Thus, he turned his full attention to Su, a petite and charming woman who was precisely to his taste. Hence, he remained unhurried. Once she entered his world, he believed she would find it impossible to leave. In his eyes, Su had already become his woman. Manager Zhang, I apologize. But I have made my decision. I intend to resign from the company, Su declared resolutely. Manager Zhang exhibited no surprise, as if he had anticipated her response all along. A smirk of amusement graced his lips. Are you truly saying you wish to resign and depart from this company? Su nodded firmly, indeed. Very well, then you shall first compensate the company with 200,000, Manager Zhang replied nonchalantly. Su's expression faltered. On what grounds must I pay such an exorbitant sum? Manager Zhang retrieved a contract from his drawer and tossed it onto the table, stating, take a look for yourself. Fresh graduates often neglect the fine print of contracts before signing, making them exceedingly easy to deceive. Su was momentarily at a loss for words. Wei Su picked up the contract, glanced at it, and discovered a clause stating that if Party B fails to work at the company for a minimum of 5 years before voluntarily resigning, Party A reserves the right to demand a compensation of 200,000. This clause could be deemed a blatant exploitation. For many recent graduates, 200,000 is an insurmountable amount. Even if they could manage to gather such a sum, the stipulation was unequivocally unfair. However, since Su had willingly signed it, her predicament became considerably more complicated. Compensate the 200,000, and you may leave without further obligation. If you refuse to pay, I regret to inform you that you must remain with us, and should you attempt to leave unilaterally, the company reserves the right to take legal action, Manager Zhang remarked, flicking away ash from his cigarette with a slight smile. Many freshly graduated female employees had been intimidated by his tactics, ultimately either paying up or complying with his demands. The finance department's staff were all women who had succumbed to his advances, and only Su had remained untouched by his predatory nature. Yet, in his estimation, it was only a matter of time before he ensnared her as well. Wei Su scrutinized the contract, then turned to Su, asking with a smile, is this truly your signature? Su nodded regretfully, suddenly feeling quite foolish. Wei Su sighed, recognizing that this was a common occurrence. Many graduates, overwhelmed by lengthy contracts, often neglected to read them thoroughly, even skimming rental agreements, only to later discover detrimental clauses hidden within. Clearly, Su was no exception. Wei Su set the contract aside and addressed Wu Mei, please record a video. Wu Mei obediently took out her phone and began filming. Wei Su then turned to Manager Zhang, declaring, I shall cover the 200,000 on her behalf. Manager Zhang chuckled, then by all means, proceed with the payment. Here is my account. Simply transfer the funds. He was skeptical that this individual would actually compensate the 200,000. In truth, he had little desire to receive such a sum, as his true aim was to obtain Su. Winning her over would far outweigh the value of 200,000. To him, this amount was merely a trifle. Acquiring Su was of paramount importance, and he had long harbored intentions of marrying her, especially considering how the women in the finance department paled in comparison to her beauty. Wei Su, indifferent to Manager Zhang's thoughts, made a call, instructing Yuan Xiong to transfer 200,000 to the provided account. The funds have been sent. Please verify, he stated. He had little desire to cover this payment, but the contract necessitated it. However, 200,000 was a minor expense to liberate Su from this predicament, making it worthwhile. Manager Zhang's brows furrowed. Are you deceiving me? You claim to have transferred the funds just like that? Who do you think you are? Wei Su maintained a calm demeanor. If you're doubtful, feel free to make a call to confirm. Manager Zhang picked up his phone and inquired. Sure enough, the 200,000 had indeed been credited to his account. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded Wei Su and slowly set down his phone. A smile suddenly broke across Wei Su's face. It appeared that Manager Zhang was preparing to breach the rules. He had anticipated this. Zhang seemed to believe he was invulnerable, considering the trio before him appeared isolated, while he had an entire company backing him. This was a gross underestimation. The man, Zhang Jinlong, suddenly revealed a disdainful sneer. I'm sorry, but I have not received that 200,000. Perhaps you should try transferring it again? He then turned to Su, stating, if you dare to resign, I will not hesitate to report you to the Justice Association and see how you manage to pay up. Su gasped in shock, quickly hiding behind Wei Su and gripping the hem of his clothing tightly. Meanwhile, Wu Mei continued filming, her expression eerily calm. If tasked with any meticulous task, she would likely falter, but when faced with potential chaos, she thrived. This was her forte. Wei Su remained unfazed, smiling as he addressed Manager Zhang. If you have the audacity, go ahead and switch your phone to speaker mode. Then we shall ascertain whether the funds have been received. However, I must remind you that all matters should adhere to the established rules. Should you choose to disregard them, what could you possibly do about it? Manager Zhang scoffed, his confidence unwavering. After all, he was the manager of a sizable company. What did he have to fear? Although his cosmetic company was relatively small, it was merely a subsidiary of a larger corporation with considerable standing in Suzhou. The only person capable of instilling fear in Zhang was his superior. As only they could dismiss him. The trio of young individuals before him, clearly inexperienced, dared to confront him at the company. He found their audacity intolerable. Shall we conclude our negotiations? Wei Su inquired. Either you transfer another 200,000, or you return from whence you came. Naturally. Su will still need to remain here. Manager Zhang leered, his intentions clear. Today would be the perfect opportunity to assert his desires towards Su. As his patience had worn thin after observing her for so long. Su hurriedly sought refuge behind Wei Su, her face a mask of terror. She had not anticipated such brazen audacity from Zhang Jinlong, who, having received the funds, dared to play the rogue. Wei Su gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right. He can't do anything to us. He can't do anything? Manager Zhang scoffed, picking up the phone. You three are nothing but troublemakers in my company. I could have the security escort you out. At that moment, Wei Su interjected. All right, Wu Mei, there's no need for recordings anymore. If that's the case, we must explore other avenues. Wu Mei nodded, setting her phone down. See, you still have no way out, Manager Zhang sneered. As long as he refused to admit anything, they were powerless against him. Furthermore, he had cleverly withheld the company's account details, instead revealing his own, indicating that the remittance account belonged to a personal account. Even if investigated, there would be no recourse. At worst, Zhang Jinlong would simply transfer the 200,000 back, as Su would still remain here. Wu Mei's gaze turned icy. Such a person was truly despicable. Unable to contain herself, she stepped forward and slapped Manager Zhang across the face. Slap. Zhang Jinlong shrieked in disbelief, staring at Wu Mei. You hit me? You actually dared to strike me? He never anticipated that this woman would have the audacity to slap him. After all, he was a manager of a company, albeit a subsidiary. Yet he was still a figure of some renown, and now he had been slapped by her. Could he tolerate this? Absolutely not. He immediately picked up the phone. Preparing to call security. Manager Zhang, I suggest you allow me to make a call first to avoid any misunderstandings. What do you think? Wei Su spoke up once more. Zhang Jinlong narrowed his eyes. Oh, do you really have the number of my superior? Wei Su smiled broadly. I don't. But if you dare tell me who your superior is and which major company they represent, I can summon them to teach you a lesson. Do you believe me? I don't believe it. Zhang Jinlong retorted with a cold laugh. Go ahead and call. If you can reach my superior and have them call to reprimand me, I will immediately terminate the contract and allow Su to be free. Wei Su extended his hand, gesturing for him to reveal his superior's identity. Fong Daoming. At Qingqing Cosmetics Company, Zhang Jinlong said without fear. Wei Su then made a call directly to Mu Wanqing. Busy at Mu's company. Mu Wanqing answered when she saw Wei Su's call. Without wasting time, Wei Su succinctly explained the situation. So, Fong Daoming from Qingqing Cosmetics, right? All right, I understand. He should call Zhang Jinlong in 10 minutes. Mu Wanqing smiled sweetly. Wei Su nodded with a smile, hanging up the phone and turning to Zhang Jinlong. In 10 minutes. If your superior hasn't called you, I will simply walk out of your company upside down. All right. Zhang Jinlong grinned, crossing his legs as he awaited the call. Wei Su, equally cheerful, took a chair for herself and seized the moment to ask, Manager Zhang, you've deceived quite a number of students over the years, haven't you? After all, fresh graduates rarely scrutinize contracts. Zhang Jinlong laughed dismissively. I'm sorry, that's not deceit. They willingly sign without wanting to read the contract's contents. I can't help that. He feigned a sigh while saying this. With your approach, your subsidiary will never thrive. Wei Su shook her head. It doesn't matter if it thrives or not. It's not my company. As long as I receive my salary, I'm content. Zhang Jinlong chuckled heartily. His position as a company manager was obtained through connections. The company was barely surviving, and he was indifferent. However, just as the 10 minutes were about to pass, Zhang Jinlong's phone suddenly rang, startling him. No way. He glanced at Wei Su, who motioned for him to answer. Go on, Mr. Zhang. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jinlong answered the phone. Hello? Zhang Jinlong. You truly have a lot of nerve. Huh. Boss, what's wrong? Zhang Jinlong gasped in shock. Wow, it really is my boss's call. Cut the nonsense. Either terminate the contract immediately and respectfully send the person away, or submit your resignation. With that, the call ended. At this moment, Wei Su looked at the grim-faced Zhang Jinlong and asked, So, Mr. Zhang, what's your decision? Zhang Jinlong cast a difficult glance at Wei Su, gritting his teeth in silence. He never expected this man to wield such influence. He truly managed to have his superior call him, and he was precise with the timing. This clearly indicated one thing. This man was someone he could not afford to provoke. His power was immense, as he had initially not known his superior. Yet one call had summoned them to reprimand him. Who would have thought? Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. So, Mr. Zhang, are you willing to escort us out? Just a simple exit from the company will suffice, Wei Su said with a smiling demeanor, resembling a cheerful tiger. Zhang Jinlong, feeling wronged, replied, "Of course, I'm willing to escort you. I believe you're a wise man, and you understand what needs to be deleted, such as the contract backups and company data. You know what to do, right?" Wei Su maintained his smile. Understand, I understand. Zhang Jinlong nodded hastily. How could he not understand? His superior had already called. If he didn't terminate the contract, it would be his company that would terminate him. Those who recognize the situation are the wise ones. Wei Su laughed heartily as he helped Zhang Jinlong rise from his chair, patting him on the shoulder. Mr. Zhang is indeed a clever man. Finally, with Zhang Jinlong's begrudgingly respectful attitude, the three of them were escorted out of the company. Meanwhile, the employees were astonished. When had Zhang Jinlong become so agreeable? Once outside and in the car, Wei Su turned to Zhang Jinlong and said, "By the way, Mr. Zhang, did you forget something?" Zhang Jinlong wiped the sweat from his brow. "What is it?" Wei Su held up 2 fingers. Oh, the 200,000 you transferred to me. I'll have it sent back to you immediately." Zhang Jinlong hurriedly replied. Finally coming to his senses, Wei Su smiled. With that, he stepped on the gas and drove away. Zhang Jinlong watched the car fade into the distance, his expression dark and foreboding. Truth be told, this was his first time facing such a setback. How unfortunate. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jinlong straightened his suit, grinning as he thought, "But it's fine. I know where Susu lives. As long as I continue pursuing and throwing money at her, I refuse to believe I can't win her over." In the business vehicle, Wei Su suddenly asked, "Susu, where do you live?" Susu inquired, "Boss, why do you ask this?" She had just escaped from that den of wolves and felt a mix of joy and trepidation. She truly had not anticipated that signing a contract without reading it could almost lead her to the brink of disaster. She nearly found herself liable for a sum of 200,000. Had it not been for Wei Su's timely intervention, which freed her from the contract, where would she have found such an amount to compensate? This was indeed a mistake of her own making. From now on, she must diligently review the contents of any contract before affixing her signature. Fortunately, she had the support of her boss, Wei Su. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. "Tell me your address. We need to hurry to your place, gather your belongings, and leave immediately," Wei Su stated nonchalantly. "Huh, why do I need to move?" Susu replied, momentarily taken aback. Wei Su, with a hint of exasperation, responded, "Let me ask you, does Zhang Jinlong know your address?" Susu nodded, confirming that he did. Her roommate had mentioned that there were often knocks at the door looking for her, but unfortunately, she was rarely home at those times. "Since he knows, aren't you worried he'll pester you? A person like him, who is earnest in pursuing you, can be quite bothersome, and you may find yourself at a loss for how to deal with him," Wei Su remarked. "Oh right." Susu finally understood. If she lived there and he were to bother her daily while pursuing her, she would certainly be unwilling to endure that. Zhang Jinlong was clearly not the type to easily relent. He might very well continue to harass her. Given these circumstances, Wei Su felt it necessary for Susu to find a new place to reside. "I live in the Xingfu community, at Baohua apartment," Susu quickly informed him. Wei Su nodded and drove towards her residence. "Brother Wei, I have a roommate there," Susu suddenly remembered, realizing that her important roommate was still at that apartment. Without this roommate, she would never have secured the housekeeper position, never met Wei Su, and would not have been able to escape that oppressive contract. What if Zhang Jinlong were to find her absent and then turn his attention to harassing her roommate? "Rest assured, we are simply going to pick up your friend," he said, remaining remarkably composed compared to Susu's anxiety and fear. Moreover, he appeared utterly unfazed. "It's just a matter of changing residences. I have plenty of properties at my disposal," Wei Su continued. For him, this was a trivial issue. However, since trouble had arisen, it must be resolved. When Wei Su arrived at Susu's apartment, coincidentally, her roommate had just finished work. After quickly packing her things, they ushered her into the car. On the way, Susu explained everything. Her roommate's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Zhang Jinlong truly so patient and persistent in his pursuit of Susu? However, the next day, Zhang Jinlong indeed drove his BMW to Baohua apartment, carrying a bouquet of roses. Dressed in a blue suit and sporting a carefully styled hairdo, he looked rather comical. Yet, upon ascending the stairs and preparing to knock, he discovered that the apartment was already vacant. "Excuse me, sir, the tenant just moved out yesterday," a passing landlord informed him. Zhang Jinlong's expression froze. "Damn it, I miscalculated. Susu moved out so quickly. Did she anticipate my arrival to entangle her, or rather pursue her?" Suddenly, the image of that man's smug grin flashed through his mind. It must have been him. Zhang Jinlong bellowed. He certainly orchestrated her relocation. "Susu is the woman I have been vying for." Despondently, he sank to the ground, his spirit crushed. The opportunity he thought was secured had slipped away. He had become a complete failure. Chapter 68. Declining the invitation inside the business vehicle, Wei Su soon received a call from Yuan Xiong. Boss, it's all set. Wei Su smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Yuan Xiong grinned back. It was no trouble at all. Wei Su contemplated. Let us treat the team to a nice dinner tonight. All expenses will be reimbursed by the company, and you can simply deduct it from my account. Understood, thank you. Boss. Upon returning with Su Su to the villa area of Rinheng Tangbei, Su Su's roommates stared wide-eyed, feeling utterly incredulous. Su Su, you can terminate your lease there. I will arrange a new place for you, Wei Su assured her. Su Su nodded appreciatively. Her roommate, however, remained in a state of shock. Nevertheless, Wei Su arranged for her to be taken to her boyfriend's residence. Boss, where will I be staying? Su Su inquired nervously. Wei Su mused for a moment before asking, You are studying management, correct? Su Su affirmed. Then how about I take you to the Kempinski Hotel for an internship? Wei Su inquired with a playful tone. Huh, the Kempinski Hotel? Isn't that the largest five-star hotel in Suzhou? What's this about? I asked if you would go. Wei Su replied with mild exasperation. Su Su, realizing the opportunity before her, eagerly nodded. Being able to intern at such a prestigious hotel was an opportunity she could hardly refuse. Wei Su nodded, personally escorting Su Su to the Kempinski Hotel, where he greeted the manager and arranged for Su Su to stay temporarily. The manager looked at Su Su with a mixture of surprise and understanding. Very well, boss. I comprehend, the manager quickly affirmed. Su Su could hardly fathom that she would one day work in such a luxurious five-star hotel, where her living arrangements would also be accommodated. This boss Su Su found herself at a loss for words. Afterward, Wei Su left Su Su at the hotel and returned to the villa alone. As fate would have it, upon returning to his villa, he noticed a barbecue gathering taking place on the lawn nearby. This villa area boasted an expansive lawn, meticulously maintained, where residents could freely frolic and play. It appeared that a lively barbecue party was underway, filled with youthful attendees, each exuding an air of distinction, unmistakably hailing from affluent families. Naturally, one could hardly expect the presence of the less fortunate among such company. However, Wei Su only cast a fleeting glance at the gathering before turning away, as it held no relevance to him. He had no desire to partake in such festivities, and observing those individuals, it was evident they possessed a certain haughtiness. If someone like him were to join, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Thus, Wei Su harbored no interest in mingling with the elite. After returning to his solitary villa and preparing to open the door for some rest, he was approached by the neighbor's steward, Zhou Bo, who greeted him. Good day, Mr. Wei. May I have a moment of your time? Wei Su respected the elder Zhou Bo, smiling as he replied, Of course, what can I do for you? Well, Zhou Bo chuckled, My young lady is hosting a barbecue party and specifically instructed me to invite you if I saw you return, hoping you might spare some time to join us. This would also provide her an opportunity to apologize for the previous incident. Wei Su fell silent for a moment. To speak candidly, he held little interest in that frosty woman and possessed no fondness for her. Her previous actions had left Wei Su quite displeased. At that time, Wei Su had kindly offered his assistance to alleviate her troubles, yet when she eventually came to her senses, not only did she neglect to invite him to sit down for barbecue, but she also unceremoniously expelled him. Such behavior, to put it plainly, was akin to a betrayal of trust. Oh, but Wei Su was no mere beast of burden. Consequently, following that incident, his feelings towards this icy woman dwindled significantly. Even when she presented him with a gift as an apology, he remained resolute in his refusal. After all, Wei Su had no intention of engaging with his neighbors. As long as he did not cultivate enmity, that sufficed. With the advent of an app that could facilitate instant transactions, Wei Su found he had little need to forge amicable relations with those around him. Of course, he acknowledged that nurturing neighborly relations was prudent. Yet he had no desire to mend fences with this frosty woman. It was evident that she was one of those exceedingly proud individuals, likely perceiving any man who dared to initiate conversation as harboring ulterior motives. Wei Su was not inclined to endure further disdain or misunderstandings. Thus, he shook his head and smiled, saying, Forget it, Mr. Zhou. I am not particularly fond of such gatherings, so I shall refrain from attending. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou merely sighed, conceding, Very well, if Mr. Wei finds himself bored, he is always welcome to join us. Wei Su nodded with a smile. Good. With that, he turned and entered his home. Mr. Zhou sighed once more before making his way to the distant lawn, joining the gathering. In truth, Lin Xiaoxiao had been observing the interaction between Mr. Zhou and Wei Su. Noting Mr. Zhou's solitary return, she raised an eyebrow, questioning, He isn't attending? Is he really so small-minded? Mr. Zhou chuckled. Miss, I believe Mr. Wei simply prefers to avoid such gatherings. As for being small-minded, I think it is a normal reaction. Anyone treated in such a manner by you would likely harbor no warm feelings. Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed, retorting, But I did apologize later, didn't I? He was the one too proud to accept my apology. Oh, which bold individual dares to turn away our esteemed Miss Lin? At that moment, a fashionable young man approached with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him, her demeanor devoid of warmth, merely stating, "It's none of your concern." This man, named Zhou Tian, was a scion of the Zhou family. He had long pursued Lin Xiaoxiao but, being astute, understood that she detested men who were overly persistent. Thus, he treated her as a mere acquaintance, hoping to secure an invitation to this gathering. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoxiao mention someone daring to reject her, he approached with curiosity. "Miss Lin, we are somewhat acquaintances. Is it not acceptable for me to be curious?" Zhou Tian remarked with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao replied indifferently, "We are not friends. We merely know each other." Chapter 69, A Visit from the Impaired. Merely acquaintances. Zhou Tian could not help but shake his head at her words. The other attendees merely sighed. Lin Xiaoxiao was undeniably capable and exceedingly beautiful. If one were to compile a list of the most stunning women in Gusu City, she would undoubtedly rank among the top 5. However, her social graces were lacking. She treated everyone with a frosty demeanor, devoid of warmth. Perhaps it was precisely this icy attitude that ignited a sense of conquest among many men. Among the multitude at the gathering, nearly all the men harbored thoughts about Lin Xiaoxiao. After all, the sense of achievement from winning her over was unimaginable. Moreover, Lin Xiaoxiao was the sole heiress of the Lin family, with nearly all the family's assets under her control. Thus, conquering her would mean gaining access to the Lin family's wealth, a mutually beneficial endeavor. Regrettably, no one had yet succeeded in capturing this elusive beauty. Some men had even faced humiliation, as Lin Xiaoxiao had never adhered to social niceties, often deriding those who pursued her. Zhou Tian distinctly recalled a young man who had fervently courted Lin Xiaoxiao, showering her with flowers at work and lingering after hours to inquire about her well-being. Ultimately, he was met with relentless rejection. When that young man could no longer contain his frustration and asked Lin Xiaoxiao what it would take for her to accept his advances, she merely scoffed, saying, "I truly do not understand how you have the audacity to pursue me. In terms of ability, you are merely a wastrel who revels in indulgence. In terms of appearance, you are neither handsome nor charismatic. Pray tell, why should I, Lin Xiaoxiao, entertain the advances of a wastrel?" At that moment, the young man's face drained of color, and he was left utterly despondent. This reaction stemmed from the fact that Lin Xiaoxiao's words were entirely truthful. While there were indeed men in Gusu City who could rival Lin Xiaoxiao, they were few and far between. The crux of the matter was that they also found it challenging to win her favor. If Lin Xiaoxiao were merely the president of an ordinary company, it might have been more manageable. However, she was the president of the Lin Group, with her grandfather serving as the esteemed chairman, wielding considerable influence over shares and equity. As the saying goes, women lacking in wealth are easily pursued. Those who are financially secure are a true challenge. Once a woman attains strength, she becomes exceedingly difficult to court. Zhou Tian chuckled. "Miss Lin, your words are rather disheartening. Surely, we can still be considered friends. Tell me, who was the unfortunate soul that dared to dismiss you and rejected your apology? I will find a way to assist you." Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, smirking. "Do you truly believe you can?" Zhou Tian nodded confidently. "Of course. Very well, that person resides next door, in the standalone villa. You may proceed." Lin Xiaoxiao replied with a smile, having already envisioned Zhou Tian's impending embarrassment. Zhou Tian approached eagerly, saying, "All right, Miss Lin, just watch." He then made his way over. "Mr." Zhou observed this exchange, furrowing his brow. "Miss, isn't this inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate? I didn't specifically invite Zhou Tian. He approached of his own accord." Lin Xiaoxiao replied calmly. "Mr. Zhou insisted. However, this is ultimately instigated by you, and interrupting Mr. Wei's rest at this moment is ill-advised." Lin Xiaoxiao maintained her composure. "Rest assured, he will not mind. After all, any man who encounters me, even if he feigns indifference, is merely putting on an act." She had indeed witnessed numerous attempts of feigned aloofness from those who sought her attention. Many suitors, finding direct pursuit ineffective, resorted to this method to capture her interest. Little did they know, such antics were utterly laughable in her eyes. Thus, she suddenly pondered whether her neighbor might be employing a similar tactic. It seemed likely. It is not her arrogance, but rather a reflection of her experiences. She has encountered nothing but admiration from every man she has met, without exception. Even the most introverted of men harbor feelings of delight towards her. She possesses the assets to be self-assured, wealth, power, and unparalleled beauty. What man would not be captivated by such a woman? Zhou Tian soon arrived at Wei Su's villa and rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" "Who I am is of no significance. Just come out quickly," Zhou Tian replied haughtily, sitting on the sofa. Wei Su was somewhat taken aback by the voice emanating from the intercom. Where did this fool come from? What if I choose not to come out? Wei Su chuckled. "If you don't emerge, You shall have ample reason to regret it. Zhou Tian retorted coldly. The owner of this villa certainly exuded arrogance. How dare he treat Zhou Tian with such disdain? Did he truly believe that residing here rendered him invincible? Let him regret it at his leisure, Wei Su calmly mused. There was no need to pay heed to such a fool. Would he dare to intrude? Not to mention the futility of attempting to enter. Should he force his way over the gate, the patrolling security personnel would swiftly apprehend him without hesitation. This was a high-security villa district in Renheng Tangbei. It was not a place one could simply invade at will. You possess quite the audacity to treat me, Zhou Tian, in such a manner. Zhou Tian stood at the entrance, glancing at the crowd in the distance, including Lin Xiaoxiao, who all regarded him with scornful expressions. His anger intensified. It matters not if you are Zhou Tian or Zhou Di. It makes no difference. Wei Su's voice was devoid of emotion. If you have the capability, then by all means, come inside. Wei Su found the situation rather peculiar. How could a fool come to threaten him? In an instant, he deduced the source of this confrontation. It must be due to that icy woman next door. Though he harbored disdain for her, he could not deny her beauty, rivaling that of Mu Wanqing. Surely, she was not lacking in suitors. This man must have been displeased at being spurned by the Ice Princess and had come seeking retribution, only to find himself rebuffed. Simultaneously, Wei Su's feelings towards the Ice Princess soured further. Forget it. I'll take a nap, and upon waking, I shall shower and prepare for today's flash sale. Wei Su stretched lazily, just as he was about to rise. Suddenly, a sound interrupted him. Beep beep beep. The 1 yuan flash sale system has adapted to the host's body and is detaching from the phone to merge with the host's being. Currently merging, 99. Wei Su was taken aback. Who is speaking? Boom. Before he could react, his phone shattered in an instant. A beam of light emanated from the device and surged into Wei Su's mind. Chapter 70, System Integration. As the light penetrated his consciousness, Wei Su collapsed onto the sofa, succumbing to a peculiar state. His mind became a blank slate, as if an entity had invaded and cleansed it. System check complete. The host's body is perfectly compatible with the system. Integration complete. The system has fully implanted into the host's body. Beep beep beep. A mechanical voice resonated in Wei Su's mind. His pupils widened, and suddenly, he jolted back to reality. Congratulations, host, you have successfully merged with this system. At that moment, the voice echoed once more. Now fully aware, Wei Su sprang from the sofa. Who is speaking? It is I, your system. You? Who are you? Wei Su's complexion paled as he swallowed hard, scanning his surroundings. Is this place haunted? The sun hasn't even set. I am the 1 yuan flash sale system, which has been residing in your phone. Wei Su was momentarily speechless. He quickly regained his composure. Say that again, what are you? In response to the host. I am the 1 yuan flash sale system that has been concealed within your phone. Wei Su murmured, am I dreaming? If this were not a dream, how could such a voice resonate in his mind? He had only just returned to the villa and settled onto the sofa. How could hallucinations occur? Perhaps he had been overly fatigued lately? Considering your astonishment regarding my existence, would you like me to provide a detailed explanation? The voice returned to his mind. Wei Su gulped once more, ultimately conceding, yes, please explain. Very well, host. The mechanical voice, devoid of any emotion, continued. The 1 yuan flash sale app that appeared on your phone is, in fact, this system. I am an artificial intelligence system from another dimension. After traversing here, I attach myself to your phone. The system has since evaluated its compatibility with your body as excellent and has detached from the phone to merge with you, as complete functionality could not be achieved while confined to the device. However, rest assured, my integration will not cause any harm to your body. Wei Su pondered, I see. So, the 1 yuan flash sale system that was attached to my phone has now leaped out and merged with my body. Moreover, it poses no threat to me. He quickly glanced at the floor, noticing that his phone, which he had used for several years, was now in ruins. I apologize, host. I have damaged your phone. Which was your personal property? Its preliminary value is estimated at 1,000 yuan, and while the system generated value exceeding that amount while residing within your phone, I am not liable for compensation. Wei Su forced a smile. No need for compensation. I merely feel a sense of loss. After all, it has been my companion for several years. Wei Su had always been nostalgic. He often felt regret when items he frequently used broke or disappeared. Now, after our integration, will there be any enhancement to the system's functions? Wei Su suddenly inquired, recalling the crucial point. He remembered the system mentioning that the phone had limited its capabilities. Hence the need for integration. The modern smartphone cannot sustain the operation of this system, leading to frequent maintenance issues. However, once merged with you, such occurrences will no longer arise, the system replied. Is that all? Wei Su pressed further. Additionally, it will allow you to experience a greater utilization of products. Previously, if a product such as a book titled Mastering Dance were to be purchased, even if you withdrew it into reality, You could only possess the physical book without the knowledge contained within. Now, as the system shares a connection with your mind, should you purchase any book-related products, the knowledge within will directly merge into your consciousness, eliminating the need for you to read and study. Moreover, as a mere mortal, your cognitive faculties remain underdeveloped. Even if you were to acquire knowledge through the written word, it would never be comprehensive. However, should this system directly integrate the essence of books into your consciousness, you would attain a profound understanding of the knowledge contained within those texts. This, my dear host, is but one of the myriad benefits. As the system elaborated, Wei Su's expression gradually shifted from tranquility to astonishment. Indeed, pure astonishment. This was nothing short of extraordinary. In essence, it meant that if he were to auction for literary materials, he could assimilate their contents without ever having to read them. If he were to procure every tome on technology from the system, would he not become an omniscient being? Yet, the system swiftly tempered Wei Su's enthusiasm, cautioning him, "Please cease your fanciful musings, dear host. It is beyond your grasp to attain omniscience. The human brain possesses limitations. Once your reservoir of knowledge reaches a certain threshold, your mind may either fracture or succumb to cerebral death." Wei Su sighed, acknowledging the undeniable truth that the human body, whether physical or mental, has its confines. But how will the deductions be made? He inquired. When the system resided in the mobile device, it could deduct payments via mobile transactions. Now that it exists within my body, how will it extract that 1 yuan? Rest assured, dear host, while inhabiting the mobile device, the system established a complete connection with the network of this world. Therefore, when you purchase items through the system, it can deduct 1 yuan from any of your accounts at will. With that assurance, Wei Su released a breath of relief. I was worried I'd have to ingest the money. Please do not underestimate the capabilities of the system. Wei Su reclined back onto the sofa, thoroughly relieved, nearly believing he was on the brink of death. By the way, system, when is the next 1 yuan flash sale? He queried. I do not know, the system replied. You don't know? Aren't you the system? You can't even keep track of your own events? Wei Su laughed incredulously. Dear host, the 1 yuan flash sales are randomized, as are the items available. The system cannot dictate the timing or content of these events. With a sigh, Wei Su conceded, all right then. Indeed, it is improbable for everything to be flawless. However, it is only natural for imperfections to exist. If the system could orchestrate 1 yuan flash sales at will, Wei Su would hardly need to exert himself, merely waiting for opportunities to buy at discounted prices. Aside from conducting 1 yuan flash sales, is there no other utility to you? Wei Su asked, seeking to alleviate his boredom. I can assist you in identifying various items and individuals, the system responded. Oh, how so? Wei Su's spirits lifted. Every person or object in this world possesses information pertaining to them, and this system has the ability to present that detailed information to you. Are you saying you can instantly provide detailed information about an item? Wei Su inquired with excitement. Yes, dear host, the system affirmed, with a glimmer in his eyes. Wei Su picked up the shattered phone from the floor. Then tell me the details about this item. Generating information panel, please hold. In merely 3 seconds, a blue information panel materialized before Wei Su, startling him. Please remain calm. This is the information panel provided by the system. In the future, whenever you wish to discern the details of an item or an individual, the system will manifest this information panel for your eyes only. Others will not perceive it. The mechanical voice of the system finally allowed Wei Su to regain his composure. He gazed at the information panel that had appeared before him. Indeed, the details were remarkably comprehensive. Current item being assessed, Xiaomi smartphone, version Charming Play. Value, 1,000 yuan. Degree of damage, severe. Lifespan, 5 years. Warranty, expired. Manufacturing date, XX year. XX month, XX day. Manufacturer, Xiaomi Technology Company. As he absorbed the intricate details, Wei Su marveled. This is exceedingly detailed. He then picked up a teacup from the table to have it evaluated. Item assessed, purple clay teacup. Value, 3,000 yuan. Degree of damage, none. Lifespan, 5 to 100 years. Indeed, the information is astoundingly precise. Wei Su exclaimed, can you also discern my personal information? Of course, the system replied. As soon as the words left its mouth, another information panel appeared before Wei Su. Subject of assessment, human. Name, Wei Su. Nationality, Xia. Registered residence, Suzhou, Xia. Age, 27. Gender, male. Health status, suboptimal. Gazing at the detailed account of his own information, Wei Su was rendered speechless. If I can utilize this function to identify individuals of unknown identity, it would be immensely convenient. No more guessing, he murmured to himself. This identification function is indeed practical. In the future, when I encounter unfamiliar individuals, I can first assess them with this feature before deciding whether to befriend or oppose them. How delightful. Wei Su luxuriated on the sofa, reflecting that he was gradually ascending the peaks of life. Yet, at that moment, the system interjected, "Dear host, I must remind you that the flash sales conducted by the system do not guarantee quality. Whether an item is good or bad ultimately depends on your discernment." Wei Su grinned, of course. Chapter 71. And then? However, at that moment, Wei Su did not grasp the implication of the system's words. Only in the future would he come to a sudden realization. All right, time for bed. After a whirlwind of excitement, fatigue settled in. Yet, as the saying goes, surprises often arrive unexpectedly. Just then, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Activity triggered, 1 yuan flash sale commencing. This flash sale features 2 items: elementary proficiency in martial arts, priced at 1 yuan. Body improvement pill, priced at 1 yuan. Dear host, would you like to make a purchase? Caught off guard and on the verge of sleep, Wei Su was momentarily stunned. What? A sudden 1 yuan flash sale? And there are 2 items. Taking a deep breath, he replied earnestly, I need to see the descriptions of these 2 items. Understood, host. I will promptly present the item descriptions. Elementary Proficiency in Martial Arts is a book that meticulously records the foundational techniques of Xia martial arts. Should you master it, you could evolve from an ordinary person into a martial artist, with your combat prowess heightened to the point where you could single-handedly challenge 5 burly men. The Body Improvement Pill, classified as a medicinal product, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance the physical condition of its users, purging their bodies of various impurities, fortifying their health, and significantly augmenting their overall vitality. Moreover, it bestows an increase in strength, transforming the suboptimal health of users into a state of well-being. What a wondrous item! Wei Su exclaimed with delight. Having just undergone a system integration, the emergence of such a coveted remedy filled him with unbridled joy. With Wu Mei still in her position, it would take another fortnight before she could assume the role of his bodyguard, and Yuan Xiong could not be expected to provide constant protection. Thus, elevating his martial prowess became a matter of utmost importance, as he amassed more control over his circumstances. Ensuring his own safety had to ascend to the forefront of his priorities. Relying solely on Wu Mei's protection was ultimately an external force, as round-the-clock safeguarding was unfeasible. Therefore, it was prudent for Wei Su to keep a trump card up his sleeve, namely, enhancing his own martial abilities. The book Elementary Mastery of Martial Arts was evidently just what he needed at that moment. May I proceed with the purchase? Without hesitation, Wei Su nodded affirmatively. Shall I apply these 2 items? He responded with even greater decisiveness. Use them. Boom. As soon as Wei Su uttered these words, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, knowledge pertaining to martial arts. In an instant, he felt as though he had transformed from an ordinary individual into a martial artist. Concurrently, a wave of medicinal energy began to permeate through his limbs, expelling a multitude of impurities from his body. Remnants accumulated within him. Oh no, my stomach suddenly hurts. At that moment, Wei Su let out a pained cry. System, this isn't some placebo, is it? Why does my abdomen hurt so much? His pallor betrayed his distress. Host, you have consumed the Body Improvement Pill. While surface-level impurities can be expelled, a visit to the restroom is still necessary, the system informed him. Wei Su understood now. It merely required him to eliminate the internal waste. To the restroom, he exclaimed, dashing towards it. The ensuing cacophony was indescribable, lasting a full half-hour. A satisfied sigh echoed from the restroom, followed by the sound of flushing and then a refreshing shower. The foul impurities had been thoroughly cleansed, and Wei Su generously applied body wash, leaving himself smelling delightful. Upon emerging, he felt invigorated, as if several pounds had been lifted from his being. His vision appeared broader, sharper, and when he glanced at his physique, he was astonished to see the beginnings of muscle definition. Clenching his fist, he felt an exhilarating surge of strength. Suddenly, Wei Su retrieved a wooden plank, 10 centimeters thick, from the kitchen. He hung it up, focused his gaze, and executed a punch towards it, employing the foundational martial arts techniques he had just learned. Crack! The thick plank shattered under the force of his blow. To his astonishment, his fist felt no significant pain. Incredible! This Body Improvement Pill is truly miraculous. Wei Su smiled, marveling at how a once ordinary individual could now possess such formidable martial prowess. In an era of peace, shattering a 10-centimeter thick plank was no small feat, especially among a population of mostly ordinary people. After consuming the Body Improvement Pill, he sensed a remarkable enhancement in his physical strength. Truly, this was a 1 yuan annihilation system, capable of delivering in an instant what others might toil for over decades. After dressing, Wei Su felt a sudden pang of hunger. He had just expelled all the impurities, including his bodily waste, and now found himself ravenous. It appeared a barbecue was underway nearby. Perhaps he could join in. Initially reluctant to partake, His hunger and curiosity about who had dared to threaten him earlier compelled him to go. With a casual smile, he donned simple attire and ventured towards the barbecue gathering. Meanwhile, Zhou Tian, his expression darkened, observed as the man who had dared to reject the Lin family's eldest daughter finally emerged, a smirk creeping onto his face. At last, you've come out. I was beginning to worry you wouldn't, he sneered. Lin Xiao, who had been distracted, caught sight of the man and couldn't suppress a mocking smile. Look, he couldn't resist after all. The art of feigned indifference is far too naive. Yet, she suddenly noticed that this man appeared rather handsome. Having undergone a transformation through the charm capsule, combined with the effects of the body improvement pill, Wei Su's physique was no longer slightly overweight but rather balanced, with an evenly distributed musculature that exuded an aura of fitness. Several women were already gazing at him, starry-eyed. This man is truly handsome. Clad in ordinary beach shorts and a simple short-sleeve shirt, Wei Su exuded an effortless charm. Zhou Tian gestured, summoning 2 bodyguards clad in black, his personal protectors. For someone of his social standing, it was essential to have bodyguards while out and about, as these young masters often had various enemies within their circles. In such a milieu, it was inevitable to have crossed paths with adversaries. Of course, those who were deemed enemies by these privileged youths wielded considerable influence. Thus, the presence of bodyguards was paramount for safety. Even Lin Xiao, when she ventured out, was typically accompanied by 100 bodyguards, for she was the sole heir of the Lin family, and any misfortune befalling her would spell disaster for the family line. As Wei Su approached the lawn, he became the center of attention, for everyone was eager to discover the unique qualities of the man who had dared to turn away the Lin family's heiress. Zhou Bo was the first to approach, greeting him with a smile. Mr. Wei, you have arrived. Lin Xiao, however, narrowed her eyes, remaining silent, but her demeanor suggested a hint of derision. Today, she wore a white short-sleeve top paired with denim capris, and although her pretty face still bore an icy demeanor, the youthful ensemble made her appear all the more enchanting. Wei Su, ignoring her, greeted Zhou Bo with a smile and remarked, "How unfortunate. I was not hungry before, but now I find myself quite famished." Zhou Bo responded warmly, "Welcome. Since you are hungry, please feel free to sit and enjoy. All the food here has been prepared by our own hands. Its flavor rivals that of the street vendors." In truth, it was rather different, as the amateur fare could hardly compare to that of the professionals. Wei Su chuckled, opting not to join Lin Xiao at her grill, but rather selecting another grill at random, where he flashed a radiant smile. "Ladies, I hope you don't mind my intrusion." This particular grill was predominantly occupied by girls. Most of the attendees were employees of Lin Xiao's company, in an effort to foster good relations with her subordinates. Lin Xiao had organized this barbecue gathering. Upon witnessing Wei Su's brilliant smile, the girls hastily averted their gazes, bashfully lowering their heads. Indeed, Wei Su at that moment was simply too dazzling. "Of course, we don't mind, handsome," one outgoing girl cheerfully remarked. "Are you perhaps a star from some company? You're so striking." Wei Su laughed and shook his head. "I am no star, merely an ordinary person." The multitude of girls exchanged incredulous glances. An ordinary person? An ordinary person wouldn't reside in this upscale villa community alongside their boss, Lin Xiao. "Oh, I thought you'd always be a timid turtle." Before the girls could inquire about Wei Su's culinary preferences, Zhou Tian approached with a beaming smile. The girls frowned. They held a rather unfavorable impression of Zhou Tian, finding him neither handsome nor particularly charming. Wei Su casually picked up a grilled hot dog and took a bite, satisfying his hunger. And only after finishing did he turn to Zhou Tian, grinning. "So, you are the one who threatened me earlier, a cerebral palsy?" The crowd gasped. Was he out of his mind? How audacious to insult Zhou Tian in such a manner. Even Lin Xiao appeared taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this man would be so unrestrained. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian's expression did not darken with anger, but rather twisted into a malevolent smile as he pointed at Wei Su. "Very well. It's the first time in many years that I've encountered someone bold enough to call me that to my face." Wei Su maintained his smile, and then what? The crowd fell silent. Those 3 words dripped with disdain for Zhou Tian, as though he were entirely inconsequential. Zhou Tian, the scion of the Zhou family, though not the highest in status in Suzhou City, was certainly not someone to be taken lightly. Crucially, Zhou Tian owned a villa in this upscale community, a purchase motivated by his desire to pursue Lin Xiao. The Zhou family's business was quite substantial, not as significant as the 5 prominent families of Suzhou City, but not too far behind the 5 notable clans either. The 5 illustrious families of Suzhou were the Lin, Feng, Gua, Lan, and Qin families, while the 5 notable clans included the Mu, Ding, Li, Zhao, and Yin families. The prominent families undoubtedly surpassed ordinary ones in standing, and the Zhou family was considered a step below these notable clans. The Zhou family's business had been thriving, granting them considerable status in Suzhou City, even garnering a degree of respect from prominent business figures. After all, the Zhou family was indeed formidable. In Suzhou City, even the titans of commerce or affluent magnates held a relatively lowly status, as the true rulers were the 5 prominent families and 5 notable clans. The distinction between prominent families and ordinary families was stark. As one of the 5 illustrious families, the power wielded by Lin Xiaoxiao was evident, which explained why even Zhou Tian felt compelled to pursue her. However, the man before them did not belong to either category. He appeared to be an ordinary man, perhaps merely striking in appearance. If one were to argue that he possessed some merit, it would be that he could afford to reside in the upscale Rinjin Tangbei villa community, while not everyone could afford to live here. It was relatively simple for those from affluent families, such as Zhou Tian, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Xiaoxiao. If they desired to live here, it would be a straightforward endeavor. Given their wealth and influence, Zhou Tian owned his own standalone villa within this community, leading the crowd to believe that offending him was an unwise decision. For Wei Su, however, he felt no compulsion to conform. After all, it was merely someone who looked down upon him. If Zhou Tian held disdain for him, why should Wei Su feel the need to appease anyone? Was it truly honorable to live as a sycophant? Apologies. The former Wei Su might have indeed bowed his head, willing to be a lapdog to these so-called wealthy scions, for he had once been a failure, having gone bankrupt and unable to afford housing. Had he encountered these so-called wealthy heirs back then and realized he could win their favor for success, he would have eagerly played the role of their subordinate. But now, alas, the present Wei Su was vastly different from his former self. Now, he was accompanied by a system, while previously he had nothing. Consequently, the current Wei Su felt no fear, perhaps not entirely fearless, but he certainly deemed Zhou Tian an inconsequential figure. It seems that young Master Zhou has led a charmed life, Wei Su remarked with a smile. To think that my calling you a cerebral palsy would be a first for you. I'm truly astonished. Astonished? Zhou Tian scoffed. Isn't it too late to be astonished now? Since you know I am Zhou Tian, the scion of the Zhou family. What do you think you should do now? Zhou Tian's demeanor exuded confidence, as if he could already envision the scene of this man kneeling before him. For in the past, whenever he revealed his identity, or when others recognized it, they invariably performed the same act, kneeling in apology. The reasoning was simple. When a person encountered a colossal force they could not contend with, their only recourse was to plead for mercy, as that was the sole means to avert disaster. Since this man understood Zhou Tian's identity, Zhou Tian had already imagined the ensuing scene. However, the scenario Zhou Tian anticipated did not unfold. The man before him did not kneel and apologize as he had envisioned, but instead regarded him with the expression reserved for a fool. Zhou Tian narrowed his eyes, his voice turning icy. It appears you lack self-awareness. Wei Su shook his head with a smile. It is precisely because I possess self-awareness that I refrain from performing the actions you desire. Those nearby, witnessing Wei Su's determination to stand his ground against Zhou Tian, grew increasingly anxious. It was well known that the young master of the Zhou family was exceedingly arrogant. Of course, he possessed little in terms of personal capability, relying solely on his family's connections. Nevertheless, many felt compelled to curry favor with him due to his background. For instance, some present had previously sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhou Tian. Most of the individuals here were subordinates of Lin Xiaoxiao, and since Zhou Tian aimed to pursue her, he needed to establish good relations with her subordinates. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for his gifts to reach Lin Xiaoxiao. Thus, it is said that Zhou Tian has bestowed numerous advantages upon his subordinates, resulting in a palpable animosity towards Wei Su among many present, albeit not from the ladies. After all, the young women possess a notably low immunity to handsome men, particularly someone as impeccably charming and physically appealing as Wei Su, whose allure is nearly irresistible. One should not presume that only men are drawn to appearances. Women too harbor such inclinations, ignoring the surrounding gazes and the schadenfreude emanating from Lin Xiaoxiao. Wei Su merely turned to Zhou Tian and remarked with a smile, "You seem rather arrogant. One might mistakenly believe you possess some remarkable talent. Yet, it appears you are merely a wasteful scion relying on familial connections to strut about." Zhou Tian, the crowd. What is a piercing observation? This is precisely that, striking at Zhou Tian's most vulnerable point. Why? Because he truly lacks any noteworthy abilities, relying solely on his family's influence. As previously mentioned, these enduring families thrive due to the emergence of elite talents. Take the Lin family, for instance. Although there are no male heirs, Lin Xiaoxiao is extraordinarily competent, rivaling any man in capability, and she has adeptly managed the Lin group, making it even more formidable than before. Similarly, there is Mu Wanqing from the Mu family, and Li Chongqing from the Li family, who is an exceptional talent and the elder brother of Li Chong'an. Each family boasts remarkable individuals as their pillars, yet there are also parasites among them. For instance, Zhou Tian from the Zhou family and Li Chang'an from the Li family. Zhou Tian is simply a debauched heir, having ceded the family business entirely to his brother Zhou Hua, leaving him a mere idler, living off the respect accorded to the Zhou family, not to himself. Zhou Tian is acutely aware of this truth. People are not foolish. They know precisely why they respect him. Were he not the scion of the Zhou family, would anyone deign to honor him? Conversely, Lin Xiaoxiao, Mu Wanqing, and Li Changxing stand apart. They are talents in their own right, even devoid of their familial backgrounds. Their abilities would suffice to elevate them to the pinnacle of success. This stark contrast among the wealthy heirs has perpetually been a scar in Zhou Tian's heart, and Wei Su merely laid it bare. Observing Zhou Tian's countenance darkening, Wei Su chuckled. "Oh, did I strike a nerve, young Master Zhou? Yet I speak no falsehood. Without the Zhou family's backing, you are indeed a useless individual." The crowd, what an audacious provocation. Lin Xiaoxiao watched with keen interest, eager to see how this confrontation would unfold. Zhou Tian's fingers twitched, teetering on the brink of fury as he glared at Wei Su, finally raising his hand. His expressionless bodyguards prepared to step forward. Yet, Wei Su smiled slightly and commented, "What? Have you lost the courage to confront me yourself? Only able to summon your bodyguards? If one day you find yourself without protectors, will you not then be a mere plaything for all?" Zhou Tian, the crowd, a truly heartless attack. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tian eventually regained his composure and removed his suit jacket. Surprisingly, his physique was not flabby but rather robust. It was evident that he had trained. "You claim I possess no strength, just a waist? Very well." Zhou Tian extended his hand, challenging Wei Su. "Today, I shall demonstrate what real strength is. If you consider yourself a man, step forward and face me in single combat. Otherwise, you may remain seated like the coward you are." Upon hearing this, Wei Su finally stood, grinning. "I have awaited this moment." Zhou Tian's lips curled into a cruel smile as he gestured toward a nearby open arena. "This is Miss Lin's territory. We should not cause any damage here. Shall we proceed over there?" Wei Su nodded. "Why not?" Zhou Tian narrowed his eyes. "Since you are so unafraid of death, shall we add another condition?" Wei Su shrugged indifferently. "As you wish. What additional condition do you propose?" Chapter 73, Setting the Stage. Since Zhou Tian took the initiative to add a condition, Wei Su welcomed it with open arms, eager to test the efficacy of his recently acquired assets. "What do you have to offer as a condition?" Zhou Tian replied with disdain. Wei Su pondered for a moment, then pointed to a standalone villa behind him. "How about that villa?" The crowd gasped, astonished. Though composed of ordinary individuals, they were all high earners, invited by Lin Xiaoxiao to this gathering, which ensured they were no ordinary talents. After all, it was well known that Lin Xiaoxiao had little patience for the inept. Every position within her company was filled by capable individuals. Even when shareholders attempted to place relatives within the organization, Lin Xiaoxiao flatly refused, citing her unwavering policy of accepting only those of merit. "Wish to join the Lin Group? Very well. The process is straightforward. Simply undergo an interview. Any employee who passes the interview will be hired." However, this seemingly simple procedure darkened the faces of the shareholders. If their relatives were truly qualified, why would they need to resort to favoritism? Consequently, they approached the elder of the Lin family to plead their case, believing that if they could not persuade the younger generation, perhaps the patriarch would bend. However, they were taken aback to discover that the elder shared Lin Xiaoxiao's sentiments, resolutely refusing to grant any special privileges. In truth, the elder was not as cold-hearted as Lin Xiaoxiao. He merely understood that placing incompetent individuals in significant roles would jeopardize the entire enterprise. Thus, when shareholders threatened to withdraw their investments, the elder remained unfazed, knowing that while such actions might inflict some damage, it was a risk the Lin family had anticipated over the years. Thus, the Lin family was well prepared and harbored no fear of these shareholders withdrawing their investments. On the contrary, one might say that the Lin family even hoped for these shareholders to divest, for the Lin Group was flourishing, basking in the zenith of its success. The Lin family felt that distributing shares to these investors was a loss in itself. If they could reclaim those shares, it would indeed be a source of joy for them, albeit they would inevitably incur losses in terms of capital. The patriarch of the Lin family, as expected, sought to retain them. However, at that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forth, coldly laughing as she urged the shareholders to hastily withdraw their investments. As a result, several shareholders turned pale. They soon realized that the current Lin Group was no longer the same as before. It had grown powerful enough that their withdrawal would not instill fear. Thus, even if they chose to divest, they would ultimately be the ones suffering significant losses. After all, with the Lin family thriving, their own profits would vanish if they withdrew, leaving them without dividends. Consequently, the shareholders could only regretfully lament. merely claiming it was all in jest. As a result, at present, every significant position within the Lin Group was occupied by genuine elite talents. These elite individuals, upon arriving at the lavish villas, could not help but feel envious. While they were indeed talented and earned more than many, the prospect of purchasing a villa here remained a distant dream. Hence, when they witnessed Wei Su and Zhou Tian betting on a villa as the stakes, they were left utterly astonished. A villa here was not merely a matter of wealth. Even if one attempted to resell it, it would fetch an exorbitant price. One could hardly acquire it without several billion. Upon seeing Wei Su propose to stake his own villa, Zhou Tian squinted his eyes, amused. Remarking on his boldness, Wei Su smiled, stating, "For young Master Zhou, this must be a trivial matter. I have heard you possess a villa here as well. Why not wager one each, and the victor claims the other's villa? What say you?" Zhou Tian coldly chuckled, warning, "But you might find yourself regretting this. Have you considered it carefully?" Wei Su replied with confidence, "Rest assured, a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. If I lose, I shall not retract my commitment." "Good." Zhou Tian nodded decisively, surveying the others. "I invite all present to bear witness. We shall each stake a villa, and whoever triumphs in this duel shall claim the other's property." The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Witness. They felt unqualified to bear witness to such a wager involving billions. "Very well, I shall bear witness." At that moment, the previously silent Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward. The crowd was taken aback. The esteemed President Lin was intrigued by this matter. However, upon seeing her as the witness, their expressions shifted to one of eager anticipation. "With Miss Lin as a witness, I feel assured." Zhou Tian laughed heartily, clearly believing his victory was guaranteed. Though lacking the acumen of his brother Zhou Hu, he had spent years honing his martial arts, primarily to show off. Little did he know that this skill would soon be put to use. In terms of physical prowess, he felt confident in facing Wei Su. Lin Xiaoxiao merely nodded coldly, suggesting, "Let us relocate. Everyone should take their refreshments to the outdoor arena to witness the spectacle." She was keen to see the duel unfold, for regardless of the outcome, she would stand to gain. Should Zhou Tian emerge victorious, the bothersome neighbor Wei Su would be vanquished. Although having Zhou Tian as a neighbor might prove equally irksome, it was undoubtedly preferable to the obstinate Wei Su, who was resistant to reason. Conversely, if Wei Su triumphed, Zhou Tian would depart, eliminating one annoyance. In summary, the outcome was favorable for her either way. Thus, she readily agreed to serve as a witness, eager to observe the unfolding events. Wei Su, observing the cold demeanor of Lin Xiaoxiao, yet noting the cunning glint in her eyes, narrowed his gaze, realizing she seemed to benefit regardless of the outcome. This would not do. He could not allow her to remain a bystander. Turning to Lin Xiaoxiao, he remarked, "Miss Lin, I have heard your family is quite prosperous and possesses a keen eye for talent. Who do you believe will win in my duel with young Master Zhou?" Lin Xiaoxiao icily responded, "Whoever wins is of no concern to me." Wei Su stroked his chin, chuckling, "Since Miss Lin is disinterested in this matter, let us wager on another point. The last time you visited to apologize, I rebuffed you at the door, which I imagine weighs heavily on your mind. Thus, I propose a bet. If I win, you must apologize publicly and relinquish your villa to me. Should I lose, I will apologize publicly, kneeling, and I will also transfer my villa to you. What do you think?" An uproar of shock rippled through the crowd. This man dared to provoke the Lin family's esteemed daughter. Offending Zhou Tian was one thing, but now he sought to offend Lin Xiaoxiao as well. Zhou Bo's expression turned helpless as he shook his head, sighing. Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, asking, "Do you seem overly confident? Do you believe my loss is a foregone conclusion?" Wei Su smiled subtly. "I am not only confident, but also assured of my victory. Neither young Master Zhou nor Miss Lin will prevail against me. Do you believe it?" The crowd murmured, taken aback by his audacity. Finally, Zhou Tian could no longer suppress a cold laugh, stating, "The outcome of our duel remains uncertain, and should you lose, your villa will belong to me. At that point, you will have no claim to stake in a bet against Miss Lin." Wei Su replied with a grin, "That is precisely why I am so confident." Zhou Tian was momentarily speechless, as the crowd was equally astonished. They had never encountered such unabashed arrogance. Zhou Tian, with his robust physique, clearly a product of rigorous training, stood in stark contrast to the composed Wei Su, who remained unfazed. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her hand, her voice icy. "Very well. If you are so confident, then should you manage to defeat Zhou Tian, I will agree to your wager, but the terms must be set by me first. Do we have an accord?" Wei Su nodded with a smile, "Of course." He then turned and made his way toward the arena, casually grabbing a skewer of barbecue before departing. All present were skeptical of Wei Su's chances. He appeared to be an average man, while Zhou Tian's physique spoke of a seasoned fighter. How could Wei Su possibly prevail? Yet, though they held doubts, they were eager for the ensuing spectacle, reveling in the anticipation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoxiao continued to stride forward, her expression as frigid as ever. Zhou Bo walked beside her, hesitating to speak until he finally sighed. "Miss, why do I have the distinct impression that you have already lost?" Lin Xiaoxiao maintained a tranquil demeanor, merely putting on an act. Even if he triumphed over Zhou Tian, what would it matter? He would still be unable to surpass this young lady. Zhou Bo could only sigh. He truly could not fathom Mr. Wei's intentions. As if provoking Zhou Tian were not enough, he now sought to challenge his own young mistress. Truly, what a predicament.